In that vast and enigmatic realm of magic, myriad formidable beings roamed freely, weaving dazzling spells that could incinerate rivers, obliterate cities, and flatten mountains with. But a mere thought that in the material plane of the Baruch kingdom, a child named Linley Baruch was born. As a descendant of Dragonblood Warriors, he found himself hindered by the insufficient purity of his bloodline, which barred him from walking the glorious path of his ancestors. Consequently, he was often subjected to peculiar glances within his family and faced neglect. As time passed, when Linley reached the tender age of 6, the gears of fate began to turn silently. By a stroke of serendipity, he stumbled upon a mysterious dragon ring. Upon the gentle touch of his fingertip to the ring, an extraordinary force drew him in like a magnet, compelling him to shed a drop of his blood in that instant. The ring blazed with radiant light, and a being named Darren Covet, the Earth Saint Mage, materialized before him. With piercing gaze, Darren discerned Linley's exceptional affinity for both earth and wind elements. Thus began Linley's journey into the prestigious Ernst Magic Academy, heralding the commencement of his magical training. Life within the academy was akin to a fish in water, as Linley's magical talents gradually came to the fore, capturing the admiration of many. Yet, fate has a penchant for cruelty. During an expedition in the Beast Mountain range, he rescued a girl named Alice, believing he had found love, only to be met with betrayal. The anguish surged within him like a relentless tide, engulfing him in despair. In his profound sorrow, he sculpted a stone carving titled Awakening from Dreams, which became the CA. Talist for his breakthrough into the realm of a 7th-level mage, elevating his magical prowess to new heights. Meanwhile, the family's enmity loomed over him like a dark cloud. The demise of his parents was a consequence of the heinous deeds of the Holy Light Church. In his quest for vengeance, Linley resolutely consumed the blood of the spiked armor dragon, successfully transforming into a Dragonblood Warrior. Empowered by this formidable strength, he embarked upon the path of retribution against the Holy Light Church. Yet, the road to vengeance was fraught with thorns. In a fierce battle with the Holy Light Church, his beloved mentor, Darren sacrificed his final soul force to protect him, unleashing forbidden magic that ultimately led to his own demise. Linley gazed sorrowfully in the direction of his mentor's fading presence, his eyes filled with grief and unwavering determination, but he understood that his journey was but a nascent chapter, and that the tempest of this magical world would soon be stirred into greater turmoil by his very existing. Chapter 1. The Morning of the Town. Wushan Town, an ordinary settlement nestled within the Finley Kingdom, located in the western expanse of the Beast Mountain Range, the foremost mountain range of the Yulon Continent. As the sun began to rise, a lingering chill still graced the air of Wushan Town, though nearly all the residents had already emerged to commence their daily toil. Even the 6- or 7-year-old children had risen early to partake in their traditional morning exercises. In the eastern clearing of Wushan Town, the gentle warmth of the morning sun filtered through the grand trees beside the open space, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon the ground. Up before them stood a multitude of children, estimated to number around 100 or 200. This assemblage was divided into 3 distinct teams, each arranged in several rows, with the children standing silently on the open ground, their expressions solemn. The northernmost team comprised children approximately 6 to 8 years of age, while the central team consisted of those around 9 to 12. The southernmost group was made up of adolescents aged 13 to 16. In front of this large gathering were 3 robust middle-aged men, all clad in sleeveless vests and coarse trousers. To become a great warrior, one must endure rigorous training from a young age, proclaimed the leader of the trio, his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high. His piercing gaze swept across the northernmost team, where the 6- and 7-year-olds stood with tightly pressed lips, their glistening eyes fixed upon him, not daring to utter a sound. The leader, known as Hillman, was the captain of the guard for the Baruch family, the proprietors of Wushan Town. You are all mere mortals, incapable of cultivating the formidable martial arts like those of the noble elite. If you aspire to rise above mediocrity and wish to avoid being looked down upon in the future, you must train using the most ancient, simplest, and fundamental method strengthening your bodies and honing your stamina. Do you understand? Hillman cast his gaze over the group of children. Understood. The young voices resounded in unison. Very well. Hillman nodded with a detached satisfaction. The eyes of the 6- or 7-year-old children were filled with a sense of bewilderment, while the teenagers exhibited a resolute determination, for they comprehended the implication of Hillman's words. In the entirety of the Magnolia continent, nearly every male must exert themselves from a young age. Should one neglect rigorous training, they will inevitably be looked down upon in the future. The essence of a man's status lies in his strength and wealth. A man devoid of power will find himself scorned, even by women. To earn the pride of their parents, to earn the admiration of young girls, and to aspire for a glorious future, they must become formidable warriors. Being commoners, they lack access to the precious tomes of combat energy. Their sole recourse is to cultivate their bodies through relentless physical training. They must toil and strive harder than the nobles, investing more effort and dedication into their pursuits. Morning has arrived, with the sun ascending and life flourishing. This moment is optimal for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing our physical potential. As per tradition, stand with feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, and hands positioned at the waist, forming the chi gathering stance. While in this stance, remember to concentrate your attention, maintain inner tranquility, and breathe naturally, Hillman stated coldly. The chi gathering stance is the simplest yet highly effective method for physical training, a culmination of wisdom amassed over countless generations. Instantly, 100 or 200 children complied with the requirements of the chi gathering stance. Remember, focus your attention, maintain calmness, and breathe naturally. Hillman traversed among the youth, his voice cold and resolute. Evidently, upon closer inspection, the youths in the southern contingent, all in their teens, were composed and collected, their breathing measured and natural. Each had evidently achieved a certain level of proficiency in the chi cultivation stance, as evidenced by their deep, even, and steady respiration. Conversely, the children to the north, aged 6 or 7, exhibited varying degrees of knee flexion and generally lacked stability in their stances, their legs loose and seemingly devoid of strength. Hillman addressed the other 2 middle-aged men, saying, "You will each oversee the southern and central teams, while I will manage the younger children." "Yes, Captain," the 2 men responded promptly. Subsequently, they meticulously observed the central and southern teams, occasionally nudging the youth's legs to assess their stability. Meanwhile, Hillman approached the group of 6- and 7-year-olds to the north, causing them to become immediately apprehensive. "Oh no, the big demon is coming," a wide-eyed, blonde-haired child named Hadley whispered. Stepping into the midst of the children, Hillman surveyed them with a stern countenance. Though inwardly he mused, these children are far too young, both physically and mentally, to demand too much of them. However, physical conditioning is best instilled from a young age. Diligent training from childhood onward significantly increases their chances of survival on the battlefield. Furthermore, he acknowledged that the most effective method of instructing young children was through enticement and engagement, as coercion would only prove counterproductive. "Stand at attention, all of you," Hillman commanded with a cold snort. Instantly, the children puffed out their chests and fixed their gazes forward. A faint smile graced the corners of Hillman's lips as he strode to the forefront, shedding his vest. The definition of his muscular physique caused the eyes of the children to widen in awe, while the youths from the central and southern regions gazed enviously at his form. Beyond the nearly flawless contours of his muscles, Hillman's bare torso bore numerous scar gashes from blades and wounds accumulated over time, each telling a story of battle, bearing in the dozens. The children looked on, their eyes gleaming with admiration for these marks of valor. In their hearts, they held Hillman in the highest regard, a formidable 6th-level warrior, a valiant figure forged in the crucible of life and death. Even amidst the grandest cities, he was a man of remarkable stature in the humble town of Wushan. He was revered as a figure of great respect. Observing the fervent gazes of the children, a smile crept onto Hillman's face. He yearned for these youngsters to harbor admiration and aspiration within their hearts. For such son, teammates would drive them to strive harder and remain motivated. "Let's stoke the fire a bit more," Hillman mused inwardly, striding towards a colossal stone lock weighing 300 to 400 pounds. With a single hand, he grasped the stone lock and began to swing it effortlessly, as if it were crafted of mere wood. The children's eyes widened further, their mouths agape in astonishment. Too light. Rory, once training is over and you have some time, consider crafting a few larger stone locks. Hillman casually tossed the stone lock, sending it soaring several meters, before it landed with a resounding thud beside a large tree, causing the ground to tremble. He then approached a pile of scattered stones with purpose. Whoosh! Hillman took a deep breath, his muscles visibly tensing as he delivered a powerful punch towards a massive azure stone. His fist sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle that caused the nearby children to widen their eyes in astonishment. With a resounding impact, Hillman's formidable fist struck the colossal stone. The heavy thud of his blow reverberated through the air, making every child's heart race. This was no ordinary stone, it was a robust azure rock. The stone quivered, revealing several fissures that swiftly multiplied into 7 or 8 cracks, ultimately shattering into countless fragments, while Hillman's fist remained unscathed. "Captain, you are as formidable as ever," remarked one of the middle-aged men, Rory, with a smile as he approached Hillman. The other middle-aged man, Roger, joined him. Typically, during the children's training in chi cultivation, these 3 instructors would engage in casual conversation, occasional, while ensuring that the children were not slacking off. Hillman chuckled and shook his head. "I can't compare it to my former self. Back in my military days, I trained relentlessly every day amidst the brutal chaos of battle. Now, I merely stretch my muscles daily, it lacks the fervor of those times." The children gazed at Hillman with admiration. To shatter such a massive stone with a single punch, what extraordinary strength. And to effortlessly wield a stone lock weighing 300 to 400 pounds, what immense power. Turning to the group of children, Hillman felt a deep sense of satisfaction at their awe-inspired reactions. Remember, even without relying on combat energy, it is theoretically possible to become a level 6 warrior solely through rigorous physical training to the limits of one's capability. Ties. A level 6 warrior who joins the army can effortlessly ascend to the rank of a mid-level officer and gain access to the army's techniques for cultivating combat energy. Even if one cannot attain the status of a level 6 warrior, merely achieving the rank of a basic level 1 warrior grants eligibility for military service. Remember, a man who cannot even reach the rank of a level 1 warrior is no man at all. Hillman's expression was stern. A true man should stand tall, embracing every challenge without fear. Upon hearing these words, the 6- and 7-year-old children could not help but smile, each struggling to suppress their laughter. This phrase was Hillman's catchphrase, one he often imparted to the children. "Stand firm, each of you, and observe how your older brothers in the south hold their stance," Hillman commanded. The little ones immediately made an effort to steady themselves. After a while, the children began to wobble, each felt the intense ache in their legs. Yet they gritted their teeth in determination. However, it wasn't long before they succumbed, one by one, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Hillman's face remained impassive, but inwardly he nodded in approval, as he was quite satisfied with the performance of these 6- and 7-year-olds. Before long, even among the group of children around 10 years old, some could no longer endure, and one by one, they too sank down to sit. "You may endure as long as you can. I shall not impose any rigid demand upon you. However, should you find yourselves lacking in the future, you can only blame yourselves," Hillman remarked coldly. Rory suddenly turned in astonishment towards the team in the northern direction. At that moment, many of the children in the central team, around the age of 10, had already collapsed and sat exhausted on the ground, while remarkably, a 6-year-old from Anor. Third team was still persevering, that a glimmer of surprise flickered in Hillman's eyes. "Well done, young lad," Hillman silently praised, astonished that at merely 6 years of age, the boy could match the efforts of children twice his age. Such talent is but a glimpse of great potential. Linley, whose full name is Linley Baruch, is the eldest son of the Baruch family, the sole proprietors of the entire Wushan town. The Baruch family boasts an ancient lineage, once thriving, but after thousands of years of inheritance, only 3 members remain: the patriarch Hog Baruch and his 2 sons. Linley Baruch is merely 6 years old, while his younger brother, Walton Baruch, is only 2. Tragically, the matriarch of the Baruch family passed away after giving birth to the younger son. Linley's grandfather also lost his life in the throes of war. Linley's legs trembled despite his unwavering spirit. His agonized muscles defied control, and he finally succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. "How do you feel, Linley?" Hillman inquired with a smile as he approached. Linley grinned, revealing his small canine teeth. "It's nothing, Uncle Hillman." Hillman, as the captain of the Baruch family's guard, had watched Linley grow up, thus their bond was naturally close. "Well done, like a true man," Hillman remarked, ruffling Linley's hair, leaving it tousled like straw. "Hee." Linley grinned, his heart swelling with joy at Hillman's praise. After a brief respite, the training resumed. The younger children, around 6 or 7 years old, trained at a considerably lighter intensity. In stark contrast, the teenagers engaged in an exceedingly rigorous regimen. Before them, a group of young boys and girls lay with their heads and feet resting on flat stones, their bodies suspended in the air, sustained solely by the strength of their waists. The waist and hips, this triangular region here, Hillman gestured toward the area around the abdomen, is the core of the human body. Whether it pertains to speed or strength, the essence lies within this triangular area. This core triangle is of utmost importance. As he spoke, Hillman continued to stride about, meticulously observing each youth's form for correctness. "Lift yourselves, do not let your waist sag," Hillman commanded. Instantly, many of the young boys and girls strained to elevate their waists. Today was Linley's first attempt at this exercise. His small head and feet rested on 2 flat stones. However, he could already feel a burning ache in his waist. "Persevere, I am the best," Linley encouraged himself inwardly. From a young age, Linley had possessed remarkable physical prowess, rarely falling ill. Coupled with his tenacity, his exceptional performance was hardly surprising. Thud! The first child tumbled to the ground. However, the flat stones used as pillows and footrests were only about 20 centimeters high, ensuring that even if a child fell, they would sustain no injury. The alchemists of the Yulan continent established the units of length: 1 meter, 10 decimeters, 100 centimeters, and 1,000 millimeters. Plop, plop. As time passed, one by one, the children could no longer endure. Linley gritted his teeth, acutely aware that his waist had reached its limit of soreness, nearly devoid of sensation. "My body feels so heavy I can barely hold on. Just a little longer, I must persist at that moment." Among the team of 6 to 8-year-olds, Linley was the only one remaining steadfast. Hillman observed Linley. A look of surprise and satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. "Rory," Hillman suddenly commanded. Captain Rory immediately stood at attention, awaiting orders. Hillman instructed, "Tomorrow, prepare some dye. While they're undergoing waist training, place a branch beneath each child's waist, coated with dye, that if anyone falters and their waist touches the branch, they will be marked with dye, and their training task will be doubled." "Understood, Captain," Rory responded aloud. Yet his lips involuntarily twitched in amusement as he thought, "The captain's devious ideas are truly numerous. Those kids are in for a time." Indeed, the expressions of the teenagers reflected their grimace. Under normal circumstances, they could afford to slack off with minor movements, but once Hillman implemented this strategy, their chances to evade exertion would vanish. Hillman continued coldly, "I can inform you that after a warrior cultivates their fighting spirit, the reservoir of this energy is located approximately a fist's width below the navel. You should comprehend that this area resides within the core triangle. By now, you should grasp the significance of training this core triangle. This is the essence. If this area falters, training other parts becomes futile. A commendable mentor is immensely vital for children. Hillman is indeed a remarkable warrior. He understands the focal points of training, recognizes the necessity of a gradual approach, and knows the appropriate level of training for children at varying ages. If the intensity is too great, it could lead to a child's physical collapse." Fighting spirit. Upon hearing this term, the youths, along with the children resting nearby, widened their eyes in astonishment at Hillman. For these common children, the notion of fighting spirit was filled with anticipation, and Linley, the scion of a fallen noble family, also yearned for it deeply. Thud! Linley could no longer withstand it, yet he managed to brace himself with his arms, slowly descending to the ground. How delightful! As Linley felt the relief in his sore back, a tingling sensation enveloped him, penetrating deep into his muscles, as though reaching the very marrow of his bones. The comfort caused young Linley to squint slightly. How many have fallen after me? Linley suddenly opened his eyes wide and glanced around. The cohort of children aged 6 to 8 succumbed to the exercise, with even a significant portion of the 10-year-olds faltering. However, the adolescents aged 14 and 15 persevered. Mr. Hillman, with an impassive countenance, stated, "You must all remember that the body is akin to a vessel, a chalice if you will, and chi is the wine. The capacity of the chalice dictates the amount of wine it can hold. Similarly, one's ultimate achievement in chi cultivation hinges upon the extent of their physical conditioning. A frail physique, even when coupled with potent chi techniques, can only accommodate a limited amount of chi, thus precluding one from becoming a formidable warrior." Mr. Hillman imparted pivotal information to the children. Many warriors, due to the absence of guidance during their formative years, only come to understand the correlation between physical strength and chi at a later stage. However, by then, their advanced age renders physical training less effective. Mr. Hillman, through his repeated instructions, subtly instilled the accumulated wisdom of numerous predecessors into the minds of these children, akin to a gentle spring rain. He sought to prevent them from repeating the mistakes of the past, following the chi accumulation stance, and the exercises designed to enhance the coordination of the waist, legs, shoulders, back, and other bodily regions. Nearly all the children collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Mr. Hillman's training regimen was meticulously calibrated. "Today's morning exercise concludes here, Mr. Hillman announced. The training in Wushan town followed a structured routine, divided into 2 sessions, one in the morning and another in the evening. Uncle Hillman, please tell us a story." As soon as the gathering dispersed, the children clamored in unison. Every day after their morning exercises, Hillman would regale these children with tales from his military adventures or stories from other distant lands. Growing up in a small town, these children harbored a profound yearning for the outside world and the military life. With a gentle smile, Hillman found that sharing stories was his way of instilling a deep-seated motivation for training within the children. He firmly believed that only by nurturing their intrinsic desire to cultivate their skills could their achievements truly flourish. Today, I shall recount the legendary 4 ultimate warriors of the continent. A glimmer of reverence appeared on Hillman's face. The children's ears perked up immediately, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Linley, seated among them, felt his heart race. The legendary 4 ultimate warriors? He could not help but lean forward, his gaze fixed intently on Hillman. With a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes, Hillman maintained a steady voice. On our continent, thousands of years ago, there emerged the 4 ultimate warriors, each possessing strength that rivaled that of dragons. They could single-handedly traverse a battlefield of 100,000 soldiers, effortlessly claiming the heads of enemy commanders. These 4 ultimate warriors are known as the Blood Dragon Warrior, the Purple Flame Warrior, the Tiger Stripe Warrior, and the Undying Warrior. The warriors are classified into 9 distinct levels. Merely a 6th-level warrior can effortlessly shatter massive boulders and snap sturdy trees. However, a 9th-level warrior is considered among the mightiest within our Finley kingdom. Beyond the 9th level lies the realm of the 4 ultimate warriors, who transcend the 9th level and reside at the pinnacle of martial prowess, akin to the legendary beings of the Sacred Domain. Hillman's eyes sparkled with longing. The fabled beings of the Sacred Domain possess the power to melt colossal icebergs, unleash the fury of boundless oceans, crumble towering mountains, obliterate cities housing millions, and rain down endless meteors from the heavens. They are invincible, the epitome of existence. Silence enveloped the group. The children were utterly awestruck. Hillman gestured towards a mountain in the northeast. "Oh, you see that Mount Wu? Isn't it magnificent?" he asked with a smile. The children, still reeling from Hillman's earlier words, nodded in unison. Mount Wu, soaring to a height of 1,000 meters and stretching for thousands more, certainly appeared as a colossal entity in the eyes of humanity. Yet, a being of the Sacred Domain could obliterate this mountain in the blink of an eye, Hillman asserted with unwavering confidence. A 6th-level warrior can destroy a single boulder with a single strike, while a Sacred Domain warrior possesses the ability to annihilate an entire mountain. This revelation left the children agape, their eyes wide with astonishment, their hearts trembling with a profound sense of fear, anticipation, and desire for the extraordinary power. Are the sacred domain warriors to destroy a mountain? Hillman's words profoundly impacted Linley, stirring within him a tumult of emotions. These children are the hope for the future of our Wushan town, Hillman remarked with a smile. Luo, Rue, and Roger gazed at the group of children, recognizing that in nearly every corner of the continent, the offspring of commoners have been diligently honing their skills from. A tender age in witnessing these children, Luo, Rue, and Roger were reminded of their own childhood and youth. Captain Hillman, you are undoubtedly far more formidable than the legendary Old Porter. Under your guidance, I believe Wushan Town will emerge as the most powerful among the surrounding dozen or so towns, Luo Rue expressed with admiration. The prowess of a mentor determines the destiny of a place. By the way, Captain, how do you know about the formidable strength of the Sacred Domain Warriors, the 4 ultimate fighters? Luo Rue inquired curiously. Hillman chuckled sheepishly. Well, to be honest, I am not entirely certain about the extent of the 4 ultimate fighters' might. After all, they are legendary figures, and it has been many years since anyone has laid eyes on them. You don't know yet you deceive the children? Luo Rue and Roger responded, exasperated. Hillman smiled faintly, though I may not be fully aware of the prowess of the 4 ultimate fighters. I do know of the sacred magi, the sorcerers who have attained the sacred domain. They possess the ability to wield forbidden magic, annihilating vast armies and obliterating entire cities. If the sacred domain sorcerers are so formidable, one can surmise that the sacred domain warriors are not far behind. Moreover, sharing such tales with the children instills in them a deeper sense of motivation. Did you not notice the expressions of yearning on their faces as they listened to the stories? Hillman remarked with pride. Luo Rue and Roger could only respond in silence. Goodbye, Lei. Goodbye, Hadley. After bidding farewell to his close friend Hadley, Linley made his way home alone. After walking for a while, he soon arrived at the estate of the Baruch family. The Baruch family estate sprawled over an expansive area, its walls entwined with moss and climbing vines. The walls bore the marks of time, a testament to its enduring history. The Baruch family estate in Wushan Town served as the ancestral home, a legacy that had been preserved for over 5,000 years. Despite undergoing countless repairs over the millennia, it still stood resolute today. However, even in its grandeur, Linley's father, Hog Baruch, often found himself compelled to sell off family heirlooms to sustain their household. The towering gates of the estate stood ajar. A Saint Domain warrior, Linley pondered as he walked. Will I ever become a Saint Domain warrior? Linley. The voice of Hillman resonated from behind as he, along with Rory and Roger, caught up with him. Linley turned around, his face lighting up with joy. Uncle Hillman. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at Hillman, his heart filled with both anxiety and anticipation as he inquired, Uncle Hillman, you say that Saint Domain warriors are so formidable. Is there any possibility that I could become one? Within Linley's heart lay the same yearning that most children possess. Hillman paused, and Rory and Roger beside him were momentarily taken aback. A Saint Domain warrior? These children possess an audacity in their aspirations. The Finley Kingdom, with its population numbering in the tens of millions, has not seen a single sacred domain warrior emerge in centuries. To aspire to become a sacred domain warrior, Hillman was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. It requires relentless training from a young age, the nurturing of a family, innate talent, and fortuitous opportunities. In truth, becoming a sacred domain warrior is no simple feat. Hillman understood all too well the hardships he endured to reach the rank of a level 6 warrior the countless time, as he had danced on the precipice of life and death. If attaining the 6th level was such a daunting task, what could one say of the 7th, 8th, or 9th levels? As for the sacred domain, Hillman could only dare to dream of it in his slumber. Yet, in the face of Linley's fervent gaze, he spoke with conviction. Linley, Uncle Hillman believes in you. You shall undoubtedly become a sacred domain warrior. Hillman's words of encouragement ignited a spark in Linley's eyes, awakening a profound yearning within him. This longing was unprecedented in its intensity. Uncle Hillman, may I train alongside the central team tomorrow? Linley suddenly inquired. Hillman, Rory, and Roger exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Linley's request. My father once said that to rise above others, one must exert efforts that surpass those of their peers. Linley mimicked his father's tone instinctively. Hillman suddenly chuckled. He had observed Linley's training today. Although only 6 years old, Linley's physical prowess was comparable to that of children aged 9 or 10. With a nod and a smile, he remarked, "Very well, but come a time, do not falter. Remember, this endeavor is not a fleeting moment, the journey ahead is long." Linley lifted his small chin and flashed a confident smile. "Uncle Hillman, just watch me." It was an utterly ordinary morning in Wushan town, and each day thereafter mirrored this one, as a group of children diligently trained under the guidance of the 6th-level warrior. Hillman. The sole distinction from the past was that the 6-year-old Linley had been placed in a team alongside children around the age of 10. Chapter 2. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan Part 1. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Amidst rigorous physical training and endurance building, Linley experienced the gentle warmth of spring, the scorching heat of summer, and entered the crisp embrace of autumn. The towering poplar trees lining the eastern edge of the clearing now swayed gently in the wind, shedding numerous yellowed leaves that danced slowly to the ground. The entire clearing was carpeted with these fallen leaves. As dusk began to settle, the gathering at the eastern clearing was particularly abundant, with nearly 300 individuals present. "Today's evening training concludes here," Hillman announced with a smile. "Before we part, let's extend our best wishes to the children from Wushan town who are about to embark on their military journey. Becoming a warrior is far easier upon reaching the age of 16. One attains adulthood and the minimum requirement of being a level 1 warrior. As long as these two conditions are met, entry into the military is quite accessible." "Thank you, Uncle Hillman." 126 young men, aged 17 to 18, respectfully bowed. Typically, these youths do not partake in training, as they have already come of age and secured their own employment. However, they have been nurtured by Hillman since childhood, who stands as their mentor. Before enlisting, they must bid farewell to Hillman. "I hope that at least half of these 126 will survive," Hillman silently wished. Gazing upon the group of young men, Hillman declared, "Listen closely. You lads, you are the men of Wushan town. As men of Wushan, you must stand tall and face any challenge without fear. Do you understand?" "Very well." Hillman's upright posture and piercing gaze exuded the distinctive demeanor of a soldier. The eyes of the 126 youths sparkled with determination. "Yes," the young men responded with respect, and one by one, they departed under the hopeful and admiring gazes of nearly 200 younger children. Tomorrow, they would embark on a brand new journey. "I have 2 more years until I reach adulthood, and then I too can join the military. I yearn for the exhilarating life of a soldier. To remain in Wushan town for a lifetime, no matter how long, would be devoid of meaning." A group of 13 and 14-year-old boys engaged in spirited conversation, all eagerly anticipating a life brimming with fervor and passion. They yearned to achieve great feats, to earn the admiration of young women, and to garner praise from their kin in their hometown. Such are their dreams. Linley, possessing remarkable intelligence, had absorbed much from his father Hog's teachings since childhood, and was capable of reading an array of books. Education was a rare privilege, typically reserved for the nobility. The Baruch family, being an ancient lineage, boasted an extensive collection of books. "Uncle Hillman, I am well aware that father has reminded me 3 times today. He has never placed such emphasis on any matter before. I shall not indulge in frivolities here," Linley said with a grin, revealing a row of pearly teeth, though one was conspicuously absent from the center. Linley was in the midst of losing his baby teeth. In the front yard of the Baruch family's venerable estate, after the family had enjoyed their evening meal, Linley was playfully engaging with his younger brother, who was a merit, 1.5 years old. "Brother, hug, hug." Little Walton, with his pure and untainted eyes, gazed up at Linley and, taking unsteady steps, joyfully extended his chubby little hands as he ran towards him. Linley squatted a short distance away, patiently awaiting Walton's approach. "Go for it, Walton, you can do it," Linley encouraged. Young Wharton's unsteady gait perpetually threatened to tumble. Yet, against all odds, he ultimately surged into Leyland's embrace. Wharton's crystalline skin, as supple as water, was flushed with a rosy hue, and his obsidian eyes sparkled wide. Lation as he chirped, "Brother, brother." Gazing upon his own sibling, Leyland felt an inexhaustible affection welling up within him. Bereft of a mother, grandparents, and despite the care of his father and the old steward, the precocious Leyland harbored an extraordinary fondness for his younger brother. In Leyland's perspective, being the elder sibling entailed a duty to care for his brother. "Wharton, what did you learn today?" Leyland inquired with a smile. Wharton furrowed his brow, adopting an adorable expression as he pondered for a moment, before exclaiming with excitement, "Today, I learned to use burlap." "Burlap?" Leyland's face broke into a smile. "What did you clean with it?" Wharton counted on his fingers, saying, "First I used burlap to clean the floor, then I cleaned the chamber pot, and finally I cleaned the bowls, yes, the eating bowls." Wharton looked at Leyland expectantly, eager for his brother's praise. "You cleaned the chamber pot, and then the bowls?" Leyland's eyes widened in astonishment. "What, is that not right?" "I cleaned them very thoroughly." Wharton tilted his small head, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he looked at his brother. "Young Master Leyland, your father is looking for you." "They'll take young Master Wharton now." A benevolent old man with a port wine-stained nose approached. This very man was Hiri, the steward of the Baruch family. And besides the steward, the entire household was devoid of even a single maid or servant. Linley could not afford to discuss matters with Walton any longer. He promptly entrusted Walton to Grandpa Sheely and proceeded towards the living room. "Father, what is the purpose of your summons this time?" Despite his youth, Linley sensed that this visit from his father bore significant importance. Upon entering the living room, Linley noticed a grand clock, towering even above himself, stationed in one corner. This clock, a rather luxurious item, was typically found only in affluent or noble households. At that moment, Linley's father sat before the fireplace, which flickered with flames, occasionally accompanied by the crackling sound of splitting wood. Why has father changed his attire?" Linley was taken aback upon seeing his father in the living room. He usually donned simple clothing while at home. Just earlier at dinner, his father had been dressed in ordinary garments. Yet now he had adorned himself in a sumptuous outfit. Hogg exuded an aura characteristic of ancient nobility, a quality unattainable merely through wealth. It was a refinement cultivated through the traditions of a venerable lineage. A family with a legacy spanning 5 millennia is incomparable to ordinary households. As Hogg rose and turned to face Linley, his eyes brightened upon seeing him. "Linley, come with me to the ancestral hall." "Uncle Sheely, you are also aware of matters concerning my family. Please accompany us as well," Hogg said with a smile. "The ancestral hall?" Linley exclaimed in surprise. The entire Baruch family estate is primarily inhabited by family members residing in the front courtyard, while the rear courtyards are generally left unattended and unkempt. The only exception is the ancestral hall located at the back, where ancestral rites are performed, and it is cleaned monthly by designed aided individuals. It is not the time for ancestral worship. What purpose does a visit to the ancestral hall serve? Linley pondered, filled with confusion. Upon exiting the parlor, Hogg, Linley, and the butler, Sheely, who cradled Wotan in his arms, traversed the moss-covered, time-worn stone pathway leading to the rear courtyards. In the deep autumn, the night air was as cool as water. A chilling breeze swept through, causing Linley to shiver involuntarily. However, he remained silent, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Following his father, Linley stepped into the ancestral hall. With a creak, the grand door of the ancestral hall closed behind them. As a row of candles was lit within the hall, it was instantly illuminated, revealing the numerous ancestral tablets arranged solemnly at the forefront. The multitude of tablets testified to the age and lineage of the Baruch family. Hogg stood quietly before the myriad of tablets, not uttering a word. At that moment, Linley felt a surge of anxiety. The only sound was that of the candles flickering, creating an eerie silence that weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, Hogg turned to face Linley, his gaze intense as he solemnly declared, "Linley, there are numerous matters to address today, but first, I must share with you some important affairs regarding the Baruch family." Linley felt his heart racing, beating rapidly within his chest. Family matters? What could they possibly be? Linley felt a flicker of anticipation within, yet he refrained from voicing his curiosity. Hogg's face radiated a sense of pride as he proclaimed, "Linley, our Baruch family has a lineage that spans 5 millennia. Throughout the entire Finley kingdom, one would be hard-pressed to find another family that rivals the antiquity of ours." His tone was imbued with unequivocal pride. Antiquity is something that many aristocrats hold in high regard. Linley, are you aware that throughout the annals of history on the Yuan continent, there are legends of 4 ultimate warriors? Hogg turned his gaze towards Linley. Linley's eyes brightened as he nodded. I am aware. I heard Uncle Hillman mention the legendary 4 ultimate warriors. The Dragonblood Warrior, the Purple Flame Warrior, the Tigerster, Hype Warrior, and the Undying Warrior. Hogg smiled with satisfaction, nodding in agreement precisely. Now, I must reveal to you that the 4 ultimate warriors actually symbolize 4 ancient families, and our Baruch F.A. Mali is the venerable lineage that embodies the noble bloodline of the Dragonblood Warrior. In that vast, boundless, and enigmatic world of magic, countless formidable beings roam freely, their splendid spells weaving through the air, igniting rivers, annihilating cities, and leveling mountains with but a thought. In the material realm of the kingdom of Barak, a child named Linley Barak was born. As a descendant of Dragonblood Warriors, he found himself unable to embark on the illustrious path of his ancestors due to the insufficient purity of his bloodline, often subjected to peculiar gazes and neglect within his family. As time flowed on, the wheels of destiny began to turn quietly during Linley's 6th year. By a stroke of fortune, he unexpectedly came into possession of a mysterious dragon ring. As his fingertips brushed against the ring, a peculiar force, akin to magnetism, drew him in, causing a drop of his blood to fall. In that instant, the ring radiated brilliant light, and a great earth mage named Darren Cowart materialized before him. With piercing eyes, Darren Cowart discerned Linley's extraordinary affinity for both earth and wind magic. Thus began Linley's journey at Ernst Magic Academy, where he embarked upon his magical training. His life at the academy flourished, and Linley's magical talent gradually emerged, capturing the attention of many. Yet, fate has a penchant for capriciousness. During an expedition in the Beast Mountain range, he rescued Alice, believing he had discovered love, only to be met with betrayal. Pain surged through him like a relentless tide, drowning him in sorrow. In the depths of his anguish, he sculpted a stone carving titled Awakening from the Dream, and it was this moment that allowed him to transcend the realm of a 7th-level mage, elevating his magical prowess to new heights. Meanwhile, the enmity of his family loomed over him like a dark cloud. The demise of his parents was a consequence of the malevolent actions of the Holy Light Church. In pursuit of vengeance, Linley resolutely consumed the blood of the spiny armored dragon, successfully transforming into a Dragonblood Warrior. Empowered by this formidable strength, he embarked on a path of retribution against the Holy Light Church. However, the road to revenge was fraught with thorns. During a fierce battle with the Holy Light Church, his mentor, Darren Cowart, sacrificed his last vestiges of soul power to protect him, invoking forbidden magic, only to dissipate into oblivion. Linley gazed sorrowfully in the direction of his mentor's disappearance, his eyes filled with anguish and determination. That he understood that his journey had only just begun, and that the tumultuous winds of this magical realm were about to be stirred into a tempest by his very existence. Chapter 1. The morning of the town. Wushan Town, an ordinary settlement in the Linley Kingdom, situated in the west of the Monster Mountain Range, the foremost mountain range of the Yuan continent. As the sun rose, a chill still lingered in the morning air of Wushan Town, yet the townsfolk had already begun their daily toil, with even the 6- or 7-year-old children rising early to partake in their traditional morning exercises. In the eastern clearing of Wushan Town, the gentle warmth of the morning sun filtered through the grand trees, casting dapple red spots of light upon the ground. Before me stood a considerable assembly of children, estimated to number around 100 to 200. This group was divided into 3 distinct teams, each arranged in several rows, with the children standing quietly in an open space, their expressions solemn. The northernmost team comprised children approximately aged 6 to 8, while the central team consisted of those around 9 to 12 years old, and the southernmost team was made up of adolescents aged 13 to 16. In front of this multitude of youths stood 3 robust, middle-aged men, all clad in sleeveless vests and coarse trousers. To become a great warrior, one must diligently train from a young age, declared the leader among them, his hands clasped behind his back, head held high, as he spoke with an icy Ener, his piercing gaze swept over the youngest group, where the 6- and 7-year-olds pressed their lips together, their bright eyes fixated upon him, not daring to utter a sound. Indeed, that the leader was named Hillman, the captain of the guard for the Baruch family, the proprietors of Wushan Town. You are all mere mortals, lacking the formidable martial arts tomes that the noble elite possess. If you wish to stand out, if you desire to avoid being looked down upon in the future, you must adhere to the most ancient, simplest, and fundamental methods of training building yo. You are bodies and honing your strength. Do you understand? Hillman's gaze swept across the assembly of children. Yes, we understand. The youths responded with a resounding shout. Very well, Hillman responded with a detached nod of satisfaction. The young children, aged 6 or 7, gazed with innocent bewilderment, while the teenagers exhibited resolute determination, for they comprehended the implications of Hillman's RDS that in the entirety of a Yulan continent, nearly every man is compelled to engage in rigorous training from a tender age. Failure to do so would lead to disdain from others in the FUT. The essence of masculine status lies in strength and wealth. A man devoid of power would find himself looked down upon, even by women. To earn the pride of their parents, to gain the admiration of young ladies, and to secure a life of grandeur in the future, one must aspire to become a formidable warrior. They are but commoners, unable to cultivate the precious tomes of fighting spirit. Their only recourse is to diligently strengthen their bodies and build their endurance from young age. They must toil and strive, exerting more effort and dedication than the nobility. As the morning dawns and life awakens, this is the opportune moment to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing our physical potential. As per tradition, stand with legs shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, and hands resting at the waist in the chi gathering stance. Remember, while in this posture, to focus your mind, maintain inner tranquility, and breathe naturally, Hillman stated in a cold tone. The chi gathering stance is the simplest yet profoundly effective method of physical training, a culmination of wisdom amassed by countless ancestors over the years. Instantly, a couple of hundred children assumed the prescribed posture of the chi gathering stance. Remember, focus your mind, keep your heart tranquil, and breathe naturally, Hillman declared as he moved among the group of youths, his demeanor remaining impassive. At a glance, it was evident that the teenagers from the southern team were all focused and breathing naturally, embodying a state of depth, steadiness, and calmness. Clearly, they had achieved some proficiency in the chi cultivation technique. In stark contrast, the younger children from a northern group, aged 6 or 7, exhibited varying degrees of bent knees and slackened legs, lacking any semblance of strength and stability. Hillman addressed the 2 middle-aged men beside him, stating, "You shall oversee the southern and central teams, while I will manage these little ones." "Understood, Captain," the 2 men replied promptly, proceeding to scrutinize the central and southern teams, occasionally kicking at the legs of the teenagers to assess their steadiness. Meanwhile, Hillman approached the cluster of 6- and 7-year-olds, who immediately tensed up at his presence. "Oh no, the great tyrant has arrived," whispered a golden-haired child named Hadley, his large eyes wide with apprehension. As Hillman stepped into the midst of the children, his expression remained cold. Yet internally he lamented, "These children are far too young, both physically and mentally. Their abilities are still vastly insufficient, and expectations must be tempered. Nevertheless, physical training should commence from an early age. Diligent practice will undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival on the battlefield in the future." Moreover, guiding and enticing these children was the most effective approach. Coercion would only yield counterproductive results. "Stand straight, each of you," Hillman commanded with a dismissive snort. Instantly, the children straightened their chests and fixed their gazes ahead. A faint smile graced the corners of Hillman's mouth as he stepped forward, shedding his vest. The definition of his muscles captivated the wide-eyed children, while even the youth from the central and southern regions gazed at Hillman's physique with envy. Beyond his nearly perfect musculature, Hillman's exposed torso bore the marks of blades and swords, a tapestry of scars numbering in the dozens, which drew the children's eager attention. In their hearts, they held a profound admiration for Hillman, a remarkable 6th-level warrior, a valiant figure forged in the crucible of life and death. Even in the grand city, He was a noteworthy individual. While in Wushan town, he was revered by all. Observing the fervent gazes of the children, a smile unfurled on Hillman's lips. He desired their admiration and aspirations to blossom within them. For such emotions would drive Teach him to work harder and ignite their motivation. Let's stoke the flames further, Hillman mused to himself, then approached a massive stone lock weighing 300 to 400 pounds. With a single hand, he grasped the stone lock and effortlessly began to swing it, as if it were crafted from mere wood. The children watched in awe, their eyes wide and mouths agape. It's too light, Rory. Once we finish training and have some time, you should try your hand at some larger stone locks, Hillman remarked, casually tossing the stone lock, which soared through the air for several meters before crashing down with a resounding thud beside a large tree, shaking the ground beneath. He then moved towards a cluster of scattered stones. Whoosh! Hillman inhaled deeply, his muscles visibly tensing and accentuating his formidable stature. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at a massive azure stone. His fist sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound that left the nearby children wide-eyed in astonishment. The impact of his colossal fist struck the gigantic stone with tremendous force. The resounding thud of his fist meeting the stone sent a jolt through the hearts of all the children. For that was no ordinary stone, it was a solid mass of azure rock. The stone reverberated under the impact, fracturing into 7 or 8 fissures before ultimately shattering into countless pieces, while Hillman's fist remained unscathed. "Captain, you are as impressive as ever," remarked Rory, one of the 2 middle-aged men, as he approached Hillman with a smile. The other middle-aged man, Roger, also drew near. Typically, during the children's practice of chi cultivation, these 3 instructors would take the opportunity to engage in light-hearted conversation, occasionally ensuring that the children were not slacking off. Hillman chuckled and shook his head. "I can hardly compare. Back in my military days, I trained relentlessly every day, immersed in the brutal realities of the battlefield. Nowadays, I merely stretch my muscles. The fervor of those days has waned." The children gazed up at Hillman with admiration, marveling at the sheer strength that had pulverized the immense stone with a single blow. What kind of power was this? To effortlessly wield a stone lock weighing 300 to 400 pounds, what incredible might. Turning to face the captivated children, Hillman felt a deep sense of satisfaction at their reactions. Bear in mind that it is theoretically possible to become a level 6 warrior solely through rigorous physical training, even without relying on combat energy. A level 6 warrior can effortlessly ascend to the rank of a mid-level officer within the army, easily gaining access to the techniques of combat energy cultivation. Even if one cannot attain the status of a level 6 warrior, achieving the rank of a mere level 1 warrior grants the eligibility to join the military. Remember, a man who cannot even reach the level of a level 1 warrior is not a man. Hillman's expression was stern that a true man should stand tall, ready to face any challenge without fear. Upon hearing this declaration, the 6 and 7-year-old children couldn't help but smile, struggling to suppress their laughter. This phrase was Hillman's mantra, often imparted to the children he was training. "Stand firm, each of you, and observe how the older boys to the south hold themselves," Hillman commanded. The young children immediately made an effort to steady themselves. After a while, however, the 6 and 7-year-olds began to wobble. The strain in their legs became unbearable. Yet, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Ultimately, one by one, they succumbed and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Hillman's countenance remained impassive, though inwardly he acknowledged the commendable effort displayed by these mere 6 and 7-year-olds. Before long, among the group of 10-year-olds in the center, some also could no longer endure and fell to the ground, sitting down in defeat. "Endure as long as you are able. I shall not impose stringent demands upon you. However, should you find yourselves inferior to others in the future, you have only yourselves to blame." Hillman stated with an air of stoic detachment. "Indeed?" Rory exclaimed, his gaze drawn northward toward a particular cohort with sudden astonishment. At this juncture, within the central group, numerous children around the age of 10 had already succumbed, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Yet, remarkably, within the northern contingent, a mere 6-year-old still persevered. A glimmer of delight flickered in Hillman's eyes. "Well done, young one," Hillman mentally lauded, impressed that a child of only 6 could rival those around 10 years of age in the chi accumulation stance. This aptitude, observed in its nascent form, hinted at exceptional potential. Linley, whose full name was Linley Baruch, was the eldest son of the Baruch family, the proprietors of the entire town of Wushan. The Baruch family was an exceedingly ancient lineage, once flourishing, yet after millennia of inheritance, the family now comprised merely 3 members: Hog Baruch, the patriarch, and his 2 sons. Linley Baruch, the elder, was but 6 years of age, while his younger brother, Wharton Baruch, was only 2. The matriarch of the Baruch family had perished subsequent to the birth of her younger son. Linley's grandfather had also lost his life in battle while serving in the military. Linley's legs trembled, and despite his resolute will, the excruciating ache in his muscles defied his control, ultimately causing him to collapse to a seated position. "Linley, how do you fare?" Hillman inquired with a smile as he approached. Linley grinned, revealing his small canines. "I am well, Uncle Hillman." Hillman served as the captain of the Baruch family's guard and had been acquainted with Linley since his infant. Sigh, fostering a close bond between them. "Well done, like a true man," said Hillman, ruffling Linley's hair, instantly turning it into a tousled mess akin to straw. Linley grinned widely, his heart swelling with joy at Hillman's praise. After a brief respite, the training resumed. The younger children, around 6 or 7 years old, faced a considerably lighter regimen, while the teenagers engaged in an exceedingly rigorous training session. In a striking display, the group of adolescents, alongside the younger ones, balanced themselves with their heads and feet resting on flat stones, their bodies suspended in midair, entirely reliant on the strength of their lower backs. Focus on the lower back and hips, the triangular region here. Hillman gestured emphatically to the area around his abdomen. This zone is the core of the entire body, whether in speed or strength. The essence lies within this triangular core. It is of utmost importance. As he spoke, Hillman continued to pace, meticulously scrutinizing each used movements for precision. "Lift your bodies. Do not let your waists sag," Hillman commanded. Instantly, many of the boys strained to elevate their waists, while Linley, attempting this exercise for the first time, found his small head and feet perched on 2 flat stones. However, he could already feel a warmth and soreness radiating from his lower back. "Persevere, persevere, I am the best," Linley encouraged himself inwardly. His physical constitution had always been exceptional, rarely suffering from illness. Coupled with his unwavering determination, excelling came naturally to him. Thud! The first child collapsed to the ground. The flat stones, used as pillows and footrests, stood at approximately 20 centimeters in height, ensuring that even if a child were to fall, they would sustain no injuries. The alchemists of the Yulon continent formulated the length measurement units as 1 meter, 10 decimeters, 100 centimeters, 1,000 millimeters. Plop, plop. As time progressed, one by one, the children began to falter. Linley gritted his teeth, acutely aware that the pain in his waist had reached its zenith, nearly numbing him. "My body feels so heavy I can hardly endure any longer." Just hold on a little longer to this moment. He found himself the sole survivor of this team, consisting of children aged 6 to 8. Hillman observed Linley, his eyes betraying a glimmer of satisfaction and surprise. "Rory," Hillman suddenly commanded. "Captain." Rory promptly straightened up, awaiting orders. Hillman instructed, "Tomorrow, prepare some dye. While they are undergoing waist training, place a branch beneath each person's waist, smeared with dye. Should anyone slack off and make contact with the branch, resulting in dye on their body, their training duties will be doubled." "Yes, Captain," Rory replied with a resonant voice, though a smirk involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth as he thought, "The captain's cunning ideas are truly abundant thus. You kids are in for a rough time." Indeed, the expressions of the adolescents grew grim. Under normal circumstances, they could afford to be lazy with subtle movements, but with Hillman's plan in place, such leniency that would be rendered impossible. Hillman continued coldly, "I can inform you that after a warrior cultivates their fighting aura, the energy is stored approximately 1 fist's breadth below the navel. You should comprehend that this area lies within the core triangle region. By now, you should grasp the significance of training this core triangle region. This is the heart. If this area fails, any effort expended elsewhere is futile." A good mentor is immensely important for children, and Hillman exemplifies a great warrior. He understands the essence of training, the necessity of a gradual approach, and what level of training is appropriate for children at various ages. Excessive demands may lead to physical breakdown. Fighting aura. Upon hearing this term, the youths and the resting children widen their eyes in anticipation, all turning their gaze towards Hillman. The common children were particularly eager about fighting aura, and even Linley, the scion of a once noble lineage, harbored a deep yearning for it. Thud! Linley could no longer withstand the exertion, though he managed to brace himself with his arms as he slowly descended to the ground. How refreshing! As Linley allowed his sore back to rest, a tingling sensation enveloped him, penetrating deep into his muscles, almost to the very bones. The soothing feeling prompted little Linley to slightly narrow his eyes in bliss. How many have fallen before me? Linley suddenly opened his eyes wide and glanced around. From the ages of 6 to 8, the younger children tumbled down, while those around 10 also faced significant setbacks. However, the teenagers aged 14 and 15 persevered steadfastly. Hillman maintained a stern demeanor, articulating, "Bear in mind that the body resembles a vessel, akin to a wine cup, while the fighting spirit is like wine itself. The capacity of a cup to hold wine is contingent upon its size. In the same vein, the ultimate achievement in cultivating one's fighting spirit is directly related to the level up. Physical conditioning one has attained. Should the body be frail, even with formidable texts on fighting spirit, one can only endure a limited amount within, and thus cannot evolve into a formidable warrior." Hillman imparted numerous vital insights to these children. Many warriors, lacking guidance in their youth, only come to understand the correlation between physical strength and fighting spirit in later years. However, by then, age often renders physical training ineffective. Through the teachings of many predecessors who traversed arduous paths and amassed wisdom, Hillman, with each lesson, subtly ingrained these critical experiences in the minds of the children, akin to gentle spring rains nurturing the earth. He wished for them to avoid the missteps he had witnessed. After undergoing the chi cultivation technique, which enhanced the coordination of their waists, legs, shoulders, and backs, nearly all the children collapsed on the ground, RLY exhausted. Hillman's training regimen was impeccably tailored to their capabilities. "Today's morning practice concludes here," Hillman announced. The training in Wushan Town follows a structured routine, occurring twice daily, once in the morning and once in the evening. "Uncle Hillman, please tell us a story." As soon as the gathering was over, the children clamored eagerly. Every day after their morning exercises, Hillman would regale these youngsters with tales from his military adventures or stories from other distant lands. Growing up in a small town, these children were filled with a fervent yearning for the outside world and the military life. Hillman smiled gently, for telling stories was a method he devised to inspire a profound motivation for training within the children. He firmly believed that only by instilling a genuine desire for self-improvement could the children achieve greatness. Today, I shall narrate the legends of the 4 ultimate warriors of the continent. A glimmer of admiration appeared on Hillman's face. The children instantly perked up, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Linley, seated among them, felt his heart race at the mention of the legendary 4 ultimate warriors. He couldn't help but lean forward, fixating his gaze on Hillman. With a hint of exhilaration in his eyes, Hillman maintained a steady voice. "In our continent, thousands of years ago, there emerged 4 ultimate warriors, each possessing powers that rivaled those of dragons. They could single-handedly carve a path through 1,000,000 soldiers, effortlessly decapitating enemy generals. These 4 ultimate warriors are known as the Blood Dragon Warrior, the Purple Flame Warrior, the Tiger Stripe Warrior, and the Undying Warrior. The warriors are categorized into 9 distinct ranks. I, merely a level 6 warrior, possess the ability to effortlessly shatter boulders and snap mighty trees. Meanwhile, a level 9 warrior is regarded as the mightiest within our kingdom of Finley. Above the 9th rank reside the 4 ultimate warriors, transcending the 9th level, standing at the pinnacle of martial prowess, belonging to the legendary realm of the Sacred Dome. Ein. Hillman's eyes shimmered with aspiration. The fabled beings of the sacred domain can melt colossal icebergs, provoke the boundless seas into furious roars, collapse towering contains, decimate cities teeming with millions, and rain down an unending barrage of meteors from the heavens. They embody invincibility, an existence of the utmost supremacy. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the children stood frozen in awe. Hillman gestured towards the mountain in the northeast. "Do you see that dark mountain? Isn't it magnificent?" he said with a smile. The children, still reeling from Hillman's earlier revelations, nodded vigorously. The dark mountain soared to a height of 1,000 meters, stretching over several kilometers, indeed a colossal sight in the eyes of humanity. Yet, a being from the sacred domain could obliterate that mountain in the blink of an eye, Hillman asserted with unwavering conviction. While a level 6 warrior could destroy a boulder with a single strike, a warrior of the sacred domain could annihilate an entire mountain. This revelation left the children agape, their eyes wide with astonishment, hearts trembling with a mix of fear, anticipation, and yearning for the mastery of the sacred domain war. Iors.to destroy a mountain? Hillman's words resonated deeply within Linley, leaving a profound impact. "These children represent the future hope of our Wushan town," Hillman remarked with a smile. Lori and Roger gazed at the group of children, realizing that in nearly every corner of the continent, the offspring of commoners undergo rigorous training from a young age. Witnessing these children, Lori and Roger were reminded of their own childhood and adolescence. "Captain Hillman, you are undoubtedly far more formidable than the legendary old porter. Under your guidance, I believe Wushan Town will emerge as the most powerful among the surrounding dozen towns," Lori expressed with admiration. "The strength of a mentor determines the future of a place. By the way, Captain, how do you know that the champions of the sacred domain and the 4 ultimate warriors are so formidable?" Lori suddenly inquired with curiosity. Hillman chuckled sheepishly. "Well, to be honest, I am not entirely certain of the prowess of the 4 ultimate warriors. After all, they are legendary figures, and it has been many years since anyone has laid eyes on them." "You don't know, yet you deceive the children?" Lori and Roger responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Hillman smiled gently. "While my understanding of the 4 ultimate warriors' strength may be limited, I do know this. The holy sorcerers, those who have attained the sacred domain, possess the ability to wield forbidden magic, capable of annihilating hundreds of thousands of troops and laying waste to a city. If the sacred domain sorcerers are so formidable, it stands to reason that the sacred domain warriors are not far behind. Moreover, sharing such tales with the children instills within them a deeper motivation. Did you not notice the expressions of yearning on their faces upon hearing the stories?" Hillman remarked with pride. Lori and Roger could only respond with silence. "Goodbye, Lay. Goodbye, Hadley." After bidding farewell to his close friend Hadley, Linley walked alone towards his home. After a while, he arrived at the Baruch family's estate. The estate of the Baruch family sprawled over an expansive area, its walls entwined with moss and ivy, adorned with various plants that bore witness to the passage of time. The Baruch family mansion in Wushan Town stood as a testament to 5 millennia of heritage, having endured the ravages of time and countless renovations, yet it still stood resolute. Even today. However, even so, Linley's father, Hog Baruch, often found it necessary to sell off family heirlooms to sustain their household. The grand entrance of the estate stood ajar. "A sanctum warrior?" Linley pondered as he walked. "Will I ever become a sanctum warrior?" "Linley." The voice of Hillman called from behind, as he, along with Rory and Roger, caught up with him. Linley turned around, his face lighting up with joy. "Uncle Hillman." Taking a deep breath, he looked up at Hillman, a mix of anxiety and anticipation in his eyes as he inquired, "Uncle Hillman, you say the sanctum warriors are so formidable? Is there any chance that I could become one?" Linley's heart echoed with the same yearning as that of most children. Hillman paused, and Rory and Roger stood momentarily stunned. A sanctum warrior? These children possess an audacity of imagination the kingdom of Linley, encompassing tens of millions of inhabitants, has not, even across centuries, produced a single saint-level powerhouse. To aspire to such a zenith, Hillman was acutely aware of the formidable challenge inherent in attaining the saint level. It necessitates assiduous cultivation from a tender age, familial nurturing, innate talent, and providential opportunities, among other factors. A saint-level warrior is not easily forged. Hillman was keenly cognizant of the trials he had endured to become a level 6 warrior, the brushes with mortality he had faced. If a level 6 warrior was so arduous to achieve, levels 7, 8, and 9 were exponentially more so, and the saint level remained but a figment of his dreams. Nevertheless, confronted with Linley's expectant gaze, Linley, Hillman affirmed, his gaze unwavering. Uncle Hillman believes in you. You shall undoubtedly become a saint-level warrior. Hillman's words of encouragement ignited Linley's eyes, kindling a fervent aspiration within his heart. This yearning was unprecedented in its intensity. Uncle Hillman, might I train alongside the central cohort tomorrow? Linley inquired abruptly. Hillman, Laurie, and Roger exchanged surprised glances. My father has imparted that to ascend above the masses, one must exert efforts exceeding those of others, Linley declared, unconsciously emulating his father's manner of speech. Hillman suddenly laughed. Today he had observed Linley's training. Although merely 6 years of age, Linley's physical prowess rivaled that of children aged 9 or 10. He nodded with a smile and said, Very well, but do not falter when the time comes. Remember, this is not a matter of days. The journey ahead is long. Linley lifted his small head and grinned with confidence. Uncle Hillman, just watch me. It was an ordinary morning in Wushan town, a routine that would echo in the days to come, as a group of children continued their rigorous training under the guidance of the Sixth Vel warrior, Hillman. The only distinction from the past was that the 6-year-old Linley had been placed in a team with children around 10 years old. Chapter 2. The Dragonblood Warrior Family Part 1. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Amidst the relentless training of body and endurance, Linley experienced the gentle warmth of spring, the sweltering heat of summer, and stepped into the crispness of autumn. The row of towering poplar trees beside the vacant lot on the eastern edge of Wushan town now swayed gently with the wind, releasing yellowed leaves that danced slowly to the ground, blanketing the area in a carpet of withered foliage. As dusk approached, the sky darkened gradually. Today, the eastern vacant lot was particularly crowded, with nearly 300 individuals present. This evening's training session concludes here, Hillman remarked with a smile. Before we part, let's extend our best wishes to the children from Wushan town who are about to enlist. Becoming a warrior is considerably easier upon reaching the age of 16. One attains adulthood, and the minimum requirement is to achieve the rank of a level 1 warrior. As long as these 2 conditions are met, entry into the military is rather effortless. Thank you, Uncle Hillman. 126 respectful youths, aged 17 to 18, bowed in deference. Typically, these young men do not partake in training, as they have already reached adulthood and secured employment. However, they have been nurtured by Hillman since childhood, who serves as their esteemed mentor. Before enlisting, they must bid farewell to Hillman. I hope that at least half of these 126 will survive, Hillman silently wished. Gazing upon this group of young men, he proclaimed with a resonant voice, You lads, listen closely. You are the men of Wushan town, and as such, you must stand tall and face any challenge without fear. Do you understand? Very well. Hillman, standing upright with a steely gaze, emanated the distinct aura of a soldier. The eyes of the 126 youths sparkled with determination. Yes, they replied with reverence, and one by one, they departed under the admiring gazes of nearly 200 younger children who had yet to reach adulthood. Tomorrow, they would embark on a new journey. I have 2 more years until I am an adult, and then I, too, can join the military. I long for the exhilarating life that the army offers if I remain in Wushan town for my entire life. No matter how long I live, it would hold no meaning. A group of boys, around 13 or 14 years of age, engaged in animated conversation, each yearning for a life brimming with fervor and vitality. They aspired to achieve remarkable feats, to earn the admiration of young women, and to garner the praise of their kin back home. Such were their dreams. Linley was exceptionally astute under the guidance of his father, Hogg. From a young age, he had acquired a substantial vocabulary and could read most common literature. Education was a luxury, typically reserved for the nobility. The Baruch family, an ancient lineage, possessed a vast collection of books. Uncle Hillman, I am well aware my father has reminded me 3 times today. He has never placed such importance on any matter before. I shall not indulge in frivolity here. Linley replied with a beaming smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth, though one was conspicuously absent from the center of his grin. Linley was in the midst of losing his baby teeth. In the courtyard of the venerable Baruch estate, after the family had dined, Linley was playfully interacting with his younger brother, who was merely 2.5 years old. "Brother, hug, hug," young Wotan exclaimed, his innocent, untainted eyes gazing up at Linley. He wobbled towards him, extending his chubby little hands in joyous anticipation. Linley crouched nearby, patiently awaiting his brother's approach. "Go on, Wotan. You can do it," Linley encouraged. Young Walton's hurried steps perpetually instilled a sense of apprehension regarding his potential stumble. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he ultimately dashed into Linley's embrace. At that moment, Walton's skin, as delicate and translucent as water, flushed a rosy hue, while his brig, HT, sparkling eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother, brother." Observing his younger sibling, Linley was enveloped in boundless affection. Devoid of their mother and grandparents, Linley, despite having their father and the elderly butler to care for him, harbored an extraordinary sense of protectiveness towards his little brother. To Linley, being the elder brother inherently meant taking care of Walton. "What did you learn today, Walton?" Linley inquired with a smile. Walton furrowed his brow, adorably pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Today, I learned to use cloth." "Cloth?" A smile crept onto Linley's face. "What did you wipe?" Walton, counting on his fingers, replied, "First I wiped the floor, then the chamber pot, and finally, the bowl. Yes, the bowl for eating." He gazed at Linley with eager anticipation for praise. "You wiped the chamber pot and then the bowl?" Linley's eyes widened in disbelief. "What's wrong with that? I cleaned it very well." Walton tilted his little head, looking at his brother with confusion in his eyes. "Young Master Linley, your father is looking for you." "Allow me to carry young Master Walton," a kindly old man with a nose resembling a wine-soaked visage approached. This old fellow was none other than Sheely, the butler of the Baruch family. Remarkably, aside from the butler, there wasn't a single maid or servant in the entire household. Linley could no longer afford to discuss matters with Walton. He promptly entrusted Walton to Grandpa, Shirley, and rose to walk towards the living room. "Father, what is the purpose of your summons this time?" Despite his youth, Linley sensed that his father's call bore significant weight. As he entered the living room, he noticed a grand clock towering over him in one corner. This clock was considered a luxurious item, typically found only in affluent or noble households. At that moment, Linley's father sat before the fireplace, gazing into the flames that crackled and danced, occasionally accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. Why has father changed his attire? Linley was taken aback upon seeing his father in the living room, as his father usually donned simple clothing at home. Earlier during dinner, he had worn ordinary garments, but now he was clad in an opulent outfit. Hogg exuded the distinctive aura of an ancient noble, a quality not merely attainable through wealth, but one cultivated through the traditions of a venerable lineage. A family with a heritage spanning 5 millennia is incomparable to ordinary households. Hogg rose and turned, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Linley. "Linley, come with me to the ancestral hall. Uncle Shirley, you are well versed in my family's affairs. Please accompany us as well." Hogg said with a smile. The ancestral hall?" Linley exclaimed in astonishment. The entire Baruch family estate typically housed its members in the front courtyard, while the rear courtyards were often neglected and left unkempt. The only exception was the ancestral hall situated at the back, designated for venerating their forebears. This hall was still tended to monthly by someone. "It is not the time for ancestral worship. What purpose does a visit to the hall serve?" Linley pondered, filled with confusion. Upon exiting the parlor, Hogg, Linley, and the butler, Siri, who cradled Walton in his arms, traversed the moss-covered stone path, rich with history, leading towards the rear court. Yards that in the deep autumn, the night air was as cool as water as the chill wind blew. Linley involuntarily shivered, yet he remained silent, sensing the peculiar atmosphere around them. Following his father, Linley stepped into the ancestral hall. With a creak, the great door of the hall closed behind them. As a row of candles was lit within the hall, it suddenly illuminated, revealing the numerous ancestral tablets displayed at the forefront. The sheer number of tablets attested to the venerable lineage of the Baruch family. Hogg stood silently before the many tablets, not uttering a word like a T that moment. Linley felt a surge of anxiety. The only sound in the hall was the flickering of the candles, creating an eerily oppressive silence that weighed heavily on his ear. Abruptly, Hogg turned to Linley, fixing him with an intense gaze, and solemnly declared, "Linley, there are many matters to address today. Before we proceed, I must impart some important information regarding the Baruch family." Linley felt his heart racing, pounding with a rapid intensity. Family matters? What could it possibly entail? Linley felt a flicker of anticipation within, though he dared not voice it. A hint of pride graced Hogg's countenance as he proclaimed, "Linley, our Baruch family has been a lineage for 5 millennia. In the entire Finley kingdom, it is unlikely one could find another family as ancient as ours." Hogg's tone was imbued with absolute pride. Antiquity is a quality that holds great significance among the nobility. "Linley, are you aware that throughout the annals of history on the Yulan continent, there are 4 legendary ultimate warriors?" Hogg turned to gaze at Linley. Linley's eyes brightened as he nodded. "I'm aware. I have heard Uncle Hillman speak of them. The 4 legendary ultimate warriors are the Dragonblood Warrior, the Purple Flame Warrior, the Tiger Stripe Warrior, and the Undying Warrior." Hogg nodded with a satisfied smile. "Correct. Now, I shall reveal to you that these 4 ultimate warriors actually symbolize 4 ancient families, and our Baruch family is the Vene, rabble lineage that embodies the noble bloodline of the Dragonblood Warrior.
Chapter 3. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan, Part 2. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan? Linley felt a sudden buzz in his mind. In Linley's perspective, his family was merely an ancient and declining lineage. How could it possibly be associated with the legendary 4 ultimate warriors? You don't believe it? Hogar's face bore a hint of pride. "Linley, you can step closer and examine those ancestral tablets. You can read now, and on the reverse of each tablet are inscribed the deeds of our ancestors. The 3 tablets at the very top represent ancestors who were all Dragonblood warriors." Hogar took Linley's hand. "Follow me." Hogar led Linley to the far side of the numerous ancestral tablets. He lifted Linley up. "Take a good look at the inscriptions on the back." Linley widened his eyes to observe. The inscriptions on the back of the topmost tablet were deeply carved and remarkably clear. The ancient characters, bearing the weight of 5,000 years, narrated astonishing tales of heroism. Barak, the first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulan calendar, Barak faced the frost giant dragon and the black dragon at the foot of Linnan city, ultimately slaying both dragons and earning fame across the land. In 4579 of the Yulan calendar, Barak confronted the Hydra King on the coastline of the Northern Sea. On that day, tsunamis raged, cities crumbled, and after a fierce battle that lasted a day and a night, Barak finally vanquished the Hydra King, thereby establishing the Barak family, with Barak being the first-generation patriarch. Ryan Baruch, the second Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent, in the year 4690 of the Yulan calendar, vanquished and tamed a sacred domain golden dragon in the Beast Mountains, thus becoming a golden dragon paladin. In the year 4697 of the Yulan calendar, Hazard Baruch, the third Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent, born in the year 5360, made his debut in the Sunset Mountains, engaging in fierce combat against the sacred domain Beast Blood-Eyed Main Lion, ultimately defeating it and forcing it to retreat in disgrace, earning his name renowned throughout the land. Each illustrious name and each astounding feat ignited a fervor within Linley, causing his blood to surge with exhilaration. "My family is, indeed, a lineage of Dragonblood warriors?" Linley mused with great excitement. Beside him, Hogg murmured gravely, "In our Baruch family, the first 3 generations were consecutively Dragonblood warriors. Once one becomes a Dragonblood warrior, their lifespan is significantly prolonged. The second-generation patriarch, Ryan Baruch, did not take a wife and father children until he was over 700 years old. And what happened thereafter?" Linley inquired, perplexed. "Father, why is it that there are no Dragonblood warriors in our family now?" Hogg nodded in acknowledgement. "To become a Dragonblood warrior, it primarily depends on the concentration of the Dragonblood warrior bloodline within one's veins. The higher the concentration, the better. As generations pass, the concentration of the Dragonblood warrior bloodline in the descendants of the Baruch family tends to diminish. However, this is not absolute. as sometimes a descendant may unexpectedly possess a higher concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline. Approximately a millennium after the emergence of the hazed Barrack, our Barrack family welcomed its fourth Dragonblood Warrior. Then, after about 1.5 millennia and numerous generations later, our lineage bore its fifth Dragonblood Warrior. However, for over 1,000 years since, we have seen no Dragonblood Warriors arise. Hogg shook his head with a sigh. The fifth Dragonblood Warrior only graced the continent of Yulon for a mere 200 years before vanishing. Over the course of a millennium, our Barrack family has succumbed to complete decline. In the span of more than 1,000 years, even the most illustrious of families can falter. Nonetheless, there remains hope for our family. Perhaps in some future generation, a descendant may possess a sufficient concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline, meeting the criteria to become a Dragonblood Warrior. Should they attain such a condition and endure years of arduous training, they could once again elevate our Barrack family to the esteemed glory of the Dragonblood Warrior family. Hogg's eyes sparkled with fervor. Linley, you are now 6.5 years old. According to tradition, upon reaching the age of 6, the accuracy of detecting the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline significantly improves. Today, I shall conduct your assessment. Linley felt a jolt within his heart. To test the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline? To test mine? Linley understood all too well the implications of his father's actions. This assessment would determine whether he possessed the potential to become a Dragonblood Warrior. Linley, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the Dragonblood needle, Hogg said, a hint of excitement in his voice, before making his way towards the secluded chamber behind the ancestral hall. A Dragonblood Warrior? Will I become one? Linley's heart palpitated with trepidation. Standing there, Linley was in a state of disquiet, a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He harbored a fear that the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within him might fall short of the required threshold. If I fail, Father will likely be disheartened. Linley pondered. Having relied on each other since childhood, Linley was reluctant to disappoint his father. However, the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within him was beyond his control. Shortly thereafter, Hogg emerged from the secret chamber behind the ancestral hall, brandishing an exceedingly slender, transparent needle, nearly 20 centimeters in length. The Dragonblood needle? Linley surmised, recognizing the object in his father's hand. All right, Linley, this needle will merely prick your skin. It won't hurt. Extend your hand, Hogg said with a smile. Linley nodded, took a deep breath, and tentatively extended his right hand. The slight tremor in his hand betrayed his nervousness. Not only Linley, but Hogg himself was also fraught with anxiety. Bear with it, Hogg said as he gently pierced Linley's right index finger with the transparent Dragonblood needle, effortlessly breaching the skin. Linley felt a piercing pain, and the Dragonblood needle transformed from transparent to crimson. Hogg immediately trembled as he brought the Dragonblood needle before his eyes, scrutinizing it intently. Linley looked up, his eyes fixed intently on his father, a sense of unease stirring within him. Is the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within me sufficient? Why has father been gazing at that Dragonblood needle for so long? A foreboding feeling crept into Linley's heart. With a heavy sigh, Hogg set the Dragonblood needle aside. Upon hearing his father's sigh, Linley's anxiety, which had been building for some time, crystallized into despair. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Linley, why are you crying? Don't cry. Be good. Don't cry. Hogg immediately scooped Linley into his arms. Seeing his son weep, Hogg felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Linley was merely 6.5 years old. A child still. Don't cry, okay, don't cry. Linley sobbed a couple of times, struggling to hold back his tears. Father, I'm sorry. I have disappointed you. Upon hearing Linley's words, warmth flooded Hogg's heart, and he embraced Linley even tighter. Linley, do not be disheartened. I never held lofty expectations. For over 1,000 years, not a single individual from dozens of generations has become a Dragonblood Warrior. If you cannot attain it, it is of no consequence. Father does not blame you. Feeling the warmth of his father's chest, Linley began to relax. At that moment, 2.5-year-old Wotan was already fast asleep in the arms of the butler, Shirley. Linley, as it stands, the Barrack family consists of just me, you, and your younger brother. I have not harbored grand ambitions in my life. Aspiring to be a Dragonblood Warrior is a dream I no longer dare to entertain, Hogg said with a self-deprecating smile. The path to becoming a Dragonblood Warrior was fraught with challenges. Indeed, Linley gazed up at his father. Linley seldom experienced his father speaking to him in such a manner. Typically, his father exuded strength and authority. "What is this treasured inheritance you speak of? I've never heard of it," Linley inquired with curiosity. Hogg proudly responded, "The cherished heirloom of our lineage, the battle blade slaughter, was wielded by our family's first patriarch, Bebe, the very first Dragonblood warrior of the entire Yulon continent. Alas, the descendants have been unfilial. Over 6 centuries ago, due to the decline of our family, that generation's patriarch, consumed by a desire for indulgence, had the audacity to sell our family's precious inheritance." As he recounted this, Hogg's body trembled with indignation. Sold the treasured inheritance? Linley felt a surge of anger within him. Even at the tender age of 6.5, having absorbed knowledge from numerous texts, he understood that no matter the hardship, one should never part with their ancestral legacy. Moreover, according to his father, that patriarch had acted solely for his own extravagant pleasures. As a venerable family of Dragonblood warriors, it was a disgrace that their treasured inheritance had been sold. This was a humiliation, the disgrace of an ancient family of Dragonblood warriors. As the current patriarch, Hogg naturally harbored great expectations. However, the family's financial situation was dire. 18,000 gold coins? Even if they sold their ancestral home, it would be challenging to amass such a considerable fortune. With the treasured inheritance lost, this humiliation often pierced Hogg's heart, leaving him feeling ashamed and unable to face his ancestors. "You?" Hogg chuckled, affectionately ruffling Linley's hair. Hogg's heart secretly murmured, "Linda, how do you know? I once spoke this very phrase to your grandfather." After 6 centuries of relentless efforts by numerous disciples, success had remained elusive. Achieving it was far from a simple task. After all, the one capable of wielding the battle blade slaughter was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Would such an individual be willing to part with it? Even if they were, could the declining Baruch family afford the price? "Does father doubt me?" Linley gazed up at his father, perplexed. "Believe me, I do," Hogg chuckled. The father and son nestled against each other, representing the remnants of the ancient Dragonblood warrior lineage, which had dwindled to just 3 members. This once mighty family, now in decline for over a millennium, yearned to reclaim its former glory. Yet, in this very moment, Linley, cradled in his father's embrace, clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 4, Growth, Part 1. The spring breeze had turned the white poplars surrounding the vacant lot in Wushan town a vibrant green. In this space, a group of youths was fervently engaged in their training. It had been 1.5 years since the last assessment of their Dragonblood warrior lineage, and Linley was now 8 years old. Over this time, Hillman had keenly observed Linley's intensified dedication to his training. "Excellent, Linley. Persevere, persevere," Hillman encouraged from the sidelines. At this moment, Linley was clad only in long trousers, his bare upper body glistening with sweat. He lay prone on the ground, taut like a drawn bowstring, with his hands firmly pressed into the earth like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, his entire being completely still, supported solely by his hands and the tips of his toes. He was utterly taut. Static tension exercises, a remarkably simple yet effective workout. If one can maintain this state for an hour, the body becomes impervious to the usual blades and swords. Tick-tock. Sweat trickled down from Linley's forehead, sliding along the edge of his eye, causing a sharp pang in his right eye, which he instinctively squinted. Linley is truly impressive. At merely 8 years old, his static tension training rivals that of a 13 or 14-year-old. Some children nearby, who had already given up, whispered to one another while observing Linley. "Go, Lay. Cheer for us. Defeat those older kids," shouted Hadley with his golden hair, standing beside him. "Keep it up, Lay," echoed the other children. Linley shared a close camaraderie with the other youths. Although he hailed from an aristocratic lineage, he treated the common children with great kindness, often assisting them in their training. "Just a little longer, hold on," Linley repeatedly encouraged himself. "However, you do possess a disadvantage. The drawback is that as a descendant of the Dragonblood Warrior clan, you are forbidden from cultivating the martial arts tomes. The dragon blood lineage within you is only compatible with the dragon blood tome, conflicting with any other martial arts texts. Yet, the dragon blood tome can only be cultivated when the concentration of the dragon blood lineage reaches a certain threshold, thus rendering you unable to practice martial arts. Moreover, it is said that an ordinary individual, through sheer physical training, could theoretically attain the rank of a 6th-level warrior. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare in reality. Yet, we are distinct. Despite the scarcity of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within us, it grants us a head start compared to others. Through rigorous physical training alone, we can indeed cultivate ourselves to become 6th-level warriors. Your great-grandfather, in particular, once ascended to the rank of a 7th-level warrior solely through his physical prowess. Linley remembered his father's words vividly. A low roar echoed in Linley's heart. I am currently more formidable than others because of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within me. Yet, I cannot cultivate battle chi. I must strive and strive harder. If my great-grandfather could achieve the 7th level through pure physical training, then it is conceivable that I could reach the 8th level, or even the 9th. Nothing is impossible. The 8th level warrior. Achieving the 9th level would position him as the foremost expert in the Finley Kingdom. If he could attain the 8th level, even if it did not restore his family's glory from 5,000 years ago, it would significantly enhance their circumstances. Persevere. Linley gritted his teeth. At that moment, his arms ached as if countless ants were gnawing at them. His entire body trembled incessantly, with every muscle quaking vividly. The intensity of each muscle's tremor was unmistakably clear. After a prolonged struggle, finally, thud, Linley collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Such comfort, lying on the ground, completely relaxed. Linley could distinctly feel the tingling and itching sensations coursing through his body. His muscles, having undergone rigorous training, began their gradual development. While the progress might not be evident after just 1 or 2 sessions, over time, the improvements became undeniably apparent. Beside him, Hillman nodded in satisfaction. Then, Hillman cast a cold glance at the group of teenagers, aged around 14 or 15, and sternly remarked, "You all need to endure. Linley is merely 8 years old, and you are on the brink of adulthood. Do not allow yourselves to be outdone by an 8-year-old child." Indeed, the offspring of the Baruch family were unlike ordinary individuals. "Brother," the boisterous warden rushed towards Linley upon spotting him. "All right, warden, I am covered in sweat. Let me wash up first." Linley chuckled, pinching Warden's cheek affectionately. Warden huffed, "I know, after you wash up, you will have to attend lessons with father." As a noble scion, Linley was subject to rigorous education from a young age. The Baruch family, an ancient lineage with over 5,000 years of history, was even more stringent in its educational practices than the kingdom's high nobility. "All right, Warden, I will play with you at noon," Linley said with a smile. Warden was still a child, while Linley had to be considerably more mature. After washing up and donning a fresh set of clothes, Linley entered the living room, where his father, Hog Baruch, sat upright at the dining table. Before Hog lay 3 thick volumes of books. "Father," Linley greeted respectfully. Hog nodded indifferently, and Linley promptly stood beside him at a short distance. "Yesterday, I recounted the entirety of the countries on the Yulan continent to you. Now, please recapitulate," Hog stated coldly. This was the true nature of Hog. The moments when he embraced Linley back in the Zongtong were indeed rare. In ordinary circumstances, Hog's demands on Linley could be described as stern. He pursued perfection in every aspect, allowing not the slightest error from Linley. "Yes, father," Linley replied calmly. "The Yulan continent is home to 3 perilous regions. The first mountain range, the Beast Mountain Range. The second mountain range, the Setting Sun Mountain Range. And the foremost forest, the Dark Forest. Each of these treacherous areas spans an immense expanse. The Beast Mountain Range, nearly bisecting the continent from north to south, stretches over 10,000 miles, teeming with countless magical beasts, including those possessing the cataclysmic power of a saint-level beast. The presence of the Beast Mountain Range has significantly shaped the continent's overall dynamics. To the west of the Beast Mountain Range, there exist 12 kingdoms and 32 principalities. Among the numerous kingdoms and principalities located to the west, they are chiefly divided into 2 factions, one led by the Finley Kingdom, known as the Holy Alliance, and the other led by the Black Lion Kingdom, referred to as the Dark Alliance. The Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance are in constant conflict, as one aligns with the Holy See while the other is affiliated with the Dark Church. To the east of the Warcraft Mountains lies a realm of 4 grand empires, 6 kingdoms, and numerous principalities. Among these, the 4 empires stand as the most formidable, unaffected by the influences of the Holy See or the Dark Church. In these empires, imperial authority reigns supreme. Each of the 4 empires holds the potential to rival the Holy Alliance. The 4 great empires are as follows: the Yulan Empire at the center, the Rhine Empire to the southeast, the Rohr Empire to the east, and the O'Brien Empire to the north. Linley exhaled deeply after recounting this, feeling a sense of relief. Is that all? Hogg's expression turned icy. Linley was about to elaborate further, but Hogg interjected, I ask you, how many kingdoms and principalities does our Holy Alliance comprise? Our Holy Alliance consists of 6 kingdoms and 10. Linley's brow suddenly furrowed. Just how many principalities are within the Holy Alliance? Linley felt a haze clouding his memory. Perhaps it was 15 principalities or possibly 17 kingdoms. In that moment, he found himself uncertain. Humph. Hogg's demeanor grew colder as he retrieved a thorny switch from beside him, prompting Linley to obediently extend his right hand. Hogg's eye muscles twitched, and with a sharp crack, the switch struck Linley's palm. A crimson line appeared immediately on Linley's hand, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent, not even letting out a whimper. Linley, you must remember that we currently reside within the Sacred Alliance, and it is imperative to possess a profound understanding of its matters. Hogg looked coldly at his son. Across the entire Yulan continent, there are primarily 6 major powers, the 4 great empires and the 2 alliances. Linley nodded in acknowledgement. Though his father's words were succinct, they conveyed a clear understanding. The Sacred Alliance borders the O'Brien Empire to the extreme north, while the Dark Alliance adjoins the Yulan Empire to the south. Our Sacred Alliance, under the leadership of the Holy See, exhibits a unity that is scarcely inferior to that of the 4 empires. As Linley absorbed his father's discourse, he found himself in agreement. The previous day, he had perused numerous texts, and it was evident that the Sacred Alliance could be regarded as the artistic hub of the Yulan continent. Moreover, the economic standing of the Sacred Alliance was comparable to that of the foremost economic power, the Yulan Empire. Coupled with the backing of the Holy See, the Sacred Alliance indeed possessed formidable strength. Today we shall study the arts, Hogg stated icily. As a noble, one must be well-versed in artistry, for it cultivates the innate elegance of a noble's character. With that, Hogg retrieved a tome of considerable thickness from beside him and opened it. In the year 3578 of the Yulan calendar, the illustrious Prux sculptor was born. Hogg imparted his rigorous lessons, while Linley diligently memorized and comprehended, striving to meet his father's expectations. Chapter 5, Growth, Part 2. As time passed, the clock in the living room struck 11, marking the arrival of midday. Is Hogg in? A clear voice resonated, indicating that this guest had already arrived at the front courtyard of the Baruch family estate, where there was no doorman. Hogg furrowed his brow and set aside the thick volume in his hands. Linley, that will be all for today. With a faint smile, he stepped out of the living room. Oh, Hogg, my dear friend. The moment I heard the call of the silk bird that morning, I knew something delightful was in store. Indeed, I received your letter at noon, and it filled me with immense joy. My dear Philip, your presence brings me great happiness as well.
Hilman,
please bring forth the stone sculpture of the mighty lion that I had prepared. Turning to Philip, Hogg continued, Come, let us proceed to the living room. The sculpture will arrive shortly. Listening to their exchange, Linley felt a pang of sorrow. Are we to part with more family treasures? Linley was acutely aware that the stone sculpture of the mighty lion was a cherished piece belonging to his father. Yet the Baruch family, burdened by exorbitant taxes in Wushan town, found itself in dire financial straits. Fortunately, the Baruch family boasted an ancient lineage, which had bestowed upon them numerous heirlooms steeped in history. Alas, no amount of possessions could withstand the ravages of time and repeated sales. Now, the family's valuable items had dwindled significantly, prompting Linley to glance at the clock in the living room. I wonder when this clock will also be up for sale. A middle-aged man with flowing golden locks and an air of nobility entered the parlor alongside Hogg. Linley immediately surmised that this golden-haired gentleman must be Philip. Oh, This delightful young lad must be your son? Hogg, Philip remarked warmly, addressing Linley. You are Linley Baruch, correct? May I call you Linley? It is a great honor, sir, Linley replied, placing his left hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. What a charming child. Philip seemed genuinely pleased. Beside them, Hogg chuckled. Philip, do not dally with the boy. The stone sculpture of the mighty lion you have longed for has arrived. As he spoke, Hillman entered the room effortlessly cradling a stone lion, gently setting it down on the floor. The nearly 1,000-pound sculpture appeared as a mere toy in Hillman's capable hands, a testament to his formidable strength. Mr. Hillman, your prowess astounds me. I possess no guard captain of your caliber within my estate, even with dominion over 12 towns, Philip remarked with a smile, though his words carried a clear invitation for Hillman. Hillman responded coolly, Wushan Town is my hometown, sir. My apologies, Philip quickly retorted. Turning his attention back to Hogg, Philip continued, Hogg, while I appreciate this stone sculpture, I must confess that the carving technique of the mighty lion does not rank among the finest. It pales in comparison to those of the master sculptors. Philip, if you do not wish to purchase, then so be it, Hogg stated bluntly. Philip narrowed his eyes, then burst into laughter. Haha, Hogg, do not be upset. I am not saying I do not wish to buy. I am merely stating a fact. How about this? I will offer 500 gold coins for the sculpture. 500 gold coins? Hogg furrowed his brow. This price fell considerably short of Hogg's expectations, which were set at 800 gold coins. In the land of Yulan, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins, or 1,000 copper coins. Generally, an ordinary citizen earns 20 to 30 gold coins in a year. Even a common soldier in the army receives an annual salary of merely 100 gold coins. The price is too low, Hogg shook his head. Hogg, you must understand that there are countless sculptures with thousands of years of history across the Yulan continent. The true value of a sculpture lies in its artistic merit, and frankly, the artistic quality of this piece is merely something I personally appreciate. 500 gold coins is indeed my final offer. If you do not accept, then so be it. Philip smiled as he turned his gaze towards the grandfather clock in the living room, his eyes lighting up. Hogg, if you are willing to sell that clock, I would gladly offer you 1,000 gold coins. Hogg's expression immediately turned cold. Oh, 2,000 gold coins would also suffice. This is my highest offer, Philip quickly added. Hogg resolutely shook his head, stating, that clock is not for sale. As for the sculpture, I will sell it for 600 gold coins. Take it or leave it. Philip scrutinized Hogg for a moment before breaking into a smile. Very well, Hogg. I'll grant you this favor. 600 gold coins. Butler, please fetch the 600 gold coins. The butler, who had been waiting outside the living room, promptly returned with the coins, presenting them in 6 small yellow bags. 600 gold coins, Hogg. Feel free to count them, Philip said with a smile. Hogg picked up a bag and weighed it in his hand. From its heft and size, he confirmed that indeed there were 6 bags, each containing 100 coins. With a smile, Hogg nodded. Philip, why not stay and join us for lunch? Meanwhile, Philip's elderly butler arranged for 2 robust warriors to laboriously carry away the stone sculpture. Once Philip and his entourage departed, Hogg gazed at the 6 bags of gold, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. This sale of the sculpture had provided immediate relief, but what of the future? Though there were numerous items within the home, there would inevitably come a time when everything would be sold. Father, I wish to learn stone carving, Linley suddenly declared. Linley understood well that across the entire Yulan continent, renowned stone carving masters commanded prices for their works that were no less than several thousand gold coins, with some celebrated pieces fetching hundreds of thousands. It was not merely about the monetary gain. The status of those masters was exceedingly high. If I become a master stone carver, then father shall no longer need to sell our belongings. Linley thought resolutely. Stone carving? Hogg glanced at Linley with an icy demeanor. Linley, are you aware that within the entire Sacred Alliance, comprising hundreds of millions of inhabitants, at least several million have studied stone carving? Yet, true masters of this art can be counted on one hand. Moreover, without proficient mentors, achieving success through self-teaching is virtually impossible. The realm of stone carving is not one that ordinary individuals can easily enter. You may observe that the masterpieces of these stone carving masters command prices in the tens of thousands of gold coins. But what you may not realize is that the majority of stone carvers earn a mere few dozen gold coins in a year. Hogg spoke with a tone of sternness. Linley was taken aback. He had only mentioned stone carving as a means to improve their family's circumstances, not anticipating the depth of his father's response and the gravity of his tone. Enough. The ancestral hall requires tidying up as well. After lunch today, you shall attend to the cleaning, Hogg stated coldly. Yes, father, Linley replied respectfully. Hogg regarded Linley, inwardly sighing, stone carving? My child, do you know that I, too, studied stone carving for a full decade? Regrettably, my works are worth nothing. Hogg had once aspired to become a distinguished figure in the realm of stone carving, believing it would significantly elevate the family's financial standing. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of resignation. After 10 years, his creations bore no value, and the circle of stone carving masters resembled a pyramid. The renowned masters stood at the pinnacle, possessing status, with their works valued in the tens or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Chapter 6. The Dragon Ring, Part 1. As the sun descended in the west, the crimson clouds enveloped nearly half of the sky, casting a fiery glow upon the entire earth. The cleaning of the ancestral hall is indeed rather simplistic. Linley stepped out of the hall, compelled to acknowledge that he had overprepared. A task he originally estimated would take an hour was completed in merely 15 minutes. On the continent of Yulon, the year comprises 12 months, each with 30 days, and each day consists of 24 hours, with 60 minutes in every hour. Typically, nobles possess clocks to ascertain the precise time, while those of considerable wealth or high status often own exquisitely crafted pocket watches. The ancestral hall is tidied every month, and in reality, within the span of a mere month, there is hardly any dirt present. A casual wipe suffices. With nearly an hour until the evening training, what should I do? Bored, Linley glanced around. The ancient estate of Baruch boasts a history exceeding 5,000 years. The front courtyard is meticulously maintained daily, yet the expansive rear garden, aside from the ancestral hall, is filled with dust, and the other buildings and courtyards bear cracks. Chaotic weeds and vibrant green moss flourish in the corners and along the stone paths. Observing the dilapidated structures, Linley's eyes gradually sparkled with intrigue. So many areas of the rear garden have not been tended to for over a century. Could there be some ancient and valuable artifacts within? With this thought, Linley's heart began to race with excitement. If I could discover valuable items and present them to my father, he would undoubtedly be elated, Linley thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously approached the dilapidated house adjacent to the ancestral hall, treading carefully while wielding a sturdy wooden pole to clear away the cobwebs, meticulously searching for any hidden treasures. Upon entering the ancient dwelling, Linley was greeted by a musty odor, and in the corners, dense cobwebs clung, with spiders scuttling across their silken threads. Numerous cobwebs draped over the surfaces of various ornaments. Upon closer inspection, the decorations adorning the walls were indeed of a remarkably antique nature. Nevertheless, these artifacts had long succumbed to decay, barely retaining any semblance of their original forms. If only these decorations were not in such a state of ruin. If they were new, they would surely be worth a considerable sum, Linley lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He then resumed his examination of other objects, using the wooden pole to meticulously dismantle layers of cobwebs while carefully scrutinizing each item. On the floor, atop wooden racks, and along the walls, he searched for any concealed mechanisms. According to what I have read, it is quite common for walls to conceal traps, Linley remarked as he gently tapped the walls, listening intently to the sound. He relished the thrill of this treasure hunt in an ancient house. Yet he momentarily overlooked the fact that if he could conceive of such a quest, surely his father, and even his grandfather, along with the venerable ancestors of the Baruch family, would have thought of it as well. The treasures within these ancient abodes had long been sought after and thoroughly scavenged by the forebears of the Baruch clan. Linley, despite his tender age of merely 8, possesses a precocious maturity instilled by his upbringing within the family. Nevertheless, he remains significantly distant from the complexities of adult reasoning, lacking a comprehensive perspective on various matters. This ancient house is devoid of treasures. Perhaps the next one will yield better fortune. Linley remarked as he exited the first antiquated abode and proceeded towards the second. The rear courtyard is replete with numerous structures. For the residence where Linley and his family currently reside constitutes merely 1/3 of the entire estate. The expanse behind is considerably larger. He estimates that a thorough search would consume an entire day. Every ornament seems to have decayed. None appear to possess any value. Linley lamented as he stepped out of yet another ancient dwelling. Casting his gaze towards the sky, he mused, there are approximately 15 minutes remaining until evening training. Turning his attention to a particularly grand ancient house in the distance, he declared, that one shall be my focus, the largest of them all. I shall devote 10 minutes to searching it. Should I find nothing, I will promptly proceed to my training. Having made his decision, Linley hastened towards the expansive structure. This particular dwelling sprawled over a vast area, significantly larger than the living room of the front courtyard residence. Upon entering, Linley observed with keen interest, this must have been the gathering place for our Baruch family centuries ago. The decor and layout of the ancient house clearly indicated that it served as a grand and spacious parlor. Let me begin by examining the floor, he resolved. As per tradition, Linley lowered his head and widened his eyes, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Whenever he spotted something, he would tap it with a wooden rod, carefully discerning its nature. If it turned out to be merely a stone, he would promptly abandon it. With the evening training approaching, Linley hastened his search. Now, let us examine the walls and various decorations. This is my final hope, he murmured, puffing out his cheeks as he surveyed his surroundings. O ancestors of the family, I implore you to leave behind a trinket or two for me, even if it is but a small bauble. Linley scrutinized every detail, even peering behind the decayed adornments on the wall. By the side of the ancient house stood a wooden rack, adorned with drawers. Linley eagerly opened each drawer, inspecting them closely, only to find them remarkably clean and utterly devoid of contents. The only remnants were layers of dust. Alas, he sighed, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him upon inspecting the last drawer of the rack. After such a prolonged search, not a single valuable item to be found. I am left drenched in sweat and cloaked in dust, Linley lamented, glancing down at his soiled attire, which only deepened his frustration. His gaze swept across the ancient abode. With a resounding thud, the wooden rod struck the rack. This piece of furniture, steeped in history and ravaged by over a century of decay, could hardly withstand the force of the blow, creaking ominously in response. Hearing a noise, Linley instinctively turned around, and upon seeing the scene he was taken aback. Oh no, it's going to collapse. Having previously searched through several ancient houses, he had inadvertently shattered some decorative items, thus he was quite experienced in such matters. Without hesitation, Linley quickly stepped aside. The towering wooden frame, nearly twice his height, ultimately succumbed to gravity and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, splintering into several pieces and raising a cloud of dust within the ancient house. Amidst the swirling dust, Linley did not notice that, as the frame shattered, a black ring concealed within its layers fell to the ground, rolling to a stop. Phew, phew. Linley spat out a couple of times, waving his sleeve to disperse the dust. What terrible luck. I'm covered in grime. I'll need to wash up soon, especially with training coming up. I should quickly change into a fresh set of clothes. With a flick of his hand, he made his way toward the door of the ancient house. Chapter 7. The Panlong Ring, Part 2. The black ring had rolled to a position near the threshold. As Linley took 3 or 4 steps closer to the threshold, he suddenly halted, as he distinctly felt something akin to a larger pebble beneath his foot. During my earlier inspection, there was no stone near the threshold. It must be a fragment from the shattered wooden frame, Linley mused, irritation bubbling within him as he recalled the collapsed frame. He forcefully stomped down on the wooden fragment beneath his foot. According to Linley's conjecture, if it were a rotten piece of wood, it should crumble into fragments with a mere step. However, he exclaimed, "Oh, how hard is this? What lies beneath my feet?" Linley realized that the object underfoot was exceptionally solid, prompting him to lift his foot and examine it closely. He discovered a black, ring-like object lying quietly on the ground, covered in a layer of dust, appearing rather unremarkable. A ring? Linley's keen eyes sparkled with delight as he picked up the black ring from the ground. He then wiped it vigorously several times with his already grimy sleeve. Only afterward did Linley discern the true nature of this seemingly ordinary black ring. It was entirely obsidian in hue, composed of a material that resembled wood yet also bore the qualities of stone. This black ring was crafted from a substance that appeared to be a blend of wood and stone, featuring an indistinct, twisted design etched into its band. Is that an earthworm? Linley pondered, gazing quizzically at the engraving on the ring. At first glance, he instinctively believed that the twisted shape was indeed an earthworm. Chuckling to himself, Linley remarked, "The craftsmanship is truly abysmal. Even an average artisan would surpass this level of skill. Alas, what a pity that this black ring lacks even a modest diamond, let alone the more precious magical crystals. Typically, rings are adorned with diamonds or magical stones. Regrettably, this black ring was merely a solid, dark material that resembled wood and stone, devoid of any trace of diamonds or magical crystals, rendering it utterly worthless." Uncertain of the reason, Linley found himself inexplicably drawn to the black ring before him. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this was the sole treasure he had painstakingly unearthed from the ancient house. This ring is a bit too thick for my finger," he mused, contemplating how to fashion it into a pendant instead. A glimmer of inspiration struck him. At merely 8 years of age, Linley's fingers were considerably smaller than those of an adult, rendering the black ring unwearable. "What shall I name this black ring? Worm ring? No, that sounds far too unappealing." After a moment of reflection, his eyes sparkled with a new idea. That twisted form could also be considered a dragon. With a dragon coiling around the ring, I shall call it the coiling dragon ring. Although deep down Linley thought the twisted shape resembled more of a worm, he nonetheless decided upon the name Coiling Dragon Ring. "Coiling Dragon Ring," Linley exclaimed, lifting the ancient, dark ring high, his smile radiant with joy. Due to his family's financial struggles, this was the first pendant Linley had ever owned, and the fact that he had discovered it himself made him cherish it even more. "Oh no, I must hurry. The evening training session is approaching." Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Linley's heart raced as he glanced down at his dusty, grimy attire, resembling that of a beggar. This is a disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the ancient house and made a beeline for the bathing room. Splash! Linley doused himself with water, his skin radiant with a healthy tan, showcasing the aesthetically pleasing contours of well-defined muscles, a testament to his rigorous training. As the water cascaded over him, it swiftly washed away the layers of dust that clung to his body. He hurriedly rinsed off and quickly changed into a training outfit. Silk thread, silk thread. Linley urgently searched for the thread needed to wear the dragon ring. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted a tattered piece of burlap clothing. Without hesitation, he extracted a fine thread from it. Though unassuming, burlap is remarkably sturdy, and this thread proved to be quite resilient. He swiftly donned the dragon ring, fastening it securely across his chest. "I'm going to be late. It's my first time being tardy," he thought as he dashed out of the house. While running, he tucked the dragon pendant into his clothing, feeling its coolness against his chest, which uplifted his spirits. Being late once had resulted in the acquisition of the dragon ring, and Linley found himself rather pleased with the turn of events. "Master Linley, don't rush. Be careful not to trip. Lord Hillman is quite stern. Master Linley might face punishment," the townsfolk remarked. The Baruch family's benevolence towards the common folk fostered a deep affection for Linley among them. "What kind of punishment will Uncle Hillman impose on me?" Linley pondered, his mind racing as he ran, scarcely able to engage in conversation with the nearby uncles and aunts. Before long, he arrived at the open space on the eastern edge of Wushan town. At this moment, the 3 teams had gathered, and Hillman was speaking. Upon hearing Linley's footsteps, Hillman's piercing gaze instinctively turned towards him. Linda sprinted to the side of his team and came to a halt, feeling an unsettling anxiety as he awaited Hillman's command. "Today's training task has been doubled as a penalty. Return to your positions," Hillman stated matter-of-factly. "Yes." Linley responded with a proud voice, lifting his head and chest. Just as Linley was dashing towards his designated spot within the team, he suddenly exclaimed, "From the east, it's coming from the east." The tremors reverberating through the ground felt as though they were striking Linley's very heart with every thud. What colossal creature could it possibly be? Linley widened his eyes, fixating intently on the eastern horizon. Chapter 8. The Beast Raptor, Part 1. The enormous creature causing the ground to tremble had finally revealed itself. At the sight of this monstrous being, Linley and the other children were utterly paralyzed with fear, while Hillman, Rory, and Roger reacted swiftly, stepping protectively in front of the frightened youngsters, their eyes fixed warily on the formidable apparition. A level 7 magical beast. The raptor. Hillman's expression shifted dramatically, and Rory and Roger's legs quaked beneath them. Goodness, it's enormous. Is this truly the legendary beast? Linley was completely awestruck. Throughout his life, the largest creature Linley had encountered was likely the warhorse that passed through his small town, towering at nearly 6 feet. Yet, in comparison to the colossal being before him, that warhorse seemed like an infant beside a giant. The difference was staggering. A colossal figure towering 2 stories high, stretched an impressive length of 20 to 30 meters. It was a beast of legend, the velociraptor. Its entire body was adorned with massive, fiery red scales that glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. The velociraptor's legs, robust and covered in armor-like scales, were so thick that it would take 2 individuals to encircle one. Its body was a vivid crimson, save for its claws, which were a deep, cold black. Tail, nearly half the length of its body and draped in fiery scales, swept the ground like a whip, effortlessly carving deep furrows with each sweep. A low grunt emanated from the velociraptor, releasing 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, carrying a pungent scent of sulfur. Its enormous, lantern-sized eyes sparkled like diamonds, glowing a bizarre shade of red. The creature turned its massive head towards Linley and his companions, the cold red light in its gaze paralyzing them with fear. With a sound reminiscent of grinding, the velociraptor chewed, revealing 2 rows of interlocking, saw-like teeth, each gleaming white and exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines, leaving no doubt about their razor sharpness. At that moment, Linley felt as though his heart had ceased to beat, the sounds of the outside world fading into oblivion. How terrifying! Is there anyone who can withstand such a monstrous being? Linley was utterly paralyzed by fear. Upon merely gazing at the colossal beast, Linley felt utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. He firmly believed that the velociraptor, with its whip-like tail, could effortlessly reduce the sturdy stone edifices of Wushan Town to mere rubble with a single sweep. Is this Wushan Town? Suddenly, a voice, devoid of warmth, resonated from above the velociraptor. All the awestruck youths, still in a state of shock, turned their gaze towards the back of the creature. There, seated cross-legged upon the broad and robust back of the velociraptor, was a mysterious figure cloaked in purple robes. The creature's immense size rendered its back sufficiently wide for one to recline or even roll about. "Master Mage, this is indeed Wushan Town. Please let us know how we may serve you," came the voice of Hillman. Upon hearing Hillman's words, a sense of reassurance seemed to wash over the crowd, pulling them from their earlier state of paralyzing fear. Yet all remained silent, including Rory and Roger, who stood behind Hillman, their eyes wide with trepidation as they beheld the gargantuan velociraptor and the enigmatic mage in purple. "Wushan Town, it appears I have not strayed from my path," murmured the mysterious figure in purple. After that, the figure fell silent, and the velociraptor, with its chillingly large crimson eyes, cast a fleeting glance at Linley and his companions before emitting a puff of smoke from its nostrils and resuming its forward march. As the velociraptor made its way into the town, Hillman's expression shifted dramatically. "Everyone stay here," he instructed, before promptly following the colossal creature. "Uncle Rory, what is that? Is it a magical beast?" Linley was the first to inquire. Rory swallowed hard, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes, yet he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is a magical beast, a remarkably formidable one. The level 7 beast known as the Velociraptor." Velociraptor? Linley etched this name deeply into his memory. The Velociraptor, with its colossal form, impenetrable scales, razor-sharp claws, and powerful tail, exuded an aura of sheer terror. Linley was convinced that a single velociraptor could obliterate his entire town of Wushan. The velociraptor possesses astonishing defensive scales and a terrifying offensive capability. It is also adept in highly aggressive fire-based magic. Rory, trembling with trepidation, continued to explain to Linley, when faced with a beast as fearsome as the Velociraptor, even a battalion of 1,000 would be utterly annihilated. Only a coalition of level 6 and 7 warriors or mages could hope to breach its scales and inflict harm. A jolt of shock coursed through Linda. 1,000-strong battalion could be wiped out entirely? However, the true terror lies not with the Velociraptor, but with that mysterious figure in the purple robe. Rory inhaled deeply, striving to quell the anxiety swelling within him. Beside him, Roger nodded in agreement. Indeed, to tame a Velociraptor, one must earn its willing servitude, which indicates that this enigmatic figure possesses power far exceeding that of the Velociraptor. Judging by his attire, he is likely a mage. At least a level 7 mage, perhaps even an 8. Roger's fists clenched involuntarily. I never anticipated such a formidable figure would come to our midst. Linley could also sense the trepidation within his uncles Rory and Roger. A level 7 magical beast, the Velociraptor, alongside a mysterious mage whose power surpassed that of the beast, indeed sent shivers down one's spine. A mage, more potent than that Velociraptor? Linley found it hard to believe. The Velociraptor's imposing form, its tough scales, razor-sharp claws, and robust tail contrasted sharply with the diminutive stature of the enigmatic mage. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the center of Wushan town. "This is bad," Rory and Roger exclaimed in alarm. Linley and a group of youths also felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Was the Velociraptor's roar directed at Wushan town? Or was it about Uncle Hillman? No one knew. "Stay here," Rory and Roger commanded, their fear palpable, yet they dashed towards the town's center. Linley gritted his teeth. Uncle Hillman, worry for his uncle, as well as for the townsfolk, propelled him forward. At this moment, Rory and Roger were so preoccupied with the Velociraptor that they failed to notice Linley trailing behind them. In mere moments, Rory and Roger reached the town center, where Uncle Hillman was observing from a distance. "What are you doing here?" Hillman reprimanded. "Linley, what happened to you?" Rory and Roger were at a loss for words. Hillman shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Linley's tenacious nature, which made it exceedingly difficult to alter his resolve. "Very well. Remain close to me and do not wander far. While you are by my side, I possess the confidence to ensure your safety." "Thank you, Uncle Hillman. I promise I won't stray," Linley exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Hillman and his companions, positioned approximately 100 meters away from the Velociraptor, quietly gazed towards the scene of the impending conflict. Before the imposing figure of the Velociraptor stood a group of young individuals, comprising 4 men and 3 women. Chapter 9. The Beast Velociraptor, Part 2. "Captain, what is happening ahead?" Rory inquired softly of Hillman. A hint of a smile graced Hillman's lips. "The enigmatic sorcerer has encountered a disagreement with that mercenary team. We need only observe from here and refrain from intervening." Hillman himself was merely a level 6 warrior and was, in truth, hesitant to involve himself. The Velociraptor alone was beyond his capacity to confront, let alone the mysterious sorcerer. The mercenary team of 7 was not to be underestimated. Comprising 5 warriors and 2 sorcerers, the group was led by a robust man with unruly red hair, who commanded a formidable black iron bull beneath him. The iron bull's sharp, dark horns gleamed with a metallic sheen, while its crimson eyes revealed its identity as a level 5 magical beast, the bloodthirsty iron bull. With a bellow, the bloodthirsty iron bull exhaled 2 plumes of white mist from its nostrils. The mercenary squad consists of 7 members, 4 men and 3 women. Among them, the spellcasters are exclusively female, with 1 woman serving as an archer. Apart from the bloodthirsty iron bull, there is also a colossal griffin soaring through the sky, a formidable magical beast. The griffin, a level for magical creature, boasts a head resembling that of a lion, with enormous wings that exude strength. With 2 magical beasts and 2 spellcasters, this mercenary team is evidently not an ordinary one. Young ones, it would be prudent for you to surrender the Depelio Shadow Diamond. The aloof voice of the enigmatic mage resonated once more from atop the swift raptor, seated in a meditative posture. "Master Mage, we have no desire to become your adversaries. However, the Depelio Shadow Diamond is the fruit of our tireless efforts. It is valued at 100,000 gold coins. Yet you wish to acquire it for a mere 700 coins. This is simply unacceptable, stated the leader, a robust man with a striking red afro, his demeanor somber. Upon hearing this, Linley, standing beside Hillman, finally grasped the situation. It became clear that this mysterious mage sought to forcibly purchase the Depelluo Shadow Diamond, worth 100,000 gold coins, for a paltry sum of 700. Is the Depelluo Shadow Diamond truly so valuable? Linley pondered inwardly, astonished. Given its worth, it must possess significant importance. Otherwise, that enigmatic mage would not disregard their status to demand it so insistently. 700 coins for a gem valued at 100,000. No wonder the members of the mercenary squad found it impossible to acquiesce. Humph! The mysterious mage scoffed coldly. I possess merely 700 gold coins, and I am still spending them to procure items from you. If you continue to act so recklessly, not only will you be left with not a single coin, but you may also forfeit your very lives. The enigmatic sorcerer's voice grew increasingly frigid. Roar! The colossal velociraptor, towering above the structures of the town, emitted a low growl that reverberated through the houses lining the streets. Captain, the Depelluo Shadow Diamond is something we fought tooth and nail to acquire. How can we so easily relinquish it to this cowardly wretch? A woman clad in black retorted coldly. As seasoned mercenaries, the 7 of them had faced numerous trials and were not inclined to concede easily. The captain, a burly man with crimson hair, spoke in a grave tone. Esteemed sorcerer, I represent the Kilii family of the Finley Kingdom. He intended to leverage his lineage as a form of pressure. Regrettably, powerful sorcerers often possessed eccentricities and held little regard for nobility. You are courting death, the mysterious sorcerer scoffed. Be cautious. The mercenary team readied themselves with lightning speed. The 4 male warriors stood at the forefront, while the female archer drew forth a formidable composite longbow from her back. The other 2 female spellcasters began to prepare their incantations. Roar! The massive velociraptor opened its jaws wide, and a tremendous plume of fire erupted forth, hurtling directly towards the mercenary squad. As the colossal flame surged, the cobblestone street at the town center was scorched by its searing heat, causing the stones to swell, crack, and splinter. Numerous stones split apart, leaving deep fissures, and the entire surface of the cobblestone road was rendered charred black. Be cautious, murmured the crimson-haired warrior, as a vibrant aura of energy enveloped his form. The other 3 soldiers followed suit, their bodies likewise shrouded in protective energy. With a swift and powerful motion, the warrior swung his colossal sword toward the wall of a stone house adjacent to the town street. The impact was deafening, resonating with a thunderous boom as the wall crumbled entirely, sending hundreds of stones tumbling and a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the towering raptor, engulfing the 4 soldiers, whose protective auras crackled ominously. Ha! The crimson-haired warrior shouted as he pivoted and delivered a fierce kick to a stone nearly half a meter in diameter. The other 3 male warriors mirrored his actions, each kicking a large stone with formidable force. The stones soared through the air as if launched from a catapult, whistling sharply as they sped toward the enigmatic mage perched atop the towering raptor. Whoosh! 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 The massive stones were relentlessly propelled toward the mysterious sorcerer, swiftly depleting the rubble from the collapsed stone house. From a distance, Linley watched with rapt attention, his fists clenched tightly in excitement. How impressive! To dare kick such enormous stones with such ease. He mused, his admiration for the warriors deepening as he observed the 4 human catapults in action. Yet, that raptor is even more terrifying. Linley gazed at the towering velociraptor, observing as its whip-like tail lashed out with lightning speed. Crack, 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 crack. Large boulders were effortlessly shattered by the force of the tail, which posed no threat to the sorceress perched upon the creature's back. With reckless abandon, the velociraptor's tail swept through the vicinity, striking the stone houses adjacent to it. The once formidable stone walls crumbled like clay, yielding without resistance as the buildings collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending countless stones tumbling and clouds of dust swirling into the air. Amidst the swirling dust, the echoes of the velociraptor's furious roars mingled with the torrents of flame it expelled from its maw. From the outset, the 2 female sorceresses had been softly intoning ancient incantations, their pronunciation a stark deviation from the common tongue of the Yulan continent, intricate and complex. Their chant, though brief, reached its climax at last. Armor of Ice's Guardian. With a commanding utterance, the two sorceresses unleashed 2 beams of white light from their bodies, summoning a total of 4 radiant glimmers that enveloped the 4 men in a layer of crystalline, translucent armor. The leader, a burly man with fiery red hair, felt a surge of confidence at the sight of the dual protections, the armor of Ice's Guardian and the aura of battle energy. "Attack!" he bellowed, issuing the command. The 4 warriors simultaneously propelled a massive boulder, which soared through the air towards the sorcerer perched upon the back of a velociraptor. In a remarkable display of agility, the warriors sprang forth with a powerful thrust, leaping several meters into the air like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards the velociraptor with unyielding determination. Chapter 10. The Dance of the Fire Serpent, Part 1. With a thunderous roar, the velociraptor unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the surrounding area in a sea of fire. Fizz, fizz. The flames emitted from the creature scorched the warriors' surfaces. However, clad in armor imbued with the protection of ice and shielded by a barrier of fighting spirit, they could withstand the searing heat. As for the female archer, she had ascended to the back of a griffin, skillfully launching arrows from her elevated position. The bloodthirsty iron bull stood resolute, acting as an impenetrable wall to shield the 2 female sorceresses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a piercing gaze, the archer on the griffiness back maintained a steady grip, releasing 3 deadly arrows aimed directly at the enigmatic sorcerer on the velociraptor's back. Whoosh! The velociraptor's tail lashed out like a whip, moving with such speed that it surpassed the arrows, shattering the female archer's triple shot into fragments upon impact, while simultaneously sweeping towards the 4 male warriors. The sound of the tail slicing through the air sent a chill down their spines, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they instinctively evaded like agile monkeys. Yet, the motion of the tail was unpredictable, oscillating in a bewildering pattern rather than a straightforward trajectory. Boom! Among the 4 warriors, one was unable to evade in time, and the dragon's tail struck him fiercely at the waist, shattering the icy guardian armor and the aura shield in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the dragon's tail coiled tightly around the male warrior's body. "Ruga!" shouted the red-haired giant beside him, his eyes wide with desperation. "No!" Ruga also screamed in terror. With a violent shake of its massive tail, the ensnared Ruga was hurled directly into the maw of the swift dragon, which opened its gaping jaws and clamped down on Ruga with a single brutal bite. A sickening crunch echoed, followed by Ruga's agonized wail as he faced his demise. Amidst the serrated teeth of the dragon, Ruga was utterly torn apart, a chunk of his crimson thigh tumbling from the dragon's mouth, revealing the stark white bone protruding grotesquely from the severed knee. "Do not look," Hillman commanded, shielding Linley's eyes. The preceding scene was overwhelmingly gruesome. Even an adult encountering such horror for the first time would be gripped by fear. How much more so for Linley, a mere 8-year-old child. Yet, Linley had already witnessed the atrocity. Huff, huff. Linley felt as though a colossal stone were pressing upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. He could not help but gasp softly, his mind haunted by the image of the young man named Ruga being savagely devoured. The sight of the ruptured abdomen, the severed intestines, the crushed skull, and the fallen half-thigh filled Linley with a sense of suffocating dread, causing his head to spin. The ferocity of such a battle was a sight that Linley had never beheld before. It was his first encounter with the horrific spectacle of a massive raptor tearing a man apart. The image of the severed thigh plummeting to the ground was indelibly etched in his mind. Hillman, Rory, and Roger exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting concern as they regarded Linley. Could a mere 8-year-old child withstand the gruesome and blood-soaked scene? Would this harrowing experience cast a shadow over his psyche? The burdens of such a trauma, if born in youth, could inevitably stifle his future achievements. Killing is nothing, nothing at all. Linley fervently reassured himself in the depths of his mind. When I grow up and join the military, I will still have to kill. I must endure. I must endure. Linley was indeed astute. Having consumed a vast array of literature, he had a clear vision of the path he intended to follow. In the land of Yulan, it was commonplace for a man to confront the specter of life and death as he matured. Yet Linley was still a child, unacquainted with such mortal dilemmas. As he repeatedly urged himself to persevere, he gradually found that the initial shock and terror within him began to wane. Conversely, within a brief span, Linley felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. That battle was truly intense, utterly exhilarating. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the bloody and violent confrontation had ignited a fervor within his very soul, awakening a burgeoning desire, an insatiable thirst for combat and bloodshed. Could it be the bloodline of the Dragonblood Warrior? Linley pondered, uncertain. However, Linley suddenly discovered that he was, in fact, quite eager for this blood-soaked battle. He promptly stepped aside to let Hillman pass and continued to gaze at the conflict unfolding 100 meters ahead. "Linley, do not look," Hillman exclaimed, alarmed by Linley's intent to observe. "Uncle Hillman, I am not afraid," Linley replied, lifting his gaze to meet Hillman's. Hillman was taken aback upon noticing the flicker of excited crimson in Linley's pupils, and he hesitated to restrain him further. Meanwhile, Linley's attention remained fixed on the battlefield, which had now escalated to a harrowing intensity. The other three warriors, fueled by anger and despair, surged forward, targeting the enigmatic sorcerer atop the velociraptor. With a thunderous roar, the velociraptor swung its massive head around, aiming to bite one of the warriors with its enormous, gaping maw, while its razor-sharp claws slashed towards another. Simultaneously, its lightning-fast tail lashed out at the last warrior. The soldiers were compelled to alter their course. The sorcerer riding the velociraptor remained eerily still, merely whispering incantations while allowing the creature to fend for itself. "Fire serpent dance." The sorcerer's chilling voice rang out, and suddenly, 7 serpentine flames, each stretching dozens of meters long, erupted, roaring and spiraling outward in all directions. Each fire serpent appeared strikingly real, with distinct scales and an imposing size that sent shivers down spines. All onlookers were left in a state of stunned disbelief. The 8th-tier fire magic, fire serpent dance. The enigmatic sorcerer had been quietly reciting a spell, preparing to unleash the terrifying 8th-tier magic known as Dance of the Fire Serpents. This formidable incantation could summon 7 colossal fire serpents, each possessing an astonishingly devastating power capable of overwhelming even the most formidable defenses of a velociraptor. Faced with the onslaught of these fire serpents, survival was unlikely, and grievous injury was almost certain. While the mercenary squad could still contend with a 7th-tier mage, the presence of an 8th-tier sorcerer, especially one accompanied by a velociraptor, rendered their resistance utterly futile. They finally comprehended the true nature of the mysterious sorcerer. He was indeed an 8th-tier mage. "It's the dance of the fire serpents. Run!" exclaimed the burly red-haired man, his face paling in terror. The remaining 6 members of the mercenary squad were gripped by dread. There's no time left. Prepare to embrace the cleansing of death. The sorcerer's cold, maniacal voice pierced the hearts of the 6 mercenaries like a chilling dagger. Chapter 11. Dance of the Fire Serpents, Part 2. The 7 fire serpents soared through the air with remarkable speed, igniting everything in their path. The houses along the streets of the small town burst into flames, creating a scene of utter devastation. The townsfolk of Wushan, who had been observing from a distance, were filled with sorrow as they witnessed the destruction of their homes. Before the might of the 7 colossal fire serpents, the stone houses crumbled like mere toys, engulfed in flames. "We must go," cried the female archer, disregarding all else as she commanded her griffin to ascend into the sky. The fire mage, wielding control over 7 serpentine flames, found his power limited by distance. Once the female archer ventured beyond that range, she would be safe. With a hissing sound, 2 fiery serpents entwined themselves, ensnaring the 2 female mages and the bloodthirsty iron bull within their grasp. A cacophony of sizzling echoed, and Linley could even detect the acrid scent of singed hair. "Brother Kale, help!" The anguished cry of the female mage resonated from amidst the serpents. "Humph, humph," growled the bloodthirsty iron bull, its eyes a terrifying crimson, muscles contorting in a futile struggle against the serpent's constricting grip, desperately attempting to break free. Unfortunately, the binding force of each serpent was overwhelmingly formidable. "Louisa!" the red-haired giant bellowed, his voice laden with anguish. In mere moments, The two enchanting female mages and the bloodthirsty iron bull were reduced to ashes. Yet, the red-haired giant barely had time to grieve. He and two other male warriors each faced a colossal serpent, appearing as helpless infants in the presence of such overwhelming power. Even if they possessed the strength to shatter stone with a single blow, what could they do when ensnared by the serpent's body? The three warriors, enveloped by the serpents, let out piercing howls. Amidst their cries, their protective aura shattered instantaneously, and the sound of sizzling grew louder. The warriors' facial muscles convulsed and distorted, their eyes bulging in terror as the flames consumed their hair in an instant, while skin, muscle, and bone succumbed to the terrifying heat of the serpent's inferno. In a fleeting moment, these formidable warriors were reduced to mere ashes. Whoosh! The female archer breathed heavily as she finally escaped the deadly dance of fire serpents. Lucas, Louisa, Brother Kale, I shall avenge you, I swear. The female archer wept in anguish before soaring into the sky on her griffin. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the unprepared female archer, who was instantly reduced to ashes. The griffin, charred and convulsing, plummeted from the sky, crashing violently onto a civilian stone dwelling, shattering the roof and crashing into the interior. Thinking of escaping? Humph! The mysterious sorcerer uttered with a low grunt. Observing from 100 meters away, Hillman swallowed hard, a flicker of undeniable terror flickering in his heart. She is indeed an 8th-level sorceress, and a dual-element magician at that. Is that what they call the dance of fire serpents? Linley stood frozen, utterly astonished. The sight of 7 giant fire serpents soaring through the air, their flames radiating an overwhelming heat, left Linley in a state of unprecedented shock. Each massive serpent was akin in size to a velociraptor, and their ascent heralded calamity. Houses were engulfed in flames, collapsing under the inferno. In the blink of an eye, the formidable quartet of warriors, 2 sorcerers, an archer, and 2 magical beasts, had been decimated, leaving only the fate of the griffin uncertain. The 7 colossal fire serpents have vanished, yet Linley continues to feel the terrifying waves of heat pulsating around the battlefield, which has been utterly reduced to ruins. This desolate expanse, along with the relentless surge of heat, seems to narrate the ferocity of the recent clash. Remarkable, simply remarkable. In comparison to that scene, the fearsome velociraptor appears somewhat diminished. Linley's gaze suddenly shifts to the enigmatic sorcerer atop the distant velociraptor. In contrast to the creature, the sorcerer's stature is considerably more diminutive. Was it he who unleashed the dance of fire serpents? Linley finds it hard to believe that someone who seems to possess a physique smaller than Uncle Hillman could wield such a cataclysmic force. A flicker of trepidation arises within Linley as he regards the mysterious sorcerer, cloaked in violet robes from afar. Is this what it means to be a sorcerer? For the first time, Linley's understanding of sorcery crystallizes within him. Simultaneously, a profound yearning for the prowess of a formidable sorcerer stirs within Linley's heart. If only I could unleash such an attack one day. The memory of that moment ignites a fervor within him, propelling his blood to a boiling point, a state of extreme exhilaration. In this moment, Linley realizes the path that lies ahead of him, the pursuit of the pinnacle, the zenith of strength. Father. Linley suddenly spots his father, Hogg, who, as the lord of Wushan Town, is engulfed in helplessness amidst the unwarranted calamity that has befallen their home. Silence. Hogg glanced at Linley, signaling him to remain quiet. He then turned his gaze towards the sorcerer, his heart heavy with dismay. A level 8 sorcerer, and a dual-element one at that. There are scarcely any in the entire Finlai kingdom who possess greater prowess. How is it that such a formidable figure has ventured into our humble town of Wushan? Hogg could only wish for this enigmatic magician to depart swiftly, allowing Wushan to regain its tranquility. The mysterious sorcerer leaped effortlessly from the back of the velociraptor, descending from a height equivalent to 2 stories with remarkable ease. He approached the spot where the red-haired giant had perished in flames, waving his hand to stir the ashes. Before long, a diamond, shimmering with a fantastical purple hue, materialized before him. The sorcerer promptly reached down to retrieve the Depolo Shadow Diamond. Ha ha! The Depolo Shadow Diamond. I have searched for you for a decade. Who would have thought that merely passing through this quaint town would lead me to such a treasure? Ha ha, Hymens, with the Depolo shadow diamond embedded in my staff. Let us see how you dare to contend with me this time. The sorcerer's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Hogg, along with a throng of townsfolk, remained silently at a distance, too terrified to utter a sound, lest they provoke the ire of this mysterious sorcerer. Wushan town, to whom does it belong? The sorcerer suddenly inquired. Father, Linley gasped inwardly. At that moment, Hogg steeled himself and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Great sorcerer, this town of Wushan is indeed my domain. Chapter 3. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan, Part 2. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan? Linley felt a sudden buzz in his mind. To Linley, his own family appeared merely as an ancient and declining lineage. How could it possibly be associated with the legendary 4 ultimate warriors? Do you doubt it? Hogar's face bore a hint of pride. Linley, you may approach and examine those ancestral tablets closely. Now that you can read, you will find that each tablet bears the exploits of its revered ancestor inscribed on the reverse. The 3 tablets at the very top represent ancestors who were all Dragonblood Warriors. Hogar grasped Linley's hand and urged, "Follow me." He led Linley to the far side of the array of ancestral tablets, where he lifted Linley into his arms. Take a closer look at the inscriptions on the back. Linley widened his eyes in astonishment. The inscription on the reverse of the topmost tablet was deeply carved and remarkably clear. The ancient script, steeped in 5 millennia of history, recounted extraordinary deeds that resonated through the ages. Barak, the first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulan calendar, Barak confronted the Frost Giant and the Black Dragon at the gates of Linley City, ultimately vanquishing both and earning renown across the realm. In the year 4579 of the Yulan calendar, Barak faced the Hydra King on the coast of the Northern Sea. On that day, tidal waves surged, and cities crumbled. After a fierce battle lasting a day and night, Barak finally slew the Hydra King, thereby founding the Barak family, with Barak as its inaugural patriarch. Ryan Baruch, the second Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent, in the year 4690 of the Yulan calendar, vanquished and tamed a sacred domain golden dragon in the Beast Mountains, thus becoming a golden dragon paladin. In the year 4697 of the Yulan calendar, Hazard Baruch, the third Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent, born in the year 5360, made his debut in the Sunset Mountains, fiercely battling the sacred domain beast blood-eyed main lion, defeating it and sending it fleeing, earning renown throughout the realm. These illustrious names and their awe-inspiring deeds stirred Linley's blood, igniting within him a fervor of excitement. My family is, in fact, a lineage of Dragonblood warriors? Linley exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration. Beside him, Hogg spoke in a somber tone. In our Baruch family, the first 3 generations were all Dragonblood warriors. Once one becomes a Dragonblood warrior, their lifespan is significantly extended. The second patriarch, Ryan Baruch, did not wed and father children until he was over 700 years old. And what happened thereafter? Linley inquired, puzzled. Father, why is it that there are no Dragonblood warriors in our family now? Hogg nodded, explaining to become a Dragonblood warrior. It primarily depends on the concentration of the Dragonblood warrior lineage within one's veins. The higher the concentration, the better. As generations pass, the concentration of the Dragonblood lineage within the Baruch descendants tends to diminish. However, this is not an absolute rule, for occasionally, a descendant may emerge with a notably high concentration of Dragonblood lineage. Approximately a millennium after the emergence of the 4th Dragonblood warrior in the Baruch lineage, a span of about 1,500 years ensued before the 5th Dragonblood warrior graced our family. Yet, after that, for over 1,000 years until now, no Dragonblood warrior has manifested. Hogg shook his head with a sigh. The 5th Dragonblood warrior existed on the continent of Yulan for merely 200 years before vanishing into obscurity. Over the course of a millennium, our Baruch family has succumbed to utter decline. In the passage of time exceeding 1,000 years, even the most illustrious of families may face downfall. Nevertheless, our lineage still harbors hope. Perhaps in some future generation, a descendant may possess a sufficient concentration of the Dragonblood warrior's bloodline to meet the criteria for becoming one. Should that threshold be met, years of arduous cultivation could transform them into a true Dragonblood warrior. Our Baruch family could once again reclaim the glory of being the Dragonblood Warrior family. Hogg's eyes sparkled with fervor. Linley, you are now 6.5 years old. According to tradition, upon reaching 6 years of age, the accuracy of the detection of the Dragonblood Warriors' bloodline concentration significantly improves. Today, I shall conduct your assessment. Linley's heart trembled. The assessment of the Dragonblood Warriors' bloodline concentration? My own? He understood fully the implications of his father's actions. This examination would determine whether he possessed the prerequisites to become a Dragonblood Warrior. Linley, please wait a moment while I fetch the Dragonblood needle, Hogg said, his voice tinged with excitement, before making his way towards the secret chamber behind the ancestral hall. Dragonblood Warrior? Will I become a Dragonblood Warrior? Linley felt a surge of trepidation within. Standing there, Linley was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, a blend of anticipation and a hint of fear, fearing that the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within him would not meet the necessary criteria. If I fail, my father will undoubtedly be disappointed, Linley pondered. Having relied on his father and younger brother since childhood, he did not wish to let his father down. Yet, the concentration of the Dragonblood lineage was beyond his control. After a brief moment, Hogg emerged from the hidden chamber behind the ancestral hall, holding a slender, nearly 20-centimeter-long transparent needle. Dragonblood needle? Linley surmised the name, observing the needle in his father's hand. All right, Linley, this needle will merely pierce the skin gently. It won't hurt. Extend your hand, Hogg said with a reassuring smile. Linley nodded, taking a deep breath, and apprehensively extended his trembling right hand, betraying his nervousness. Not only Linley, but Hogg himself was also quite anxious. Bear with it, Hogg instructed as he gently pressed the transparent Dragonblood needle against the tip of Linley's right index finger, effortlessly piercing the skin. Linley felt a sharp pang of pain as the needle transformed from transparent to a vivid crimson. Immediately, Hogg trembled as he brought the Dragonblood needle closer to his eyes, scrutinizing it intently. Linley looked up, his eyes fixed on his father, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart. Is the concentration of the Dragonblood Warriors' lineage within me sufficient? Why has father gazed at the Dragonblood needle for so long? A foreboding feeling began to stir within him. With a sigh, Hogg set the Dragonblood needle aside. Upon hearing his father's sigh, Linley, who had been tense for quite a while, understood that his Dragonblood Warrior lineage had likely not met the required standards, and tears streamed down his face. Linley, why are you crying? Don't cry, be good, please don't cry. Hogg immediately embraced Linley, feeling a pang of sorrow for him. After all, Linley was only 6.5 years old, a mere child. Don't cry, okay, don't cry. Linley sniffled a couple of times, trying to suppress his tears. Father, I'm sorry. I've let you down. Hogg felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Linley's words and held him tightly in his embrace. Linley, don't be sad. I never had great expectations. For over 1,000 years, not a single person from several generations has become a Dragonblood Warrior. If you cannot achieve it, it is of no consequence. Father does not blame you. Feeling the warmth of his father's chest, Linley gradually relaxed. At that moment, 2.5-year-old Walton was sound asleep in the arms of the butler, Shiri. Linley, now the Baruch family consists of only you, your brother, and me. I have not set grand ambitions for my life. Becoming a Dragonblood Warrior is a dream I no longer dare to entertain, Hogg said with a self-deprecating smile. Becoming a Dragonblood Warrior was no easy feat, after all. Linley gazed up at his father. Linley seldom experienced his father's earnestness in conversation. Typically, his father exuded strength and sternness. What is the treasure of our lineage? I have never heard of it, Linley inquired with curiosity. Hogg proudly declared, the treasured weapon of our family, the battle blade slaughter, belonged to our first patriarch, Barak, the first Dragonblood Warrior of the entire Yulon continent. Alas, my unfilial descendants. Over 6 centuries ago, during a time of familial decline, the patriarch of that era, in pursuit of personal indulgence, deigned to sell our heirloom. As he spoke, Hogg's body trembled with indignation. To sell the treasure of our lineage? Linley felt a wave of anger swell within him. Even at the tender age of 6.5, He had absorbed enough knowledge to understand that no matter how dire the circumstances, one should never part with such a legacy. Moreover, the patriarch's motivations were rooted in selfish extravagance. As a descendant of an ancient lineage of Dragonblood Warriors, it was a profound disgrace for their ancestral treasure to have been sold. This was a humiliation for the venerable family of Dragonblood Warriors. As the current patriarch, Hogg harbored great expectations, yet the family's financial state was dismal. 18,000 gold coins? Even selling their ancestral home would scarcely yield such a vast sum. The absence of their treasured heirloom was a constant source of anguish and shame for Hogg, leaving him unable to face his forebears. "You?" Hogg chuckled, affectionately ruffling Linley's hair. Hogg silently mused, "Linda, how could you know? I once uttered these very words to your grandfather." After 6 centuries of relentless efforts by countless disciples, achieving such a feat was no trivial task. After all, only extraordinary individuals could possess the battle blade slaughter. Would they ever consider parting with it? Even if they did, could the declining Baruch family afford its price? Does father not believe in me? Linley gazed upward, looking at his father with a hint of confusion. "Of course I believe," Hogg chuckled warmly. The father and son nestled close together, the ancient lineage of the Dragonblood Warrior clan now reduced to these 3 members. This once mighty family, in decline for over a millennium, yearned for the day it would reclaim its former glory. Meanwhile, Linley, cradled in his father's embrace, clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 4. Growth, Part 1. The spring breeze had turned the white poplar trees surrounding the vacant lot in East Wushan town a vibrant green. In the clearing, a group of youths diligently engaged in fervent training. It had been a year and a half since the last assessment of their Dragonblood Warrior lineage, and now Linley was 8 years old. Over this year and a half, Hillman had keenly observed Linley's remarkable dedication to training. "Excellent, Linley. Keep going. Keep pushing," Hillman encouraged from the sidelines. At this moment, Linley was clad in long trousers, his bare torso glistening with sweat. He lay prone on the ground, his entire being taut like a tightly wound string, hands pressed firmly against the earth like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. He remained utterly still, supported solely by his hands and the tips of his toes, his body completely tensed. Static tension exercise, a remarkably simple yet effective workout. Should one maintain this state for an hour, the body would become impervious to ordinary blades. Tick-tock. Sweat trickled down from Linley's forehead, following the contour of his eye, causing a sharp pang in his right eye, which involuntarily squinted. Linley is truly impressive. At merely 8 years old, his static tension training rivals that of boys aged 13 or 14, remarked some children who had already surrendered, casting glances at Linley and engaging in conversation. "Go, Lay. Cheer for us and defeat those older kids," shouted Hadley, the blond boy, from the sidelines. "Cheer up, Lay," echoed the other children. Linley shared a close camaraderie with the other youths. Although he belonged to a noble family, he treated the commoners with great kindness, often assisting them in their training. "Persevere, keep going," Linley continually urged himself. "However, you do possess a disadvantage. The drawback lies in the fact that as a scion of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage, one is forbidden from cultivating the martial arts manuals of other schools. The Dragonblood lineage is solely compatible with the Dragonblood manual, rendering it incompatible with any other martial arts techniques. Moreover, one can only cultivate the Dragonblood manual if the concentration of Dragonblood within the veins reaches a certain threshold. Hence, you are unable to practice martial arts. Moreover, while an ordinary individual may theoretically attain the rank of a level 6 warrior through sheer physical training, such instances are exceedingly rare in reality. However, we are different. Despite the scarcity of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within us, it affords us a higher starting point than others. With a dedicated focus on physical development, we can indeed cultivate ourselves to become level 6 warriors. Your great-grandfather, for instance, once solely relied on his physical prowess to ascend to the rank of a level 7 warrior. Linley recalled his father's words with clarity. In his heart, Linley roared, "I am formidable compared to others because of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within me. Yet, I cannot cultivate fighting energy. I must strive relentlessly. If my great-grandfather could reach the level 7 warrior status through mere physical training, then I might very well aspire to become a level 8 warrior, or even a level 9 warrior. Nothing is beyond possibility. A level 8 warrior. Achieving the status of a level 9 warrior would position one as the foremost expert in the Finley Kingdom. Even attaining level 8 would significantly elevate my family's circumstances, if not restore the glory of 5,000 years ago. Persevere. Linley gritted his teeth. At that moment, his arms ached as though countless ants were gnawing at them, and his entire body trembled incessantly. Every muscle quivered with an unmistakable intensity. After a prolonged struggle, he finally succumbed. Thud. Linley collapsed weakly onto the ground. Extremely comfortable. Lying on the ground, completely relaxed, Linley could distinctly perceive a tingling and itching sensation coursing through his body. His muscles, having undergone rigorous training, began their gradual development. Though the progress was hardly noticeable at first, over time, the improvements became quite evident. Beside him, Zierman nodded in satisfaction. He then cast a stern glance at a group of teenagers, aged around 14 or 15, and remarked coldly, "You all must persevere. Linley is merely 8 years old, and you are on the brink of adulthood. Do not allow yourselves to be outdone by a child of such tender years." Indeed, the offspring of the Baruch family were markedly different from the average individual. "Brother," exclaimed the boisterous Wotan as he rushed toward Linley. "All right, Wotan, I'm all sweaty. Let me wash up first," Linley said, playfully pinching Wotan's cheek with a smile. Wotan huffed, "I know, brother, after you wash up, you have to go attend lessons with father." As a noble scion, Linley was well aware that noble education commenced from a young age. The Baruch family, an ancient lineage with over 5,000 years of history, was even more stringent in this regard compared to the grand nobility of the kingdom. "Very well, Wotan, I shall play with you at noon," Linley replied with a smile. Wotan was still a child, yet Linley exhibited a maturity beyond his years. After refreshing himself and donning a clean outfit, Linley entered the living room, where his father, Hog Baruch, sat upright at the dining table, flanked by 3 hefty tomes. "Father," Linley greeted respectfully. Hog nodded impassively, and Linley promptly took his place near him. "Yesterday, I recounted the entirety of the Yulan continent's nations to you. Now, reiterate them," Hog stated coolly. This was the true Hog. His embrace of Linley in the ancestral hall was a rare occurrence. Typically, Hog's expectations for Linley were exceedingly rigorous, relentlessly pursuing perfection and allowing no margin for error. "Yes, father," Linley responded composedly. "The Yulan continent harbors 3 perilous regions: the preeminent mountain range, the mountains of magical beasts; the secondary range, the Sunset Mountains; and the primeval forest, the Dark Forest. Each of these spans an immense area. The mountains of magical beasts, in particular, nearly bisect the continent from north to south, stretching over 10,000 miles. Within their depths reside countless magical beasts, even including those of the cataclysmic saint level. The continent's very structure is shaped by these mountains. West of the mountains of magical beasts lie 12 kingdoms and 32 duchies, primarily divided into 2 factions. The first is the Holy Alliance, led by the Kingdom of Finley, and the second is the Dark Alliance, led by the Black Lion Kingdom. These alliances, aligned with the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness respectively, are in perpetual conflict. To the east of the Warcraft Mountains, there exist 4 grand empires, 6 kingdoms, and numerous principalities. Among these 4 empires, the grandeur is unmatched, remaining unaffected by the influence of the Church of Light or the Church of Darkness. In the realm of these empires, imperial authority reigns supreme. Each of the 4 empires can stand in comparison to the Holy Alliance. The 4 empires are as follows: the Yulan Empire situated in the center, the Rhine Empire located in the southeast, the Roa Empire to the east, and the O'Brien Empire to the north. Linley stated in one breath, feeling a sense of relief. "Is that all?" Hog's expression turned cold. Linley was about to continue speaking, but Hog interjected directly, "I ask you, how many kingdoms and principalities does our Holy Alliance comprise?" "We have 6 kingdoms and 10. Linley suddenly furrowed his brow. How many principalities were there within the Holy Alliance? Linley felt a haze in his mind. It seemed to be 15 principalities, or perhaps 17 kingdoms. In that moment, he could not ascertain. "Humph." Hog's countenance darkened as he retrieved a thorny branch from the side. Linley obediently extended his right hand. Hog's eye muscles twitched, and with a sharp crack, the branch struck Linley's right hand. A crimson line appeared instantly on Linley's palm, yet he merely gritted his teeth in silence, not uttering a sound. Linley, remember that we now reside within the Holy Alliance, and it is imperative that we possess a profound understanding of its matters. Hog glanced coldly at his son. Across the entirety of the Yulan continent, there are fundamentally 6 principal powers, the 4 great empires and the 2 alliances. Linley nodded in agreement. Though his father's words were succinct, they conveyed a clarity that resonated deeply. The Holy Alliance shares its northern border with the O'Brien Empire, while the Dark Alliance lies to the south adjacent to the Yulan Empire. Under the guidance of the Light Holy See, our Holy Alliance exhibits a level of unity that is by no means inferior to that of the 4 great empires. Listening to his father's exposition, Linley felt a strong sense of agreement. Just yesterday he had perused numerous texts, and it was evident that the Holy Alliance could be regarded as the cultural epicenter of the entire Yulan continent. Furthermore, the economic prowess of the Holy Alliance was comparable to that of the foremost economic power, the Yulan Empire. With the Light Holy See backing it, the Holy Alliance was indeed formidable. Today we shall delve into the realm of art, Hog declared coldly. As a noble, one must be well-versed in the arts. They cultivate the intrinsic elegance of a noble spirit. He then retrieved a tome, thick as a fist, and opened it. In the year 3578 of the Yulan calendar, the great Pluxus, master of stone carving, was born. Hog imparted his rigorous teachings, while Linley diligently endeavored to memorize and comprehend, striving to meet his father's high expectations. Chapter 5. Growth, Part 2. As time flowed by, the clock in the living room chimed 11 times, marking the arrival of midday. Is Hog in? A clear voice resonated, indicating that the guest had already arrived at the front courtyard of the Baruch family estate, where no gatekeeper was present. Hog furrowed his brow, setting aside the hefty tome in his hands. Linley, that's enough for today. With a faint smile, he made his way out of the living room. Oh Hog, my dear friend, the moment I heard the call of the bougainvillea bird that morning, I knew something joyous was afoot. Sure enough, I received your letter by noon, and it filled my heart with immense joy. My dear Philip, I am equally delighted to see you. Heilman, please bring forth the stone sculpture mighty lion that I prepared. Philip, let us retreat to the living room. The sculpture will be here shortly. Listening to their exchange, Linley felt a pang in his heart. Are they truly going to sell off more of the family's possessions? He knew that the mighty lion sculpture was a cherished piece of art belonging to his father. However, the Baruch family, which had long refrained from imposing heavy taxes on Wushan town, now faced considerable financial hardship. Fortunately, the Baruch family was steeped in antiquity, possessing numerous items of historical significance. Yet, no matter how many treasures they held, they could not withstand the ravages of time and repeated sales. Now, the family's valuable possessions had dwindled to a mere few, and Linley cast a glance at the clock in the living room. I wonder when this clock will also be put up for sale. A middle-aged man with flowing golden locks and an air of aristocracy entered the parlor alongside Hog. Linley immediately surmised that this golden-haired gentleman must be Philip. Oh, this delightful young lad must be your son, Hog, Philip remarked with warmth, turning his gaze to Linley. You are Linley Baruch, correct? May I address you as Linley? It is an honor, sir, Linley replied, placing his left hand upon his chest and bowing respectfully. What a charming child. Philip appeared genuinely pleased. Hog interjected with a smile. Philip, do not jest with the boy. The stone sculpture of the mighty lion you have longed for has arrived. At that moment, Hillman entered the room effortlessly cradling a stone lion, gently placing the sculpture upon the floor. The nearly 1,000-pound sculpture seemed as light as a toy in Hillman's capable hands, a testament to his remarkable strength. Mr. Hillman, your prowess astonishes me. I have no guardian as formidable as you within my estate, despite possessing the territories of 12 towns, Philip stated with a smile, though the underlying invitation for Hillman to join him was unmistakable. Hillman replied coolly, Ushantown is my homeland, sir. My apologies, Philip quickly responded. Turning back to Hog, Philip remarked, though I admire this stone sculpture, I must confess that the craftsmanship of the mighty lion is not of the highest caliber, especially when compared to those of the master sculptors. Philip, if you have no intention of purchasing, then so be it, Hogg declared with resolute clarity. Philip squinted, a smile soon gracing his lips. Ha ha, Hogg, do not be upset. I am not saying I do not wish to buy, merely stating a fact. Therefore, I offer 500 gold coins for this stone sculpture. What do you think? 500 gold coins? Hogg furrowed his brow. This sum fell considerably short of Hogg's expectations, as he had valued the sculpture at 800 gold coins. In the land of Yulon, 1 gold coin equates to 10 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins. Generally, an average laborer earns around 20 to 30 gold coins per year, while a common soldier's annual pay amounts to approximately 100 gold coins. The price is too low, Hogg replied, shaking his head. Hogg, you must understand that there are countless stone sculptures with millennia of history across the Yulon continent. The true worth of a sculpture lies in its artistry, and this piece, frankly, holds only a modest appeal for me. 500 gold coins is indeed my highest offer. If you refuse, then so be it. With a smile, Philip turned his gaze toward the grandfather clock in the parlor, his eyes lighting up. Hogg, if you are willing to part with that clock, I would gladly offer you 1,000 gold coins. Hogg's expression instantly turned icy. Oh, 2,000 gold coins would suffice as well. This is my final offer, Philip quickly added. Hogg firmly shook his head. The clock is not for sale. As for the sculpture, I will accept 600 gold coins. Take it or leave it. Philip scrutinized Hogg for a moment before breaking into a smile. Very well, Hogg. I shall grant you this favor. 600 gold coins. Butler, fetch 600 gold coins. The butler, who had been waiting outside the parlor, promptly retrieved the coins and presented them. 6 small yellow bags, each containing 100 coins, were laid before Hogg. Here are your 600 gold coins, Hogg. Feel free to count them, Philip said with a grin. Hogg lifted the bags and, judging by their weight and volume, confirmed their contents. He nodded with a smile and said, Philip, why not stay and join us for lunch? Meanwhile, Philip's elderly butler had arranged for 2 robust warriors to laboriously carry away the stone sculpture. Once Philip and his entourage departed, Hogg gazed at the 6 bags of gold, a flicker of sorrow appearing in his eyes. This time he had sold a sculpture. What would happen next? Although there were still many items in the house, there would inevitably come a day when they would be exhausted. Father, I wish to learn stone carving. Linley suddenly exclaimed. Linley understood well that, throughout the Yulon continent, renowned stone sculptors commanded prices of at least 10,000 gold coins for their works, with some famous pieces even fetching hundreds of thousands. Beyond mere monetary value, these masters held a prestigious status. If I become a master stone sculptor, then Father will no longer need to sell our possessions, Linley thought to himself. Stone carving? Hogg cast a glance at Linley and replied coldly. Linley, do you realize that among the billions of inhabitants within the Holy Alliance, at least several million have once studied stone carving? Yet, within this vast alliance, the number of true masters of stone carving can be counted on one hand. Moreover, without a proficient mentor, achieving success solely through self-teaching is virtually impossible. The realm of stone carving is not one that ordinary individuals can easily enter. You may observe that the works of these esteemed masters fetch prices in the tens of thousands of gold coins or even higher, but are you aware that the majority of stone carving artisans earn merely a few dozen gold coins annually? Hogg's tone was markedly stern. Linley was taken aback. He had merely considered how stone carving could improve their family's situation, never anticipating his father's lengthy admonition delivered with such gravity. Enough. The ancestral hall also requires tidying. After lunch today you shall attend to the cleaning, Hogg stated coldly. Understood, Father, Linley replied with respect. Hogg gazed at Linley, yet internally he sighed. Stone carving? My child, do you know that I too pursued stone carving, dedicating a full decade to it? Alas, my creations hold no value whatsoever. Hogg had once aspired to become a prominent figure in the stone carving community, hoping that it would significantly elevate their family's financial standing. However, he felt a deep sense of resignation. After 10 years of study, his works were worthless. The hierarchy of stone carving masters resembled a pyramid. The renowned stone carving masters resided at the pinnacle, enjoying status and commanding prices for their works that could reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Chapter 6. The Dragon Ring, Part 1. As the sun descended in the west, the vibrant fiery clouds adorned nearly half the sky, casting a crimson hue upon the earth itself. The cleaning hall is indeed quite straightforward. Linley stepped out of the hall, compelled to acknowledge that he had over-prepared. A task he had anticipated would take an hour was completed in a mere 15 minutes. On the continent of Yulon, a year comprises 12 months, each month consisting of 30 days, with each day divided into 24 hours, and each hour containing 60 minutes. Generally, nobles possess a clock to ascertain precise time, while the exceedingly wealthy or those of high status may even own exquisitely crafted pocket watches. The hall is cleaned and organized every month. In reality, after just a short span of 30 days, there is hardly any dirt within the hall. A simple wipe suffices. With nearly an hour until the evening training, what shall I do? Bored? Linley surveyed his surroundings. The ancient estate of Baruch boasts a history exceeding 5,000 years. The front courtyard is tidied daily, yet the more expansive back garden, aside from the hall, is filled with dust and shows signs of neglect, with cracks appearing in the structures. Wild grasses and lush green moss have overtaken the corners and stone paths. Observing the decaying ancient buildings, Linley's eyes gradually sparkled with intrigue. So many areas of the back garden have gone unattended for over a century. Could there perhaps be ancient and valuable items hidden within? With this thought, Linley's heart began to race with excitement. If I could discover valuable items and present them to my father, he would surely be delighted, Linley mused, taking a deep breath. He then cautiously approached the dilapidated house adjacent to the ancestral hall, each step deliberate as he wielded a sturdy wooden rod to clear away the cobwebs, meticulously scanning for any treasures. Upon entering the ancient abode, Linley was immediately struck by the pungent odor of decay. In the corners, dense webs clung, with spiders scuttling across their silken threads. Numerous cobwebs enveloped the surfaces of various ornaments, and upon closer inspection, the decorations adorning the walls revealed their age. Yet these artifacts had long succumbed to rot, leaving only the faintest semblance of their former shapes. If only these decorations were not decayed, if they were new, they would certainly be worth a considerable sum. Linley sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He proceeded to examine other objects, the wooden rod deftly dismantling layers of webs as he scrutinized every item with care. He inspected the floor, the wooden shelves, and the walls for any concealed mechanisms. According to the texts, it is quite common for walls to conceal traps, he noted, gently tapping against the surfaces to gauge their sound. Linley relished the sensation of treasure hunting in an ancient house. Yet, he overlooked a crucial thought. If he could conceive of such a quest, surely his father, his grandfather, and even the more venerable ancestors of the Baruch family had not considered it? The relics within these old walls had long been sought after by the forebears of the Baruch lineage, leaving them thoroughly explored and accounted for. Linley, at the tender age of 8, despite being somewhat precocious due to his family's upbringing, still exhibited a considerable gap in maturity compared to adults, rendering his reflections somewhat superficial. This ancient house yields nothing. Perhaps the next one will, Linley declared as he stepped out of the first old dwelling and proceeded towards the second. The rear garden boasted a multitude of structures, for the estate where Linley and his family resided was merely 1/3 of the entire property. The expanse behind was far more extensive. If he were to conduct a thorough search, Linley estimated it would take him the entirety of a day. Each ornament is on the verge of decay. None of them holds any value, he remarked as he exited yet another ancient house. Gazing up at the sky, he mused, there are approximately 15 minutes remaining until evening training. Turning his gaze towards a particularly vast ancient house in the distance, he resolved, that one, the largest of them all. I shall spend 10 minutes searching it. If I find nothing, I will head straight to training. With his decision made, Linley dashed towards the grandest of the ancient houses. Its area dwarfed even that of the main hall in the front courtyard. Upon entering, he observed meticulously, I surmised that centuries ago, this was the gathering place for our Baruch family. The decor and layout of the ancient house clearly indicated it served as a grand and spacious living room. Let me begin my search on the ground, he concluded. As per the usual practice, Linley bowed his head and widened his eyes, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Whenever he spotted something, He would tap it gently with a wooden rod to discern its nature. If it turned out to be merely a stone, he would promptly abandon it. With the evening training approaching, Linley hastened his pace considerably. Now, let us begin the search of the walls and various ornaments. This is my final hope. Linley puffed out his cheeks, glancing around. Ancestors of my family, I implore you to leave me even a trinket, no matter how small. He scrutinized every corner with diligence, even peering behind the decayed decorations adorning the walls. Against the wall of this ancient abode stood a wooden frame, complete with drawers. Linley promptly opened each drawer, examining them with care, only to find them remarkably clean and utterly devoid of contents. If there was anything at all, it was merely a layer of dust. Alas, upon concluding his inspection of the last drawer, a wave of disappointment washed over Linley's heart. After such an extensive search, not a single valuable item to be found. I am left drenched in sweat and covered in dust, he lamented, glancing at his soiled attire, which only added to his frustration. Linley cast his gaze around the ancient house. Crack! The wooden rod struck the frame with a resounding impact. This frame, bearing the weight of history, had long succumbed to over a century of decay. The force of the blow elicited a series of creaks and groans from the aged structure. Hearing the sound, Linley instinctively turned to look behind him, only to be startled. Oh no, it's going to collapse. Having previously searched several ancient houses and accidentally shattered some decorative items, he was quite experienced in such matters. Without hesitation, Linley quickly stepped aside. The wooden rack, towering over him, ultimately fell with a resounding crash, shattering upon impact and scattering into several pieces, stirring up a cloud of dust within the ancient house. Amidst the swirling dust, Linley remained oblivious to the fact that a black ring, long concealed within the crevices of the rack, had tumbled down and rolled onto the ground. Cough, cough. Linley coughed a couple of times, waving his sleeve to disperse the dust. What bad luck. I'm covered in dust. I'm supposed to train shortly. I should wash up and change into a fresh set of clothes. With a swift motion of his hand, he made his way towards the entrance of the ancient house. Chapter 7. The Coiling Dragon Ring, Part 2. The black ring had rolled to a position near the threshold. As Linley took 3 or 4 steps closer to the entrance, he suddenly halted, acutely aware that his foot had landed upon something resembling a sizable stone. I didn't notice any stones here during my earlier inspection. This must be a fragment from the collapsed rack, Linley pondered, irritation swelling within him as he recalled the wreckage of the wooden structure. He gave a forceful stamp on the wooden fragment beneath his foot. According to Linley's conjecture, if it were a decayed piece of wood, it should crumble to dust at a mere step. However, oh dear, how solid is this? What lies beneath my feet? Linley sensed that the object underfoot was no ordinary hardness and promptly lifted his foot to inspect it closely. There, lying quietly on the ground, was a dark object resembling a ring, covered in a layer of dust, unremarkable in appearance. Ah, is it a ring? Linley, with keen eyes, gleefully picked up the black ring from the ground. He then vigorously rubbed it with his already soiled sleeve several times, and only then could he discern the true nature of this ring-like object. It was entirely jet black, resembling either wood or stone. The black ring was crafted from a material that appeared to be a cross between wood and stone, and it bore a faintly carved, distorted figure upon its band. An earthworm? Linley pondered, gazing at the carving on the ring. At first glance, he concluded that the twisted strip depicted was indeed an earthworm. With a chuckle, Linley mused to himself, the craftsmanship is truly abysmal. Even the most casual artist would likely surpass this skill. Alas, it is a pity that this black ring lacks even a modest diamond, let alone the more precious magical crystals. Typically, rings are adorned with diamonds or magical crystals. Regrettably, this black ring was composed solely of a dark, wood and stone-like material, devoid of any trace of diamonds or magical crystals. It was evidently worthless. Unbeknownst to him, Linley felt an inexplicable fondness for the ebony ring before him. Perhaps it was because this was the sole trophy he had painstakingly acquired during his treasure hunt in the ancient house. This ring is a tad too thick for my finger. I cannot wear it. I shall find a thread to fashion it into a pendant, Linley thought, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. At merely 8 years of age, Linley's hands were considerably smaller than those of an adult. rendering him unable to adorn himself with the black ring. What shall I name this ring? The worm ring? No, that sounds rather unappealing. He pondered for a moment before his eyes sparkled with a new idea. That twisted figure could indeed be considered a dragon. A dragon entwined upon the ring. Let's call it the coiling dragon ring. Though Linley secretly thought the contorted shape resembled a worm more closely, he resolutely named it the coiling dragon ring. Coiling dragon ring, Linley exclaimed, lifting the ancient, dark ring high with a radiant smile. Given the financial struggles of his family, this was the first pendant Linley had ever possessed, and it held even greater significance as it was a treasure he had unearthed through his own efforts, deepening his affection for it. Oh dear, I must hurry. The time for evening training is rapidly approaching. Suddenly jolted into realization, Linley felt a surge of urgency. A glance at his dusty, grimy clothes revealed he resembled a beggar. How dreadful, he thought, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the ancient house and raced toward the bathing room. Splish splash. Linley directly splashed water onto himself, his skin displaying a healthy wheat-like hue, and his physique already boasted aesthetically pleasing muscle definition, an achievement of his diligent training. As the water cascaded down, the dust covering him was swiftly washed away. With utmost urgency, he cleansed himself and hastily donned a set of training attire. Silk thread. Silk thread. Linley fervently sought the thread necessary to wear the dragon ring. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a piece of worn burlap clothing. Without hesitation, he extracted a fine thread from it. Though unassuming, the burlap was remarkably sturdy and durable. This thread proved to be quite resilient. He swiftly donned the dragon ring, securing it against his chest. I'm going to be late. It's my first tardiness, he thought, racing out of the house. As he sprinted, he tucked the dragon pendant into his clothing, feeling its chilling touch against his chest, which lifted his spirits. Though late, he had acquired the dragon ring, and this brought him joy. Master Linley, do not rush. Be careful not to trip. Lord Hillman is quite stern. Master Linley may face punishment. The Baruch family's amiable treatment of the common folk endeared Linley to them greatly. What kind of punishment will Uncle Hillman impose on me? As he raced forward, Linley's mind was preoccupied with this thought, leaving little room for conversation with the uncles and aunts beside him. In no time, he arrived at the open area on the eastern side of Wushan town. At this moment, the three teams had gathered, and Hillman was speaking. Upon hearing Linley's footsteps, Hillman cast a cold, piercing glance in his direction. Linda hurried to the side of his team and came to a halt, feeling a wave of anxiety as he awaited Hillman's command. Today's training task is doubled as a penalty. Return to your positions, Hillman stated flatly. Yes, Linley replied, lifting his head and puffing out his chest in affirmation. Just as Linley was sprinting towards his spot within the team, he suddenly sensed, from the east, is coming from the east. Linley immediately identified the direction. The thundering footsteps resonated through the ground, each tremor striking at Linley's heart like a hammer. What colossal creature could this be? Linley's eyes widened as he fixated on the east. Chapter 8. The Beast Velociraptor, Part 1. The massive creature that caused the ground to tremble made its appearance. The moment Linley and the other children laid eyes on this behemoth, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. In contrast, Hillman, Rory, and Roger reacted swiftly, positioning themselves protectively in front of the children, their vigilance directed at the imposing figure. A level 7 magical beast, the Velociraptor. Hillman's expression shifted dramatically, while Rory and Roger's legs quivered beneath them. It's enormous. Is this truly the legendary beast? Linley was left utterly astounded. Throughout his life, the largest creature Linley had ever encountered was a warhorse that passed through his small town, towering at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. Yet, in comparison to the gargantuan figure before him, the warhorse seemed no larger than an infant before a giant. The disparity was staggering. A colossal figure towering at least 2 stories high, measuring an impressive 20 to 30 meters in length. The beast, a velociraptor. Its body is adorned with vast, fiery red, rigid scales that shimmer with a cold metallic luster, instilling a sense of dread merely by gaze. The velociraptor's 4 powerful legs, cloaked in these scales, are astonishingly robust, requiring the embrace of 2 individuals to encircle even partially. The creature is enveloped in flames of red, with only its claws contrasting in a chilling, profound black. Its tail, nearly half the length of its body and draped in crimson scales, whips through the air like a lash, effortlessly carving deep furrows into the ground with each sweep. Humph! With a low grunt, the velociraptor exhaled 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, emanating a scent of sulfur. Its eyes, large as lanterns and glimmering like diamonds, glowed with an eerie crimson. The immense head of the velociraptor turned toward Linley and his companions, the cold red light in its gaze paralyzing the youths with fear. Shump, shump, the creature chewed, revealing 2 rows of interlocking teeth, resembling a saw blade, each tooth gleaming white and evoking a chilling sensation within. No one doubted their razor sharpness. Linley felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. In that moment, the cacophony of the outside world faded into silence. How terrifying! Is there anyone capable of confronting this behemoth? Linley was utterly paralyzed by fear. Merely gazing upon the colossal beast, Linley felt utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. He was convinced that the raptor's tail, reminiscent of a long whip, could effortlessly shatter the sturdy stone houses of Wushan Town with a single sweep. Is this Wushan Town? Suddenly, a voice, cold and indifferent, emanated from above the raptor. All the startled youths turned their bewildered gazes towards the back of the raptor, where a mysterious figure clad in a purple robe sat cross-legged atop its broad back. The raptor's immense size rendered its back so wide that one could lie down or even roll about upon it. Master Mage, this is indeed Wushan Town. How may I serve you? Hillman's voice resonated. Upon hearing Hillman, a sense of reassurance washed over the crowd, pulling them from their earlier state of dreadful fear. Yet, all, including Rory and Roger, remained silent, standing behind Hillman, their eyes wide with terror at the gigantic raptor and the enigmatic purple-robed mage. Wushan Town, it seems I have not taken a wrong turn, murmured the mysterious figure in purple. Afterwards, the figure fell silent, and the raptor's chilling, enormous red eyes swept over Linley and his companions before releasing 2 puffs of smoke from its nostrils and continuing its march forward. As the raptor advanced towards the town, Hillman's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone stay here, Hillman commanded before promptly trailing after the raptor. Uncle Rory, what is that? Is it a magical beast? Linley was the first to inquire. Rory swallowed hard, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes, but he nodded and replied, Indeed, it is a magical beast, a formidable one at that, the level 7 beast known as the Velociraptor. Velociraptor? Linley etched this name deeply in his mind. The Velociraptor, with its colossal frame, impenetrable scales, razor-sharp claws and powerful tail, was a sight to behold truly terrifying. Linley believed that a single velociraptor could annihilate his entire town of Wushan. The velociraptor possesses astonishing defensive capabilities due to its scales, coupled with a terrifying offensive strength. It is also adept at wielding highly aggressive fire-based magic. Rory, filled with trepidation, continued to explain to Linley, in the face of such a fearsome creature, even a 1,000-man battalion would be slaughtered without mercy. Only a coalition of level 6 and 7 warriors and mages could hope to breach its defenses. Linley felt a jolt of alarm within. A 1,000-man battalion could be wiped out completely? However, the true terror does not lie with the velociraptor, but rather with that enigmatic figure in the purple robe. Rory took a deep breath, striving to quell the anxiety that gripped him. Beside them, Roger nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, to tame the velociraptor, one must earn its willing servitude, which indicates that this mysterious figure possesses power far surpassing that of the velociraptor. Judging by his attire, he is likely a mage. At the very least, a level 7 mage, perhaps even an 8-level mage. Roger clenched his fists, astonished. I never expected such a formidable figure to arrive in our midst. Linley could sense the palpable fear emanating from his uncles, Rory and Roger. A level 7 magical beast, the Velociraptor, and a mysterious sorcerer whose power surpassed that of the Velociraptor indeed sent shivers down one's spine. A mage more powerful than that Velociraptor? Linley found it hard to believe. The Velociraptor, with its colossal, fearsome form, impenetrable scales, sharp claws, and sturdy tail, contrasted sharply with the seemingly diminutive figure of the enigmatic sorcerer. Roar! Suddenly, A furious roar erupted from the center of Wushan town. "This is bad," Rory and Roger exclaimed in alarm. Linley and the other youths felt a growing anxiety. Was the velociraptor's roar directed at Wushan town, at Uncle Zierman? No one knew. "You all stay here," Rory and Roger commanded, their fear evident, yet they sprinted towards the town center. With gritted teeth, Linley declared, "Uncle Zierman." He too felt a deep concern for Uncle Zierman and the others in town, and he followed swiftly. At that moment, the trembling Rory and Roger were completely focused on the velociraptor and failed to notice Linley trailing behind them. In mere moments, Rory and Roger reached the town center, where Uncle Zierman was watching from a distance. "What are you doing here?" Zierman reprimanded them. "Linley, what happened to you?" Rory and Roger found themselves at a loss for words. Hillman shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Linley's tenacious nature. Once he set his mind on something, it was difficult to sway him. "Very well, stay close to me and do not wander far. With you by my side, I have the confidence to ensure your safety." "Thank you, Uncle Hillman. I promise I won't stray," Linley exclaimed with delight. At this moment, Hillman and his companions, positioned approximately 100 meters away from the velociraptor, quietly observed the unfolding conflict. Before the imposing figure of the velociraptor stood a group of young individuals, 4 men and 3 women. Chapter 9. The Beast Velociraptor, Part 2. "Captain, what is happening up ahead?" Rory inquired softly of Hillman. A faint smile crept across Hillman's lips. "That enigmatic sorcerer has encountered discord with that mercenary squad. We need only to watch from here. There is no need to intervene." Hillman, being merely a 6th-level warrior, felt it prudent to refrain from involvement. The velociraptor alone was beyond his capacity to confront, let alone the mysterious sorcerer. The 7-member mercenary squad was formidable in its own right, consisting of 5 warriors and 2 sorcerers. At the forefront stood a burly man with wild red hair, accompanied by a robust black bull beneath him. The bull's sharp, dark horns gleamed with a metallic sheen, while its crimson eyes unmistakably identified it as a 5th-level beast, the bloodthirsty Iron Bull. With a bellow, the bloodthirsty Iron Bull exhaled 2 streams of mist from its nostrils. The mercenary squad comprised a total of 7 members, 4 men and 3 women. Among them, the spellcasters were exclusively female, with 1 woman serving as an archer. In addition to the bloodthirsty Iron Bull, the squad was accompanied by a colossal griffin soaring through the sky. The griffin, a level 4 magical beast, possessed a lion-like head and powerful muscular wings. With 2 magical beasts and 2 spellcasters, it was evident that this mercenary squad was no ordinary band. "Young ones, you should surrender the Deperlo Shadow Diamond," came the cold voice of the enigmatic sorceress, seated cross-legged upon the back of a velociraptor. "Master Sorceress, we do not wish to oppose you. However, this Deperlo Shadow Diamond is the result of our tireless efforts. It is worth 100,000 gold coins, yet you wish to acquire it for a mere 700 gold coins. This is simply unacceptable," replied the leader, a burly man with an explosive hairstyle, his tone serious. From a distance, Linley, standing beside Hillman, finally grasped the situation. It became clear that this mysterious sorceress sought to forcibly procure the 100,000 gold coin Deperlo Shadow Diamond for only 700 gold coins. Is the Deperlo Shadow Diamond truly so valuable? Linley mused, astonished. It must possess significant importance. Otherwise, that enigmatic sorceress would not disregard her status to insist on its acquisition. 700 gold coins for a diamond worth 100,000. No wonder the mercenary squad members found it impossible to comply. "Humph," the mysterious sorceress remarked disdainfully. "I possess merely 700 gold coins, and I am currently compelled to expend them in order to purchase from you. Should you continue to exhibit such a lack of prudence, not only will you find yourselves bereft of a single coin, but you may also forfeit your very lives." The voice of the enigmatic sorcerer grew increasingly frigid. Roar! The towering velociraptor, far surpassing the height of the town structures, emitted a low growl, its resonance causing the nearby houses to tremble. "Captain, that Deperlo Shadow Diamond is something we fought valiantly to obtain. How can we so readily relinquish it to this cowardly wretch?" A woman clad in black robes uttered coldly. As seasoned mercenaries, these 7 had encountered numerous challenges and were not inclined to yield easily. The captain, a burly man with crimson hair, spoke in a somber tone. Esteemed sorcerer, I am from the Kale family of the Finley Kingdom. He attempted to leverage his lineage as a means of intimidation. Regrettably, powerful sorcerers often possess peculiarities and exhibit little regard for nobility. You seek your own demise, the mysterious sorcerer muttered disdainfully. Be cautious. The mercenary team swiftly assumed a defensive stance, with 4 male warriors at the forefront. The female archer readied a formidable composite longbow from behind, while the other 2 female sorceresses prepared their spells. Roar! The colossal velociraptor opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged towards the mercenary squad. As the immense flames coursed through, the cobblestones of the town's central street warped, blistered, and ultimately shattered under the intense heat, fissures cracking across the stones, leaving the ground charred and desolate. Be cautious, the red-haired warrior uttered in a hushed tone, as a crimson aura enveloped his form, manifesting a fierce protective shield. The other 3 warriors likewise summoned their own shields of energy. With a swift and powerful motion, the red-haired giant swung his colossal sword towards the stone wall of a nearby cottage, producing a thunderous crash as the entire wall collapsed, sending hundreds of stones tumbling to the ground, amidst a cloud of dust that erupted into the air. Simultaneously, flames engulfed the 4 warriors, their protective shields sizzling with intensity. Ha! With a decisive movement, the red-haired warrior delivered a forceful kick to a stone nearly half a meter in diameter. The other 3 male warriors followed suit, each delivering a powerful kick to the large stones, which soared through the air as if launched from a catapult, whistling sharply as they hurtled toward the enigmatic sorcerer perched upon the back of the towering raptor. Whoosh! 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 The stones were relentlessly kicked towards the mysterious sorcerer, and in mere moments, a significant portion of the debris from the fallen cottage had been sent flying. From a distance, Linley watched with exhilaration, his fists clenched tightly. Remarkable, they dare to kick such massive stones with such ease. Linley marveled at the 4 human catapults relentlessly launching stones, his admiration for the warrior profession growing ever deeper. Yet that raptor is even more terrifying. Linley gazed at the towering velociraptor, observing its whip-like tail lash through the air with lightning speed. Crack, 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 crack. Each strike of its tail shattered large boulders effortlessly, posing no threat whatsoever to the mage perched upon the velociraptor's back. The tail of the velociraptor showed no restraint. Its sweeping arc was so vast that it struck nearby stone houses, reducing their sturdy walls to rubble as if they were mere clay. One by one, the structures collapsed with a resounding crash, sending countless stones tumbling and a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Amidst the swirling dust, the furious roars of the velociraptor echoed, accompanied by the torrents of fire it expelled from its mouth. From the very beginning, the 2 female mages had been softly chanting ancient spells, their incantations markedly different from the common tongue of the Yulon continent, intricate and challenging to pronounce. Their chanting was not prolonged, and at last, they completed their incantation. Armor of Ice's Guardian. With a commanding voice, the 2 female mages summoned 2 shimmering beams of white light that enveloped their forms, creating a total of 4 radiant glows that cloaked the 4 men in a layer of crystalline, translucent armor. The red-haired giant felt a surge of elation. With both the armor of Ice's Guardian and the protective aura of Fighting Spirit, his confidence soared. Attack! Commanded the red-haired giant with authority. The 4 warriors simultaneously propelled a massive boulder, sending 4 colossal stones hurtling toward the sorcerer perched upon the back of the velociraptor. With a powerful spring from their feet, they leaped several meters into the air, akin to arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards the velociraptor with great velocity. Chapter 10. The Dance of the Fire Serpent, Part 1. With a thunderous roar, the velociraptor unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the surrounding area into a sea of fire that extended for dozens of meters. The flames seared the surface of the 4 warriors, yet encased in their icy protective armor and bolstered by a barrier of fighting spirit, they were more than capable of withstanding the scorching blaze. Meanwhile, the female archer had ascended to the back of the griffin, launching her arrows from the sky. The bloodthirsty iron bull stood resolute, akin to a fortress wall, shielding the 2 female sorceresses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a steely gaze, The female archer on the griffin's back steadied her hands like granite and released 3 piercing arrows, aimed directly at the enigmatic sorcerer on the velociraptor's back. Swish! The velociraptor's tail lashed out like a whip, moving with such speed that it surpassed the arrows, shattering the female archer's triple shot to smithereens. In a swift motion, the tail then swept back towards the 4 male warriors. The shriek of the air being sliced by the tail's movement sent a chill down the spines of the warriors, who immediately evaded with the agility of monkeys. However, the swing of the tail was not a straightforward path. It undulated in a perplexing manner, creating an eerie unpredictability. Bang! Among the 4 warriors, one remained unable to evade in time, directly struck by the dragon's tail with a vicious blow to the waist. The icy guardian armor and the aura shield shattered almost instantaneously. Subsequently, the dragon's tail coiled tightly around the male warrior's body. "Luke!" cried out the red-haired giant beside him, his eyes wide with desperation. "No!" Luke screamed in terror. With a violent shake of its massive tail, the captured Luke was flung directly into the maw of the swift dragon. The creature opened its cavernous jaws and clamped down on Luke in one swift motion, producing a nauseating crunch accompanied by a final, agonizing howl from Luke. Under the serrated teeth of the swift dragon, Luke was brutally crushed, his severed leg plummeting from the dragon's jaws, revealing the stark white of shattered bone protruding from the knee. "Do not look," Hillman instructed, shielding Linley's eyes. The previous scene was grotesquely bloody. Even an adult would feel a chill of fear upon witnessing such horror, let alone Linley, who was merely an 8-year-old child. Yet, Linley had already witnessed it all. Ha, ha! Linley felt as though a colossal stone was pressing upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. He could not help but let out quiet gasps, his mind consumed by the horrifying image of the youth named Luke being mercilessly torn apart. The gaping stomach, the ruptured intestines, the shattered skull, the severed thigh, all of it rendered Linley breathless, his head spinning. The brutality of such a battle was a sight that Linley had never before witnessed. It was his first encounter with the horrifying scene of a colossal velociraptor tearing a man apart. The image of a severed thigh, in particular, was indelibly etched into Linley's mind. Hilmian, Rory, and Roger exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting concern as they turned toward Linley. Could a mere 8-year-old child withstand the harrowing and sanguinary spectacle? Would such an experience cast a shadow over his heart? Once a child's psyche is tainted by the horrors of battle, their future potential may be irrevocably stifled. Taking a life is nothing at all. Linley fervently reassured himself within. When I grow up and join the military, I too shall have to take lives. I must endure, I must persevere. Indeed, Linley was exceptionally intelligent. He had absorbed vast amounts of literature and understood the path that lay ahead of him. In the realm of Yulon, it is commonplace for a man to confront life and death as he matures. Yet, Linley was still a child, unacquainted with the gravitas of mortality. In this moment, he continued to counsel himself, and gradually, the overwhelming shock and fear within him began to wane. Conversely, within a brief span, Linley felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins, as if his blood were boiling with excitement. That battle was truly intense, genuinely exhilarating. For reasons unknown, the vivid brutality of the earlier conflict ignited within Linley a fervent desire, a yearning for the thrill of combat and slaughter. Could it be the bloodline of the Dragonblood Warriors? Linley pondered, uncertain. However, Linley suddenly discovered that he felt an unexpected anticipation for such a bloody battle. He stepped aside to let Hillman pass and continued to gaze at the fierce conflict that lay 100 meters ahead. "Linley, do not look," Hillman exclaimed, alarmed at Linley's lingering gaze. "Uncle Hillman, I am not afraid," Linley replied, lifting his gaze to meet Hillman's. At that moment, Hillman noticed a glimmer of excitement reflected in Linley's pupils, startling him into silence, and he refrained from further attempts to deter Linley. Meanwhile, Linley's attention remained fixed on the battlefield up ahead, where the struggle had escalated to its most brutal phase. The 3 other warriors, fueled by anger and despair, simultaneously lunged towards the mysterious mage perched upon the back of the velociraptor. With a fearsome roar, the velociraptor whipped around, its enormous maw gaping wide as it lunged to bite one of the warriors, while its razor-sharp claws swiped at another. Moreover, its lightning-fast tail lashed out at the final warrior. The fighters were compelled to alter their trajectory. The enigmatic mage upon the velociraptor remained eerily still, merely whispering incantations, allowing the creature to fend for itself. Dance of the Fire Serpents. The mage's chilling voice suddenly rang out, and 7 serpentine flames, each stretching several dozen meters in length, surged forth with a tumultuous roar, darting in all directions. Each fire serpent appeared strikingly real, their scales vividly defined, and their immense size evoked a shiver of trepidation in all who beheld them. Everyone present was rendered speechless by this spectacle. The 8th tier fire magic. Dance of the Fire Serpents. The enigmatic sorcerer had been quietly reciting a spell, preparing to unleash the terrifying 8th level magic known as the Dance of Fire Serpents. This formidable incantation could summon 7 colossal fire serpents, each possessing an astonishingly fearsome offensive capability. Even the remarkable defensive prowess of a velociraptor would falter against such a relentless assault. To face 7 fire serpents was to invite near certain annihilation or, at the very least, grievous injury. While the mercenary squad might withstand an encounter with a 7th level mage, they stood no chance against an 8th level sorcerer, especially when accompanied by a velociraptor. The truth dawned upon them. This mysterious magician was indeed an 8th level master. It's the Dance of Fire Serpents. Run! Shouted the burly man with crimson hair, his face paling in horror. The remaining 6 members of the mercenary squad were gripped by terror. There's no time left. Embrace the cleansing of death, intoned the mysterious sorcerer, his chilling, deranged voice piercing the hearts of the 6 mercenaries. Chapter 11. Dance of Fire Serpents, Part 2. The 7 fire serpents soared through the air with astonishing speed, igniting everything in their wake. Even the houses lining the streets of the small town were engulfed in flames, creating a scene of utter devastation. The villagers of Wushan Town, who had been watching from a distance, were filled with sorrow and despair as they witnessed their homes being obliterated. Before the might of the 7 colossal fire serpents, the stone houses crumbled like mere toys, consumed by the raging inferno. Let us go, the female archer cried, abandoning all else as she commandeered her griffin to ascend into the sky. The fire mage, wielding the power to control 7 fiery serpents, was bound by a distance limit. Once the female archer ventured beyond that range, she would be safe. With a hissing sound, 2 serpents entwined around the 2 female mages and the bloodthirsty iron bull, enveloping them completely. A dreadful sizzling sound filled the air as if flesh were being seared, and Linley could even detect the acrid scent of singed hair. Brother Kale, save me! The anguished scream of the female mage echoed from within the serpents. Humph! Humph! Grunted the bloodthirsty iron bull, its eyes glowing with a menacing red. Its powerful muscles twisted and writhed in desperation, attempting to break free from the serpent's grasp. But each serpent's binding force was terrifyingly immense. Louisa! Cried the burly red-haired man in a voice filled with torment and rage. In a fleeting moment, the 2 lovely female mages and the iron bull were reduced to ashes. Yet, there was no time for the red-haired warrior to mourn. He and the 2 other male fighters found themselves confronting a colossal fire serpent each, appearing as helpless as infants before such overwhelming might. Though their fists could shatter stone, what could they do when ensnared by the serpent's body? The 3 warriors were ensnared by the serpents, unleashing horrifying screams. Amidst their cries, their protective energy shields shattered instantaneously. The searing sounds of the flames intensified as the warriors' facial muscles contorted grotesquely, their eyes bulging in terror. Their hair was instantly incinerated, and their skin, muscles, and bones succumbed to the merciless heat of the serpent's flames, leaving them utterly defenseless. In mere moments, the 3 formidable warriors were reduced to nothing but ash. Whoosh! The female archer breathed heavily, having finally escaped the range of the Dance of Fire Serpents. Luca, Louisa, Brother Kale, I swear I shall avenge you, she cried out in anguish, before soaring into the sky atop her griffin. Boom! A tremendous bolt of lightning suddenly struck from above, landing squarely on the unprepared female archer, reducing her to ashes in an instant. The griffin, charred and convulsing, plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon a humble stone dwelling, shattering its roof and tumbling inside. Thinking of fleeing? Humph! The mysterious sorcerer scoffed. Watching this unfold from 100 meters away, Hillman swallowed hard, a flicker of undeniable terror gripping his heart. A level 8 sorcerer and a dual-element mage at that. Is that what they call the dance of fire serpents? Linley stood frozen, utterly astounded. The sight of the 7 colossal fire serpents soaring through the air, their flames surging like a tempest, left Linley in a state of unprecedented shock. Each massive serpent was nearly the size of a velociraptor, and their ascent heralded a calamity. Homes were consumed by flames, collapsing into ruin. In the blink of an eye, the formidable quartet of warriors, 2 mages, an archer, and 2 beasts, lay vanquished, save for the griffin, whose fate remained uncertain. The 7 colossal fire serpents have vanished, yet Linley still perceives the overwhelming and terrifying heat waves surrounding the battlefield, which has been utterly reduced to ruins. These remnants, along with the incessant surges of heat, seem to narrate the ferocious battle that just transpired. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In comparison to that scene, the fearsome raptors appeared slightly less imposing. Linley's gaze suddenly fixated on the enigmatic sorcerer perched upon the raptor's back, who, when juxtaposed with the formidable creature, appeared diminutive. Was it he who unleashed the dance of fire serpents just now? Linley found it hard to believe that someone seemingly smaller than Uncle Hillman could wield such a cataclysmic force. A hint of trepidation welled up within Linley as he regarded the mysterious sorcerer, cloaked in a violet robe from a distance. Is this what it means to be a sorcerer? For the first time, Linley gained a clear understanding of the essence of sorcery. Simultaneously, a yearning stirred within him for the prowess of such a powerful mage. If only I could unleash such an assault one day. The thought of that moment sent his blood surging with exhilaration, igniting an intense fervor within him. In this instant, Linley comprehended the path he wished to undertake in the future. The pursuit of the pinnacle, the zenith of strength. Father. Linley suddenly spotted his father, Hog. The entire town of Wushan had fallen victim to an unwarranted calamity, and as the Lord of Wushan, Hog was left with nothing but resignation in his heart. Silence. Hog glanced at Linley, signaling him to remain quiet. Then he turned his gaze towards the sorcerer, feeling a pang of despair. A level 8 mage, no less, and a dual class at that. There are hardly any who surpass him in the entire Finley kingdom. Such a figure has come to our humble town of Wushan. Hog could only hope that this enigmatic sorcerer would depart soon, allowing Wushan to return to its tranquil state. The mysterious mage leapt effortlessly from the back of the raptor, descending from a height equivalent to 2 stories. He approached the spot where the red-haired giant had been incinerated, waving his hand with a flourish. The ashes swirled, revealing a dazzling purple diamond, shimmering with an ethereal glow. The sorcerer promptly reached down to claim the Depilo Shadow Diamond. Ha ha! The Depilo Shadow Diamond. I have searched for 10 years, and yet here I am, merely passing through this quaint town, fortuitously obtaining the Depilo Shadow Diamond. Ha ha! Hemmens, with this diamond embedded in my staff, I wonder how you shall contend with me this time. Ha ha! The maniacal laughter of the sorcerer echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Hog, the noble of Wushan, along with a throng of commoners, stood at a distance, silenced by fear, too apprehensive to utter a sound lest they provoke the wrath of this mysterious mage. Wushan town, whose territory does it belong to? The sorcerer suddenly inquired. Father. Linley gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Hog had no choice but to step forward, steeling himself as he respectfully proclaimed, Great sorcerer, this town of Wushan is indeed my domain. The enigmatic mage remained shrouded in a purple cloak, rendering their features indistinguishable. With a calm demeanor, the mage remarked, This time, the losses in your town of Wushan are considerable. The members of that mercenary squad have all perished at my hands, and they carried a fair amount of gold. Though the gold may have melted due to the dance of the fire serpent, it can still be exchanged for currency. Consider it compensation for your town of Wushan. Upon hearing these words, Hog felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that this mage would not indulge in further bloodshed. I, Hog, on behalf of the town of Wushan, express my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity. Esteemed mage, Hog said, bowing respectfully. The mysterious mage nodded gently and then approached the velociraptor, which promptly knelt down, stretching its front limbs. The mage stepped gracefully onto the creature's foreleg, taking 2 steps before leaping lightly onto its back. Humph! The velociraptor snorted, releasing 2 plumes of white mist laden with the scent of sulfur. With that, the velociraptor continued its heavy-footed march, and the townsfolk of Wushan watched as the colossal creature and the enigmatic mage receded into the distance, ultimately vanishing at the end of the street. Only then did their anxious hearts begin to settle. Chapter 12. The Heart of the Strong, Part 1. With the departure of the 7th-level magical beast, the velociraptor, along with the mysterious mage, Hogg finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Siri, Hogg turned directly to the steward. Siri, immediately arrange for some individuals to extract the gold bars formed from the coins in the ashes. This mercenary squad is extraordinary, and they likely possessed considerable wealth. I hope this can compensate for the losses we have incurred in Wushan town. Hogg glanced around. What were once houses had been reduced to mere ruins. Of course, my lord, Siri replied with a nod. Hillman. Hogg turned to the man beside him and smiled. How do you feel? Hillman nodded as well. I was quite anxious and fearful. Upon witnessing the level 7 magical beast, the raptor, and that enigmatic sorcerer, I realized that our Wushan town had no capacity to defend itself. A sorcerer of the 8th level with such elevated status could whimsically obliterate our town, and I doubt anyone would dare to blame the esteemed sorcerer, let alone punish him. Sorcerers held an exceedingly high status. Even an ordinary sorcerer was regarded on par with nobility. An 8th-level sorcerer would not be required to kneel before a king. They could engage in conversation while standing. This illustrates the profound respect accorded to 8th-level sorcerers. Indeed, we should be grateful that, at the very least, no residents of Wushan town lost their lives. Hogg remarked with a smile. That is indeed a cause for gratitude, Hillman agreed, also smiling. Hillman, please assist Uncle Siri in addressing the accommodation needs of the displaced citizens. Hogg instructed. Certainly, Lord Hogg, Hillman responded affirmatively. Hogg turned around to glance behind him and, with a hint of confusion, addressed Hillman. Where is Linley? He was just here a moment ago. I have no idea. I didn't pay attention, Hillman replied, shaking his head. Hogg nodded thoughtfully. At the Baruch family estate, the residence was characterized by an abundance of houses. During the peak of the Baruch family's prosperity, hundreds of individuals had dwelt within its walls. However, the current population was significantly diminished. Even the 8-year-old Linley occupied a separate suite. In Linley's bedroom, he sat cross-legged on his bed, deep in contemplation. His mind was haunted by the terrifying imagery of the dance of the fire serpents, where 7 serpentine flames, as thick as water tanks and dozens of meters long, soared into the sky, engulfing the heavens in a tidal wave of fire. Instantly, the surroundings transformed into a sea of flames, and the formidable warriors and mages of the mercenary group were reduced to ashes in mere moments. Such power emanates from mages, Linley mused, feeling a stirring within. Although I possess the bloodline of a Dragonblood warrior, its concentration is relatively low, and this bloodline conflicts with other martial arts manuals, thereby limiting the potential for my growth as a warrior. I wonder if I might ever have the chance to become a mage. Suddenly, Linley felt a burgeoning desire to pursue the path of magic. Moreover, the raptors are truly formidable. If only I could have one of those swift raptors. The lightning-like tail of the dragon could effortlessly shatter boulders and demolish houses with a mere flick. Its colossal form resembled a massive battering ram from a battalion. Once it charged at high speed, the formidable size and the tough scales of the raptor would indeed evoke sheer terror. Magical beasts. I wonder how one can acquire a magical beast. Linley mused inwardly, harboring a desire for such a creature. Linley, what troubles you? A familiar voice inquired. Startled, Linley sprang to his feet and looked up to see his father, Hogg, gazing at him with a smile of approval. Father, Linley respectfully called out, suddenly perplexed. Why is father smiling at me? And with such a demeanor? Hogg was typically stern with Linley, seldom bestowing upon him a warm smile, especially not one as expressive as this, which left Linley thoroughly astonished. Quite commendable, Hogg remarked, his eyes gleaming with pride as he regarded Linley. You are indeed the son of our Dragonblood warrior lineage, possessing the finest qualities of a warrior. It would be truly laughable if the descendants of Dragonblood Warriors were to cower in the face of life and death, shunning the brutality of battle. At once, Linley comprehended that his father was referring to the gruesome scene where the raptor had mercilessly crushed Luca, yet he had remained unfazed. Linley, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Father, did you witness it?" The commotion caused by the raptor was too great for me to ignore. As soon as the raptor arrived in our Wushan town, I made my way out, albeit from a different direction. I observed your interaction with Hillman quite clearly, Hogg affirmed with a nod. Linley chuckled softly. At that moment, aside from an initial surge of terror, he later found himself invigorated, filled with a fervent desire for battle, almost bloodthirsty. Linley began to wonder if it was perhaps a result of his lineage as a Dragonblood warrior. Hogg remarked with a smile, "Linley, has the overwhelming impact of today left you so astounded that you forgot to have dinner?" "Dinner?" Linley was taken aback. Just then, his stomach let out a timely growl, reminding him that he had gone to partake in the evening training, only to be sidetracked by the encounter with the velociraptor and the mysterious magician. Yet, Linley's mind was consumed by the soul-stirring dance of the fire serpent and thoughts of the velociraptor. "Father, may I inquire whether it is possible for the descendants of our Dragonblood warrior lineage to become magicians?" Linley's hands instinctively clenched the bed sheet, his gaze fixed intently on his father. Hogg paused for a moment, then understood. It seemed that his son aspired to become a magician. "It is possible," Hogg nodded affirmatively. Joy flickered in Linley's eyes. Hogg gestured for Linley to calm down before continuing, "Linley, throughout our family's history, there have been magicians, yet only 2 in total. You should understand that magicians place immense value on talent. Typically, among 10,000 individuals, only one has the opportunity to become a magician, merely 1 in 10,000. The hope is rather faint, so do not harbor overly lofty expectations." However, Linley shook his head. Chapter 3. The Dragonblood Warrior Clan, Part 2, The Dragonblood Warrior Clan? Linley felt a sudden buzz in his mind. To Linley, his family seemed merely an ancient, dilapidated lineage. How could it possibly be associated with the legendary 4 ultimate warriors? "Do you doubt it?" A hint of pride adorned Hogg's face. "Linley, you can approach and examine those ancestral tablets closely. Now that you can read, you will see that each tablet's reverse side is inscribed with the deeds of our forebears. The 3 tablets at the very top represent ancestors who were all Dragonblood warriors." Hogg took Linley's hand. "Follow me." He led Linley to the far side of the array of ancestral tablets. Lifting Linley, Hogg urged him, "Look closely at the inscriptions on the back." Linley widened his eyes in astonishment. The inscription on the topmost tablet was deeply carved and remarkably clear. The ancient script, which had endured for 5 millennia, narrated astonishing tales of heroism. Beric, the first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulan calendar, Beric faced the Frost Dragon and the Black Dragon beneath the walls of Linen City, ultimately slaying both and earning his place in history. In 4579 of the Yulan calendar, Beric confronted the Hydra King on the northern coast of the continent. That day, a relentless tsunami ravaged the land, and cities crumbled. After a fierce battle lasting a day and a night, Beric finally vanquished the Hydra King, establishing the Beric family, with Beric as the first patriarch. Ryan Baruch, the second Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent, in the year 4690 of the Yulan calendar, triumphed over and tamed a sacred domain golden dragon in the Warcraft Mountains, thus becoming a golden dragon paladin. In the year 4697 of the Yulan calendar, Hazard Baruch, the third Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent, born in the year 5360 of the Yulan calendar, fought valiantly in his first battle at the Sunset Mountains against the sacred domain beast, the blood-eyed Main Lion, defeating it and forcing it to flee, earning renown across the realm. Each illustrious name and each astounding feat ignited a fervor within Linley's veins. "My family is, indeed, a lineage of Dragonblood warriors?" Linley exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Beside him, Hogg spoke in a somber tone. In the Baruch family's first 3 generations, each was a Dragonblood warrior. Once one becomes a Dragonblood warrior, their lifespan extends remarkably. The second-generation patriarch, Ryan Baruch, did not wed and sire children until he was over 700 years old. And what of the subsequent generations? Linley inquired, puzzled. Father, why is it that there are no Dragonblood Warriors in our family now? Hogg nodded. To become a Dragonblood Warrior primarily depends on the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within one's veins. The higher the concentration, the better. As generations pass, the concentration within the Baruch family tends to diminish. However, this is not absolute, as occasionally a descendant may emerge with a notably high concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage. Approximately a millennium after the events of Hazed Barak, our Barak family welcomed the fourth Dragonblood Warrior. Then, another 1,500 years passed, spanning several generations, before the emergence of the fifth Dragonblood Warrior. However, for more than 1,000 years since then, we have seen no Dragonblood Warriors. Hogg sighed and shook his head. The fifth Dragonblood Warrior existed on the continent of Yulon for merely 2 centuries before vanishing. Over the course of 1,000 years, our Barak family has completely fallen into decline. In the passage of time exceeding a millennium, even the most illustrious family can witness its downfall. Nonetheless, there remains hope for our lineage. Perhaps in some future generation, a descendant's bloodline may possess the requisite concentration to become a Dragonblood Warrior. Should they meet that condition, years of arduous training could transform them into a true Dragonblood Warrior, allowing our Barak family to reclaim the former glory of the Dragonblood Warrior family. Hogg's eyes gleamed with fervor. Linley, you are now 6.5 years old. According to tradition, the assessment of Dragonblood Warrior bloodline concentration becomes quite accurate at this age. Today, I shall conduct the test for you. Linley's heart skipped a beat. Testing the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline? Testing mine? He understood well the significance of his father's actions. This assessment would determine whether he possessed the potential to become a Dragonblood Warrior. Linley, wait a moment. I will fetch the Dragonblood needle, Hogg said, his excitement palpable, before making his way toward the secret chamber behind the ancestral hall. Dragonblood Warrior? Will I truly become a Dragonblood Warrior? Linley felt a tumult of emotions within him. Standing there, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety, mingled with anticipation and a hint of trepidation, fearing that the concentration of the Dragonblood lineage within him might fall short of the requirements. If I fail, my father will undoubtedly be very disappointed, Linley pondered. Having grown up alongside his father and younger brother, he wished to avoid disappointing his father. Yet, the concentration of the Dragonblood lineage was beyond his control. Moments later, Hogg emerged from the secluded chamber behind the ancestral hall, holding a slender, nearly 20-centimeter-long transparent needle. Is that the Dragonblood needle? Linley surmised, gazing at the instrument in his father's hand. All right, Linley, this needle will merely pierce the skin lightly. It won't hurt. Extend your hand, Hogg said with a reassuring smile. Linley nodded, taking a deep breath, and apprehensively extended his trembling right hand, a clear testament to his nervousness. Not just Linley, but even Hogg himself was quite anxious. Bear with it, Hogg instructed as he gently pierced the Dragonblood needle into Linley's right index finger, effortlessly breaking the skin. Linley felt a sharp pang of pain as the needle transformed from transparent to a vivid crimson. Hogg immediately trembled as he brought the Dragonblood needle closer to his eyes, examining it intently. Linley tilted his head, gazing intently at his father, a sense of unease stirring within him. Is the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline within me sufficient? Why has father been staring at the Dragonblood needle for so long? A foreboding feeling crept into Linley's heart. With a sigh, Hogg set the Dragonblood needle aside. Upon hearing his father's sigh, Linley, who had been tense for quite some time, realized that his Dragonblood Warrior bloodline had undoubtedly not met the required standards, and tears streamed down his face. Linley, why are you crying? Do not weep, my dear, do not cry, Hogg exclaimed as he immediately lifted Linley into his arms. Observing his son's tears, Hogg felt a pang of heartache. After all, Linley was only 6.5 years old, a mere child. Don't cry, okay, don't cry, Linley sniffled, forcing back his tears. Father, I'm sorry. I have disappointed you. Upon hearing Linley's words, Hogg felt a warmth envelop his heart, and he embraced Linley tightly. Linley, do not be disheartened. Father did not harbor great expectations. For over 1,000 years, Not a single one among dozens of generations has become a Dragonblood warrior. If you do not succeed, it is of no consequence. Father does not blame you. Feeling the warmth of his father's chest, Linley gradually began to relax. At that moment, the 2.5-year-old Wotan had already fallen asleep in the arms of the butler, Shiri. Linley, the Baruch family now consists only of me, you, and your younger brother. I have not aspired to much in my life. Becoming a Dragonblood warrior is a dream I no longer dare to cherish, Hogg said with a self-deprecating smile. Becoming a Dragonblood warrior is no easy feat. Linley gazed up at his father. Linley seldom encountered his father speaking to him in such a manner. Typically, his father exhibited an aura of unwavering strength and sternness. What is the treasure of inheritance? I have never heard of it, Linley inquired with curiosity. Hogg replied with pride, the heirloom of our family, the battle blade slaughter, was wielded by the first patriarch of the Baruch family, Baruch, the first Dragonblood warrior of the entire Yulon continent. Alas, the descendants have been unfilial. Over 6 centuries ago, due to the family's decline, that generation's patriarch, in pursuit of his own lavish pleasures, disgracefully sold our family's treasured heirloom. At this point, Hogg's body trembled with indignation. Sold the heirloom? Linley felt a surge of anger within him. Even at the tender age of 6.5, having read numerous books, he understood that no matter how dire the circumstances, one should never part with a treasure of inheritance. Moreover, according to his father, that patriarch had acted solely for his own selfish indulgence. As a lineage of ancient Dragonblood warriors, it was a disgrace that the family's heirloom had been sold. This was a humiliation, the humiliation of the ancient Dragonblood warrior family. As the current patriarch, Hogg naturally harbored great expectations. Yet, the family's financial situation was exceedingly bleak. 18,000 gold coins? Even selling the ancestral home would scarcely yield such a vast fortune. The loss of the heirloom weighed heavily on Hogg's heart, a source of pain and shame, rendering him unable to face his ancestors. You? Hogg chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Linley's hair. Hogg's heart silently mused. Linda, how do you know? I once uttered these very words to your grandfather. The relentless efforts of over 6 centuries of disciples have yielded no success. How could it be so easily achieved? After all, the individual who possesses the battle blade slaughter is undoubtedly extraordinary. Would they even consider selling it? Even if they did, would the declining Baruch family be able to afford such a price? Does father not believe in me? Linley queried, tilting his head to gaze at his father with confusion. Of course, I believe, Hogg chuckled. The father and son nestled against each other, remnants of the ancient Dragonblood warrior lineage, now reduced to just these 3 members. This venerable family, once glorious over a millennium ago, now wonders when it might reclaim its former splendor. Meanwhile, lying in his father's embrace, Linley clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 4, Growth, Part 1. The spring breeze has turned the poplar trees surrounding the vacant lot in the eastern part of Wushan town a vibrant green. In the open space, a group of young boys fervently engaged in their training. It had been a year and a half since the last assessment of their Dragonblood warrior lineage, and Linley was now 8 years old. Over this year and a half, Hillman has keenly observed that Linley's dedication to training has intensified remarkably. Very well done, Linley. Keep it up. Keep it up, Hillman encouraged from the sidelines. At this moment, Linley wore only long trousers, his bare torso glistening with sweat. He lay prone on the ground, his body taut like a tightly wound spring, with hands firmly pressed against the earth, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. He remained utterly still, supported solely by his hands and the tips of his toes, every muscle in his body completely tensed. Static tension training, an exceedingly simple yet remarkably effective exercise. If one can maintain this state for an hour, their body shall fear not the commonplace blades of the world. Tick-tock. Sweat trickled down from Linley's forehead, gliding along the edge of his eye, causing a sharp pang of discomfort in his right eye, which involuntarily squinted in response. Linley is truly impressive. At merely 8 years of age, his static tension training rivals that of 13 or 14-year-olds, remarked some children who had already given up, exchanging glances as they observed him. Go lay. Cheer for us. Overcome those older kids, shouted Hadley, the golden-haired boy, from the sidelines. "Keep it up, Lei," echoed the other children in unison. Linley shared a deep camaraderie with the other youths. Although he belonged to a noble lineage, he treated the commoners with remarkable kindness, often assisting them in their training endeavors. "Persevere just a bit longer," Linley encouraged himself repeatedly. "Yet you possess a disadvantage. The drawback lies in being a descendant of the Dragonblood Warrior clan, which prohibits the cultivation of any other martial arts manuals. The dragon blood within you is only compatible with the Dragon Blood Manual, rendering you incompatible with any other martial arts texts. However, the Dragon Blood Manual can only be cultivated when the concentration of dragon blood reaches a certain threshold, thus impeding your ability to practice martial arts. Moreover, while an ordinary individual may theoretically attain the status of a level 6 warrior through sheer physical training, such occurrences are exceedingly rare in reality. However, we are distinct. Even though the bloodline of the Dragonblood Warriors within us is relatively scarce, it grants us an advantage from the outset. Through dedicated physical training alone, we can indeed cultivate ourselves to the level of a 6-star warrior. Your great-grandfather, in fact, once achieved the remarkable feat of reaching a level 7 warrior solely through physical prowess. Linley recalled his father's words with clarity. In his heart, Linley roared, "I am stronger than others because of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage within me. Yet, I am unable to cultivate combat energy. I must strive and strive again. If my great-grandfather could attain the level of a 7-star warrior through mere physical training, then it stands to reason that I could aspire to become an 8-star warrior, or even a 9-star warrior. Nothing is impossible. An 8-star warrior. Becoming a 9-star warrior would deem one the foremost expert in the Finley Kingdom. If I could achieve the status of an 8-star warrior, even if it does not restore our family's former glory from 5,000 years ago, it would significantly enhance our circumstances. Persevere." Linley gritted his teeth. At that moment, his arms ached as if countless ants were gnawing at him. His entire body trembled incessantly, with every muscle quivering distinctly. Each tremor resonated with clarity, a vivid reminder of his exertion. After a considerable duration, at last, thud, Linley collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. Such comfort, Linley mused, lying on the ground, completely relaxed. He could distinctly feel a tingling and itching sensation throughout his body. After undergoing rigorous training, his muscles began their gradual development. While the progress was imperceptible after 1 or 2 sessions, over time, the improvements in his physique became markedly evident. Beside him, Hillman nodded in satisfaction. Then, Hillman cast a stern glance at the group of boys, aged around 14 or 15, and said coldly, "You all need to hold on. Linley is only 8 years old, and you are nearing adulthood. Do not allow yourselves to be outdone by an 8-year-old child." Indeed, the offspring of the Baluk family were distinctly different from ordinary individuals. "Brother," exclaimed the boisterous Woden, rushing towards Linley. "All right, Woden, I'm all sweaty. Let me wash up first," Linley replied with a smile, pinching Woden's cheek playfully. Woden huffed, "I know, brother, after you wash up, you will have to attend your lessons with father." As a noble scion, Linley was well aware that noble education commenced at a young age. The Baluk family, an ancient lineage with over 5,000 years of history, maintained a more rigorous educational standard than the kingdom's prominent aristocrats. "All right, Woden, I will play with you at noon," Linley assured him with a grin. Woden was still a child, while Linley exhibited a maturity beyond his years. After washing up and donning a fresh set of clothes, Linley entered the living room, where his father, Hogg Baluk, sat upright at the dining table. Before Hogg lay 3 thick volumes of books. "Father," Linley greeted respectfully. Hogg nodded with an air of indifference, and Linley promptly positioned himself a short distance away from Hogg. "Yesterday, I recounted the entirety of the nations on the Yulan continent to you. Now, repeat it back to me," Hogg stated coldly. This was the true essence of Hogg. The rare moments when he embraced Linley in the Zongtong were exceptional. Typically, Hogg's expectations of Linley were nothing short of stringent. He pursued perfection relentlessly, allowing not a hint of error from Linley. "Yes, father," Linley replied calmly. The Yulan continent encompasses 3 perilous regions: the first mountain range, the Beast Mountain Range; the second mountain range, the Sunset Mountain Range; and the foremost forest, the Dark Forest. These three treacherous areas span vast expanses. The Beast Mountain Range nearly bisects the continent from north to south, stretching over 10,000 miles, teeming with countless magical beasts, including those with the cataclysmic powers of a sacred domain beast. The entire continent's dynamics have been shaped significantly by this Beast Mountain Range. To the west of the Beast Mountain Range, there exist 12 kingdoms and 32 principalities. Among these numerous realms to the west, two factions have emerged. One is the Holy Alliance, led by the Finley Kingdom. The other is the Dark Alliance, spearheaded by the Black Lion Kingdom. The Holy Alliance, aligned with the Church of Light, stands in constant conflict with the Dark Alliance, which is associated with the Church of Darkness. To the east of the Warcraft Mountains, there lie 4 grand empires, 6 majestic kingdoms, and numerous principalities. Among these 4 empires, the most formidable ones remain unaffected by the influences of the Holy See or the Dark Church. In these empires, imperial authority reigns supreme, and any one of them could rival the Holy Alliance in stature. The 4 great empires are the Yulan Empire located centrally, the Rhine Empire in the southeast, the Roa Empire to the east, and the O'Brien Empire in the north. Linley spoke this in one breath, feeling a sense of relief. Is that all? Hogg's expression turned icy. Linley was about to continue, but Hogg interjected, I ask you, how many kingdoms and principalities are there in our Holy Alliance? Our Holy Alliance comprises 6 kingdoms and 10. Linley's brow suddenly furrowed. How many principalities are there within the Holy Alliance? Linley felt a sense of confusion, as if there were 15 principalities, or perhaps 17 kingdoms. In that moment, he was unable to ascertain. Hogg's expression darkened as he retrieved a thorny whip from the side, prompting Linley to obediently extend his right hand. The muscles around Hogg's eyes twitched, and with a sudden crack, the whip struck Linley's right hand. A crimson line appeared on the palm of Linley's hand, yet he merely gritted his teeth and endured, not uttering a sound. Linley, you must remember that we currently reside within the Holy Alliance, and it is imperative that we possess the most profound understanding of its matters. Hogar gazed coldly at his son. Across the entirety of the Yulan continent, there are predominantly 6 major forces, the 4 great empires and the 2 formidable alliances. Linley nodded in acknowledgement. Though his father articulated this simply, it illuminated the truth with undeniable clarity. The Holy Alliance is situated in the far north, bordering the O'Brien Empire, while the Dark Alliance lies to the south, adjacent to the Yulan Empire. Our Holy Alliance, under the leadership of the Light Tribunal, exhibits a level of unity that rivals that of the 4 great empires. As Linley absorbed his father's words, he felt a profound sense of agreement. The previous day he had perused numerous texts, and it was evident that the Holy Alliance could be regarded as the artistic epicenter of the entire Yulan continent. Moreover, the economic stature of the Holy Alliance stands on par with that of the foremost economic power, the Yulan Empire. Furthermore, with the Light Tribunal's support, the Holy Alliance indeed possesses immense power. Today we shall delve into the realm of art, Hogar stated icily. As a noble, one must be well-versed in the arts, for it cultivates the intrinsic grace of nobility. He then retrieved a tome, thick as a fist, and opened its pages. In the year 3578 of the Yulan calendar, the illustrious Fluxus, master of stone carving, was born. Hogar lectured sternly from the side, while Linley diligently endeavored to memorize and comprehend, striving to meet his father's lofty expectations. Chapter 5. Growth, Part 2. As time flowed by, the clock in the living room chimed 11 times, marking the arrival of noon. Is Hogg in? A melodious voice resonated, indicating that this guest had already reached the front courtyard of the Baruch family estate, which lacked any gatekeepers. Hogg furrowed his brow, setting aside the voluminous tome in his hands. Linley, that will be all for today. With a faint smile, he proceeded toward the entrance of the living room. Oh, Hogg, my dear friend. That morning, upon hearing the call of the bougainvillea bird, I sensed that a joyous event was imminent. Indeed, shortly after, I received your letter, and it filled me with immense delight. My dear Philip, it brings me great joy to see you as well. Hilman, please bring forth the stone sculpture mighty lion that I had prepared. Philip, let us retire to the living room. The sculpture will arrive momentarily. Listening to their exchange, Linley felt a pang of sorrow within. Are they to part with more of the family's possessions? Linley knew that the stone sculpture Mighty Lion was a piece that his father cherished dearly. However, the Baruch family, burdened by exorbitant taxes from Wushan town, was currently in dire financial straits. Fortunately, the Baruch lineage was ancient, and thus possessed numerous items steeped in history. Regrettably, no matter how many treasures they held, they could not withstand the ravages of time and repeated sales. Presently, the family's valuable possessions were alarmingly scarce, and Linley couldn't help but glance at the clock in the living room. I wonder how long it will be before this clock is sold as well. A middle-aged man with flowing golden hair, exuding an air of nobility, entered the drawing room alongside Hogg. Linley immediately deduced that this golden-haired gentleman must be the one referred to as Philip. "Oh, this delightful boy must be your son, Hogg," Philip remarked warmly, directing his gaze towards Linley. "Linley Baruch. Am I correct? May I address you as Linley?" "It is an honor, sir," Linley replied, placing his left hand over his chest and bowing respectfully. "What a charming child." Philip seemed genuinely pleased. Hogg, standing nearby, chuckled. "Philip, do not tease the boy. The stone sculpture of the mighty lion that you have longed for has finally arrived." At that moment, Hillman entered the room effortlessly carrying a stone lion sculpture, before gently placing it on the ground. The nearly 1,000-pound sculpture appeared as a mere toy in Hillman's capable hands, a testament to his formidable strength. "Mr. Hillman, your prowess astounds me. I have no guard captain as formidable as you within my estate, despite holding dominion over 12 towns," Philip remarked with a smile, though the underlying intent of his invitation to Hillman was unmistakable. Hillman replied coldly, "Wushan town is my hometown, sir." "My apologies," Philip quickly responded. Philip turned to Hogg, saying, "Hogg, while I truly admire this sculpture, I must admit that the carving technique of the mighty lion is not of the highest caliber, especially when compared to those of the master sculptors." "Philip, if you do not wish to purchase, then so be it," Hogg stated succinctly. Philip's eyes narrowed momentarily before he broke into laughter. "Haha, Hogg, do not be upset. I am not saying I do not wish to buy. I am merely stating a fact. How about this? I offer 500 gold coins for the sculpture." 500 gold coins? Hogg's brow furrowed. This price fell significantly short of Hogg's internal expectation, which was set at 800 gold coins. In the land of Yulon, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins. Typically, an ordinary citizen earns about 20 to 30 gold coins in a year. Even a common soldier in the army receives an annual salary of approximately 100 gold coins. "The price is too low," Hogg replied, shaking his head. "Hogg, you must understand that there are countless sculptures with a history spanning thousands of years across the entire Yulon continent. The true value of a sculpture lies in its artistry, and the artistic merit of yours, well, it merely appeals to my personal taste. 500 gold coins is indeed my highest offer. If you refuse, then so be it." Philip smiled and turned his gaze to the grandfather clock in the living room, his eyes lighting up. "Hogg, if you are willing to sell that clock, I would gladly offer 1,000 gold coins." Hogg's expression immediately turned cold. "Oh, 2,000 gold coins would also suffice. This is my final offer," Philip quickly added. Hogg shook his head resolutely. "The clock is not for sale. As for the sculpture, I will accept 600 gold coins. Take it or leave it." Philip observed Hogg for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Very well, Hogg. I shall grant you this favor. 600 gold coins. Steward, please bring forth the 600 gold coins." The steward, who had been waiting just outside the drawing room, promptly retrieved the coins and presented them. 6 yellow bags, each filled to the brim. 600 gold coins, Hogg. "Feel free to count them," Philip said with a grin. Hogg lifted the bags, and judging by their weight and size, he confirmed they indeed contained 6 bags of coins, each holding 100 pieces. Hogg smiled and nodded. "Philip, why not stay and join us for lunch?" Meanwhile, Philip's elderly steward had arranged for 2 sturdy warriors to laboriously carry away the stone sculpture. Once Philip and his entourage departed, Hogg gazed at the 6 bags of coins, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. This time he had sold a sculpture. But what about next time? Although there were many possessions at home, there would inevitably come a time when everything would be exhausted. "Father, I wish to learn stone carving," Linley suddenly declared. Linley understood well that throughout the Yulon continent, renowned stone carving masters had works valued at no less than tens of thousands of gold coins, with some even reaching hundreds of thousands. Such mastery not only commanded wealth but also conferred high social standing. If I become a master of stone carving, then father shall no longer need to sell our belongings, Linley thought to himself. Stone carving? Hogg shot Linley a glance, his tone frosty. Linley, do you have any idea that among the billions of inhabitants in the Holy Alliance, at least several million have dabbled in stone carving? Yet, within this vast alliance, the true masters of stone carving can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, without a skilled mentor, achieving success in this art independently is nearly impossible. The realm of stone carving is not one that can be easily entered by the average individual. You may only see the masterpieces of stone carving masters valued at tens of thousands of gold coins or more, but do you realize that the majority of stone carvers earn merely a few dozen gold coins in an entire year? Hogg's tone was decidedly stern. Linley was taken aback. He had merely thought that stone carving could improve their family's circumstances, not anticipating his father's lengthy admonition and stern demeanor. Enough now. The ancestral hall requires tidying up. After lunch today you shall attend to the cleaning, Hogg stated coldly. Yes, father, Linley replied with respect. Hogg gazed at Linley, but within he sighed. Stone carving? My child, do you know that I too studied stone carving for a full decade? Alas, my creations are worth not a single coin. Hogg once aspired to become a master in the stone carving realm, believing it would significantly enhance the family's financial situation. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After a decade of study, his works were valueless. The circle of stone carving masters resembled a pyramid, with renowned masters perched atop, enjoying status and creating pieces worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Chapter 6. The Dragon Ring, Part 1. As the sun descended in the west, the horizon was ablaze with crimson clouds that adorned nearly half the sky, casting a fiery glow upon the earth below. The cleaning of the temple is indeed quite simple. Stepping out of the temple, Linley could not help but acknowledge that his preparations had been overly meticulous. A task he had anticipated would take an hour was accomplished in a mere 15 minutes. On the continent of Yulon, the year consists of 12 months, each comprising 30 days, with 24 hours in a day and 60 minutes in an hour. Nobles typically possess grand clocks to ascertain the precise time, while those of considerable wealth or high status may even own exquisitely crafted pocket watches. The temple is cleaned every month. In truth, there is hardly any dirt to be found after such a brief period. Just a casual wipe suffices. With nearly an hour remaining until the evening training, what shall I do? Bored, Linley glanced around. The Baruch estate boasts a history of over 5,000 years. The front yard is tidied daily, yet the expanse of the back garden remains untouched, with buildings and courtyards, aside from the temple, shrouded in dust and showing signs of decay. Wild grasses and vibrant green moss have overtaken the corners and stone pathways. Observing the ancient and dilapidated structures, Linley's eyes began to sparkle with intrigue. So many areas of the back garden have not been tended to in over a century. Could there be ancient and valuable treasures hidden within? With this thought, Linley's heart began to race with exhilaration. If I could discover valuable items and present them to my father, he would surely be elated. Linley took a deep breath and cautiously made his way towards the dilapidated house adjacent to the ancestral hall, stepping carefully as he held a sturdy wooden pole in hand to clear away the cobwebs, meticulously searching for any treasures. Upon entering the ancient dwelling, Linley was greeted by a pungent odor of decay. In the corner, dense cobwebs clung to the walls, where spiders scuttled about. Numerous webs draped over various ornaments, revealing that the embellishments on the walls were of considerable antiquity. Yet those adornments had long succumbed to rot, barely retaining their shapes. If these ornaments had not decayed and were pristine, they would undoubtedly hold substantial value, Linley lamented, shaking his head in resignation before continuing to examine other artifacts. With each sweep of his wooden pole, he meticulously removed layers of cobwebs, scrutinizing every object with care. On the floor, on the wooden shelves, or along the walls, he searched for any concealed mechanisms. As described in the texts, it is quite common for walls to conceal traps, Linley remarked, gently tapping on the walls and listening intently to the sounds they produced. He relished the thrill of this treasure hunt in the ancient house. Yet Linley overlooked a critical thought. While he could conceive of seeking treasures in this forsaken abode, could his father or even his grandfather and the ancestors of the Baluk family not have considered it as well? The treasures within these ancient walls had likely been thoroughly sought after by the forebears of the Baluk lineage long ago. At merely 8 years of age, Linley, despite the early maturity instilled by his family's upbringing, still exhibited a considerable gap when compared to adults, leading to a somewhat limited perspective in his contemplations. This ancient house yields nothing. I shall proceed to the next, Linley declared as he exited the first antiquated dwelling and made his way toward the second. The rear garden was replete with numerous structures. After all, the front courtyard where Linley and his companions resided constituted merely 1/3 of the entire estate. The area behind was significantly more expansive. Linley estimated that a thorough search would require an entire day. Each ornament is on the verge of decay, and not a single valuable item remains, Linley remarked as he stepped out of yet another ancient house. Glancing up at the sky, he mused, there are approximately 15 minutes remaining until evening training. Turning his gaze toward a particularly large ancient house in the distance, he resolved, that shall be the one, the largest of them all. I will dedicate 10 minutes to search it. Should I find nothing, I shall immediately head to training. With his decision made, Linley sprinted toward the grand edifice. This structure sprawled over a larger area than the living room of the front courtyard residence. Upon entering, Linley observed with keen interest, this must have been the dining hall for our Baruch family centuries ago. The decor and layout of the ancient house indicated that it indeed served as a spacious and dignified living room. Let us begin by examining the floor, he concluded. As per tradition, Linley kept his head bowed and his eyes wide open, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Whenever he spotted something, he would tap it with a wooden rod to discern its nature. If it turned out to be merely a stone, he would promptly abandon it. With the evening training approaching, Linley hastened his search. Now I shall examine the walls and various ornaments. Ah, my last glimmer of hope. Linley puffed his cheeks, gazing around. Ancestors of my family, do leave me a trinket or two, even if it is but a small bauble. He scrutinized every corner, even peering behind the decaying decorations on the walls. By the edges of the ancient house stood a wooden rack adorned with drawers. Linley swiftly opened each drawer, inspecting them closely, yet they were astonishingly clean, devoid of any contents. If there was anything at all, it was merely dust. Alas, after inspecting the final drawer of the wooden rack, a wave of disappointment washed over Linley. After such an extensive search, I have found nothing of value, and I am left drenched in sweat and covered in dust. Linley glanced at himself, acknowledging his grimy appearance, which stirred a sense of frustration within him. His gaze swept across the ancient dwelling. Crack! The wooden rod struck the rack with a solid thud. This rack, steeped in history and weakened by over a century of decay, creaked ominously under the impact of the blow. Hearing a sound, Linley instinctively turned around, only to be startled. Oh no, it's going to collapse. Having previously searched several ancient houses, he had inadvertently shattered some decorative items, thus gaining considerable experience. Without hesitation, Linley swiftly stepped aside. The towering wooden frame, taller than Linley himself, ultimately succumbed to gravity, crashing down with a resounding thud. The frame shattered into several pieces, sending a cloud of dust swirling through the ancient house. Amidst the rising dust, Linley remained oblivious to the fact that a black ring, hidden within the layers of the wooden frame for an indeterminate time, fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Linley coughed 2 or 3 times, waving his sleeve to disperse the dust. What bad luck. I've gotten dust all over me. I suppose I need to wash up soon, especially since training is approaching. I should quickly change into a fresh set of clothes. With a flick of his hand, Linley made his way toward the entrance of the ancient house. Chapter 7. The Panlong Ring, Part 2. The black ring had rolled to a position near the threshold. As Linley took 3 or 4 steps closer to the threshold, he suddenly halted, for he distinctly felt something beneath his foot, something akin to a rather large pebble. That stone wasn't here during my earlier inspection. It must be a fragment from the collapsed wooden frame. Linley mused, irritation swelling within him as he recalled the crumbling structure. He forcefully pressed his foot down upon the fragment beneath him. According to Linley's conjecture, if it were a rotten wooden block, it should crumble into fragments with a mere step. However, oh dear, how solid is this? Linley realized that what lay beneath his feet was no ordinary hardness, prompting him to lift his foot and examine it closely. He discovered a black, ring-like object lying quietly on the ground, cloaked in a layer of dust, utterly unremarkable. A ring? Linley's keen eyes sparkled with delight as he picked up the black ring from the ground. He then vigorously wiped it with his already soiled sleeve several times, and only then did he discern the true nature of this seemingly black ring. It was entirely jet black, its material reminiscent of wood yet also akin to stone. This black ring was crafted from a substance that appeared to be a blend of wood and stone, and upon the band there was an intricately carved, albeit very faint, distorted figure. An earthworm? Linley pondered, gazing at the carving on the ring. At first glance, he instinctively believed that the twisted, elongated shape represented an earthworm. With a chuckle, Linley muttered to himself, the craftsmanship is truly poor. Even a random person would likely surpass this skill. Alas, what a pity! This black ring doesn't even boast a precious diamond, let alone the more valuable magical crystals. Typically, rings are adorned with diamonds or magical crystals. Regrettably, this black ring was composed solely of a dark material resembling wood and stone, with not even a shadow of diamonds or magical crystals in sight. Clearly, it was worth next to nothing. Uncertain of the reason, Linley felt an inexplicable affection for the black ring upon sight. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it was the sole trophy obtained after exerting tremendous effort in his treasure hunt within the ancient house. This ring is slightly broader than my finger. I cannot wear it. I shall find a thread to tie it and fashion it into a pendant. Linley's eyes sparkled with inspiration. At merely 8 years of age, Linley's hands were considerably smaller than those of an adult, rendering him unable to wear the black ring. What shall I name this black ring? Worm ring? No, that sounds rather unappealing. After a moment of contemplation, Linley's eyes lit up. That twisted form could also be considered a dragon. A dragon coiling around the ring. Let's call it the coiling dragon ring. Though Linley secretly believed that the twisted shape resembled a worm more closely, he chose to name it the coiling dragon ring regardless. Coiling dragon ring. Linley raised the ancient and dark ring with a radiant smile. Due to his family's financial struggles, this was the first pendant Linley had ever owned, and the fact that he had painstakingly discovered it himself made him cherish it even more. Oh no, I'm running out of time for evening training. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Linley felt a surge of urgency as he looked down at himself, covered in dust and grime, resembling a beggar. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, Linley dashed out of the ancient house and hurried directly towards the bathing area. Splish splash. Linley doused himself with water, revealing his skin, which glowed with a healthy wheat-like hue. His physique had developed aesthetically pleasing muscle contours, a testament to his dedicated training. As the water cascaded down, it swiftly washed away all the dust that had accumulated on him. He hastily cleaned himself and quickly changed into a set of training attire. Silk thread, silk thread. Linley fervently searched for the thread to wear the dragon ring. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a tattered piece of burlap clothing, and his eyes lit up. He promptly extracted a fine thread from it. Though ordinary, burlap is remarkably sturdy and durable. This burlap thread was indeed robust. Without delay, he donned the dragon ring, fastening it securely to his chest. I'm going to be late. This is my first tardiness, Linley thought as he dashed out of the house, tucking the dragon pendant into his clothing. The coolness of the pendant against his chest brought him a sense of joy. Being late this once had resulted in acquiring the dragon ring, and Linley felt a surge of happiness. Master Linley, do not rush. Be careful not to stumble. Lord Hillman is quite strict. Master Linley may face punishment. The Baruch family's amiable treatment of the common folk endeared Linley to them greatly. What kind of punishment will Uncle Hillman impose on me? As he sprinted, Linley pondered this, hardly able to engage in conversation with the nearby adults. In no time, he arrived at the open space on the eastern side of Wushan town. At this moment, the 3 teams had gathered, and Hillman was speaking. Upon hearing Linley's footsteps, Hillman's piercing gaze swiftly turned towards him. Linda rushed to the side of the team and then halted, anxiously awaiting Hillman's command. Today's training mission is doubled as a penalty. Return to formation, Hillman stated calmly. Understood. Linley responded with a firm voice, his chest held high. Just as Linley was sprinting towards his designated spot in the team, suddenly he exclaimed, "From the east, it's coming from the east." He immediately pinpointed the direction. The ground trembled with each heavy footfall, reverberating through Linley's heart. What colossal creature could it be? Linley's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze intently to the east. Chapter 8. The Monster Velociraptor, Part 1. The formidable beast that caused the ground to quake finally revealed itself. Upon witnessing this magnificent creature, Linley and the other children were utterly stunned, while Hillman, Rory, and Roger reacted swiftly, positioning themselves protectively in front of the children, their eyes warily fixed on the colossal beast. A level 7 monster, Velociraptor. Hillman's expression altered dramatically, while Rory and Roger's legs trembled beneath them. It's enormous. Is this truly the legendary beast? Linley was completely awestruck. Throughout his life, the largest creature Linley had ever encountered was perhaps the warhorse that passed through his small town, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. Yet, in comparison to the colossal monster before him, that warhorse seemed no larger than an infant before a giant. The disparity was staggering. Towering to a height of at least 2 stories, this colossal creature measures an astounding 20 to 30 meters in length. It is a beast, a velociraptor. Its entire body is adorned with massive, fiery red, hard scales, each gleaming with a chilling metallic luster that instills dread merely by sight. The velociraptor's 4 legs, covered in these scales, are astonishingly robust, requiring 2 individuals to barely encircle them. The creature's fiery red form is contrasted by its dragon-like claws, which are an ominous, deep black. Its tail, nearly half the length of its body and encased in the same fiery scales, whips through the air like a whip, carving deep furrows into the ground with each effortless sweep. Humph! With a low grunt, the velociraptor expelled 2 jets of white vapor from its nostrils, exuding a scent reminiscent of sulfur. Its enormous, lantern-sized eyes sparkled like diamonds, their eerie red hue adding to the creature's foreboding presence. The massive head turned towards Linley and his companions, the cold red light in its gaze rendering the boys paralyzed with fear. Shump, shump. The velociraptor's jaw moved, revealing 2 rows of interlocking teeth, sharp as saw blades, each gleaming white and evoking a chilling sensation in the hearts of those who beheld them. There was no doubt about their lethal sharpness. Linley felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. In that moment, the sounds of the outside world faded into oblivion. It is terrifying. Can anyone possibly withstand this monstrous being? Linley was utterly paralyzed by fear. Upon merely witnessing the colossal beast, Linley felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He believed that the velociraptor, with its tail resembling a long whip, could easily reduce the sturdy stone structures of Wushan Town to mere rubble with a single sweep. Is this Wushan Town? Suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice emanated from above the velociraptor. All the astonished youths, still in shock, turned their gazes toward the back of the creature, where a mysterious figure clad in a purple robe sat cross-legged. The enormity of the velociraptor rendered its back so wide that one could lie down or even roll about upon it. Master Mage, this is indeed Wushan Town. How may I be of service to you? Hillman's voice broke the silence. Upon hearing Hillman's words, the crowd seemed to regain their composure, emerging from their earlier state of paralyzing fear. Yet, all remained silent, including Rory and Roger, as they stood behind Hillman, their eyes filled with terror at the sight of the massive velociraptor and the enigmatic mage in purple. Wushan Town. It appears I have not taken a wrong turn, murmured the mysterious figure in the purple robe. After this, the figure fell silent, while the enormous velociraptor cast a chilling glance at Linley and the others, exhaling 2 puffs of smoke from its nostrils before resuming its advance. As the creature moved toward the town, Hillman's expression changed dramatically. Everyone, stay here, Hillman commanded before promptly following the velociraptor. Uncle Rory, what is that? Is it a magical beast? Linley was the first to inquire. Rory swallowed hard, a glimmer of fear shining in his eyes, yet he nodded and replied, Indeed, it is a magical beast. However, it is an exceptionally formidable one, a level 7 beast known as the Velociraptor. Velociraptor? Linley etched that name deeply in his memory. The velociraptor, with its immense physique, impenetrable scales, razor-sharp claws, and powerful tail was a sight to behold, truly terrifying. Linley firmly believed that a single velociraptor could annihilate his entire town of Wushan. The velociraptor's scales provide astonishing defense, coupled with a horrifying attack power. It is also proficient in highly aggressive fire-based magic. Rory, trembling with fear, continued to explain to Linley, in the face of such a terrifying beast, even a 1,000-man battalion would be utterly slaughtered. Only a coalition of level 6 or 7 warriors and mages could truly penetrate its scales and inflict damage. Linda felt a jolt within. A 1,000-man battalion could be completely decimated? However, the true terror lies not in the velociraptor itself, but in that mysterious figure in the purple robe. Rory took a couple of deep breaths, striving to calm his racing heart. Beside him, Roger nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, to subjugate a velociraptor, one must earn its willing servitude." This indicates that the mysterious figure in the purple robe possesses power far surpassing that of the velociraptor. Judging by their attire, they are likely a mage. At least a level 7 mage, perhaps even a level 8 mage. Roger clenched his fist, astonished. "I never expected such a formidable figure to arrive in our midst." Linley could sense the trepidation emanating from his uncles, Lowry and Roger. The presence of a level 7 beast, the raptor, alongside a mysterious mage whose prowess surpassed that of the beast was indeed disconcerting. A mage more powerful than that raptor? Linley found it hard to believe. The raptor's massive, intimidating form, its tough scales, razor-sharp claws, and powerful tail contrasted starkly with the diminutive stature of the enigmatic mage. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the center of Wu Mountain Town. "This is bad," Lowry and Roger exclaimed in alarm. A wave of concern washed over Linley and the group of youths. Was the raptor's roar directed at Wu Mountain Town, or perhaps at Uncle Heilman? No one could ascertain. "You all stay here," Lowry and Roger commanded, despite their own fears, as they raced toward the town center. Linley gritted his teeth. Uncle Heilman. He too felt a surge of worry for Uncle Heilman and the townsfolk, and he followed closely behind. At that moment, the trembling Lowry and Roger were so fixated on the raptor that they failed to notice Linley trailing them. In a brief moment, Lowry and Roger reached the heart of the town, where Uncle Heilman was observing from a distance. "What are you doing here?" Heilman scolded. "Linley, what happened?" Lowry and Roger were at a loss for words. Hillman shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Linley's indomitable spirit. Once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway him. "Very well, stay close to me and do not wander off. As long as you are by my side, I am confident in ensuring your safety." "Thank you, Uncle Hillman. I promise I won't stray," Linley replied with delight. At that moment, Hillman and his companions, positioned approximately 100 meters from the velociraptor, quietly observed the unfolding conflict. Before the massive creature stood a group of young individuals, comprising 4 men and 3 women. Chapter 9. The Beast Velociraptor, Part 2. "Captain, what is happening up ahead?" Rory inquired softly of Hillman. A faint smile crept across Hillman's lips. "The mysterious sorcerer has clashed with that mercenary squad. We need only to watch and refrain from intervening." Hillman, a mere 6th-level warrior, was reluctant to engage directly. The velociraptor alone was beyond his capability to confront, let alone the enigmatic sorcerer. The 7-member mercenary team was no weakling. 5 were warriors, accompanied by 2 sorcerers. At the forefront of the group was a burly man with unruly red hair, astride a pitch-black iron bull. The sharp, dark horns of the iron bull glinted with a metallic sheen, while its crimson eyes unmistakably revealed its identity as a 5th-level beast, the bloodthirsty iron bull. With a resonant bellow, the bloodthirsty iron bull exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from its nostrils. The mercenary squad comprises 7 members, 4 men and 3 women. Among them, the mages are exclusively female, and there is 1 woman who serves as an archer. Apart from the bloodthirsty iron bull, the squad is accompanied by a colossal griffin soaring through the skies, a formidable beast of the 4th tier. The griffin boasts a lion-like head and powerful, muscular wings. With 2 magical beasts and 2 mages, it is evident that this mercenary group is far from ordinary. You young ones should surrender the Deperlo Shadow Diamond, intoned the enigmatic mage, seated cross-legged atop the swift raptor, her voice chillingly indifferent. Great mage, we do not wish to oppose you, but this Deperlo Shadow Diamond is the fruit of our arduous labor, valued at 100,000 gold coins. Yet you seek to acquire it for a mere 700 gold coins. That is simply unacceptable, replied the burly red-haired man with an explosive hairstyle, his tone grave. From a distance, Linley, standing beside Hillman, finally grasped the situation. The mysterious mage desired to forcibly purchase the Deperlo Shadow Diamond, worth 100,000 gold coins, for a mere 700. Is the Deperlo Shadow Diamond truly so valuable? Linley mused, astonished. Such worth must indicate its significance. Otherwise, the esteemed mage would not recklessly pursue it. 700 gold coins for a diamond valued at 100,000. No wonder the mercenary squad members found it impossible to acquiesce. Humph, the mysterious mage scoffed coldly. I possess only 700 gold coins, and I am still willing to spend them to purchase from you. However, if you continue to act so recklessly, not only will you find yourselves without a single coin, but you may also lose your very lives. The mysterious wizard's voice grew increasingly frigid. Roar! The towering velociraptor, far greater in height than the buildings of the town, let out a low growl, causing the houses lining the streets to tremble. Captain, this Deperlo Shadow Diamond is something we fought hard to obtain. How can we easily hand it over to this cowardly scoundrel? A woman clad in black robes said coldly. As seasoned mercenaries, the seven had faced numerous challenges and were not inclined to capitulate easily. The captain, a burly man with crimson hair, spoke in a deep tone. Esteemed wizard, I am from the Kale family of the Finley Kingdom. He attempted to leverage his background as a means of intimidation. Alas, powerful wizards are often eccentric and show little regard for nobility. You are courting death, the mysterious wizard scoffed. Be cautious. The mercenary team swiftly took defensive positions. For male warriors stood at the forefront, while the female archer readied a potent composite longbow from behind. The two female mages began preparing their spells. Roar! The massive velociraptor opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the mercenary squad. As the immense fire swept through, the cobblestones of the central street were scorched by the intense heat, causing them to swell, crack, and splinter. Numerous stones were marred with fissures, and the entire surface of the street turned a charred black. Be cautious, the red-haired warrior murmured, as a crimson aura of energy enveloped his form. The other three warriors also summoned their protective shields of energy. With a swift motion, the red-haired warrior swung his colossal sword down upon the wall of a stone house beside the town street. A thunderous crash echoed as the entire wall collapsed, sending hundreds of stones tumbling to the ground and clouds of dust billowing into the air. Simultaneously, flames erupted around the four warriors, their protective auras sizzling under the onslaught. With a fierce shout, the red-haired warrior launched a powerful kick at a stone nearly half a meter in diameter. The other three male warriors mirrored his actions, each delivering a mighty kick to the large stones, which flew through the air as if propelled by a catapult, whistling sharply as they hurtled towards the mysterious mage perched atop the towering velociraptor. Whoosh! 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 The stones were relentlessly kicked toward the enigmatic mage, and within moments, a significant portion of the rubble from the fallen stone house had been sent flying. From a distance, Linley watched in delight, his fists clenched tightly in excitement. Remarkable! They dare to kick such massive stones with such ease, he mused, growing increasingly in awe of the warriors. However, that velociraptor is even more terrifying. Linley cast his gaze upon the towering velociraptor, its tail, reminiscent of a long whip, swung with lightning speed. Crack, 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 crack. Massive stones were effortlessly shattered by the sweeping tail, which posed no threat to the sorceress perched upon the creature's back. With no regard for the surroundings, the velociraptor's tail wielded an immense force, sweeping through adjacent stone houses as if they were mere clay, the sturdy walls crumbling without resistance. One by one, the structures collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending countless stones tumbling and clouds of dust billowing into the air. Amidst the swirling dust, the echoes of the velociraptor's furious roars mingled with the torrents of flames it expelled from its maw. From the outset, The two female sorceresses had been softly chanting ancient incantations, their pronunciations markedly divergent from the common tongue of the Yulon continent, convoluted and intricate. Their recitation was not prolonged, and at last they completed their chant. Ice Guardian Armor. With a commanding utterance, the two sorceresses summoned forth 2 beams of white light, a total of 4, enveloping the 4 men in a layer of crystalline, translucent armor. The lead red-haired warrior felt a surge of joy. With the Ice Guardian armor and the protective aura of fighting spirit, his confidence soared. "Attack!" commanded the red-haired warrior, issuing the order with resolve. The 4 warriors simultaneously kicked a massive boulder, sending 4 colossal stones hurtling towards the sorcerer perched upon the back of the velociraptor. Subsequently, the warriors sprang forth with tremendous force, leaping several meters into the air like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the velociraptor with remarkable speed. Chapter 10. The Dance of the Fire Serpent, Part 1. With a roar, the velociraptor unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the surrounding area in a fiery inferno. Crackle, crackle. The flames emitted from the velociraptor singed the warriors' bodies. Yet clad in ice-forged protective armor and shielded by a barrier of energy, they withstood the searing heat with unwavering resolve. As for the female archer, she had already ascended to the back of the griffin, skillfully loosing arrows from the sky. The bloodthirsty iron bull stood firm, resembling a fortress, guarding the 2 female sorceresses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archer, her gaze as sharp as a blade, steadied her hands with the stability of a mountain and released 3 piercing arrows, aimed directly at the enigmatic sorcerer on the velociraptor's back. Swish! The velociraptor's tail lashed out like a whip, moving with such blinding speed that it outpaced the arrows, shattering the triple shot of the female archer into fragments. In a swift motion, the tail then swept towards the 4 male warriors. The sound of the tail slicing through the air sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to evade with the agility of monkeys. However, the trajectory of the tail was anything but linear, its movements erratic and unpredictable. Boom! Among the 4 warriors, one was unable to evade in time and was struck fiercely in the waist by the dragon's tail. The protective ice armor and the aura shield shattered almost instantaneously. Subsequently, the dragon's tail coiled tightly around the male warrior's body. Ruga! The red-haired giant beside him exclaimed in desperation, his eyes wide with horror. No! Ruga screamed in terror. With a violent flick, the massive tail of the swift dragon sent Ruga directly into its gaping maw. The dragon opened its cavernous mouth and devoured Ruga whole. The sickening sound of crunching echoed, accompanied by Ruga's agonized wail as he faced his demise. Under the serrated teeth of the swift dragon, Ruga was gruesomely torn apart, a portion of his crimson thigh tumbling from the dragon's jaws, the stark white of his leg bone protruding gruesomely from the severed section. Do not look. Hillman shielded Linley's eyes. The scene was far too gruesome. Even an adult would be engulfed by terror upon witnessing such a sight for the first time. How much more so for Linley, an 8-year-old child. Yet Linley had already seen it all. Gasp! Gasp! Linley felt as if a colossal stone were pressing upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. He could not help but inhale sharply, his mind overwhelmed by the horrifying image of the young man named Ruga being mercilessly devoured. The disemboweled torso, the severed intestines, the crushed skull, the fallen half-thigh, all these images rendered Linley breathless, and his head spun with dizziness. The ferocity of the battle was unlike anything Linley had ever witnessed. It was his first encounter with the gruesome sight of a colossal velociraptor tearing a person apart. The image of a severed thigh falling to the ground was indelibly etched in Linley's mind. Hillman, Rory, and Roger exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern as they regarded Linley. Could an 8-year-old child truly endure such a brutal and sanguine spectacle? Would this harrowing scene cast a shadow over his heart? If a young mind were to be haunted by the horrors of combat, it could severely hinder future achievements. Killing is nothing, nothing at all. Linley fervently reassured himself, when I grow up and enlist, I will still have to kill. I must endure, I must endure. Linley was indeed quite astute, having absorbed a wealth of knowledge from numerous books. He was aware of the path he was destined to tread. In the land of Yulon, it is commonplace for a man to confront life and death as he matures. However, Linley was still but a child, unacquainted with mortality. At this moment, he continuously urged himself, and gradually, the shock and fear within him began to diminish significantly. Conversely, in just a short while, Linley felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, an exhilarating fervor igniting within him. That battle was truly intense, remarkably thrilling. For reasons unknown, the previous scene of bloodshed and violence stirred a passionate desire within Linley, a yearning for the thrill of combat and carnage. Is it the bloodline of the Dragonblood Warriors that causes this?
Linley pondered, uncertain.
However, Linley suddenly realized that he was, in fact, quite eager for such a bloody battle. He stepped aside to allow Hillman to pass and continued to gaze at the conflict unfolding 100 meters ahead. Linley, do not look, Hillman exclaimed, alarmed at Linley's fixation. Uncle Hillman, I am not afraid, Linley replied, lifting his gaze to meet Hillman's. Hillman, upon catching sight of the flicker of excitement in Linley's eyes, was taken aback and refrained from further detaining him. Meanwhile, Linley continued to observe the battlefield, which had now escalated to a peak of ferocity. The three other warriors, filled with righteous indignation, launched themselves toward the mysterious sorcerer atop the velociraptor. With a fierce roar, the velociraptor turned its head, opening its massive maw to bite at one of the warriors, while its razor-sharp claws swiped at another. Furthermore, its lightning-fast tail lashed out at the last warrior, forcing them to alter their advance. The enigmatic sorcerer on the velociraptor remained motionless, merely whispering incantations, allowing the creature to handle the confrontation alone. Dance of the Fire Serpents. The sorcerer's chilling voice suddenly rang out. 7 serpentine flames, each stretching dozens of meters in length, writhed and roared as they surged forth in all directions. Each fire serpent appeared strikingly real, with distinctly defined scales, their colossal forms instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. Everyone present was rendered speechless by this spectacle. The 8th tier fire magic. Dance of the Fire Serpents. The enigmatic sorcerer had been quietly reciting an incantation, preparing to unleash the terrifying 8th level spell, Dance of the Fire Serpents. This formidable enchantment could summon 7 colossal fire serpents, whose destructive power was so immense that even the astonishing defensive capabilities of a velociraptor would falter under their assault. Faced with 7 fire serpents, one would be gravely injured, if not slain outright. While the mercenary squad might have stood a chance against a 7th level sorcerer, confronting an 8th level sorcerer, especially one accompanied by a velociraptor, rendered their efforts utterly futile. They finally comprehended the staggering truth. This mysterious sorcerer was indeed an 8th level mage. It's the dance of the fire serpents. Flee! The burly red-haired man exclaimed, his face paling in terror. The remaining 6 members of the mercenary squad were consumed by fear. There is no time. Embrace the embrace of death. The cold, deranged voice of the mysterious sorcerer pierced the hearts of the 6 mercenaries like an icy dagger. Chapter 11. Dance of the Fire Serpents, Part 2. The 7 fire serpents soared through the air with astounding speed, igniting the houses alongside the town's streets as they passed. Flames erupted skyward, creating a scene of utter devastation. The townsfolk of Wushan, who had been watching from a distance, were filled with sorrow as they witnessed the destruction of their homes. Before the might of the 7 massive fire serpents, stone houses crumbled like mere toys, consumed by the inferno. Let us go. The female archer, disregarding all else, commanded her griffin to ascend into the sky. The fire mage, wielding control over 7 serpents of flame, found his power limited by distance. Once the female archer ventured beyond that range, she would be safe. With a hissing sound, 2 fiery serpents intertwined, ensnaring both female mages and the bloodthirsty iron bull. The air was filled with the ominous sound of sizzling flesh, and Linley could even detect the acrid scent of singed hair. Brother Kale, help! The female mage's anguished cries emanated from the fiery embrace. Humph, humph, growled the bloodthirsty iron bull, its eyes glowing a terrifying red, muscles contorting in a futile struggle against the serpent's fierce grip. Louisa, roared the red-haired giant in a voice laced with pain and desperation. In mere moments, the 2 enchanting female mages and the iron bull were reduced to ashes. However, there was no time for the red-haired warrior to grieve. He and the other 2 male fighters were now confronted by a colossal fire serpent, rendering them as defenseless as infants in its presence. Even with the strength to shatter stone, what could they do when ensnared by the serpent's body? The three warriors, enveloped by the serpents, let out piercing howls. As they screamed, their protective auras shattered instantaneously, and the sound of searing flesh filled the air. The warriors' facial muscles twitched grotesquely, their eyes bulging in horror, as the flames stripped away their hair, flesh, muscle, and bones under the merciless heat of the serpents. In the blink of an eye, these formidable warriors were reduced to mere ashes. Whoosh! The female archer gasped for breath, having finally escaped the perilous range of the dance of fire serpents. Ruga, Louisa, Brother Kale, I shall avenge you. She wept in anguish before soaring into the sky upon her griffin. Boom! A tremendous bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the heavens, directly hitting the unprepared female archer, who was instantly reduced to ashes. The griffin, blackened and convulsing, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto a civilian stone house, shattering the roof and tumbling inside. Thinking you can flee? Humph! Scoffed the enigmatic sorcerer. Meanwhile, Hillman, observing from 100 meters away, swallowed hard, a flicker of uncontainable terror crossing his heart. An 8th-level mage and a dual-element mage at that. Is that what they call the dance of fire serpents? Linley stood rooted in shock, utterly astounded. The sight of 7 colossal fire serpents soaring through the air, accompanied by a scorching wave of flames, left him trembling in awe. Each of those gigantic serpents was nearly the size of a velociraptor. Their ascent heralded a calamity. Houses were incinerated and collapsed, engulfed in rampant flames. In the blink of an eye, the formidable quartet of warriors, 2 mages, an archer, and 2 magical beasts were obliterated, leaving only the fate of the griffin uncertain. The 7 colossal fire serpents have vanished. Yet Linley still perceives the surging waves of terrifying heat surrounding the battlefield, which has now been utterly reduced to ruins. This desolate expanse, coupled with the relentless heat, seems to narrate the tale of the fierce battle that just transpired. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In comparison to that scene, the terrifying raptor appears somewhat diminished. Linley's gaze suddenly fixates on the enigmatic sorcerer perched upon the raptor's back, whose stature is considerably more diminutive. Was it him who unleashed the dance of the fire serpents? Linley finds it hard to believe that someone seemingly smaller than Uncle Hillman could execute such a cataclysmic assault. A twinge of trepidation stirs within Linley as he regards the mysterious sorcerer, cloaked in purple robes, from afar. Is this what it means to be a sorcerer? For the first time, Linley gains a clear understanding of what it entails to be a mage. Simultaneously, he feels an intense yearning for the power that such sorcerers possess. If only I could one day unleash such attacks. The memory of that moment ignites a fervent passion within him, stirring his blood to a boiling point, an exhilarating state of excitement. At this instant, Linley comprehends the path that lies ahead of him. To pursue the pinnacle, the zenith of strength. Father. Linley suddenly spots his father, Hog, who is engulfed in despair as the entire Wushan town suffers from an unprovoked calamity. As the lord of Wushan town, Hog's heart is filled only with helplessness. Silence. Hog glanced at Linley, signaling him to remain quiet. Then Hog turned his gaze toward the sorcerer, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. An 8th-level mage, a dual-element practitioner no less. There are scarcely any in the entire Finley kingdom who surpass his prowess. How did such a formidable figure come to our humble town of Wushan? Hog could only hope that this enigmatic sorcerer would depart swiftly, allowing Wushan to regain its tranquility. The mysterious mage leapt effortlessly from the back of the velociraptor, descending from a height that rivaled 2 stories with remarkable ease. He approached the spot where the red-haired giant had perished in flames, and with a single wave of his hand, the ashes were lifted. A dazzling diamond, radiating a mesmerizing purple aura, materialized before him. The sorcerer promptly reached out and retrieved the Depero Shadow Diamond. Ha! The Depero Shadow Diamond. I have searched for 10 years, and to think that during this brief passage through this quaint town, I would fortuitously come upon it. Ha! Hymens, with the Depero Shadow Diamond embedded in my staff, let us see how you dare to challenge me this time. The sorcerer's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. In the distance, Hog, along with a throng of townsfolk, stood in hushed silence, fearful of provoking the wrath of this mysterious mage. Wushan Town, to whom does this territory belong? The sorcerer suddenly inquired. Father, Linley gasped internally. At that moment, Hogg had no choice but to step forward. Steeling himself as he spoke reverently, esteemed Master Sorcerer, this Wushan Town is under my dominion. Oh, the enigmatic sorcerer remained shrouded in a violet robe, rendering his features indistinct. He spoke with an air of indifference. The losses in your town of Wushan are considerable. I have dispatched the members of that mercenary squad. They possessed a fair amount of gold. Although the coins have melted due to the dance of fire serpents, they can still be exchanged for some currency. Consider it compensation for your town. Upon hearing the sorcerer's words, Hogg felt a sense of relief wash over him. This sorcerer would not descend into madness and carnage. Hogg, extend my gratitude on behalf of Wushan to the esteemed sorcerer, Hogg said, bowing respectfully. The mysterious sorcerer nodded slightly before approaching the velociraptor, which promptly knelt, extending its forelimbs. The sorcerer stepped onto the creature's front leg, taking 2 strides before gracefully leaping onto the velociraptor's back. Humph! The velociraptor snorted, releasing 2 plumes of sulphurous mist. Then, with heavy steps, the velociraptor continued on its way. The residents of Wushan watched as the colossal creature and the enigmatic sorcerer receded into the distance, ultimately vanishing at the end of the street. Only then did their anxious hearts begin to settle. Chapter 12. The Heart of the Strong, Part 1. As the level 7 magical beast, the velociraptor, and the mysterious sorcerer departed, Hogg finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Shiri, Hogg said, turning directly to the butler, immediately arrange for some people to extract the gold bars melted from the coins in that ash. This mercenary squad is extraordinary, and they likely possessed considerable wealth. I hope it can compensate for the losses we incurred in Wushan Town. Hogg glanced around. What were once houses had been reduced to rubble. Yes, my lord. Shiri nodded in agreement. Hillman. Hogg turned to the man beside him, smiling. How do you feel? Hillman nodded as well. A wave of anxiety and fear swept over me. Upon witnessing the level 7 magical beast, the raptor, and that enigmatic sorcerer, I realized that Wushan Town had no means of defense. An esteemed level 8 sorcerer could easily obliterate our town on a whim, and I doubt anyone would dare to reproach such a noble magician, let alone seek retribution. Sorcerers held an esteemed status. Even an ordinary sorcerer held a rank comparable to that of nobility. And a level 8 sorcerer could stand before a king without the need for kneeling, engaging in conversation with regal ease. This illustrates the profound respect accorded to level 8 sorcerers. Indeed, thus we should count ourselves fortunate that no residents of Wushan Town lost their lives. Hogg remarked with a smile. That is indeed fortunate, Hillman concurred, returning the smile. Hillman, please assist Uncle Shiri in addressing the housing situation for the displaced citizens, Hogg instructed. Yes, Lord Hogg, Hillman responded, accepting the task. Hogg glanced back thoughtfully and inquired of Hillman. Where is Linley? He was just here a moment ago. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, Hillman replied, shaking his head. Hogg nodded, deep in contemplation. In the Baruch family mansion, the place was replete with numerous rooms. During the height of the Baruch family's prosperity, it housed hundreds, yet now, the number of inhabitants had dwindled significantly. Even Linley, an 8-year-old, occupied a suite all to himself. In Linley's bedroom, he sat cross-legged on his bed, furrowing his brow in deep thought. Visions of the terrifying scene from the dance of the fire serpents continually replayed in his mind. 7 fire serpents, as thick as water barrels and dozens of meters long, soaring through the air, engulfing the sky in flames. The surrounding area transformed into a sea of fire, and the formidable warriors and mages of the mercenary squad were reduced to ashes in mere moments. The mages are truly powerful, Linley mused, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Though I possess the bloodline of a Dragonblood Warrior, its concentration is rather low, and this bloodline conflicts with other martial techniques, thus limiting my potential for growth as a warrior. I wonder if it is possible for me to become a mage. At that moment, Linley felt an unexpected desire to pursue the path of a mage. And those raptors are quite fearsome. If only I could possess one of those raptors myself. The dragon's tail, swift as lightning, could effortlessly shatter boulders and demolish houses with a mere flick. Its colossal form resembled that of a massive battering ram from the ranks of an army. Once it charged forward with speed, the sheer size and formidable scales of the swift dragon rendered it a truly terrifying sight. Beasts of magic. I wonder how one might acquire such a creature, Linley mused, harboring a deep yearning for a magical beast of his own. Linley, what troubles you? A familiar voice inquired. Startled, Linley sprang to his feet and looked up to find his father, Hogg, gazing at him with a smile of approval. Father, Linley greeted respectfully, suddenly filled with curiosity. Why is my father smiling? What could provoke such an expression? Hogg was typically stern with Linley, seldom displaying warmth, especially in such a manner, which left Linley rather astonished. Indeed, Hogg praised, observing Linley with admiration. You truly embody the finest qualities of our Dragonblood Warrior lineage. It would be utterly ludicrous if the descendants of Dragonblood Warriors were to cower in the face of life and death, or recoil from the brutality of battle. Upon hearing this, Linley comprehended that his father was referring to his own reaction upon witnessing the swift dragon gruesomely crush Luca without being daunted. Father, did you see that? Linley asked, surprised. The commotion caused by the swift dragon was impossible to overlook. As soon as it arrived in our town of Wushan, I made my way out, albeit from another direction. I observed your interactions with Hillman quite clearly, Hogg affirmed with a nod. Linley chuckled softly. In that moment, apart from the initial surge of terror, he later found himself exhilarated, gripped by a primal urge for bloodshed. He couldn't help but ponder if it was due to the lineage of the Dragonblood Warriors. Hogg smiled and remarked, Linley, has today's series of events left you so astounded that you've forgotten to have dinner? Dinner? Linley was taken aback. At that moment, his stomach audibly growled, reminding him that he had set out for evening training but had encountered the velociraptor and the enigmatic sorcerer before it even began. Yet, Linley's mind was still captivated by the soul-stirring dance of the fire serpent and the image of the velociraptor. Father, may I inquire if it is possible for a descendant of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage to become a sorcerer? Linley's hands instinctively clenched the bedspread, his gaze fixed intently on his father. Hogg was momentarily stunned, but then he comprehended. It seemed his son aspired to be a sorcerer. It is possible, Hogg nodded affirmatively. Joy illuminated Linley's eyes. Hogg raised his hand to calm Linley, then continued, historically, our Dragonblood Warrior clan has seen 2 sorcerers emerge, but you must understand that sorcerers place immense value on talent. Generally, among every 10,000 individuals, only one has the chance to become a sorcerer. A mere 1 in 10,000. The hope is exceedingly faint. Therefore, do not harbor overly grand expectations. However, Linley shook his head. Father, I shall strive for even the faintest glimmer of hope, Linley declared, his countenance imbued with seriousness. Hogg gazed upon his 8-year-old son, whose earnest expression, typically amusing for a child, failed to elicit a smile from him in this moment. By late autumn? S&T that merely 6 months away? Linley's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 13. The Heart of the Strong, Part 2. During dinner, the Baruch family, comprising 3 members along with their butler, Siri, enjoyed a lively meal together. Young Wotan brought vivacity to the table, filling the living room with laughter. Once dinner concluded and the elderly butler Siri took Wotan to bed, Linley turned to his father, Hogg, to engage in conversation. By the way, father, which is more formidable, the mage or the warrior? Linley inquired. Hogg regarded Linley with a knowing smile before shaking his head gently. Linley, both mages and warriors possess their unique strengths. In terms of sheer power, a mage of the same level as a warrior holds a slight advantage. However, the most significant difference lies in the elevated status of mages, which surpasses that of warriors. For instance, that 8th-level dual-system mage we encountered earlier, concerning status, even a 9th-level warrior would likely find himself slightly inferior. Why is there such a disparity in status when the power is only marginally greater? Linley pondered, perplexed. Hogg elucidated prior to that, you must comprehend the classification of mages. Mages are categorized into 9 tiers. The 1st and 2nd tiers constitute neophyte mages, the 3rd and 4th tiers intermediate mages, and the 5th and 6th tiers advanced mages. Ascending beyond, the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers are exceedingly formidable. Naturally, Surpassing the 9th tier are the Magi of the Sacred Domain. The elevated status of mages is attributed to their immense destructive capabilities. Hogg stated, as he raised a goblet of juice and took a delicate sip. Destructive capabilities? Inquired Linley, directing his gaze towards his father. Hogg placed the goblet down and affirmed, a warrior, even a Dragonblood Warrior, can only slay approximately 100 adversaries with a single strike. When confronted with an army of 1,000,000, they can, at best, eliminate the commander. However, with the demise of one commander, the enemy can simply appoint a successor. Conversely, a sacred domain mage with a single forbidden spell can obliterate an entire city, annihilating hundreds of thousands of troops. With such a vast army decimated, of what consequence is the survival of the commander? To a nation, a sacred domain mage is more dreadful than an entire army. Linley's understanding crystallized. Indeed, even mages of the 8th or 9th tier can unleash astonishing power in warfare. Hence, the status of mages is exceedingly exalted, Hogg remarked with a serene smile. Linley nodded gently. In the Yulan continent, where war is a central theme, the lofty status of mages is readily apparent. Oh, by the way, Father, I recall having read in a book that compared to warriors, wizards are relatively frail. Yet just now, I witnessed that wizard effortlessly leap from the back of a velociraptor. Would you deem his physique weak?
Linley inquired. Linley nodded.
For this was knowledge he had gleaned from his readings. However, Linley, do you understand why formidable wizards and warriors enjoy such long lifespans? Hogg promptly posed another question. Linley was taken aback. It was a given to him that powerful wizards and warriors lived for 300 to 400 years. He had never contemplated the underlying reasons. Observing Linley's expression, Hogg could not help but chuckle. Linley, first and foremost, I must enlighten you that the world is imbued with elemental properties such as fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, and darkness. Both wizards and warriors draw upon these elemental forces for their cultivation. This fundamental principle results in the distinctive attributes of both magic and combat energy. If you were to observe closely, you would notice that among the 4 male warriors of the mercenary team, the crimson-haired brawny leader wields fire attribute combat energy. The other 3 possess combat energy of wind and water attributes, respectively. Magic, too, is categorized by its elemental attributes. For the first time in his life, Linley comprehended that both wizards and warriors absorbed the very elements of the world around them. The longevity of formidable sorcerers and warriors is attributed to the sorcerer's ability to absorb the elemental forces of nature, which they refine into magical power. As these elements flow within their bodies, they are naturally assimilated by various organs, muscles, and bones, enhancing the sorcerer's physical constitution. The better the constitution, the longer the lifespan. Similarly, warriors cultivate their fighting energy by absorbing these elemental forces, refining them into fighting energy within their bodies. The circulation of these elements also contributes to the enhancement of their physical condition. The more powerful the warrior, the better their constitution, and consequently, the longer their life expectancy. Hogg elucidated everything clearly. Linley experienced a moment of enlightenment in his heart. According to his father's explanation, a sorcerer's body is indeed improved by the elements of nature, rendering it quite robust. Father, why do others say that sorcerers are physically weak? Linley inquired with confusion. Hogg shook his head and replied, do you not understand this? When people claim that sorcerers are weak, it does not imply that they are genuinely feeble. Rather, it is a matter of comparison with warriors of the same level, where their physicality becomes a weakness. For instance, an 8th-level sorcerer, despite not having undergone physical training, can still match a 2nd or 3rd-level warrior in terms of physical prowess. However, when juxtaposed with an 8th-level warrior, the 8th-level sorcerer's body is indeed at a disadvantage. Linley smacked his forehead and smiled sheepishly. It was surprising that he had not grasped such a simple concept. He realized that his thoughts had become rigid. However, while sorcerers may lack prowess in close combat, they possess methods to counter such challenges. One approach is to cast magical shields such as Earth Shield, Ice Shield, Wind Shield, and Light Shield. Initially, they utilize defensive magic to withstand attacks, followed by offensive spells to retaliate. A formidable sorcerer has another strategy: to tame magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Linley's eyes lit up. He contemplated the possibility of subjugating a magical beast, perhaps a powerful velociraptor. A mighty magical beast can adequately protect the sorcerer, preventing adversaries from approaching. This enables the sorcerer to unleash potent spells and vanquish foes directly, Hogg remarked with a smile. Linley immediately inquired with urgency, "Father, how can one tame a magical beast?" Observing Linley's expression, Hogg chuckled softly and replied, "To tame a magical beast, 2 conditions must be met. The first is to earn the beast's willing submission, and the second is to establish a soul contract magic circle to bind it as your servant. The first condition is quite challenging. To gain the beast's willing allegiance, one must likely defeat it in battle. For instance, to tame a velociraptor, you must first conquer it." His father's words left Linley momentarily speechless. Did he possess the strength to triumph over a velociraptor? As for the second condition, setting up a soul contract magic circle is exceedingly complex. One must at least be a 7th-level sorcerer to wield sufficient power for the arrangement, Hogg stated earnestly. Linley was taken aback. "Father, are you implying that only a 7th-level mage or those of a higher rank can tame magical beasts?" "No, not necessarily. If you possess sufficient wealth, you can purchase a soul contract scroll. At that point, all you need to do is tear it apart to directly form a soul contract magic array. However, the soul contract scrolls are exceedingly expensive," Hogg remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "How expensive?" Linley inquired further. "The last time I heard, it was 10,000 gold coins for a single scroll, and even then, they are hard to come by." Hogg's words elicited a bitter smile from Linley. To tame a magical beast, the most challenging aspect is to defeat it. Of course, one could tame weaker magical beasts, but what value do they hold? To tame a formidable magical beast, do you possess the requisite strength to conquer it? And if one resorts to cunning schemes, how could one ensure the beast's willing submission? Achieving a willing subservience is no simple feat. Moreover, the seemingly secondary condition of arranging the soul contract magic array further dictates that only powerful mages or affluent individuals can tame magical beasts. Spending 10,000 gold coins on a soul contract scroll is a luxury reserved for the nobility. Only those with considerable status dare to indulge in such extravagance. Linley pressed his lips together, his brow slightly furrowed. "If I truly wish to tame a magical beast, given our family's financial situation, my only path is to become a 7th-level mage and then attempt to tame a beast," Linley mused internally, fully aware that this path is fraught with difficulty. The initial hurdle on this path is ascertaining whether one possesses the aptitude to become a magician. After all, it is merely a 1 in 10,000 prospect. Lacking the inherent talent renders the attainment of wizardry an impossibility. Chapter 14, Aerial Combat Part 1. The subsequent morning dawned. The vacant expanse east of Oakhaven town was, as usual, thronged with a multitude of children. At this juncture, the instructors, Hillman and his 2 colleagues, had yet to arrive. The children were engrossed in animated discussions, their primary topic being the momentous clash of the preceding day. That magical beast was formidable yesterday. When Uncle Hillman and the others reached the town center, I trailed behind, observing from a distance. You wouldn't believe it. With just a single strike of its massive hoof against the ground, the flagstone pavement was utterly shattered. And the houses, they crumbled like clay. Hadley, the most loquacious among the children, proclaimed amidst the group, gesticulating wildly as if he had witnessed everything firsthand. Most of the children listened with wide-eyed attention to Hadley's account. "Hadley, you were with us on the eastern field yesterday, too timid to venture forth. How could you have seen all that?" A brown-haired youth of about 13 or 14 scoffed. These older youths were not as easily deceived by Hadley as the 7 or 8-year-olds. Hadley glared at the 13 or 14-year-old and retorted, "Frawley, you doubt me? When have I, Hadley, ever deceived anyone?" The brown-haired youth, known as Viella, scoffed. "Who doesn't know you, Hadley? How many of the words that spill from your mouth hold any truth? Come now, everyone. When has that little brat Hadley ever spoken the truth?" Viella directed his remarks towards a group of nearby boys. The 12 to 15-year-olds burst into laughter. "Exactly, that little rascal Hadley is always spouting nonsense." Some of the older boys evidently sided with Viella. Instantly, Hadley grew agitated. "Do you not believe me? Fine, if you choose not to believe me." In a fit of frustration, Hadley scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted Linley. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Everyone knows that yesterday. Aside from Uncle Hillman and the other two, only Linley was present." Linley witnessed it firsthand. "Surely, the words of Linley carry weight. Let him testify whether I spoke falsely." "Young Master Linley?" The boys turned their gaze toward Linley. In the eyes of the youth and children of Wushan Town, Linley held considerable stature. Firstly, he was the eldest son of the Baruch family, and secondly, despite being only 8 years old, his physical prowess rivaled that of boys aged 13 or 14. In the martial-oriented land of Yulon, Linley's exceptional abilities garnered the admiration of the youths in Wushan Town. Young Master Linley indeed saw everything yesterday. We can trust what he says. The boys nodded in agreement. At the tender age of 13 or 14, the youths had begun to comprehend the world around them, recognizing that Linley was of noble descent, distinct from their own station. Generally, they referred to him as Young Master Linley, while only a handful of younger children, such as Hadley and his companions, unabashedly addressed him simply as Linley. "Linley, do tell, did I truly fabricate any tales? What was it like back then?" Hadley eagerly rushed to Linley's side, grasping his hand and subtly signaling him with a knowing glance. Linley couldn't help but feel exasperated. Hadley was spinning fanciful tales, and somehow he had been drawn into the narrative. That beast is known as the Velociraptor, a formidable level 7 magical creature. Its scales are incredibly tough, impervious to blades and swords. It boasts a robust tail akin to a long whip and razor-sharp claws. Those resilient stones and tiles crumble beneath the might of its tail and claws as if they were mere parchment. Moreover, it can exhale fire, scorching even stone to the point of fracture, Linley explained candidly. The group of children listened intently as Linley recounted his tale. Truth be told, one need not take my word for it. Upon witnessing the Velociraptor, one could readily surmise its ferocity. Linley concluded with a smile. The adolescents nodded in agreement. When they had first encountered the Velociraptor the previous day, they had indeed been left in a state of shock. Its massive form resembled a small hill, and the vivid crimson of its scales hinted at an extraordinary resilience. "Did you hear that? I told you. The creature called the Velociraptor is incredibly formidable," Hadley exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. The youth known as Vili immediately widened his eyes, poised to speak loudly. "Uncle Hillman has arrived," Linley shouted as he spotted Hillman, Rory, and Roger approaching from a distance. Instantly, all the children and youths fell into silence, orderly arranging themselves into 3 distinct teams. The clearing became quiet, the only sound being the footsteps of Hillman and his companions. As they reached the front, facing the group of children, Hillman smiled and said, "You are all aware of what transpired yesterday, correct?" "Very well." Hillman's expression suddenly became serious. "That colossal beast was a Velociraptor, ridden by a mysterious sorcerer. They are exceptionally powerful, but remember this." Hillman's gaze sharpened as he scanned the assembly of children. That enigmatic sorcerer, too, has progressed through rigorous training. To tame such a formidable creature as the Velociraptor requires years of relentless effort. If you aspire to master such a mighty beast, if you wish to attain the strength of that mysterious sorcerer, you must strive, ceaselessly strive. Anyone possesses the potential to become strong. The distinction lies solely in your willingness to exert effort. Hillman declared with unwavering conviction, his eyes fierce. In that moment, the children and youths fell silent, though the older boys harbored their own thoughts, their gazes reflecting a newfound determination. "Very well, let us commence today's morning exercise. As per our customary practice, we shall face the rising sun and engage in the chi cultivation training," Hillman stated decisively, prompting the children from all 3 teams to begin their chi cultivation regimen. In accordance with the varying circumstances of each team, Hillman devised distinct training tasks, which the children diligently undertook under the watchful eyes of the 3 instructors. The atmosphere during today's training was palpably different. There were scarcely any complaints of fatigue among the children. Each participant bore down, holding their breath and striving with all their might. 50, 51. Linley silently counted in his mind. At that moment he was sprawled on the ground, supporting his body solely on the fingertips of one hand and the tips of his toes, his entire physique taut. He was executing a one-handed fingertip push-up. The one-handed fingertip push-up is a simple yet effective method for strengthening finger and arm muscles. To become a formidable warrior typically requires the cultivation of the martial arts essence, with the attainment of martial prowess largely dependent on the robustness of one's physique. The stronger the body, the greater the capacity to harness martial energy. I possess the bloodline of a Dragonblood Warrior, rendering me unable to cultivate martial energy. Yet I must surpass others in physical training, Linley thought resolutely, his fingers gripping the ground like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, performing repetition after repetition, inspiring envy and admiration among the nearby boys who had already exhausted their strength. 98, 99, Linley persisted. Today's morning exercise comes to a close, Hillman proclaimed, surveying the children from the 3 teams with a clear voice. After finishing his words, Hillman took a deep breath, pondering to himself, what story shall I tell today? It had become a daily ritual for him to narrate tales to the children following their morning exercises. Uncle Hillman, please tell us a child's voice abruptly halted. At that moment, with his thoughts slightly prepared, Hillman was taken aback by the unfinished sentence. He glanced up, only to find all the children from the 3 teams staring in astonishment at the eastern sky. Rory and Roger also turned to face the same direction, their eyes wide with shock. With a sense of bewilderment, Hillman pivoted to gaze at the eastern horizon. Before long, he beheld a colossal black dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length, gracefully coiling through the air at an altitude of 200 to 300 meters. Its eyes resembled enormous wheels, while its massive body was adorned with scales that glimmered with a chilling radiance. The dragon's enormous wings, spanning nearly 100 meters when fully extended, gently fluttered with formidable strength. The beast was none other than the Black Dragon. Chapter 15. The Battle in the Sky, Part 2. The Black Dragon, a paramount entity among magical beasts, typically belongs to the 9th tier of magical creatures. The stronger members of its clan may even possess the might of a Saint Realm warrior. Neither the 9th tier magical beasts nor the Saint Realm creatures could be compared to the velociraptor encountered the previous day. At this moment, a group of children, accompanied by 3 instructors, stood in the open expanse of Dongfang in Wushan Town, merely hundreds of meters away from the colossal black dragon. Observing the immense creature, which stretched over 100 meters in length, from such proximity evoked a visual awe that surpassed any words. Most astonishingly, atop the swirling dragon hovered a figure clad in a gray robe, who stood with an air of defiance. The fierce winds whipped around him, causing his robe to billow, yet he remained as upright as a spear, steadfast like a rock amidst the tempest. His gaze was fixed upon a middle-aged man in green, who was poised in the air, a long sword slung across his back. At this moment, the gray-robed man, standing atop the black dragon, faced off against the green-clad warrior, suspended in the air. Only a wind mage capable of invoking the 7th tier spell, flight, or a being of the sacred domain could achieve such levitation. The long sword carried by the middle-aged man in green undoubtedly signified his status. A warrior, one of sacred domain caliber. The gray-robed man has tamed the black dragon? And there's a flying warrior of the sacred domain? 8-year-old Linley was utterly astonished by this scene. Even after witnessing a fierce battle the previous day, he remained profoundly shocked. Not just him, but Hillman, a 6th-tier warrior, was equally taken aback. A warrior of the sacred domain, indeed a warrior of the sacred domain, Hillman murmured, his entire being trembling slightly. Without a doubt, Hillman, who had traversed the chasm between life and death multiple times, was the first to regain full consciousness. Yet, even in his awakened state, he felt as though he had been ensnared in a dream these past few days. Yesterday, an 8th-level dual-element mage appeared, and today, even more astonishingly, 2 realm protectors and a black dragon have arrived. I, Hillman, have never been so astounded in my life. Hillman felt a slight dizziness cloud his mind. The black dragon was a creature of the highest caliber, at least a 9th-level beast. The ability to tame such a dragon was likely reserved for those of the realm protector status. Moreover, from another perspective, only a realm protector would dare to confront another of their kind. This clearly indicated that the figure in the gray robe was indeed a realm protector. Hillman and his companions stood several hundred meters away from the black dragon, and despite their keen hearing, they could not grasp the dialogue exchanged between the 2 confronting realm protectors. They remained oblivious to the content of their conversation until suddenly, roar! The massive black dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its enormous wings flapping with ferocity, releasing a terrifying aura that engulfed the area. Every soul present, including Hillman, felt an overwhelming pressure that left them breathless and weak in the knees. Is this the might of a dragon? Linley thought, as his heart seemed to be crushed beneath an immense weight, yet he felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. This black dragon was truly formidable. With that one thunderous roar, the dragon's oppressive presence dissipated, and everyone regained their normal breathing. Hillman stood momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Rudy? Rudy?" Hillman was acutely aware of the situation at hand. It was evident that a conflict was brewing between the two formidable beings of the sacred realm, seemingly on the verge of confrontation. Should these titans of power engage in battle, the presence of a group of innocent children in the open would spell disaster, as the slightest ripple of their energy could jeopardize the lives of all those present. The beings of the sacred realm possessed the capacity for cataclysmic destruction, capable of laying waste to cities and mountains alike. Hillman's face was etched with urgency. "Understood, Captain," responded Rory and Roger, fully grasping their leader's intentions. Without hesitation, Rory and Roger set about lifting the slower children, each carrying 2 in their arms while also securing 2 more on their backs. Hillman joined their efforts, swiftly gathering the little ones into his embrace. "We understand, Uncle Hillman," Linley called out, his voice ringing clear. Though merely 8 years of age, Linley's speed rivaled that of a 14-year-old. As he ran, he frequently glanced toward the eastern sky, captivated by the spiraling black dragon and the 2 sacred realm warriors, which held his rapt attention. "Captain, Lord Hogg has summoned us," shouted a group of 11 or 12 warriors sprinting from the direction of the Baruch estate upon spotting Hillman. In Wushan town, Hillman wields considerable authority. His words guide many who are struck by fear at the sight of the black dragon, illuminating their course of action. At this moment, the entire town is in a frenzy, with every child and worker hurrying home. Only the sturdy stone houses offer them any semblance of protection. Linley dashed into his home. "Quickly, take refuge in the basement of the storeroom," Hogg shouted from the courtyard, witnessing Linley's urgent entry. The storeroom's basement is the largest and most fortified within the Baruch family estate, a sanctuary where lives can be preserved. "Yes, Father." Linley nodded vigorously and sprinted towards the storeroom. As Linley ran, his thoughts were consumed by the figure in the gray robe atop the black dragon and the man clad in green. He instinctively raised his gaze towards the eastern sky, where the town's modest buildings allowed a clear view of the heights above. At that moment, the black dragon roared softly yet ominously. "Rudy, today I shall witness the true extent of your prowess as a realm mage." The man in green, identified as Tylan, bellowed in anger. Chapter 16, Catastrophe, Part 1. It was evident that the man bearing the long sword was Tylan, while the figure in gray was Rudy. The black dragon beneath Rudy unleashed a torrent of black flames that enveloped Tylan like a shroud of smoke. Suddenly, a blinding emerald light radiated from Tylan's body, encasing him in a protective aura that rendered him impervious to the black flames. Simultaneously, the sound of a sword's song resonated through the air. The sound of the sword's chant was more resounding than the roar of a dragon, echoing through the heavens and the earth. A middle-aged man clad in green wielded a long sword. With a single swing, he unleashed a colossal, shimmering blade of light that stretched several dozen meters, slicing through the air and striking fiercely towards the figure in gray. The gray-cloaked man remained unmoved, his cold gaze fixed upon the gigantic blade of light, while he continued to silently chant a spell. "Is this what they call a sword's radiance? Such a massive blade of light?" Linley mused, sprinting towards the storeroom while glancing back. How will that gray-cloaked man defend against it? Will he rely on the black dragon? With a resounding crash, the black dragon did not attempt to shield its master. It allowed the colossal blade of light to strike directly against the gray figure. The gray robe exploded into fragments. Yet what emerged was a dazzling suit of protective armor that shimmered like diamonds. The mighty blade of light struck the armor, yet failed to inflict any harm upon the gray-cloaked man whatsoever. How can this be? Linley was utterly astonished. In his haste, Linley failed to watch his footing and inadvertently stumbled over a stone, tumbling to the ground. Nevertheless, he turned his gaze back towards the eastern sky, exclaiming, "What sort of armor is that with such formidable defense?" "Linley, hurry, stop dawdling," Hogg roared, witnessing his son's distraction. "Yes, father," Linley replied, snapping back to reality and quickly scrambling to his feet, racing towards the storeroom. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble echoed through the heavens, followed by a chorus of horrified screams resonating throughout Wushan town. Linley instinctively turned his gaze skyward once more, and what he beheld sent a chill down his spine. In the eastern sky, an astonishing sight unfolded as a multitude of colossal stones, each comparable in size to a house, floated ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surface of these massive stones shimmered with a dusty yellow radiance as they hurtled through the air at remarkable speed, akin to meteors, hurtling towards the man in green. Each stone was estimated to weigh nearly 100,000 pounds, far surpassing the projectiles of ancient siege engines. Even the formidable walls of a city would likely falter under such a tremendous strike. The sheer terror of a single stone was palpable, yet now, a dense array of these house-sized boulders descended upon the man clad in green, leaving the townsfolk of Wushan utterly astounded. Boom! The first colossal stone collided with the green-clad figure, causing an immediate surge of brilliant emerald light to radiate from him, transforming him into what seemed like a green sun, emitting blinding beams of verdant luminescence. An overwhelming tide of stones surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the man in green. In the blink of an eye, he found himself encircled by the multitude of massive boulders, with only the piercing emerald light visible through the gaps. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the stones shattered violently, obliterated by the terrifying might of the green energy. Each house-sized stone fragmented into a myriad of varying-sized debris, scattering in all directions. From hundreds of meters above, propelled by a surge of fury, the force of the falling debris was immense, casting fragments far and wide. Oh no! Hogg's face turned ashen. At that moment, Hillman, still on the streets of Wushan town, also paled at the sight. They both understood that disaster had befallen Wushan town. Countless shards of stone rained down, some nearly 2 meters in diameter, while others were roughly the size of a human head. These fragments erupted chaotically from the high altitude, each massive boulder shattering into dozens or even hundreds of pieces, with nearly 1/5 of the debris hurtling towards the region of Wushan town. "Father!" Linley cried out to Hogg, who was in the distance, as he witnessed the deluge of stones plummeting from the sky. "Quick! Get inside!" Hogg shouted urgently. At that moment, Linley was still several dozen meters away from the storeroom. Heeding his father's frantic command, he disregarded everything else and sprinted towards the shelter. The sounds of boom, boom, and countless stones crashing down reverberated around him, resembling an earthquake, ushering in an apocalyptic scene. Whoosh! A massive stone, weighing several hundred pounds, grazed Linley's body and crashed into the ground nearby, creating a deep pit. A cold sweat broke out on Linley's back. Had it been a moment later, his life would have been forfeit. Boom! 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 The cacophony of stones shattering rooftops, the splintering of slate, the tremors of impact, and the anguished cries of the perishing formed a symphony of doom, echoing throughout the chaos. Whoosh! Several massive stones crashed down before Linley, prompting him to retreat swiftly in order to evade them. If he continued to dodge like this, how could he possibly enter the storeroom? "Master Linley, hurry!" A figure darted out from the storeroom. It was Grandpa Sheely, enveloped in a fiery red aura of battle energy. He rushed directly towards Linley. "Brother, quickly, quickly!" At the entrance of the storeroom, 4-year-old Walton appeared to be crying, calling out loudly to Linley. "Walton, get inside, now!" Linley shouted with urgency. Whoosh! A remarkably rare colossal stone, nearly 2 meters in length, hurtled through the air from a distance, heading straight for the storeroom. Linley observed this alarming sight and calculated that if this stone struck the roof of the storeroom, Walton, who was currently at the entrance, would undoubtedly be injured or even killed. "Quickly, get inside, Walton!" Linley's eyes widened in fear as he roared, propelling himself towards the storeroom at breakneck speed. He disregarded the falling stones from above, focusing solely on reaching Walton as swiftly as possible. Sheely, facing Linley, was unaware of the impending danger from the giant stone hurtling towards the storeroom, while Linley was fully aware that once the debris from the storeroom cascaded down, young Walton's frail body would stand no chance against it. Master Linley, the butler Sheely gasped in shock upon witnessing Linley's frantic actions. A couple of stones swiftly plummeted to the ground around Linley, who, like a panther, fixed his gaze intently on little Walton and suddenly dashed toward the storeroom. At that moment, Sheely, having turned around, spotted a massive boulder, 2 meters in diameter, hurtling towards the storeroom, causing her face to drain of color. "Get down!" Linley bellowed, his expression fierce and unyielding. Little Walton had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on his brother's face, and in his fright, he immediately crouched down, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Linley, his lips quivering as he uttered, "Brother." Without hesitation, Linley leapt onto little Walton, shielding him with his own body. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous crash resounded. The formidable boulder struck the roof of the storeroom with tremendous force. Despite the roof's sturdy stone slabs, they shattered under the weight of such a colossal rock, causing the walls to tremble and collapse. "Young master!" The butler Sheely's eyes brimmed with tears as a surge of battle energy erupted within him. He soared forth like a bolt of crimson lightning, enveloped in a protective aura, and swiftly struck at the debris of the crumbling wall. The falling rubble and Sheely collided almost simultaneously with Linley beneath them. With a resounding rumble, within moments Walton, Linley, and the butler Sheely were entirely buried beneath the rubble. In the courtyard, Hogg wielded a massive sword, managing to deflect a descending stone. However, upon turning to glance in Linley's direction, he was rendered speechless as he beheld Linley recklessly diving to protect Walton, followed closely by Sheely, who leapt to safeguard them both. The warehouse collapsed, and debris cascaded down. Hogg's eyes turned red in an instant. At that moment, Hogg could not discern whether Sheely had first pinned down Linley or if the falling stones had struck him first. Chapter 17, Catastrophe, Part 2, Boom, Boom, Boom. Intermittent crashing sounds echoed through Wushan town, and in a brief span, the sky was devoid of any falling stones. The massive boulders had been entirely shattered by the middle-aged man in green attire. However, the townsfolk of Wushan had no energy left to pay heed to the battle above. "Lord Hogg, the situation in Wushan town is dire. Just a moment ago, Lord Hogg, what has happened to you?" Hillman rushed into the residence, intending to report, but upon witnessing Hogg's dazed expression, he could not help but exclaim. Hogg's body trembled, and clarity returned to his mind. Linley. In an instant, Hogg darted toward the direction of the warehouse with alarming speed. Hillman, sensing the urgency, quickly followed suit. Bang! Before Hogg could reach the scene, the pile of debris that had trapped the butler Sheely, Linley, and Walton was violently dispersed. Butler Sheely emerged, straightening himself from the rubble. "Uncle Sheely, how is it?" Hogg's voice trembled slightly as he glanced toward the figure lying beneath the rubble. The first sight that struck him was a large patch of blood on Linley's head, an alarming sight that made Hogg's head spin, causing his body to sway involuntarily. At that moment, Linley still braced himself against the ground, preventing the weight of the debris from crushing Walton beneath him. "Father!" A tender voice emanated from the depths below. Walton gradually crawled out from beneath Linley. Being small in stature, Walton had been completely shielded by Linley and sustained no injuries. Brother, what is the matter?" Walton gently nudged Linley's body. Linley, Hogg's voice trembled slightly. The butler, Sheely, interjected, "I was a moment too slow, although I managed to block a fragment of rock. It still struck Master Linley on the head. However, the impact should not be too severe." I'm fine," came the low, hoarse voice of Linley as he struggled to lift his head and cast a glance at his father, forcing a smile through his pain. In that moment, upon seeing his son's smile, Hogg's tears flowed freely. Linley propped himself up and sat upright, his clothing stained with a large patch of blood, and his face and neck bore the marks of injury from the rock that had struck him, causing a considerable loss of blood. Feeling a bit dizzy, Linley continued to gaze at his father and weakly uttered, "Father, you are crying." It is nothing," Hogg replied, his face adorned with a smile of excitement. "Walton, why were you at the storeroom door just now?" Linley said, patting his younger brother's head with a hint of discontent. Realizing his mistake, Walton lowered his head, murmuring, "Brother, I am sorry." The butler, Siri, spoke, "This is my fault. The disaster struck so unexpectedly. I had just brought Walton to the storeroom when I saw young Master Linley in peril, and I rushed to his aid. I never anticipated that, in such a brief moment, a massive boulder would crash down upon the storeroom. It is all my mistake." Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Everyone's expressions changed as they turned their gaze towards the eastern sky, where they beheld a colossal figure suspended in midair. This giant stood nearly 10 meters tall, its muscles bulging and its countenance fierce, enveloped in a hue of earthy yellow. The enormous being was engaged in a fierce battle with a middle-aged man clad in green, their clashes resonating like thunder. From the sheer sound of their collisions, one could surmise the terrifying power of the yellow giant. Each strike from the giant surpassed the impact of a 100,000-pound boulder. Linley gazed enviously at the scene unfolding above. This yellow giant must have been summoned by that gray-robed man through magic. He deduced this, recognizing that the gray-robed individual was a formidable archmage. "Linley, how do you feel?" Hogg asked with concern. Linley managed a faint smile. "It's nothing serious. I merely have a cut on my head that bleeds a little." "Young Master Linley, you are losing quite a bit of blood. Too much blood loss could be fatal," Siri remarked. Having retrieved a piece of white silk cloth from the storeroom to tend to Linley's wound, Hogg cast a deep glance at Linley. "Uncle Siri, how is Linley faring?" At that moment, Hogg felt a sense of relief wash over him. Moments ago, as Linley charged towards Warden to shield him, Hogg was truly petrified. He was genuinely afraid that his son might perish just like that. Taking a deep breath, Hogg turned to Hillman. "By the way, Hillman, you mentioned Wushan Town earlier. What is the current casualty situation there?" "The specifics have yet to be fully assessed," Hillman replied, his expression somber. "However, from what I have gathered, several lives have been lost in the town, and many others are severely injured or disabled. Alas, this calamity struck too swiftly. Despite my loud warnings, numerous individuals were unable to take refuge in the cellars in time." "It was indeed too swift," Hogg said as he gazed toward the eastern sky. "The powerful beings of the sacred domain occupy an entirely different echelon compared to the residents of Wushan Town. With a mere wave of their hand, they could obliterate the entire town. The recent barrage of colossal boulders, along with the green-clad middle-aged man shattering numerous stones, was merely a preliminary probing of their strength. Yet, this initial probing led to devastation for Wushan Town. The legendary level 10 Earth Magic, the forbidden spell of the Earth Element, Earth Guardian, possesses an astonishing power, representing the most formidable single-target attack of an Earth Domain Archmage," Hogg remarked coldly as he observed the yellow-hued giant. "As the patriarch of the Dragonblood Warrior clan, although the family has waned, its ancient legacy spanning over 5 millennia has endowed it with records of various magical assaults wielded by powerful beings." Hogg could naturally recognize it at a glance. Level 10 magic. Linley inhaled deeply. Linley yearned profoundly for the day when he could mount the Black Dragon and unleash the cataclysmic power of a 10th level spell. Reflecting on this, he naturally considered the upcoming magical enrollment. The examination for enrolling magic students in the royal capital will not occur until late autumn. There are still 6 months to wait. Anticipation stirred within Linley's heart as he looked forward to the magical enrollment test half a year hence. "Hogg, accompany me shortly to investigate the situation of the residents in Wushan Town," called out Hogg, turning to Hiri. "Uncle Hiri, once these 2 domain powerhouses depart, take Linley to change his clothes and ensure he gets some proper rest." "Of course, my lord," Hiri replied with a nod. Hogg glanced at Linley, who was intently watching the fierce battle between the 2 domain powerhouses, and chuckled. This lad Linley, even wounded, is still eager to witness the clash of domain experts. Thankfully, that domain magician has summoned the Guardian of the Earth. This battle is likely nearing its conclusion. At that moment, Linley's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the tumultuous battle unfolding in the sky, completely oblivious to the pendant hanging on his chest. Due to a blow to his head, the dragon ring he had taken to wearing as a pendant had become stained with blood. The dark, wood-like material of the ring absorbed the blood as though it were a sponge, leaving no trace on its surface. Moreover, the ring began to emit a faint, ethereal glow. However, the shimmering light was obscured by Linley's clothing, rendering it unnoticed by anyone around. Chapter 18. The Spirit of the Dragon, Part 1. In the eastern sky, a figure cloaked in gray stood atop the head of a serpentine black dragon that coiled through the heavens, a confident smile gracing his face as he observed the fierce clash between a middle-aged man clad in green and a colossal figure of earthy hue. With a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, the sword in the green-clad man's hand pierced the skull of the earthen giant. The head shattered with a resounding explosion, yet the giant remained unfazed, its massive fist crashing down upon the green-clad man's body. Blood erupted from the green-clad man's mouth, leaving his visage pallid and stricken. Remarkably, the shattered head of the earthen giant began to reconstitute itself, entirely unharmed. Tylan, you might as well surrender. The Earth Guardian I summon is beyond your capability to contend with, stated the gray-cloaked figure coldly from his perch on the dragon's head. The green-clad man fixed a chilling gaze upon the gray figure and suddenly exclaimed with fervor, "Rudy, if I cannot possess it, neither shall you." At that moment, a brilliant emerald radiance surged from his hands, startling the previously indifferent gray figure atop the black dragon. "Stop!" With a thunderous boom, the emerald light in the green-clad man's palms flared intensely, dazzling like a sun, before it erupted in a violent explosion, dissipating moments later. "Tylan, you," the gray-cloaked man pointed in fury at the green-clad figure, rendered speechless. The middle-aged man in green attire bore a pallid complexion, casting a cold gaze upon the similarly subdued figure clad in gray robes. "Now, it seems, neither of us shall attain our desires. Rudy, though I am wounded, it would not be so simple for you to extinguish my life." With a sardonic laugh, the man in green transformed into a streak of emerald light, racing swiftly towards the northeast. The gray-robed figure observed as the man disappeared into the heavens, furrowing his brow but refraining from pursuit. Beside him, the towering figure of the earthen giant began to dissipate. "Starry Sword Saint, Tylan? Alas, it is not yet time to eliminate him," the gray-robed man mused quietly. Following his thoughts, the immense black dragon beneath him, seemingly attuned to his intentions, unfurled its vast ebony wings and soared with a roar towards the southeast. In the blink of an eye, these two formidable champions of the sacred realm vanished into the horizon. Yet, the town of Wushan lay in utter ruin, with countless collapsed structures, anguished groans, furious curses, heart-wrenching wails, and sorrowful weeping filling the air. In a mere moment, what had been a tranquil morning transformed into a day of calamity. Within the opulent parlor of the Baruch family, only Hogg sat alone. He occupied a place at the long table, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. As the de facto ruler of Wushan, he bore the weight of his townspeople's welfare upon his shoulders. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as the butler, Siri, entered the parlor. "My lord," he announced. "What news of Linley?" Hogg inquired, swiftly turning to face him. Shilly smiled gently and said, "Rest assured, my lord. I have already tended to young Master Linley's wounds and bandaged them properly. He has been well fed and dressed in clean, fresh clothes for sleep. Once he awakens, he is likely to feel significantly better." Hogg nodded with a hint of reassurance, yet his brow remained furrowed with concern. "Are you worried about the residents of Wushan town, my lord?" Shilly inquired. Hogg nodded and replied with a wry smile, "Uncle Shilly, the ordinary residents of Wushan town do not share our fortitude. The men are somewhat capable, being typically first or second level warriors, but the women are at a disadvantage. With the massive stones raining down from above, it is nearly impossible for them to defend themselves." Shilly nodded in agreement. In the entire Wushan town, only a handful practiced Duki. When thousands of boulders fell from the sky, the only hope was to seek refuge in a cellar or shield oneself. Otherwise, the consequences of being struck would be dire. Now, we can only await the statistics from Zierman and his team, Hogg thought anxiously. After a long while, hurried footsteps echoed outside the living room. Hogg's eyes brightened, and he looked up to see Zierman hastily entering the room. "Zierman, what is the casualty report from Wushan town?" Hogg urgently inquired. Zierman sighed heavily. "We have just completed the tally. Over 300 lives have been lost in the town, with nearly 1,000 injured. Considering the town's total population of just over 5,000, this represented nearly 1/5 of its inhabitants. This was indeed a catastrophic toll, even with the protection afforded by stone houses. Such devastating losses? Hogg felt a wave of urgency wash over him. The most crucial aspect for a nation is its sustenance, and the same holds true for a small town. In the present day, the sudden decline in labor force is alarming, and the disabled population still requires support. Consequently, the economic situation of this town is likely to become increasingly dire. Alas, Hogg sighed deeply. He wished to alleviate taxes, yet the taxation in Wushan town was already quite minimal. Maintaining his own family's livelihood had become a challenge, so how could he possibly assist the townsfolk? In contrast to other towns, where exorbitant taxes left many farmers struggling to survive, Wushan faced its own unique hardships. Lord Hogg, the townspeople are grateful for your benevolence. They are well aware of all that you have done. Please do not burden yourself with excessive worry, Hillman advised from beside him. Hillman, a native of Wushan town, held the rank of a 6th-level warrior, a status that would allow him to serve as a captain of a noble's guard even in the capital. However, out of gratitude for the Baruch family's generosity towards Wushan, Hillman chose to retire from the military and became the captain of the guard for this declining family. Hillman, take the members of the guard and survey the town. Uncle Hiri, you should also take some rest, Hogg instructed directly. Certainly, my lord, Hillman replied. Butler Hiri bowed in acknowledgement, and then he and Hillman exited the parlor, leaving Hogg alone in the room. In Linley's bedroom, due to a head injury, Hiri, the caretaker, instructed everyone to allow Linley to rest undisturbed. While chaos reigned outside Asan town, tranquility pervaded Linley's chamber, where he was lost in a serene dream. A delicate chime resonated as a gentle tremor arose. Emanating from Linley's chest, radiant halos materialized, enveloping the dark coiling dragon ring. The ring ascended from beneath his nightclothes, hovering a mere 10 centimeters above his chest. The vibrations intensified, and the ring's radiance grew increasingly vibrant. Fortunately, Linley's chamber remained unoccupied. Any observer would have been astonished. Yet, Linley slumbered peacefully, oblivious to the levitating ring. Suddenly, the coiling dragon ring's radiance contracted sharply, transforming into a hazy stream of light. This stream emanated from the ring, alighting beside the bed and materializing into a figure. It was a benevolent elder, adorned in a moon-white robe, with snow-white hair and a kind countenance. The coiling dragon ring, now devoid of energy, fell onto Linley's chest. Linley's eyelids fluttered open. Upon beholding the unfamiliar elder at his bedside, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you?" "Greetings, young one. I am Dylan Cowart, a saint-level magus of the Powant Empire," the gentle elder responded with a smile. Linley's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're a saint-level magus?" The amiable elder nodded confidently. "Not quite, Grandpa. Did you just mention the Puang Empire? The empire that perished over 5,000 years ago?" Linley, well-versed in the history of the continent, was acutely aware that the Puang Empire had fallen long before the birth of his own lineage. In the present day, none of the 4 great empires bore any resemblance to the Puang Empire. Chapter 19. The Spirit of the Coiling Dragon, Part 2. The establishment of the Puang Empire dates back to an ancient era, over 8,000 years ago. It flourished for nearly 3 millennia before ultimately succumbing to destruction. The territory once claimed by the Puang Empire now comprises the lands of the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance combined. It can be stated that the 12 kingdoms and 32 principalities to the west of the Beast Mountain Range were once part of the vast expanse of the Puang Empire. Such a history illustrates the immense scale of its dominion. Yet, the Puang Empire has long since met its demise. Over 5,000 years, the elder, whose hair was as white as snow, momentarily faltered, then sighed. Within the ring of earth, one cannot accurately perceive the passage of time. I did not anticipate that upon my emergence from the ring of earth, my homeland would have faded into oblivion for over 5 millennia. What do you mean, Grandpa? I'm utterly confused. At that moment, Linley felt as though his mind had turned to mush. The sudden appearance of this elder, claiming to be a sanctified archmage of the Puang Empire that had perished 5,000 years prior, was beyond bizarre and ludicrous. Linley even began to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. "Little one," the venerable elder remarked with a smile as he gazed upon Linley, "the ring adorning your chest is none other than the artifact I once wielded, known as the Ring of Earth. Wait, wait, Linley interjected, lifting his chin defiantly. What Ring of Earth? The ring I wear is a legacy from my ancestors. It is called the Dragon Coil Ring. The Dragon Coil Ring? Is that its original name? The elder inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Linley was momentarily taken aback. Original name? What do you mean by original name? He asked. His brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at the elder. The elder chuckled. Ah, it seems you have bestowed the name Dragon Coil Ring upon it, or perhaps it was your forebears who did so. When I first discovered this ring, I scoured countless records but could not ascertain its true name. Hence, I took the liberty of naming it Ring of Earth. As for its original designation, I remain in the dark. Oh, so you named it yourself. Now that it is mine, I shall call it Dragon Coil Ring. Linley responded with unwavering resolve. Very well, let it be known as the Dragon Coil Ring, the elder agreed with a smile, choosing not to engage in further debate with Linley. The elder continued with a smile. In the year 4280 of the Yuan calendar, at this, Linley's heart raced with astonishment. 4,280 years? This year marks 9,990. In the year 4280 of the Yuan calendar, I encountered my old adversary, the sanctuary mage Hamlin. We engaged in fierce combat, but I was unprepared for the presence of another formidable sanctuary expert who launched a covert attack upon me. Ultimately, I faced defeat, fearing that my soul would fall into the clutches of my tormentor Hamlin. I chose to seal my essence within this earthbound artifact, the Dragon Ring. The elder recounted slowly, recalling the events of that fateful day. The Dragon Ring is truly extraordinary. At first glance, it appears utterly devoid of any aura, yet its capabilities rival those of divine artifacts. I sealed my soul within it, and despite their prolonged search, Hamlin and his cohorts were unable to uncover my presence. I owe my concealment to this very Dragon Ring, the elder remarked with a smile. Linley nodded thoughtfully. To the untrained eye, the Dragon Ring indeed seemed remarkably unremarkable. However, as the heir of an ancient lineage, Linley possessed a discerning eye. Typically, treasures emanate some elemental energy, yet the Dragon Ring resembled nothing more than a withered piece of wood. Grandfather, you mentioned that over 5,000 years ago, you were ambushed by a sanctuary mage and another powerful expert, ultimately sealing your soul within this Dragon Ring? Furthermore, you claim that this Dragon Ring is a treasure comparable to divine artifacts. Linley asked, his voice filled with incredulity. Indeed, the elder replied, smiling and nodding as he recognized Linley's understanding. Then, grandfather, how did you emerge from the Dragon Ring? Linley inquired, gazing at the elder with curiosity. The elder chuckled as he elucidated, in truth, when I sealed my soul within the Dragon Ring, I became a spirit ensconced in that very artifact. My existence is now entwined with the Dragon Ring. Unless someone assumes the mantle of its master, I shall remain imprisoned within. Become the master of the Dragon Ring? Indeed, it entails blood being shed upon the Dragon Ring, the elder replied with a smile. Linley furrowed his brow, murmuring, blood upon the Dragon Ring? After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. When a stone had struck his head, his blood had stained his garments and neck, likely tainting the Dragon Ring as well. Oh, then I am the master of the Dragon Ring, Linley affirmed with a nod. Precisely. It is only because you have claimed the Dragon Ring that I can emerge and once again savor the essence of this Yuan continent, the elder remarked, a smile gracing his features. By the way, young one, I just shared my name with you. What is yours? Linley beamed. I am Linley Baruch. Linley, a splendid name, the elder responded with a smile. Grandfather, must you remain forever bound by the Dragon Ring, unable to regain your freedom? Linley inquired, a hint of compassion in his voice. The elderly man nodded with a smile and said, Linley, you must understand that when an ordinary person passes away, their soul enters the realm of the underworld. However, upon my demise, due to my status as a Saint Domain mage, my mental energy had already become substantial. This allowed me to resist the call of the underworld for a brief period, during which I sealed myself within the Dragon Ring. Now, the only way for me to escape this confinement is to expend all of my mental energy. Expending all of my mental energy? Linley queried, somewhat perplexed. Mental energy is a term used by humans, while the undead refer to it as soul power. When mental energy is entirely depleted, the soul will naturally dissipate. Therefore, when my soul fades away, it signifies my liberation from the constraints of the Dragon Ring. The elderly man replied calmly. Nevertheless, it is not all too bad. Despite being bound to the Dragon Ring and unable to venture more than 3 meters away, I still consider it a considerable improvement. Linley's heart quivered. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for this venerable elder. Ah, Linley, I am truly content. You cannot fathom the torment I would have endured had my soul been captured by Hamlin. It would have been a fate worse than death, the elder lamented. Grandfather, may I call you Grandfather Darren Cowder? Linley suddenly inquired. Darren Cowder, a distinguished Saint Domain mage during the era of the Puang Empire, held an esteemed position, ranking among the top 5 across the entire Yulon continent. It was only due to the treacherous ambush by the Saint Domain mage Hamlin and another formidable entity that Darren Cowder met his demise. However, Darren Cowder lived a life devoid of children and grandchildren. Now, hearing Linley address him as Grandpa Darren, the heart that had languished in solitude for millennia suddenly felt a warmth enveloping it. Very well, Darren Cowder replied, his heart brimming with joy. Linley's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, Grandpa Darren, you just mentioned that you are a Saint Domain mage. Can you teach me the art of magic? Linley's heart raced with excitement. The person before him was a Saint Domain mage from over 5,000 years ago. Images of the colossal form of the velociraptor, the terrifying spectacle of the dance of fire serpents, and the endless boulders descending from the heavens flooded Linley's mind, along with the figure standing proudly atop a black dragon. How he yearned for the day when he too could stand upon the head of the black dragon, soaring through the skies. Darren Cowder's white beard bristled with enthusiasm, and his eyes gleamed as he responded, Of course. Your Grandpa Darren is the most magnificent Earth Element Saint Domain mage, and among all schools of magic, Earth is the most formidable. As old Darren spoke of magic, he was infused with vigor. Chapter 20. Earth Element Magic, Part 1. Linley's excitement surged within him like a volcanic eruption, igniting a fervor he could scarcely contain. Grandpa Darren, can you truly teach me the art of magic? Linley gazed at the old mage, unable to suppress his exhilaration. Upon observing Linley's demeanor, Dylan Court's white beard twitched slightly as he remarked, Linley, your Grandpa Dylan is a saint-level magister. Even if your innate talent is not exceptional, I can still facilitate your study of magic. However, should your aptitude be low, your accomplishments will correspondingly be modest. Dylan Court's assertion would undoubtedly astound other mages. Within the magical fraternity, innate talent reigns supreme. Its absence precludes one from becoming a mage, a widely accepted tenet. Yet, Dylan Court audaciously proclaims that even with unremarkable talent, he can cultivate a mage. Such a declaration from another might be dismissed as boastful, but from a saint-level magister of over 5 millennia past, it carries considerable weight. Limited talent, limited achievements? Linley's heart resonated with a subtle tremor. However, to accomplish all of this, strength is very important. Linley, fret not. Your magical aptitude remains untested. Who knows, it may be exceptionally high, Dylan Court reassured, stroking his white beard with a gentle smile. Grandpa Dylan's composure instilled a sense of calm within Linley. Grandpa Dylan, how does one assess magical talent? Linley inquired, his anticipation piqued. Assessing magical talent is quite straightforward, Dylan Court began, but was abruptly interrupted. Footsteps echoed from beyond the door, causing Linley to panic. He hastily whispered to Dylan Court, Grandpa Dylan, quickly conceal yourself. Someone is approaching. The discovery of this saint-level magister from the ancient Puan Empire would be disastrous. Dylan Cowder, however, merely smiled faintly, remaining utterly still. Grandfather Dylan, Linley said, a hint of urgency in his voice. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and the butler, Shiri, peered inside. Upon seeing that Linley had awakened, he could not help but smile, saying, Young Master Linley, I did not expect you to wake so soon. How do you feel now? Linley immediately managed to smile and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Grandfather Shiri. I feel much better now. Young Master Linley, it is time for lunch. Since you are awake, let us dine together. the butler Shiri said with a warm smile. Noticing Linley glancing repeatedly at an empty space beside the bed, Shiri inquired with curiosity, "Young Master Linley, what are you looking at beside the bed? Did something fall? I can fetch it for you." "No, it's nothing," Linley quickly replied, scrambling out of bed. "Grandfather Shiri, let us go have lunch." Though Shiri found Linley's reaction somewhat peculiar, he thought little of it and nodded with a smile. Linley dressed in his clothes and shoes, casting a worried glance at Delinquator. At that moment, Delinquator smiled at Linley and vanished from his line of sight without a trace. "I have entered the Dragon Ring." Linley felt a distinct presence of a soul within the Dragon Ring this time. Unlike before, after the blood oath of allegiance, his understanding of the Dragon Ring had evidently ascended to a new level. "Linley, there is no need for spoken words. Simply convey your thoughts to me within your mind, and I shall hear you. You are the master of the Dragon Ring, while I am its soul spirit. We can effortlessly communicate telepathically." The voice of Delinquator resonated within Linley's consciousness. This revelation astonished Linley greatly. "Grandfather Darren?" Linley tentatively spoke within his mind. "I can hear you," Delinquator's voice echoed back to Linley's mind. A surge of joy filled Linley's heart. Yet in his excitement to converse with Delinquator, he failed to notice the threshold beneath his feet and stumbled. The butler, Shiri, turned back with a smile and remarked, "Young Master Linley, please watch your step." As Linley continued to engage in animated conversation with Delinquator in his mind, he made his way into the living room and took a seat. Today's lunch was particularly sumptuous, featuring a delicious roasted lamb. Upon seeing Linley, Hogg smiled and said, "Linley, do sit down." He then personally tore off a leg of lamb and handed it to Linley. "Thank you, father." Linley felt a twinge of surprise. The family was experiencing financial difficulties, and their meals were usually quite modest. To have a roasted lamb today was indeed a rarity. Unbeknownst to Linley, during the recent rain of stones upon Wushan town, not only humans but also many livestock had perished, leading to a scarcity of food. This day, not only the Baruch family but also numerous commoners were indulging in a rare feast. "Grandfather Darren, why was Shiri unable to see you earlier?" Linley inquired within his mind. A realization dawned upon Linley. Previously, Grandfather Derlin had mentioned that he had long since departed from the mortal realm, and what remained was merely his soul. "Grandfather Derlin, does that mean you can appear by my side at any time?" Linda exclaimed joyfully. As soon as Linda's words fell, Linley observed the abrupt manifestation of an elderly man with white hair and beard, draped in a moon-white robe, none other than Derlin Cowart. At that moment, Hogg, the butler Sheely, and his younger brother Walton were engrossed in their lunch conversation, entirely oblivious to Derlin Cowart's presence. "Wow, not everyone is incapable of sensing my existence. Only those whose souls are on a comparable level to mine can perceive me. Of course, if I retreat into the Dragon Ring, others will undoubtedly be unable to detect me." Derlin Cowart's voice resonated in Linley's mind. "Those who share a comparable soul level with you, Grandfather Derlin?" Linley mused as he chewed, engaging in a mental dialogue with Derlin Cowart. "Those whose soul levels are equivalent to mine should be the sanctuary-level powerhouses. Only they can vaguely sense my presence. The condition is that I must be outside the Dragon Ring. If I enter it, they will not be able to detect me," Derlin Cowart remarked with a smile. Linley nodded internally while one hand grasped a roasted leg of lamb, devouring it heartily. "Linley, slow down a bit," Hogg chuckled, noticing Linley's rapid consumption. The events of that morning had left a profound impact on Hogg. At that moment, he had nearly believed Linley would be crushed. Following this incident, Hogg's attitude towards Linley had noticeably improved. "Goodbye, brother." The chubby little Walton waved his greasy hand at Linley. Chapter 21. Earth Magic Part 2. Quickly shedding his shoes, Linley leapt onto the bed, casually taking a seat. "Grandfather Derlin, please come forth and assist me in testing my magical aptitude," he implored, his heart racing with anticipation, having contemplated this matter throughout lunch. A shimmering light shot forth from the Dragon Ring, materializing into Derlin Cowart at the edge of the bed. With a gentle smile, Derlin Cowart remarked, "Linley, do not be hasty. I must first inform you that, due to the absence of specialized testing tools, I can only ascertain whether you possess the potential to become an earth mage. As for other elements, I am unable to conduct tests without the appropriate instruments. Only the aptitude for earth magic? Linley felt a pang of disappointment. What of the earth element? Linley, let me assure you that earth magic is the most formidable among all elements, including fire, water, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, Derlin Cowett proclaimed proudly, brimming with confidence, for he himself was a sanctum mage of the earth element. Linley harbored doubts. All elements should possess equilibrium. How could earth be the strongest? Grandfather Derlin, I have heard that fire mages wield the most potent attacks. Moreover, I have been told that the dark element is particularly enigmatic in its offense. How then can earth be deemed the strongest? Linley inquired, furrowing his brow. The originally amiable Dellencowater now exhibited a hint of irritation. Linley, let me enlighten you. When it comes to the offensive capabilities of the various magical schools, each possesses its own merits. For instance, in the realm of fire magic, the forbidden spell Heavenly Fire sweeping the plains can incinerate an entire city to ashes. In contrast, the water magic's forbidden spell Absolute Zero can freeze tens of thousands of lives in an instant. Regarding thunder magic, the forbidden spell Heavenly Thunder Annihilation unleashes a deluge of lightning. Who could possibly survive such devastation? And as for wind magic, the forbidden spell-destructive tempest engulfs the land in a whirlwind of razor-like gales, with catastrophic consequences. Dellencowater let out a long sigh. Linley felt a tremor within him. He had previously believed that fire magic boasted the strongest offensive power, but it now seemed almost laughable. Every magical discipline, upon reaching the level of forbidden spells, wielded the potential to wreak unparalleled havoc. What about earth magic? Linley inquired, not having overlooked it. Dellencowater responded confidently, how could earth magic possibly lag behind? The forbidden spell Meteoric Descent unleashes a barrage of colossal meteors from the heavens, reducing a city to ruins in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the forbidden spell Cataclysmic Rupture causes the very ground to heave like ocean waves, toppling structures and fracturing the earth, while molten lava erupts from beneath, resulting in countless casualties. Linley listened, breath held in rapt attention. The Earth system, alongside a vast array of prohibitive defensive magic known as Pulsating Guardian, is unassailable. Once the Pulsating Guardian is invoked, a city is shielded from above, below, and in all directions, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of assaults such as Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. Dellencowart proclaimed with great enthusiasm, before adding with a smile, of course, I am referring to area of effect destructive spells, not single-target attack magic. Linley nodded in understanding, discerning that Grandfather Dellen spoke of formidable large-scale spells. With a confident smile, Dellencowart remarked, Linley, you may not realize this, but the various schools of magic are not vastly different. Their efficacy varies only in different environments. For instance, in oceanic regions, water magic reigns supreme, while in areas buffeted by fierce winds, wind magic prevails. Linley began to comprehend the nuances. Throughout the continent, the battlegrounds for mages are predominantly on land, correct? Hence, on solid ground, earth mages hold the most advantageous position. Dellencowart observed with a smile, rooted upon the boundless earth mages possess the greatest reliance. Linley experienced a moment of clarity, recognizing that each type of mage has their realm of expertise. In the context of the Yulan continent, where battles predominantly occur on land, it is only natural that earth mages enjoy the greatest advantage. In the realm of magic, the earth element, originating from the very soil beneath us, offers unparalleled enhancement to the body when assimilated. The Mother of Earth bestows her grace upon us. Dellencowater expressed with a hint of reverence illuminating his countenance. As earth mages, when we sit upon the ground, we can truly feel the vastness of the earth, the rhythmic pulse of the land, and the nurturing embrace of our terrestrial mother. Regarding offensive capabilities, the Earth Mages possess formidable single-target forbidden spells such as Earth Guardian and the Cataclysmic Heavenly Collapse and Meteoric Descent. In terms of defense, there exists the Grand Pulsating Guardian within the realm of forbidden magic, alongside the singular Earth Guardian Holy Armor. The single-target defense of Earth Mages is indeed unparalleled. Confidence radiated from Dellencowater's visage. Single-target defense? Grandfather Dellen, Are you claiming that Earth magic boasts the most potent single-target defense? Linley inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. At the levels of 5 and 6, this all-encompassing holy armor is forged from rock. Upon reaching the 7th level, it transforms into jade, and at the 8th level, it evolves into crystal. Upon attaining the 9th level, the holy armor ascends to platinum. When one becomes a Saint Domain mage and casts the Earth Guardian holy armor, it is then crafted from diamond. Such strength in defense, Delinquator concluded, a smile gracing his features. Linley could not help but let out a silent sigh of admiration. The Earth Elementals are indeed a remarkably potent class of magic. The Earth Guardian's sacred armor has reached the level of sanctity, entirely crafted from diamond. Linley was well aware that diamonds possess exceptional hardness. Moreover, this diamond of the Earth Guardian's sacred armor is no ordinary diamond. It is forged through magic, rendering it even more resilient than the typical gem. By the way, Linley suddenly recalled the two formidable beings he had encountered in aerial combat above Wushan town. He remembered the middle-aged man clad in green, whose sword aura had sliced through the gray-robed figure, causing the robe to shatter and reveal an inner suit of battle armor that gleamed like diamond. The sanctified mage named Rudy had withstood Tylan's attack thanks to that diamond armor. Could that be the diamond-grade Earth Guardian's sacred armor? Linley marveled inwardly. If even the sword aura of a sanctified warrior could be endured, one could only imagine the extent of its defensive capabilities. Thus, I assert that the earth element is the most formidable among all schools of magic, declared Delinquator, his white beard twitching with evident pride. After all, humanity resides upon the earth, engaged in both life and conflict upon its surface. Naturally, earth element mages hold a significant advantage. Chapter 22. Spring's Departure and Autumn's Arrival, Part 1. In truth, whether it be earth magic or any other school of magic, each possesses its unique effects. As a sanctified earth mage, Delinquator naturally extols the virtues of his own discipline, and the mere age of 8 has not shielded Linley from being stirred by Delinquator's impassioned words. Grandfather Derlin, please test me quickly to see if I possess the talent to become an earth mage, Linley implored eagerly. Delinquator chuckled. Very well. I shall conduct the test at once. Magical aptitude is determined by two main aspects: the affinity for elemental forces and the strength of one's mental capacity. Delinquator commenced a preliminary lesson on magic. What is the significance of these two aspects? Linley inquired, filled with curiosity. Delinquator gently guided him. Before I answer that, Linley, let me ask you, what does a magician require to cast a spell? Magical incantations. Linley responded without hesitation. He had witnessed a mysterious sorcerer casting spells atop a swift raptor, always muttering incantations softly. Incorrect. I have seen magicians casting spells, and they always recite incantations, Linley retorted promptly. Delinquator stroked his white beard, a hint of pride in his demeanor. The most crucial elements for a magician to cast a spell are the magical energy and mental strength within. If one's mental fortitude is sufficiently powerful, one can even cast spells instantaneously, without the need for incantations. The incantations serve merely as a supplementary aid. Oh, instantaneous casting? Linley gazed at Delinquator in bewilderment. At that moment, he felt as though a vast world of magic was gradually unfolding before his eyes, albeit still shrouded in ambiguity, while Delinquator slowly lifted the veil of this enigmatic realm. Delinquator smiled and nodded. Indeed, to cast a spell, one must first possess an ample supply of magical energy within, and then use one's mental strength to control this magical energy to attract more elements from the world, thereby manifesting magic. The elements of the world, Linley exclaimed in surprise. Grandfather Delrin, does casting magic require absorbing external elements from the universe? Haha, of course, Linley. Do you think that a grand spell can be conjured solely with the magical energy contained within one's body? That is impossible. For instance, in a forbidden spell, only 1% of the magical energy within a sacred realm mage is derived from themselves. The remaining 99% comes from the elemental energies of the world. To put it another way, the magical energy within one's body is essentially a refined essence of worldly elements. One could liken magical energy to a general, while the worldly elements are akin to foot soldiers. The mage channels the magical energy outward and commands additional worldly elements to forge formidable spells. Do you understand? Delrincuiter smiled as he regarded Linley. Linley couldn't help but furrow his brow. Oh, I see, Linley said with a smile. The magical energy within a mage is comparable to Uncle Hillman, whereas the worldly elements resemble us youthful trainees. Uncle Hillman can lead our group in training, as well as guide us in attacks and battles. Delrincuiter nodded with a smile. Precisely. Thus the magical energy within a mage is of paramount importance. If the amount of magical energy is insufficient, one will be unable to cast spells. Linley also nodded in understanding. Compared to magical power, mental strength is of greater significance, Delinquavator remarked with a smile. As you now understand, mental strength is essentially the power of the soul, a form of control. Linley, he continued, consider this. An abundance of magical power attracts more elements from the world. With such a vast reservoir of energy, what chaos might ensue without the guidance of mental strength? Delinquavator stroked his white beard, gazing intently at Linley. Linley pondered, brow furrowed in thought. Grandfather Delink, Linley finally replied, I once encountered military strategies in books that spoke of capturing the leader before subduing the army. For instance, if a bandit leader is slain, the bandit horde will inevitably scatter in disarray. In this analogy, mental strength resembles the leader's control over his subordinates. Without the governance of mental strength over the vast magical power and elemental forces, such energies would spiral into chaos. Delinquavator chuckled heartily. Ah, Linley, you are quite astute, he exclaimed, his joy evident. Indeed, when copious amounts of magical power and elemental energy are harnessed through mental strength, they ultimately manifest as magic. At times, casting formidable spells demands an elevated level of mental strength, which is why the assistance of magical incantations becomes necessary, Delinquavator explained with a gentle smile. In that moment, Linley grasped the fundamental principles of magic with remarkable clarity. Delinquavator, still smiling at Linley, continued, of course, this is merely the foundational concept. The true realm of magic is far more intricate than you can imagine. Understanding how to conjure magic from magical power and elemental forces is paramount. Merely possessing magical power without the ability to wield it is of little consequence. Derlincowater lamented. The magical realm is an exceedingly intricate domain, and the study of magic is fraught with challenges and peril. Nonetheless, nations vie against one another, and countless wizards tirelessly explore novel forms of magic. In truth, various countries are investigating how to arrange magical energies and elemental forces in diverse ways to yield distinct forms of magic. However, magical experimentation can be perilous. The more devastating the magic, the harder it is to test. After all, it can sometimes lead to calamities for one's own side. Derlincowater smiled wryly, stating, typically, within a magical academy, one can only learn spells ranging from levels 1 to 6, while spells of level 7, 8, 9, and those of the sacred realm are shrouded in secrecy. Only by aligning oneself with a particular nation can one hope to learn such spells. Linley, well-versed in numerous tomes, understood this implicitly. If no one instructs you, even an abundance of magical power and heightened mental acuity will not enable you to cast a single spell. Derlincowater remarked with a gentle smile. The essence of each spell lies primarily in the mastery of controlling magical energies and elemental forces to manifest magic. Through countless years of research and exploration, magic has developed into an almost flawless system. Derlincowater stroked his white beard and chuckled heartily. Linley, rest assured, you need not bow to any nation or prominent figures in the future, for I shall teach you spells of levels 7, 8, 9, and even those of the sacred realm. Linley took a deep breath, feeling as though he had embarked upon a new path. Under the guidance of Grandfather Derlin, I have chosen to forsake the path of a mere warrior and embark on the more enigmatic and potent journey of a mage. Now, let me assess your elemental affinity. Please sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and enter a state of meditation, Derlincowater gently instructed. Meditation state? Linley felt his heart race at that moment. What indeed is the nature of my innate talent? Do not worry. Simply focus and perceive what you feel. Then, share your sensations with me, Derlincowater encouraged with a reassuring smile. Linley promptly closed his eyes, striving to calm his mind. Fear not. Just follow my instructions, Derlin whispered softly. Meditation serves as the foundation for a mage, whether it be for absorbing the elements of the world to refine them into magical energy or for enhancing one's mental acuity. The first experience of meditation is often fraught with challenges and dangers. However, with the assistance of the esteemed Archmage Derlin, Linley found the process relatively manageable. After approximately half an hour of gentle guidance, Linley finally slipped into a meditative state. Observing Linley, now enveloped in meditation, Derlin smiled serenely and waved his hand. Instantly, a multitude of earth elements began to coalesce around Linley. Typically, the density of earth elements in any given area would be uniform. However, at this moment, Derlin, wielding his formidable mental prowess, intensified the density of the earth elements surrounding Linley nearly 100-fold. If one cannot sense the earth element under such conditions, then all hope is lost. Derlin mused inwardly. The intensity was overwhelming, palpable even to an ordinary person. At this moment, Linley, deeply immersed in meditation, felt an exhilarating joy. He had never realized that such wondrous phenomena surrounded him. Countless earth-toned luminous specks floated around, densely packed, an astonishing multitude. Chapter 23. The Seasons Change, Part 2. Linley. Do you perceive it? Derlin's voice gently resonated in Linley's mind. Grandpa Derlin, I can feel it. So many earth-toned specks, an overwhelming abundance, densely clustered thousands upon thousands. Over 100 of them are hovering on the back of my hand. It's astonishing, Linley exclaimed, delighting in the multitude of earth-toned specks surrounding him. Upon hearing this, Derlin was elated. Excellent. Now, take your time and follow my instructions. Clear your mind and remain tranquil, he instructed, guiding Linley out of his meditative state, almost as if conducting a hypnotic session. At the same time, Derlin relinquished his hold on the earth elements, allowing their concentration to return to normalcy. As Linley emerged from his meditative state, he felt rejuvenated and invigorated, entirely transformed from his previous self. Even in his awakened state, he could sense the fluctuations of the earth elements around him, albeit with less clarity than in meditation. Grandpa Derlin, I can now perceive the fluctuations of those earthy yellow light points. Truly, though indistinct, I can sense them vaguely, Linley exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Stepping into the realm of magic for the first time, Linley felt an exhilarating thrill deep within. What did you say? You can feel them now? Derlin responded, astonished, for the concentration of earth elementals had returned to its normal levels. The fact that Linley, in a state of wakefulness rather than meditation, could perceive this was remarkable. Grandpa Derlin, why are you silent? How is my elemental affinity?
Linley inquired anxiously.
At that moment, Linley was uncertain whether his performance was commendable or lacking. Excellent, truly excellent. Your elemental affinity is extraordinarily high, Derlin beamed. To my knowledge, it is exceedingly rare to find an elemental affinity that rivals yours among 1,000 sorcerers. Linley felt his heart leap with excitement, leaving him momentarily speechless. Of course, elemental affinity is merely one aspect. Mental fortitude is of utmost importance. After all, with sufficient time, one's magical prowess can continually advance. But the limitations of mental strength pose the greatest obstacle to a sorcerer's progress, Derlin stated with gravity. Linley took a deep breath and nodded in understanding. Now, let us assess the second aspect. Your mental strength, Derlin said, his gaze fixed intently upon Linley. Linley recognized the significance of mental fortitude. Grandpa Derlin, what must I do? Linley asked, prepared for the next step. Nothing at all is required, Derlin chuckled. Linley was taken aback. I am the spirit of the Dragon Ring, and you are its master. I can perceive the strength of your mental power without any need for testing. I can tell you right now. Derlin smiled, gazing at Linley. How? How is my mental power? Linley held his breath, contemplating the strength of his spiritual energy, determining his fate. Your mental power is approximately 10 times that of your peers, Derlin replied with a smile. A wave of joy surged within Linley. 10 times was no insignificant figure. However, Derlin continued, among 1,000 individuals, only one can become a mage. primarily due to the high demands placed on mental power. The baseline for a mage is to achieve at least 5 times the mental power of their contemporaries. Achieving 10 times only places one in the middle tier among mages. Linley's initial exhilaration plummeted. If guided by an ordinary person, you would only reach the standard of a level 5 or 6 mage at best. However, if the one teaching you is me, then it is an entirely different matter. Derlinkowater raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes.
Suddenly, Linley realized.
Indeed, Derlinkowater is a Grand Master Mage. Provided that you, Linley, dedicate yourself assiduously, attaining the level of an 8th grade mage is, in my estimation, entirely feasible. As for the prospect of ascending to the ranks of a 9th grade mage, or even a saint-level mage, that shall hinge upon your own perspicacity and the fortuitous circumstances that may befall you, Derlinkowart declared sternly. Should you neglect to exert yourself, it is conceivable that you may not even reach the 6th grade, in which case you shall have none to blame but yourself. While the guidance of a capable mentor is certainly advantageous, the paramount factor remains one's own diligence. Rest assured, Grandfather Derlin, I shall not disappoint you, nor shall I disappoint my father, nor the Baruch family, Linley avowed, his mind's eye conjuring the myriad memorial tablets within the ancestral hall, each representing a legacy of greatness. To restore the Baruch family to its former glory. A fervent heat coursed through Linley's chest. Excellent. Commencing tomorrow, I shall formally commence your tutelage, Derlinkowart affirmed, his gaze fixed intently upon Linley. At that moment, Derlinkowart exuded the confidence befitting a saint-level archmage. From the subsequent day onward, Linley embarked upon a rigorous regimen of arduous cultivation. As he was unable to divulge Derlinkowart's presence to his father, Linley was obliged to continue his warrior training during the early morning and late evening hours. The forenoon was still devoted to studying politics, religion, etiquette, military strategy, geography, and the arts before his father. Only in the afternoon, during what was formerly his leisure time, would Linley venture to the northeast outskirts of town, to the eminence known as Wushan, where, in a secluded spot, he would absorb magical knowledge under Derlinkowart's tutelage, diligently studying magic and engaging in meditation to refine his magical power. Moreover, each evening after dinner, Linley dedicates considerable time to meditation. He slumbers for merely 6 hours each night, with the remainder of his time devoted to rigorous warrior training, the pursuit of knowledge, magical practice, and meditation. One should not underestimate the sufficiency of 6 hours of sleep. In reality, the daily exertion of meditative exercises to enhance mental fortitude is profoundly exhausting, far more taxing than that experienced by the average individual. Linley's 6 hours of sleep are characterized by a profound depth of rest. His days are filled to the brim, exceedingly so. As time flows steadily onward, Linley's progress becomes increasingly conspicuous, verging on a remarkable transformation. Throughout this arduous journey, he experiences the exhilaration of absorbing earth elements into his being for the first time, refining them into magical energy. He encounters the disconcerting state of near fainting due to excessive meditation, and he feels the thrill of genuinely casting earth magic, albeit a modest spell that merely induces a small 20-centimeter growth of earth spikes. With each effort, Linley's perseverance and pace of advancement evoke admiration from the great Archmage Delinkavate of the Puang Empire, who lived 5 millennia ago. The relentless commitment to warrior training has fortified Linley's physique, while the assimilation of earth elements and his frequent meditation have instilled in him a tranquil and stable demeanor. This profound transformation has left his father, Hogg, and others such as Hillman, astounded and delighted. As spring gives way to autumn, the seasons have swiftly changed, and autumn is upon us. With less than a month remaining until the magical testing admissions, in the ancestral hall of the Baruch family estate's backyard, Linley felt a surge of elation. Everything is clean and tidy. It is time to practice magic. Remarkably, I successfully cast the earthquake technique yesterday. How wonderful, he exclaimed, stepping out of the hall and gently closing the door behind him. As he walked along the moss-covered stone path, his steps were light and steady, barely making a sound. This is a prowess commonly possessed by earth mages, as the very essence of the earth serves as their source, enabling them to tread without a whisper. Linley furrowed his brow, his ears perked up. He turned his gaze towards an ancient courtyard in the distance. Is that a sound? He mused, quietly making his way in that direction. His steps, usually near silent, were now deliberately hushed, rendering him utterly soundless. He approached cautiously. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard and peering inside, Linley's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is that?" he gasped, spotting a nearly 20-centimeter-long black mouse gnawing on a piece of stone. In an instant, the mouse darted away, appearing a dozen meters away at another spot where some bluish stones lay, and began to nibble at them as well. The little creature's fur was soft, its eyes bright and glistening, and its fluffy tail was irresistibly adorable. To Linley's amazement, the black mouse even managed to stand upright on its hind legs, playfully bouncing around. Such an adorable little mouse, with astonishing speed, Linley thought, hiding by the gate in utter astonishment. Mice are typically not this large. They are generally regarded with disdain. Yet, this particular mouse exuded an undeniable charm, especially with its expressive eyes that seemed almost capable of speech. Most remarkably, the swiftness was unparalleled. At this pace, even Uncle Hillman, a level 6 warrior, would struggle to keep up. How can it be so fast? Linley observed the delightful black mouse darting across the ground in mere moments, covering several meters with each movement. It was truly terrifying. Draylin Cowder emerged from the Dragon Ring, standing beside Linley, gazing at the black mouse with a hint of surprise. A shadow mouse. It is indeed a magical beast known as the shadow mouse. Given its size, it appears to be just a juvenile. A shadow mouse? This large and yet merely a juvenile? Linley exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Draylin Cowder. What is so peculiar about the shadow mouse, Grandfather Draylin? What level of magical beast is it? Linley communicated with Draylin Cowder telepathically, his eyes filled with anticipation. Draylin Cowder smiled subtly, feigning a cough before responding slowly. The shadow mouse cannot be definitively classified by level, as it belongs to a species. Rodent magical beasts are primarily divided into two categories, the stone-eating mouse and the shadow mouse. However, both the stone-eating mouse and the shadow mouse are omnivorous, consuming anything from stones and bones to even flesh. Linley nodded in understanding, having just witnessed the black shadow mouse gnawing on a stone. Beasts are primarily classified into 9 ranks, with first-rank beasts being the weakest. Of course, transcending the 9th rank are the sacred domain-level beasts. Derringer Quat smiled as he observed Linley. Linley, among the stone-eating rats, the gray stone-eating rat is the most feeble. First to 3rd rank stone-eating rats are gray, with only slight variations in hue. Upon reaching the 4th rank, their entire body becomes silver, and by the 7th rank, their exterior turns gold. Golden stone-eating rats are at least 7th rank beasts, and some may even be 8th rank. Linley, this stone-eating rat, is an exceedingly formidable group, mainly due to their vast numbers and the exceptional sharpness of their teeth, far surpassing those of shadow rats. Should countless stone-eating rats descend upon you, even an army of hundreds of thousands would likely be unable to withstand them, Derringer Quat remarked with a sigh. While stone-eating rats may not possess the speed of shadow rats, their entire bodies are akin to steel. The higher the rank of the stone-eating rat, the more robust its body becomes, and its teeth become even sharper. Despite their small size, their sheer numbers make them terrifying beyond measure. The weapons of soldiers are ineffective against stone-eating rats, yet the stone-eating rats can easily devour the soldiers, Derringer Quat lamented. A vision arose in Linley's mind of countless, densely packed stone-eating rats surging forth like a flood, engulfing the army and devouring countless soldiers. The mere thought of such a scene sent a shiver down Linley's spine. It was utterly horrifying. In the realm of rodents, 2 formidable beasts stand out. The stone-eating mouse, renowned for its exceptional defense and remarkably sharp teeth, and the shadow mouse, which, while numerous, pales in comparison to the stone-eating mouse. Derringer seemed to embody an encyclopedia, possessing knowledge of all things. And the shadow mouse? Just how formidable is it? Linley urged. At that moment, not far away, a black shadow mouse was present, and Linley was eager to comprehend its prowess. The stone-eating mouse is classified at least as a level 1 creature. However, the shadow mouse is quite different. Even the weakest among them is a level 3 beast, with fur as black as the night. When its entire body transforms to a shade of azure, it reaches the realm of a level 5 beast. Should its form shift to violet, it is at least a level 7, with some potentially reaching level 8, Dragonblood elucidated clearly.
Linley nodded doubtfully.
In terms of rank, the shadow mouse was indeed no inferior to the stone-eating mouse. Grandfather Diren, as you mentioned, shadow mice from levels 3 to 4 should possess black fur, only turning azure at level 5. Does that imply this little shadow mouse is either a level 3 or 4 beast? Linley inquired, gazing at Dragonblood. This particular black shadow mouse is exceptional, Dragonblood replied, furrowing his brow. The stone-eating mouse is famed for its robust defense and sharp teeth, while the shadow mouse is celebrated for its incredible speed and sharp teeth. Speed serves as an excellent gauge for assessing the power of a shadow mouse. It can traverse 10 meters in the blink of an eye. However, being a shadow mouse, such speed seems to be expected, Linley recalled vividly. Exceptional? Linley looked intently at Dragonblood. The offspring of the purple shadow mouse? Linley inquired, perplexed. But its fur is black. Dragonblood chuckled. Linley, whether it be the purple shadow mouse or the azure shadow mouse, their young are always born with black fur. Only as their strength increases does the color of their fur gradually change. The hue of their coat is a symbol of their prowess. Understanding dawned upon Linley. Ah, so that's how it is. Grandfather Dellen, according to your explanation, this shadow mouse possesses astonishing speed. The speed of the one before me seems to exceed even that of Uncle Hillman by a slight margin. Yet you claim it is merely equivalent to a level 4 adult shadow mouse. A level 4 magical beast shadow mouse can rival the speed of a level 6 warrior, Linley remarked, his heart brimming with admiration. Dragonblood smiled. Linley, if it were otherwise, would it still be called a shadow mouse? Among shadow mice of the same level, their speed could easily leave equivalent human warriors far behind. The shadow mouse is indeed a rare magical beast, especially the purple shadow mouse, which is at least a level 7 creature. Many mages yearn to capture a purple shadow mouse, but its speed is formidable. Mature purple shadow mice are precious and notoriously difficult to tame, whereas young shadow mice that could potentially grow into purple shadow mice are more easily captured. However, encountering a young purple shadow mouse alone is a chance that comes once in a millennium, Dragonblood observed with a smile directed at Linley. Linley could envision this scenario. The purple shadow mouse, being a minimum level 7 magical beast, implies that it is at least on par with the raptor in terms of classification. Linley, the purple shadow mouse is the sovereign among shadow mice, capable of commanding a multitude of its kind. Although the number of shadow mice is not as terrifying as that of the stone-eating mice, it is still considerable. The young of the purple shadow mouse are guarded by numerous shadow mice during their juvenile stage. Dragonblood cast a glance at the distant black shadow mouse gnawing on a stone. Such strength at a tender age suggests that it is likely a juvenile purple shadow mouse. I cannot fathom how it arrived at your family's estate, especially in the absence of other adult shadow mice for protection, Dragonblood remarked with a hint of astonishment. Linley concurred with Dragonblood's observation. Dragonblood's gaze shifted towards Linley, taking on an unusual quality, laced with a note of temptation. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding this purple shadow mouse's presence, would you not desire to tame this little creature? Shadow mice possess a notably rapid growth rate. Even a juvenile purple shadow mouse could fully mature within a decade. In time, you could find yourself in possession of a level 7 or even level 8 magical beast. Upon hearing this, Linley's heart raced with excitement. Level 7 and 8 magical beasts are notoriously difficult to tame, yet capturing one in its juvenile stage is significantly easier. The growth rate of magical beasts varies. Some mature swiftly, while others, like certain dragon species, require millennia to reach adulthood, an eternity for an ordinary human to wait. The shadow mouse, however, belongs to the category of those that grow relatively quickly. Yet, encountering a juvenile purple shadow mouse is an exceedingly rare occurrence. After all, the mightier the magical beasts, the more they cherish the protection of their young. Although Linley was perplexed as to why this little purple shadow mouse had found its way into his family's ancient abode, the presence of the purple shadow mouse's offspring before him was undeniably real. Linley, possessing a single purple shadow mouse is tantamount to commanding an entire army of shadow mice. Dragonblood remarked with a gleeful gaze fixed upon Linley. This is precisely what renders the purple shadow mouse more precious than other 7th or 8th tier magical beasts. Derinkavat had been subtly enticing Linley. At merely 8.5 years of age, how could Linley possibly resist? Grandfather Derinkov, how can I tame this purple shadow mouse? Linley asked, his eyes brimming with excitement as he looked at Derinkavat. A wave of joy surged within Derinkavat. If young Linley can truly tame this shadow mouse, I shall feel a measure of relief. He understood that he was merely a spiritual entity, devoid of any magical power. A sanctified domain mage without magical prowess possesses little in terms of offensive capability. He was unable to protect Linley. Over the past 6 months, Derinkavat had come to regard the simple yet resolute child as his own grandson, and thus he was determined to find ways to augment Linley's abilities. Linley, you must remain calm, Derinkavat admonished seriously. Even the offspring of a purple shadow mouse possesses speed comparable to that of a 4th-tier adult shadow mouse. Even your Uncle Hillman would be unable to catch up. You lack the strength to forcibly tame it, and you cannot set up the soul contract magical array. Linley was taken aback. The feverish thoughts suddenly cooled, and with a wry smile he remarked, I remember now. To subdue a magical beast. The first step is to ensure its genuine submission, and the second is to establish a soul contract magic circle, which requires at least a 7th-level mage to create. Linley felt a twinge of disappointment within. Alas, with insufficient strength, even if fortune favored him with a juvenile purple shadow mouse, he lacked the capacity to tame it. Linley, do not lose heart. I merely stated that you cannot forcibly subdue it. I did not imply that it is impossible to tame, Darren Cowart replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. If it were an adult shadow mouse, I would have little recourse. However, as it is merely a juvenile, being a holy domain sorcerer, I possess the means to handle a juvenile purple shadow mouse without requiring you to set up the soul contract magic circle. Linley's heart, once cool, ignited with excitement, and his gaze towards Darren Cowart gleamed with anticipation. Grandfather Darren, please tell me, what is the method? Linley eagerly communicated. Darren Cowart chuckled with self-satisfaction. It is quite simple. The soul contract of the soul contract magic circle pertains to a master-servant agreement. Should you manage to compel the magical beast to submit, you would naturally be qualified to assume the role of its master. As we currently lack the means to establish a master-servant contract, we must take a step back and forge an equal contract with this shadow mouse. An equal contract? Linley inquired, puzzled. What is that? I have never heard of it before. You have not heard of it, which is quite normal. In the era I lived, 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, individuals who were aware of the equal pact were exceedingly rare, Dellen Kerwater remarked with a smile. The equal pact signifies that your status is equivalent to that of the magical beasts. Although it may seem inferior to the master-servant pact, in reality, the equal pact fosters a deeper bond with the magical creatures, allowing them to assist you with sincerity and achieve a more harmonious collaboration. Linley felt a sudden illumination. Oh, Grandfather Dellen, from what you say, the equal pact possesses numerous advantages. Why, then, is it seldom utilized today? Linley inquired, puzzled. Dellen Kerwater chuckled heartily. Because the equal pact is not established by humans. It is forged by the magical beasts themselves. Forged by the magical beasts themselves? Linley was taken aback. No wonder there is no need to arrange a soul contract magic array. It is indeed the magical beasts who establish it. Dellen Kerwater continued, every magical beast is endowed with the ability to form an equal pact upon its birth. However, each magical beast can only enter into such a pact once in its lifetime. Unlike the master-servant pact, which can be re-established by others once the master has released their hold. Linley nodded thoughtfully. Yet, it is quite challenging to persuade a magical beast to willingly enter into an equal pact, Dellen Kerwater stated solemnly. To achieve this, the magical beast must perceive you as a kin, feeling a reluctance to part from you. Only then will it willingly forge the equal pact with you. Linley nodded slightly in understanding. The intelligence of adult magical beasts is remarkably high. To move an adult beast and make it perceive you as kin is nearly impossible, Dellen Kerwater lamented. However, the same cannot be said for juvenile magical beasts. Even human infants possess limited intellect and can be easily deceived. A mere offering of tasty treats can win their affection. This truth holds even more for the young of magical beasts, whose cognitive abilities are often inferior to those of human children. As long as you frequently provide them with delightful morsels and engage in playful antics, it won't be long before a juvenile magical beast takes a liking to you. This is particularly true for solitary and abandoned young beasts, who are even more susceptible to affection. Upon hearing Delinquiter's words, Linley felt a sudden clarity. So, it's akin to charming a child, Linley chuckled. He was quite adept at this, having spent his childhood frolicking with his younger brother, Woden, and mastering the art of entertaining children. Linley, do not be overly confident. There are numerous nuances to consider when attempting to win over a juvenile magical beast. One misstep, and that shadow mouse might very well take a bite out of you, Delinquiter cautioned. A bite out of me? As Linley spotted the distant black shadow mouse, its sound of gnawing on stone sent a chill down his spine. The ease with which it consumed the rock was akin to how one might enjoy a loaf of bread, and Linley had no doubt regarding the sharpness of the creature's teeth. What should I do then? Linley's confidence began to waver. Rest assured. Follow my instructions and there will be no issues whatsoever. However, this foolproof method requires ample patience. Haste must be avoided at all costs. Delinquiter slowly revealed his foolproof method. Linley, the shadow mouse is an omnivorous magical beast, consuming stones, bones, and even flesh, though its preference remains for meat, particularly well-cooked meat. This is the wisdom of my predecessors. Thus, you must first ascend Mount Wu to hunt a small beast, then roast the meat and place it at a distance on the ground. Remember, do not attempt to approach it. Each time you offer food, wait for it to come to you, Delinquiter advised with a smile. If you approach it first, you may incite its fear, potentially provoking an attack. However, if it approaches you, the danger dissipates entirely. It may seem simplistic, yet it is the safest approach, Delinquiter chuckled. Linley felt a sudden clarity. The method was indeed simple, yet straightforward. Grandfather Delin, will this shadow mouse run away? Linley inquired with concern. If he prepared the roasted meat and the shadow mouse fled, it would pose a dilemma. Such things cannot be predicted. It depends on your luck. However, I believe it is unlikely to escape in the short term, Delinquiter replied. Very well, I shall proceed to hunt the wild beast now. Linley nodded and swiftly made his way outside. As he ran, his footsteps struck the earth firmly, curiously without a sound. This was indeed a hallmark of earth mages. Once he exited the cluster of ancient houses, Linley resumed his normal pace, and the sound of his footsteps echoed once more. Young Master Linley, have you ventured to Wushan? The butler, Shili, who was sweeping the floor, looked at Linley as he dashed out, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, Linley replied briefly before swiftly exiting. For the past 6 months, Linley had dedicated his afternoons to practicing magic on Wushan. While others were unaware of his magical training, they were cognizant of his fondness for frolicking in Wushan during his leisure hours. In autumn, most trees on Wushan had shed their leaves, yet a number of evergreens remained, alongside fiery red maple trees. A lithe figure darted through the woods. Linley's footsteps were silent, his movements agile and swift. After 6 months of absorbing earth elemental energy, Linley had not only acquired earth-based magical prowess, but had also significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Now, Linley was comparable to a 15 or 16-year-old youth from Wushan town, possessing the strength of a level 1 warrior. Wushan was home to a considerable number of squirrels and rabbits, while fierce beasts were notably scarce. This was a source of reassurance for parents allowing their children to play in Wushan, as it was merely an ordinary hill, rarely inhabited by large predators, let alone magical beasts. Suddenly, Linley halted, his gaze fixed upon a light-colored rabbit grazing on the grass in the distance. Even the highly alert rabbit seemed wholly unaware of Linley's approach at that moment. The rabbit reacts swiftly and possesses considerable speed. I shall resort to magic, Linley resolved, focusing intently as he began to silently recite the incantation. Linley felt a surge of earth magic emanating from the center of his chest. Typically, a warrior's fighting spirit is stored approximately 10 centimeters below the navel, while a mage's magical energy resides at the midpoint of a line drawn across the chest. As for spiritual energy, it is naturally housed within the mind. The incantation of magic, whether whispered, murmured, or shouted, bears little difference. What matters is aligning one's spiritual energy with the magical incantation to achieve a specific state. In mere seconds, As Linley silently recited the magical incantation. His eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the wild hare. Earth Magic Level 1 Earth Spike. With a sudden thrust, a sharp earth spike erupted from beneath the hare, piercing through its abdomen and causing bright red blood to seep forth, staining its soft fur. Taken by surprise, the hare began to thrash violently, but the more it struggled, the quicker the blood flowed. In a swift motion, Linley dashed forward and seized the hare by its throat. With a sharp crack, the once struggling creature twitched a couple of times before falling still. Ever since witnessing those two battles half a year ago, the bloodlust inherent in his Dragonblood Warrior lineage had begun to awaken. I have attained the status of a level 1 warrior and a level 1 mage, yet in terms of offensive power, magic reigns supreme. Linley remarked with a wry smile as he held the hare. Wizards are primarily categorized into 9 levels, with the attainment of the first level being relatively straightforward. However, as one ascends the ranks, the time required for advancement increases exponentially. Even many formidable 7th and 8th level wizards find it arduous to progress even a single level after dedicating a century to their craft. Conversely, a first-level wizard with exceptional talent may achieve this status within half a year. Even those with less remarkable aptitude can still attain the first level within 2 to 3 years, provided they meet the necessary criteria to become a wizard. Clutching the lifeless wild hare, Linley hastened down the mountain. Linley, why not roast it first? The shadow mouse may have a penchant for meat, but it has an undeniable fondness for roasted fare. The voice of Darren Cowder resonated in Linley's mind. Grandfather Darren, I presume you have never tried to appease a child, Linley remarked playfully as he ran. Darren Cowder paused, taken aback. He certainly had no grandchildren, and a distinguished archmage would never stoop to such trivialities. Indeed, I have not, Darren Cowder conceded. Linley confidently asserted, I frequently indulge little Woden. You see, when it comes to giving children something, one must not start with the best. Otherwise, they will invariably expect the finest every time, and even more thereafter. Presently, that shadow mouse is gnawing on stones. If I offer it raw meat now, it will surely be delighted. I shall feed it raw meat for 7 or 8 days, and then present it with roasted meat. It will be even more ecstatic. Darren Cowder instantly grasped the wisdom in Linley's approach. The seasoned elder was not oblivious to this principle. In managing subordinates, he too would offer a taste of sweetness initially, reserving greater rewards for later. Otherwise, presenting too many benefits at once would render it increasingly difficult to satisfy their desires thereafter. In the book I read, there is a principle concerning the rearing of monkeys. Morning 3, evening 4 yields far superior results compared to morning 4, evening 3, Linley chuckled. Dellen Cewiter suddenly felt that, despite Linley being merely 8.5 years old, he was not inferior to many adolescents. It appears that the educational methods of the Baruch family indeed bear some fruit. Dellen Cewiter mused inwardly. Education is a key to unlocking wisdom. However, most common folk lack the means to access such learning. The esteemed magical academies and warrior schools impose entrance requirements and tuition fees that are beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Young Master Linley is truly remarkable. He has caught another wild rabbit, the residents of the town remarked with cheerful smiles. As Linley walked along the street, he also returned their smiles politely. I wonder if the shadow mouse will consume what others offer it, he pondered. Taking a deep breath, Linley cautiously approached the cluster of ancient houses behind his family's estate, each step executed with utmost silence. In no time, he found himself once more at the location he had visited earlier. Where is the shadow mouse? Linley inquired, scanning the courtyard of the ancient house, which was strewn with pebbles and withered leaves. Although there were traces of gnawing on some pebbles, the entire courtyard revealed no sign of the shadow mouse. A wave of disappointment washed over Linley as he lamented, Grandfather Dellen, the shadow mouse is gone. It has only been an hour. Has it already left? In that moment, a stream of light emerged from the dragon ring, transforming into Dellen Cewiter, clad in a flowing robe of moonlit white. Darren Cowder furrowed his brow, pondering, it shouldn't be possible. It has only been an hour, and the shadow mouse has already departed? Suddenly, the familiar faint sound of gnawing echoed once more. Linley's eyes sparkled with excitement as he made his way toward a decrepit ancient house nearby. Upon reaching the threshold, He distinctly observed the black shadow mouse diligently gnawing at a stone, akin to a sculptor transforming a block of stone into an array of bizarre shapes. Linley stood at the threshold. Bang! He deliberately kicked the threshold, producing a slight noise. Whoosh! The black shadow mouse sprang into action, swiftly retreating several meters away. Its glossy eyes fixated on the threshold, locking onto Linley with a gaze full of caution. Come, I have something for you to eat. Linley offered a gentle smile to the beast, tossing a wild rabbit onto the threshold. Although the shadow mouse might not comprehend human speech, Linley recognized that creatures with higher intelligence likely understood the meaning of a smile. After all, magical beasts are not mere wild animals. Their intellect is only slightly inferior to that of humans, and some formidable magical creatures can be exceedingly cunning. Patience, be patient, Linley reassured himself, forcing himself to walk away despite his reluctance. Upon witnessing Linley's departure and the presence of the wild rabbit, the shadow mouse could no longer restrain itself. It darted toward the threshold, glancing around cautiously. By this time, Linley had already distanced himself considerably. With a glance at the rabbit before it, the shadow mouse was suddenly filled with exhilaration, standing upright and leaping joyfully. The squeak of the shadow mouse resonated with joy as it devoured the wild rabbit meat. The sharp teeth tore through the flesh with remarkable speed. Despite the shadow mouse's diminutive size, it consumed the rabbit larger than itself, completely, leaving not a shred of bone behind. With a soft gurgle, the little shadow mouse shifted its throat and, remarkably human-like, patted its belly in sheer delight. Compared to stone, the flesh was undeniably far more delectable. After its meal, the little shadow mouse gazed in the direction where Linley had departed, its fondness for the young boy blossoming in its innocent heart. After all, being a mere infant beast, the little creature couldn't help but wonder if the boy might bestow upon it another rabbit. Later that day, before dinner, Linley ambled through the ancient courtyard, heading towards the very dwelling where he had tossed the rabbit earlier. Worry not, Linley. It's merely a young beast with a hearty appetite, came the cheerful voice of Derlinko Vot in Linley's mind. Nodding slightly, Linley soon arrived at the threshold, where remnants of bloodied rabbit fur lay scattered. The flesh and bones had vanished entirely. Upon witnessing this sight, Linley's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent, he exclaimed, clenching his fist. The first step had been a success. Now all that remained was to persevere. On the afternoon of the second day, Linley hunted a wild rabbit and a mountain chicken, leaving the rabbit for Grandpa Shilly to roast for dinner, while the mountain chicken was placed at the threshold of the ancient courtyard where he had previously visited. This magical beast, the shadow mouse, is watching me right there. Linley chuckled as he noticed the shadow mouse gazing at him from the courtyard. Linley, it seems the situation is quite favorable. The fact that it hasn't fled at the sight of you indicates a significant reduction in its hostility, Dragonblood observed, secretly pleased for Linley. Meeting a formidable magical beast in its juvenile stage was indeed a stroke of fortune. I wonder what this little shadow mouse's parents are up to, Dragonblood pondered quietly. Days 3, 4, and 5 passed in a similar fashion, with Linley diligently meditating and practicing his skills, often providing the little shadow mouse with wild rabbits and other treats. The entire Wushan town, including Hogg and Hillman, remained oblivious to Linley's magical training, and they were equally unaware that he was nurturing a magical beast with a level 4 prowess from its infancy. Only Dragonblood, watching Linley's growth, understood the truth. This small Wushan town cannot contain Linley, he thought, observing Linley as he meditated to accumulate magical energy. A glimmer of anticipation crossed Dragonblood's face. One day, he shall step onto the vast stage of the entire Yulan continent, accompanied by a fully grown purple shadow mouse. As time passed, the little shadow mouse, having experienced little affection, grew less wary of Linley. On the 8th day, when Linley had just set down a wild rabbit and had taken only a couple of steps, the little shadow mouse darted out to feast, chattering away at Linley with its incessant squeaks. On the 10th day, today is the day for the little shadow mouse to savor some roasted meat, Linley mused, wrapping a roasted wild chicken in a small cloth bag, and joyfully making his way toward the ancient houses behind the estate. Dragonblood walked alongside Linley, visible only to him. With a twinkle in his eye and his white beard curling with amusement, Dragonblood remarked, Linley, it has been 9 days now. That little shadow mouse harbors no caution towards you anymore. Today, as you present it with even more delectable roasted meat, it shall surely be thrilled, deepening the bond between you. Linley could not help but chuckle at this. As he approached the threshold where he had first encountered the little creature, chirp, chirp, the little shadow mouse suddenly sprang to Linley's side, standing upright and bouncing as it continued to call out to him. I haven't even taken it out yet, and it has come running to me without a trace of fear, Linley thought, a wave of delight washing over him. Beside him, Cowett watched the little shadow mouse with a smile. The mouse was entirely oblivious to Cowett's presence. With a chuckle, he noted, it appears that this little shadow mouse has grown quite affectionate towards you. Chirp, the little shadow mouse, its glossy eyes fixed on Linley, expressed its dissatisfaction with urgent calls, as if urging him to hasten in presenting the food. Do not rush, Linley said as he retrieved the roasted wild chicken from his bag. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, the little shadow mouse's dark eyes sparkled with delight, and it immediately cast a pitiful glance at Linley. Witnessing this scene, Linley couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing about the times when he would present delectable treats before little Woden, who would implore, brother, I want it, while adorably feigning a sense of need. Now, the little shadow mouse was employing the same tactic. Ha ha, here you go, Linley said, tossing the roasted chicken to the little creature. The shadow mouse chirped joyfully, swiftly leaping to seize the chicken. After taking its first bite, it devoured the meal with renewed fervor, and in no time, the chicken, nearly the same size as the little mouse itself, was completely consumed. I truly cannot fathom how your tiny belly can hold so much, Linley remarked with a laugh. This time, the little shadow mouse seemed exceedingly pleased. It joyfully stood upright and bounced around, chirping at Linley and wrapping its forelimbs around his calf. Linley felt a surge of happiness. This was the first time the little shadow mouse had shown such affection after eating. Linley tried gently stroking its fur. Generally, magical beasts tend to be fond of those who groom them, suggested Dorinko Water. Linley cautiously placed his hand atop the shadow mouse's head. To his delight, the little creature did not shy away. Instead, it closed its eyes in bliss. Linley, feeling reassured, began to groom the mouse's fur, and to his astonishment, the little shadow mouse soon began to snore contentedly. This little creature is truly delightful, Linley thought to himself, growing increasingly fond of the little shadow mouse. Grandfather Derlin, magical beasts are indeed remarkable. You mentioned that the velociraptor, with its massive size and formidable scales, is a 7th-level magical beast. Yet, this little shadow mouse might also grow to become a 7th-level beast. How can there be such a vast disparity between them? Linley pondered, gazing at the shadow mouse, a sense of awe washing over him. One must not judge solely by appearance. You might encounter an ordinary old man on the street, yet he could very well summon a dragon and flatten a mountain with a mere gesture. Cowett chuckled warmly. Linley understood this principle, yet he found himself unconsciously making judgments based on appearances. Just look at the velociraptor. Its colossal form and the cold metallic sheen of its scales clearly indicate its prowess. I wonder when this little shadow mouse will be willing to form an equal pact with me, Linley murmured. He was aware that the establishment of such a pact depended entirely on the magical beast itself, leaving him to passively await its decision. Cowett smiled reassuringly. The current circumstances are favorable. Remember to be patient. Yes, I understand, Linley replied with a smile. As night enveloped the land, the town of Wushan fell into a serene silence. Within the drawing room of the Baruch family estate, candlelight flickered, illuminating the space where Linley, his family, and the butler, Hill, gathered around the long table for dinner. Linley, I've heard you've been frequently bringing roasted wild rabbits to the ancient buildings in the backyard. Hogg put down his knife and fork halfway through the meal and turned to Linley, speaking up. A tremor coursed through Leyland's heart. It seems I must be candid, Leyland mused inwardly. He gazed at Hogg and nodded, saying, Father, I recently discovered an endearing creature in the backyard. It is exceedingly charming, so I have been providing it with sustenance. An endearing creature? Wharton's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Indeed, Hogg responded. Hogg nodded in acknowledgement. Few venture into the backyard, so the presence of an animal is plausible. By the way, the magic aptitude assessment for enrollment in the royal capital, Linley City, is scheduled to commence in approximately 1 week. Weren't you intending to participate? The magic aptitude assessment? Only then did Linley recall the matter. A wisp of energy, perceptible only to Linley, emanated from the coiling dragon ring, materializing into the hoary elder, Dylan Covett. Dylan Covett smiled at Linley and remarked, "Linley, the magic aptitude assessment? It is optional. With my tutelage, would you be any less proficient than those instructed by academy mages?" Linley concurred. Dylan Covett was, after all, a saint-level mage. Would a typical magic academy enlist a saint-level mage to instruct students? What, you're having second thoughts? Hogg's once smiling countenance turned stern, and his brow furrowed. Hogg distinctly recalled Leyland's fervent desire to become a mage after witnessing the battle between the 8th-level dual attribute mage and the mercenary band. Why the hesitation now? In his heart, Hogg cherished the hope that his son would embrace the path of a mage. "Father, Nay, Linley, accede to your father's wish," Dylan Covett interjected, a frown creasing his brow, abruptly changing his stance. Linley's words abruptly ceased, and a sense of confusion arose within him as he inquired, "Grandfather Derlin, wasn't it you who taught me? With your guidance, is there truly a need to attend the Magic Academy? Wouldn't that simply squander our family's resources?" "No," Derlin Cowder replied gravely. "I have not engaged with the Yulon continent for over 5,000 years. 5 millennia, Linley. You must understand that countless mages on the Yulon continent are perpetually exploring new forms of magic. Who knows how many new spells have emerged in these 5,000 years?" Linley felt a sudden clarity. "Furthermore, Linley, you should realize that this town of Wushan is not the stage of your future. You must step into a far grander arena," Derlin Cowder asserted solemnly. A far grander arena. Linley's heart raced at the thought. In the future, his heartbeat quickened. The notion of soaring through the skies upon a colossal dragon, wielding the power to annihilate the world, filled him with an exhilarating sense of possibility. As he contemplated this, he felt a surge of fervor within him. "Linley, what are you pondering?" Hogg frowned, displeased that Linley seemed lost in thought during his inquiry. "No, it's not that." Linley immediately turned to Hogg, nodding earnestly. "Father, I genuinely wish to become a mage. Could you please arrange for me to attend the magic admission test in the royal city of Linley in a week?" Upon hearing this, Hogg began to smile. "A mage? Oh, is that the one who breathes fire?" Young Woden chimed in cheerfully, clapping his little hands. "Warden, that is mere juggling. Do not conflate juggling with magic," Hogg sternly remarked. Oh, young Warden puffed his cheeks and fell silent. Linley chuckled softly and turned to Hogg, saying, "Father, there must be numerous magic academies. Which ones are esteemed? By the way, are the magic academies integrated with the warrior academies?" Hogg laughed in response. Indeed, the 4 great empires and 2 major alliances each possess their pinnacle academies. You should be aware that the O'Brien Empire, among the 4 great empires, boasts the most formidable military strength. Linley nodded, for this was common knowledge to him. And the premier academy of the O'Brien Empire, O'Brien Academy, is renowned as the foremost warrior academy across the entire Yulon continent. However, when it comes to mage academies, Hogg smiled. The first magic academy on the Yulon continent is situated within our Holy Alliance, named after the legendary Pope Ernst, the Ernst Academy. As Hogg spoke, he gazed at Linley with eager anticipation. Linley could sense his father's expectations. The heirloom of the Dragonblood family has been lost to the outside world. This disgrace must be avenged. A heavy weight settled in Linley's heart. As a scion of the illustrious Dragonblood Warrior lineage, he felt immense pride in belonging to such an ancient and noble family. However, the loss of the family's treasured heirloom was an unbearable shame, one that brought endless humiliation to both Hogg and the ancestors of their clan throughout the ages whenever they reflected upon it. Regrettably, the family capable of possessing the war knife slaughter is no ordinary lineage, and the current Baruch family is rather feeble. "Ernst? The legendary Pope of the Church of Light?" exclaimed Derinkwater in astonishment. "Grandfather Derink, what troubles you?" Linley inquired, perplexed. The legendary Pope Ernst of the Church of Light is well known among the billions of inhabitants across the 6 kingdoms and 15 principalities of the Holy Alliance. Linley was quite familiar with the remarkable deeds of that legendary pope. He was instrumental in elevating the status of the Church of Light and was the architect behind the Holy Alliance. I never imagined that young Ernst would achieve such greatness and become the legendary pope of the Church of Light. Drinkwater sighed with admiration. Grandfather Drink, do you know Pope Ernst? Linley asked, somewhat surprised. Yet upon reflection, Linley understood. Indeed, during the time when the Puang Empire was still unified, the Church of Light, the Church of Darkness, and the Earth God Temple were all under the Empire's dominion, with numerous sanctuaries present throughout the Puang Empire. Certainly, Ernst is a prodigy. He entered the sacred domain before reaching 50, yet in my era, he could only be regarded as an emerging talent, Drinkwater remarked nonchalantly. During Drinkwater's lifetime, Ernst was still in his formative years, having just stepped into the sacred domain, while Drinkwater had already ascended to the pinnacle of the entire Yulon continent, ranking among the elite even among the formidable beings of the sacred domain. Drinkwater held a position of great esteem within the Puang Empire, far surpassing that of Ernst. Even Ernst felt compelled to pay his respects upon encountering Drinkwater. I never imagined that, after my demise, Ernst would achieve such remarkable feats, Drinkwater remarked with a faint smile. At that moment, Linley could not help but feel an even deeper admiration for Drinkwater, the pinnacle of strength from the era of the Puang Empire, a paragon among the formidable on the Yulon continent. It was indeed a tremendous fortune for him to receive such meticulous guidance. At the dinner table, the Baluk family engaged in jovial conversation. Linley, in 1 week, I shall have your Uncle Hersman escort you to the capital, Finley City, to participate in the magical enrollment examination, Hogger said with a smile directed at Linley. Yes, Father, Linley nodded in agreement. Young Master Linley, I have unwavering faith that you shall gain admission to the finest magical academy. The steward, Hiri, chuckled warmly. The finest? Oh, the finest! Little Wardon exclaimed, his hands greasy from his meal, clapping his hands in glee. Hogger, however, responded with a composed smile, saying, becoming a magician is not a simple endeavor. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 possesses the requisite talent. Moreover, the criteria for entry into Ernst Academy are exceedingly rigorous, with every candidate boasting exceptional magical aptitude. If Linley can become a magician, I shall be thoroughly content, irrespective of the academy he joins. Father, I shall not disappoint you, Linley declared with unwavering confidence, for he had already attained the rank of a first-level magician. As time flowed by, a week slipped away in the blink of an eye. Reclining upon the verdant lawn of his ancestral estate, Linley was accompanied by his ebony shadow mouse, which frolicked and chirped incessantly around him, yet he remained oblivious to its presence. With a glint of ingenuity in its eyes, the shadow mouse stood erect, placing its forelimbs upon Linley. Squeak! Squeak! It chirped in discontent. Linley affectionately stroked the shadow mouse's head. Hush now, cease your frolicking. On the morrow, I shall depart from our abode for the royal capital. And once the Sorcery Academy commences its enrollment, I shall be bound for its hallowed halls. It is likely that we shall have scant opportunity to be together henceforth. The Sorcery Academy was no place for the Shadow Mouse. Within its walls resided students of exceptional caliber, alongside formidable mages. Should they discover the Shadow Mouse, they would undoubtedly seek to subjugate it. The Academy teamed with mages of the 7th and 8th tiers, rendering the capture of the Shadow Mouse a facile endeavor. Alas, without a formal pact binding them, others could readily claim the Shadow Mouse as their own. Whimper, the Shadow Mouse uttered softly upon hearing Linley's words. You cannot comprehend my words, Linley lamented, shaking his head. Entry into the Sorcery Academy shall consume several years. Will we ever reunite after such a span? Linley pondered wistfully, stroking the Shadow Mouse's sleek fur. The month spent in its company had engendered a genuine affection for the endearing creature. The Shadow Mouse, basking in the comfort of Linley's caresses, squinted contentedly and purred. The following day, after partaking in luncheon, the scene shifted to the forecourt of the Baruch family estate. Hogg stood tall and straight as a javelin, gazing intently at Linley. Linley, our town of Wushan is relatively close to the royal capital, just 90 miles away. You should reach the capital before nightfall. Remember, once you arrive, do not stir up trouble. The city is filled with influential figures. Yes, Father, Linley replied with utmost respect. Hillman, I entrust Linley to your care, Hogg said, turning his attention to Hillman beside him. Hillman smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Lord Hogg. Very well, you may depart. Hogg chuckled heartily. Farewell, father. Linley responded respectfully, then turned to little Wotan with a smile. Wotan, I am leaving now. At that moment, little Wotan blinked his eyes at Linley and said reluctantly, Brother, goodbye. Linley glanced toward the direction of the courtyard, silently contemplating. It seems no one will bring food for the little shadow mouse in the next couple of days. Beside him, Hillman urged, Linley, do not dawdle. Let us be on our way. Yes, Uncle Hillman, Linley replied. No longer pondering, he promptly followed Uncle Hillman out of the Barrack family's estate. In the living room of the Barrack family, the little shadow mouse watched Linley and Hillman depart from the rooftop. With its head tilted in confusion, the little creature wondered why Linley, instead of hunting rabbits as expected, was leaving with a pack on his back alongside another person. The little shadow mouse had grown quite fond of Linley. Over the past month, having no relatives of its own, it had come to regard Linley as family. The little shadow mouse moved swiftly, vanishing atop the Baruch family roof, and in just a few moments, it had leaped onto the roof of another humble dwelling. Keenly observing Linley and Hillman, the little shadow mouse trailed behind Linley, soon exiting Wushan town. The little shadow mouse had witnessed Linley venturing into Wushan to hunt for hares. Yet this time, Linley did not head towards Wushan. Instead, he proceeded along a different path. The little shadow mouse felt a surge of anxiety. Chirp, chirp, the little shadow mouse suddenly dashed towards Linley. As Linley took a step, he felt something clutching his foot. Looking down, he discovered it was the little shadow mouse. Rising on its hind legs, the little creature clung tightly to Linley, its eyes wide and sorrowful, as if on the verge of tears. Ah, little shadow mouse, what brings you here? Linley exclaimed in surprise. Beside him, Hillman turned to see the mouse and gasped. A magical beast. Could it be a stone-eating mouse? Hillman, not well versed in the varieties of magical beasts, recalled an incident where a troop was devoured by a horde of stone-eating mice, leading many soldiers to harbor a deep-seated fear of rodent-like magical creatures. Linley, be cautious. Hillman immediately launched a swift kick, but Linley barely had time to register the movement before Hillman's foot was already inches from the little shadow mouse. However, the little shadow mouse was quicker, darting up to perch on Linley's shoulder. Uncle Hillman, stop! Linley finally reacted. Hillman paused, taken aback. Uncle Hillman, this is the creature I have been nurturing in the backyard. Linley hurriedly explained. SNT that right, little shadow mouse? The little shadow mouse seemed to comprehend Linley's words, nodding its tiny head in acknowledgement. Hillman gazed at Linley in astonishment. Linley, you mean you are raising a magical beast? The little shadow mouse, however, looked pitifully at Linley, as if on the verge of tears. As he spoke, Linley waved his hand and continued onward. Chirp, chirp, the little shadow mouse remained in place, watching Linley intently. Uncle Hillman, let us be off. The little shadow mouse is quite clever. He understands my intentions, Linley remarked to Hillman, who observed the scene with a hint of surprise before chuckling and resuming his stride alongside Linley. As Linley and Hillman gradually distanced themselves, the little shadow mouse kept its gaze fixed upon them. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the little shadow mouse cried out sharply, transforming into a black shadow that darted ahead with astonishing speed, covering 20 to 30 meters in an instant, its form elusive and fleeting. While Linley and Hillman conversed, Hillman suddenly sensed something rushing towards them from behind, prompting him to turn around. Swish! Before Hillman could react, the shadow had gracefully landed at Linley's feet, taking a swift bite at his calf. Ah! A wave of intense pain surged through Linley, causing him to leap up abruptly. To his surprise, it was the little shadow mouse, now gazing up at him with its big, watery eyes filled with remorse. Linley instinctively touched his calf, discovering blood seeping from the wound, his dissatisfaction evident. Yet, upon seeing the mouse's pitiful demeanor, his anger dissipated. Linley, are you all right? Hillman inquired, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Linley replied with a smile. Suddenly a dense, black radiance enveloped the shadow mouse, and a trickle of blood emerged from the corners of its mouth. blood that belonged both to Linley and the Shadow Mouse itself. This peculiar drop of blood astonishingly formed two inverted black triangles, while the rich black light coalesced into an eerie magical formation that emanated a profound aura of darkness. Both Hillman and Linley gazed in astonishment at this scene. What is this? Could it be? Linley pondered with a flicker of suspicion in his heart. From the dragon ring, Derinkavat soared forth, his white beard bristling with excitement. Linley, that little creature is establishing a pact of equality. Is it truly a pact of equality? Linley was momentarily taken aback. Even with his suspicions, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. The bizarre black magical formation split in two. One of the black triangles flew into Linley's body, while the other entered the Shadow Mouse. Witnessing this, Hillman beside them felt a shiver of fear. Linley, are you all right? Hillman inquired, concern etched across his face. I'm fine, truly, Linley replied, sensing a faint connection to the Shadow Mouse's spirit. On the tranquil path of Wushan Town, Linley and the Shadow Mouse exchanged glances, embarking on their inaugural communication. Shadow Mouse, what is your name? Linley inquired directly within his mind. The Shadow Mouse responded with excitement, Bebe. Linley stared blankly at the creature. What is the Shadow Mouse saying? Linley was utterly perplexed. Ah, you mentioned Bebe and such. I shall call you Bebe. How does that sound? Linley chuckled as he gazed at the little Shadow Mouse. The little Shadow Mouse appeared to ponder for a moment before joyfully nodding in agreement. Bebe. Linley grinned widely. Gigi. The little Shadow Mouse immediately responded with a lively bounce. Bebe. Gigi. Bebe. Gigi. An 8.5-year-old boy and a little Shadow Mouse excitedly called out to each other. Hillman had heard that dark magic possessed the power of curses. Could it be that Linley had fallen victim to one? For Hillman, who only had a vague understanding of magic, a sense of fear and concern began to rise within him. Haha, it's nothing. Bebe has simply become my magical beast, Linley said, brimming with happiness. Come, Bebe, jump onto my shoulder. Instantly, the little Shadow Mouse chirped joyfully and leaped onto Linley's shoulder. You tamed it? Hillman was taken aback. Having seen much in his life, Hillman understood that taming a magical beast was an arduous task. Yet just moments ago, Linley had managed to tame one. Uncle Hillman felt utterly bewildered. You don't even have a soul contract scroll. How did this happen? All right, Uncle Hillman. Linley replied with a playful smile. Let's hasten our journey. The royal capital, Finley City, is still quite far away. With that, Linley grasped Hillman's hand, insisting they continue their trek toward the capital. Meanwhile, the little Shadow Mouse, Bebe, chirped excitedly on Linley's shoulder. As the call of the little Shadow Mouse echoed, Linley, Hillman, and the diminutive creature vanished at the end of the road. To the west of the Beast Mountains on the Yulon continent lies a division between the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance, with the foremost kingdom of the Holy Alliance being the Finley Kingdom. Finley City serves as the capital of the Finley Kingdom, and simultaneously as the Holy City of the Holy Alliance, as the headquarters of the Radiant Church is located in the western part of Finley City. Finley City is primarily divided into two major sections. The Eastern City, governed by the Finley Kingdom, and the Western City, overseen by the Radiant Church. The dual identity of Finley City as both the royal capital and the holy metropolis has rendered its prosperity unparalleled across the entire Yulon continent. The vast expanse of Finley City accommodates over 1 million residents, ranking it among the top 5 supercities on the Yulon continent. As dusk approached, Linley and Hillman entered Finley City. Walking along the main thoroughfare of the eastern city, champsless, Linley felt as if his senses were overwhelmed. The little Shadow Mouse, Bebe, was coaxed by Linley to conceal itself within his clothing, peering out with one curious eye. Squeak! Squeak! The little creature expressed its excitement. Fortunately, the bustling activity of Champs, Lysias at that moment masked the sound, leaving it unnoticed by passers-by. Quiet, Linley gently admonished, and the little mouse complied, ceasing its noises. However, it conveyed its exhilaration to Linley through their soul connection. The entire Champs Lysias is paved with smooth bluestone slabs, wide enough to accommodate several carriages side by side. Lining the street are an array of establishments, including hotels, clothing stores, weapon shops, and taverns. Flanking either side of the avenue stand rows of stately, upright cypress trees. Dressed in the latest fashions, ladies of high society stroll along the street, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Some of the affluent women, noticing Linley's reaction, exchanged discreet smirks and occasionally pointed in his direction. It was evident that Linley's demeanor was perceived as that of a country bumpkin entering the city, as the nobles of the royal capital harbored an inherent sense of superiority towards those from rural backgrounds. Uncouth, Linley frowned, feeling quite displeased by the laughter and whispers directed at him. Having been raised with a family education, Linley soon managed to suppress his agitation, presenting a facade of calmness. Linley, how do you find Finley City? It is the largest city within our Holy Alliance, remarked Hillman, walking beside Linley along the street. Observing some soldiers passing by, and occasionally a mage, he sighed. Linley, powerful warriors and mages are quite commonplace in Finley City. Linley nodded with a smile. The text described Finley City as the political, economic, and artistic center of the Holy Alliance. It is indeed a paradise for the affluent and the influential, Hillman mused, nodding in agreement. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the Champs-Élysées, luxurious carriages frequently passed by. Hillman escorted Linley on a leisurely stroll along the main thoroughfare of Finley City, before settling down in a modest inn for their stay. Adjacent to the inn was a quaint little restaurant where Linley and Hillman enjoyed their dinner. That evening, within the confines of the inn, Linley shared a room with Dragonblood. The room contained 2 beds, and as soon as they entered, the small shadow mouse, Bebe, leapt out from Linley's chest pocket, immediately scurrying around Linley while chattering excitedly. Linley, make sure to get some rest. We have a magical assessment to attend to in the morning, Hillman advised earnestly. Understood, Uncle Hillman, Linley replied, though he made his way to the window to draw back the curtains. The inn boasted 3 stories, and Linley and his companions resided on the 2nd floor. Such tall buildings were a rarity in Wushan town, yet they were quite common in the royal capital of Finley, where 7- and 8-story edifices were a regular sight. Peering through the window at the lively street below, Linley observed the throngs of people bustling about. It has been ages since I last beheld a grand city. A shimmering light emerged from the Dragon Ring, transforming into an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Dragonblood stood beside Linley, both of them gazing down at the bustling street. Grandfather Dragonblood, Linley greeted warmly. Linley, now that you are in the grand city, how do you feel? Dragonblood inquired with a smile. Not much different, Linley replied, pouting slightly. Delinquiter sighed. You have only just arrived and know nothing of the grand cities. Here, one encounters a plethora of extravagant venues, such as grand auctions, where some affluent individuals may spend hundreds of thousands, even millions of gold coins on a single item. 1,000,000 gold coins? Linley felt a dryness in his throat. What a staggering sum. His own family could hardly muster even 100,000 gold coins. There are indeed many wealthy individuals. The competition for wealth, power, and beauty is fierce, and every day in this city, lives are lost. In the slums of Finley City, corpses are often discovered in the foul sewers, and those bodies could very well belong to nobles. Delinquiter smiled nonchalantly, however. To stand tall in this world, one must rely on their own strength. Do not seek the mercy of others. Everything must depend on yourself, Delinquiter remarked, gazing at Linley. The dragon-blooded warrior bloodline within Linley stirred an innate thirst for battle and bloodshed. If anyone threatens me or my loved ones, I will not hesitate to kill them, Linley declared resolutely. Having read extensively about the rise and fall of families, he understood well that mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. To spare an enemy could very well lead to the death of one's kin. With a calm smile, Linley settled onto his bed, assuming a cross-legged position to begin meditative exercises for his mental fortitude. Meditation, in essence, involves employing various methods to exhaust one's mental energy until it reaches a baseline, after which sleep serves to restore it. Within his chest in the dantian, a hazy ochre mist wafted through the central dantian, a manifestation of the earth element's magical essence after refinement. According to Dragonblood's account, the magical energy of a 1st level to 6th level mage appears in a misty form. As one ascends in rank, the quality of this magical force enhances, and its density increases. Upon reaching the 7th level, the magical energy condenses into a liquid state. Thus, the transition from a 6th level to a 7th level mage represents a significant hurdle. That lad Linley is remarkably diligent, practicing his mental fortitude even at night, Hillman mused,
Observing Linley seated in meditation.
For both mages and warriors, mental strength is of paramount importance. On the following morning, at Greenleaf Road in East Finley City, one of the main thoroughfares, opulent mansions lined both sides, alongside various structures belonging to the kingdom. The tallest among them was the Church of Light. In the Holy Alliance, comprising 6 great kingdoms and 15 duchies, the Church of Light wields control over the entire coalition. The Pope of Light holds the highest authority, possessing the power to depose a kingdom's monarch. Thus, even in East Finley City, the grandest edifice remains that of the Church of Light. This morning, a throng gathered at the entrance of the church, predominantly composed of elegantly attired nobles, with carriages nearly filling the spacious square in front of the church as the aristocrats exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, Linley and Hillman also arrived at the scene. Uncle Hillman, the assemblage here today is quite considerable. Numerous nobles have brought their progeny, observed Linley with a genial expression. At this moment, Bebe, the shadow mouse, remained ensconced within Linley's garments, occasionally peering out with its diminutive eyes to observe the surroundings. Hillman nodded, responding with a composed smile. Nobles, you say? Any graduate of the esteemed Ernst Institute, the Paramount Magical Academy, could effortlessly ascend to the position of an earl within a kingdom. An earl of a kingdom? Linley comprehended immediately. Attaining a noble title within a kingdom was not excessively arduous, but securing a title within an empire posed a significantly greater challenge. After all, each of the 4 great empires rivaled the entirety of the Holy Union and far surpassed the kingdom of Finley. Ah, Lord Doring, you are also in attendance? Hyber, my presence here is, of course, for my son, Hess. Come, pay your respects to Uncle Hyber. In the vicinity, a coterie of nobles exchanged pleasantries. The registration fee for the magical aptitude test alone amounted to 10 gold coins. Upon acceptance into a magical academy, the tuition fees escalated substantially. Typically, a year's tuition at a standard academy costs several hundred gold coins, an expense prohibitive for most families. However, should their children be admitted, nobles would invariably provide financial assistance. Nevertheless, not all magical academies imposed exorbitant tuition fees. For instance, the foremost magical academy, the Ernst Institute, waived tuition for all students from the Holy Union due to its selective admission process. Those who gained entry to the Ernst Institute were invariably individuals of exceptional talent with boundless potential. Humph, those commoners and country bumpkins dare to come here. Truly a fantasy. Some nobles scoffed from a distance. Among the hundreds gathered in the square, there were indeed a few commoners and minor nobility like Linley. Generally, minor nobles from the countryside were looked down upon as well. The nobles in the royal capital were predominantly proud and disdainful. Linley, do not stoop to their level, Hillman whispered. Linley glanced at the group of nobles and chuckled softly. Uncle Hillman, I shall not concern myself with such pretentious individuals. Thanks to his father Hog's years of guidance, Linley remained unfazed by the self-important nobles of the royal capital. The square was clearly divided into 2 circles, one of lofty discussions among the nobles and the other consisting of commoners and minor nobles. At that moment, 2 armored warriors stood at the entrance of the church, preventing outsiders from entering. After a while, a priest clad in a black robe emerged slowly, pausing at the church entrance. With a smile, he announced in a clear voice, "The magical assessment is about to commence. Representatives from various magical academies are also prepared. Those wishing to partake in the magical test, please follow me into the hall." Under the priest's guidance, everyone in the square entered the church hall in an orderly fashion. Inside the grand hall, the polished marble floor gleamed, and enormous crystal chandeliers hung from above, accommodating the hundreds of entrants without feeling crowded. At the forefront of the hall, a row of chairs was arranged, occupied by recruitment personnel from various academies. The central area was designated as the testing site. The black-robed clergyman announced with a resonant and genial tone, "The designated testing area is in the center. Candidates will be tested individually. Others are prohibited from entering the central circle. Those preparing to participate in the assessment, please form a queue, and parents or relatives, Kindly proceed to the sidelines. Linley, here are the testing fees, and this serves as your identification. Make haste and good luck. By the way, it would be prudent for the Shadow Mouse to remain with me for now, as its presence during the test might prove cumbersome, Heilman advised. Bebe, remain here with Uncle Heilman for the time being. I am off to take the test, Linley communicated telepathically with the Shadow Mouse. The diminutive creature stirred reluctantly in Linley's arms, but upon Linley's renewed request, it scurried into Heilman's garments. Subsequently, Linley accepted the 10 gold coins and joined the queue. He observed that the candidates ranged in age from 17 or 18 to as young as 6 or 7. These children formed 2 lengthy lines as the clergy of the Holy See collected the testing fees. The central circle, spanning a diameter of 10 meters, was occupied by 3 adults. 2 were responsible for conducting the tests, while the third meticulously recorded the results. The testing apparatus consisted of a crystal orb and a hexagonal, intricate magic array. Next, the balding elder announced, gesturing towards the crystal orb. First, place your hand upon the crystal orb to assess your elemental affinity. The first individual was a boy of around 12 or 13 years of age. With a hint of nervousness, he placed his right hand upon the crystal orb, which immediately began to emanate a faint, hazy red light, occasionally interspersed with traces of a delicate blue hue. The bald elder glanced at the parchment in his hand and stated, with an air of indifference, age 12 elemental affinity. Fire, moderate. Wind, low. Now, step into the magic circle and test your mental fortitude. Remember to stand upright. Do not kneel or fall and strive to endure for as long as possible. The elder's voice remained cold as the boy nodded and entered the hexagonal magic circle. Instantly, a pure white light radiated from the elder, merging seamlessly with the magic circle. Light magic deterrence. The method of testing remains rather primitive, Dellen Cowder remarked as he descended beside Linley. Grandfather Dellen. Linley felt a wave of reassurance upon seeing him. The magic test is secondary to the elemental affinity. The primary focus is on assessing your mental strength. After 6 months of meditation, your mental fortitude should be approximately 16 to 17 times that of your peers, Dellen Cowder said with a smile directed at Linley. This will be a mere trifle for you. However, after a brief moment, the boy within the magic circle could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed. His mental strength is roughly twice that of his contemporaries. The possibility of becoming a magician is bleak, the bald elder coldly announced, as the magic circle ceased its operations, and the boy emerged, his spirit visibly diminished. Surrounding them, a cacophony erupted. Silence, the bald elder said coldly, causing a throng of nobles to fall silent. Next, Darren Cowder observed the scene with keen interest. One by one, the youths were tested, and astonishingly, the first 10 failed to meet the standards. At this moment, a young girl stood within the magic circle, enduring longer than all her predecessors combined. The bald elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he amplified the power of the magic circle once more. After a considerable duration, the girl finally knelt on one knee. The bald elder nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile gracing his face. Her mental prowess is 8-fold that of her peers, reaching the threshold to become a mage, with an average affinity for elemental magic. She can indeed become a mage. His declaration sealed the girl's fate. Splendid! The first to exclaim was not the girl herself, but rather her father, a middle-aged gentleman with a bald crown. Silence, the bald elder huffed disapprovingly. At once, a priest approached and escorted the girl and her father to the group of representatives from the Magic Academy. Many gazed at the girl with envy. To become a mage conferred both status and power. As time passed, the hall grew increasingly crowded. The magic tests were slated to continue for 7 days, so most attendees were not in a rush. By the time Linley's turn arrived, the queue had extended beyond the hall's confines. Next, the bald elder intoned once more. Linley composed himself and stepped forward, while Darren Cowett remained beside him. To Darren, only those who possessed the strength of a sanctuary could faintly sense his presence. As for the ordinary mages, they were utterly oblivious. Linley placed his hand upon the crystal sphere. Instantly, it radiated with a brilliance akin to the sun, as the earthy yellow and azure hues intertwined, occasionally interspersed with a minuscule trace of fiery red. The blinding light compelled those nearby to squint involuntarily. The The sight of the sun-like crystal sphere rendered everyone within the grand hall momentarily speechless. The balding elder trembled as he glanced at the parchment in his hand, which clearly indicated that Linley was merely 8 years old. Age: 8. Elemental affinity: earth and wind. Superior: fire medium. The elder felt his heart race violently. Typically, a mage's elemental affinity is classified as medium, while superior is exceedingly rare. To possess 2 superior affinities was almost inconceivable. It could be said that while others required 10 hours to refine their magical prowess, Linley would likely achieve the same results in just 1 hour. Wow! A wave of astonishment swept through the hall as the revelation of superior elemental affinity, especially in 2 elements, was simply astounding. Superior in wind? Darren Cowett exclaimed in surprise. I also excel in wind? Linley was taken aback, instinctively questioning Darren Cowett in his mind. Darren Cowett chuckled lightly. Linley, I previously mentioned that I can only detect affinities for earth elements. By the way, did you not sense the wind elements when you refined your magical energy? Wind elements? Linley paused. During our initial lesson on refining magical energy, I was instructed to maintain my focus, and while I did notice azure sparks around me, I thought little of them. However, when I absorbed the earth elements later, I found myself enveloped entirely by them, with no azure sparks in sight. Darren Cowett understood the situation. During the cultivation of magical energy, particularly for dual-element mages, if one concentrates solely on one element, they will absorb the surrounding earth elements, while the wind elements will be repelled. Every time I practiced, it was always the earth elements surrounding me. I never considered those azure sparks, Linley reflected, feeling a surge of joy within. He recognized that the prowess of dual-element mages surpassed that of their single-element counterparts. Having completed the test for elemental affinity, it was now time to assess mental strength. Remember, when testing your mental strength, strive to endure for as long as possible. Darren Cowett suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I am not versed in wind magic. You truly must attend a magic academy to learn. With such formidable elemental affinity, it would be a pity for you not to study wind magic. Linley understood this implicitly. Please step into the magic circle, the bald elder said, unusually polite, using the word please with Linley. Even the glances of the surrounding nobles towards Linley had transformed significantly. His extraordinary elemental affinity signified that he could refine magical energy in a remarkably short period, allowing him to dedicate the remainder of his time to honing his mental fortitude. The potential for his future achievements was boundless. Linley stepped into the magical circle. The warm, white radiance of the magic circle illuminated, and an overwhelming pressure directly impacted his soul. The intimidation of light magic was palpable. How feeble, Linley mused, compared to the dragon might of that black dragon 6 months ago. This is on an entirely different scale. His mind wandered despite the circumstances. As time passed, the brilliance of the magic circle intensified, and the level of intimidation escalated. The entire congregation in the cathedral hall held their breath, fully aware that this seemingly unassuming youth would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable sorcerer in the future. Who is that young man? Which family does he belong to? The nobles whispered among themselves. A youth with such potential, if befriended early on, could potentially become a powerful ally in the future. His name is Linley. Some of the admissions personnel learned of his identity from the testing officials nearby. At that moment, the various admissions representatives from prestigious magical academies, who had previously been engaged in lighthearted conversation, rushed over to observe. What esteemed academy would not desire to recruit such a prodigious talent? Within the magical circle, Linley stood alone, valiantly resisting the overwhelming intimidation. Linley breathed heavily, his mind engulfed in a dizzying sensation. The immense pressure weighed down upon him as if a mountain rested on his shoulders, and this pressure was incessantly rising. Yet, Linley persevered. The longer I endure, the greater the chance of entering a prestigious academy. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. When the pressure reached its zenith, Linley could no longer withstand it, collapsing onto one knee with both hands bracing against the ground. All eyes turned towards the balding elder. With a radiant complexion, the elder proclaimed mental strength 18 times that of his peers, is classified as superior. With such exceptional mental prowess, his elemental affinity is extraordinary. At that moment, several representatives from various magical academies rushed in. Greetings, Linley. I am from Ernst Magic Academy, and we extend a sincere invitation for you to join our institution. Should you enroll, tuition will be waived, and you will receive an annual scholarship of 1,000 gold coins. We will also arrange for esteemed magicians to guide your studies. Linley, I am from Ernst Magic Academy, and we, observing the enthusiastic reception from the crowd, Linley was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. In such a brief span of time, these academy representatives had already learned his name. It was truly remarkable. Cough, everyone, please return to your respective positions. We must continue with the testing, the balding elder said gently. He maintained an air of superiority towards ordinary individuals, yet was courteous in the presence of the esteemed representatives from the various magical academies. Linley, we, the Ernst Academy, sincerely invite you to become a member of our esteemed institution. A voice resonated from afar, and upon its utterance, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Even the balding elder ceased his discourse. Linley turned to gaze in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe approached, smiling as he spoke. With exceptional elemental affinity, superior mental prowess, and being a dual-system prodigy, Linley, we at Ernst Academy extend a warm welcome to you. Might I inquire if you would be inclined to join our venerable institution? Beside him, Hillman stood in stunned silence for a moment before rushing to Linley's side, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Ernst Academy? What does it signify to enter the premier magic academy of the entire Yulon continent? The Ernst Academy. It signifies that upon graduation, even as an ordinary member of Ernst Academy, one could effortlessly ascend to the rank of a count within a kingdom. Outstanding students are earnestly invited by the 4 great empires. Moreover, amidst the vast expanses of Yulon continent, Ernst Academy admits merely 100 students each year. 100 students annually. What are the odds of such an opportunity? All who gain entrance to Ernst Academy can rightfully be regarded as geniuses. Linley, you must accept their offer, Hillman urged, brimming with enthusiasm. Linley's heart raced with exhilaration, yet his mind remained strikingly clear, and he appeared composed on the surface. He understood that becoming a member of Ernst Academy, coupled with the guidance of Derinkavate, would render it a mere challenge to ascend to the ranks of a 7th or 8th level mage within a few decades. His family indeed could rise again. Sir, it is an honor for me to become a member of Ernst Academy, Linley respectfully stated with grace. The middle-aged man in white robes, astonished by Linley's composure, continued to smile and said, Linley, I shall report all your identity information to the Academy. When the time comes, you need only bring your identification and undergo another assessment upon entering the Academy, after which you will officially become a member. Impersonation would prove futile, as one must undergo another evaluation upon arrival at the Academy. The academic year is divided into 2 semesters, commencing on February 9th. You need only arrive at the Academy before this date. Here is a document that serves as proof of your acceptance. The middle-aged man produced a red letter from within his robes. In truth, he had inscribed Linley's name on the acceptance letter as soon as he learned of Linley's test results. The man was resolute in his belief that no one would decline an invitation from Ernst Academy. Thank you, Linley replied as he accepted the red letter. Though outwardly composed, Linley concealed his exhilaration, while Hillman, at that moment, was brimming with excitement. Who among the students of Ernst Academy was not held in high esteem? Linley's future accomplishments were already a matter of anticipation. Uncle Hillman, let us depart, Linley said, tucking the red letter into his bosom as he walked alongside Hillman towards the hall's exit. In the crowded hall, both nobles from the capital and commoners alike instinctively parted to create a path. Even those nobles who had previously looked down upon Linley, a mere countryman, now wore expressions of warmth and friendliness, their demeanor exceedingly amiable. Membership in Ernst Academy, a symbol of status, under the watchful eyes of nobles, commoners, and even members of the clergy, Linley and Hillman stepped out of the cathedral hall. Chirp. Upon exiting, the little shadow mouse immediately squeaked, sensing the exhilaration that surged within Linley's heart. In the Baruch family's estate at Wushan Town, Hogg had just finished his lunch and was leisurely reclining in a chair, engrossed in a book. "My Lord Hogg," Hillman exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hogg looked up and, upon seeing the elation radiating from Linley and Hillman, felt a stirring premonition within him. He rose swiftly, gazing at the two with a voice trembling slightly. He inquired, "How did the magical test go?" The Baruch family had languished in obscurity for far too long, desperately longing for a remarkable figure to restore its former glory. "My Lord Hogg, it is Ernst Academy." "Ernst Academy. Linley has been accepted," Hillman declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Hogg seemed momentarily petrified, his mind blank as if deprived of oxygen. "My Lord Hogg?" Hillman called out twice. Gradually regaining his faculties, Hogg began to breathe more rapidly, staring at Hillman in disbelief. "Ernst, you mean Ernst Academy?" His eyes widened in astonishment. "Father, here is the acceptance letter from Ernst Academy," Linley said, directly handing the crimson envelope to his father. Hogg, momentarily taken aback, quickly snatched the letter, tearing it open with bated breath to scrutinize the acceptance notification contained within. The vivid names Ernst Academy and Linley echoed in the air. "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ancestors of the Baruch family. Our lineage is filled with hope." Hogg suddenly threw his head back in laughter, his entire body shaking with joy, tears streaming down his face. "The Baruch family has hope." The maniacal laughter and the tears cascading down made Linley momentarily speechless. "Father," Linley called softly, seemingly afraid to disrupt his father's revelry. He had never witnessed such unrestrained exuberance in his father, and the tears only served to deepen the tremor within Linley's heart. At that moment the butler, Shiri, approached, equally astonished by Hogg's reaction, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Hogg took a deep breath, gazing at Linley with overwhelming excitement. Good. Hillman, Uncle Shiri." Hogg turned to the two men. "Tonight, I shall host a grand feast. Quickly prepare well. I am elated, exceedingly elated. With such a son, I can face the ancestors of the Baruch family without regret." "Yes, Lord Hogg," Hillman and Butler Shiri replied in unison. Suddenly, the little shadow mouse Bebe leapt from Linley's embrace, perching on his shoulder, glaring at Hogg with indignation in its tiny eyes. Linley sensed the message emanating from the little creature's soul and couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out that the little mouse had been peacefully slumbering in his arms, but Hogg's raucous laughter had jolted it awake. As a young mouse, it cherished its sleep and despised being disturbed, hence its current fury. "Shadow Mouse, the beast Shadow Mouse?" Hogg's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the small creature. "Father," Linley quickly interjected, fearing his father might take action. "The Shadow Mouse has already formed a soul contract with me." Hogg appeared as though struck by lightning, remaining in a daze for a considerable time. "Do you have tamed this beast, the Shadow Mouse?" The two primary conditions for taming a beast are 1. To make the beast submit, and 2. To establish a soul contract magic array. Hogg was acutely aware of Linley's capabilities, which were rather meager. Furthermore, the weakest of the shadow mice are at least level 3. It was utterly inconceivable for Linley to have set up a soul contract magic array. "Yes, father, I have tamed him," Linley stated earnestly. Hogg felt as though his son was no longer the person he had known. He was entirely transformed. "Lord Hogg, Linley truly has tamed this shadow mouse. I witnessed it myself. This adorable creature is the one Linley has frequently fed with wild rabbits and mountain chickens these past few days," explained Hillman, who stood nearby. "An animal you have been nurturing?" Hogg suddenly recalled, gazing at Linley with disbelief. "The beast Shadow Mouse is the adorable creature you mentioned being cared for in the abandoned old house in the backyard?" Linley nodded honestly. At that moment, Hogg found himself torn between laughter and tears. Who would have thought that such an adorable animal could be a fearsome beast? Though he was puzzled about how Linley had formed a soul contract with the Shadow Mouse, Hogg felt no urgency. His spirits were soaring at that moment. "Very well, let us not dwell on such matters. Uncle Hiri, Hillman, gather some guards and make haste to prepare. I am hosting a grand banquet this evening," Hogar proclaimed with a hearty laugh, his mirth resonating with confidence. Linley observed his father, never before having witnessed such unrestrained joy upon his father's visage since his earliest memories. That night, the Baruch family estate was alive with exuberance. Even the family's numerous guards and their kin were invited, and 5 dining tables were meticulously arranged in the spacious front yard. Laughter echoed throughout the Baruch residence. "Delicious, absolutely delicious," exclaimed young Watton, eagerly sampling various dishes with delight. "Young Master Linley, congratulations on your admission to Ernst Academy. I am certain you will become a formidable and illustrious magician in the future." A guard from the family beamed as he extended his congratulations to Linley. Throughout the banquet, Linley remained the center of attention. Upon learning of Linley's impending enrollment at Ernst Academy, the excitement was palpable among the guests. It was easy to envision that stepping into Ernst Academy would pave the way for a promising future. Linley was destined for greatness far beyond the confines of the small town of Wushan. "Brother, they are toasting to you." "I shall toast as well," young Watton declared, raising his juice cup. Linley could not help but chuckle at the sight of Watton's greasy hands, yet he raised his juice cup in kind, clinking it with Watton's with genuine warmth. "Here's to us, brother," Linley said, his smile mirroring the joy of the moment. In the late hours of the night, within the ancestral hall of the Baruch family, only Linley and Hogar remained. The doors of the ancestral hall stood closed, yet a row of candles illuminated the space, casting a warm glow within. At that moment, Hogg gazed upon the array of ancestral tablets before him and spoke in a somber tone. "Linley, ever since the birth of the 5th Dragonblood Warrior, my Baruch family has faced a gradual decline, to the point where even our treasured heirlooms have been sold off. Each time I reflect upon this, an overwhelming sense of shame envelopes me. We are a family of Dragonblood Warriors." Linley remained silent, standing behind him. He too felt the weight of shame. An ancient lineage that had persevered for over 5 millennia, a family of Dragonblood Warriors, filled Linley with pride. Yet, now they had fallen to a state where even their cherished heirlooms had vanished. Linley, Hogg suddenly turned, fixing his earnest gaze upon him. "From this day forth, I shall no longer regard you as a mere child, but as the cornerstone of the future of the Baruch family. The destiny of our family now rests upon your shoulders." "Yes, father," Linley replied with unwavering determination. "What is this?" Linley, puzzled, accepted the book. Its cover bore no inscriptions, yet upon turning the first page, he discovered the bold characters Dragonblood Secret Classic. "Dragonblood Secret Classic?" Linley exclaimed in astonishment, looking up at his father. Hogg smiled and explained, "It is not merely the Dragonblood Secret Classic. This tome contains numerous accounts pertinent to our Baruch family, including the Dragonblood Secret Classic itself, the methods for crafting the Dragonblood Needle, and the deeds of our ancestors throughout the generations, among other things." Linley began to examine the contents with great care. Indeed, the initial quarter of this tome pertains to the Dragonblood Secret Codex, while the subsequent 3 quarters delve into various matters concerning the family. "Linley, this book holds no value for outsiders. They cannot possibly cultivate the Dragonblood techniques. As for the family affairs contained within, what significance do they hold for others? Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, there are several copies within the clan. In fact, what you possess is also a copy. The original has long since turned to ashes with the passage of time," Hogg remarked with a smile. Linley couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. "Indeed, it is of no use to anyone else," he mused, and with burgeoning curiosity, he began to peruse the initial passages of the Dragonblood Secret Codex. To cultivate the Dragonblood Secret Codex, one must awaken the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline within. There are 2 primary methods to do so. First, the concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline must reach a certain threshold. If the concentration is insufficient, there exists a second method. Upon reading this, Linley was momentarily taken aback. Aside from achieving a certain concentration of the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline, there are other means? How is it that no one in the family has succeeded over all these years? The second method entails the consumption of fresh dragon blood, either from a living dragon or one that has recently perished within a few minutes. If the dragon has been dead for too long, the potency of its blood diminishes significantly. Consuming dragon blood can awaken the dormant Dragonblood Warrior bloodline within. It is most effective when the blood is from a dragon of the Sanctum level. However, if it is the blood of a 9th-tier magical beast dragon, the likelihood of awakening the Dragonblood Warrior bloodline is considerably lower. Linley was left in a state of astonishment upon absorbing this information. The ancestors of our family truly possessed remarkable prowess, having cultivated the Dragonblood secret tome and conceived the notion of partaking in the blood of a living dragon, Linley remarked, a mixture of amusement and incredulity evident in his expression. At this moment, Hogg was oblivious to Drenkawort's presence. He turned to Linley with a wry smile, saying, Linley, do you see? According to our forebears, the bloodline of the Dragonblood Warriors lies dormant deep within our veins. To awaken this latent power, there are only two methods available. However, the second method, which involves the consumption of living dragon blood, is far from simple.
Moreover, Linley.
Take a moment to examine the reverse side. Linley flipped the page to read further. Yet, the second method of consuming living dragon blood is exceedingly perilous. Dragon blood is notoriously potent and possesses the capacity to enhance one's physical constitution dramatically. When applied to the skin, it can significantly elevate one's physical attributes. However, the agony it inflicts is akin to being flayed alive. This is merely the effect of topical application. Should one ingest it, the sensation would be akin to being engulfed in flames, potentially leading to a horrific demise as blood vessels rupture, resulting in immediate death. Father, who authored this dragon blood secret tome? If it is so dangerous, why was it inscribed? Linley found himself at a loss for words. Hogg's expression turned grave as he replied, Linley, this dragon blood secret tome was penned by our family's founder, the very first dragon blood warrior of the Yulon continent, Beric. If he chose to document it, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Historically, two descendants of our clan attempted to consume the living dragon blood of the sacred realm, only to meet their demise as their blood vessels ruptured. Has anyone in history truly ingested the living dragon blood of the sacred realm? Linley queried, astonishment evident in his voice. It seemed only natural upon reflection. In the early days, the patriarchs of the Baruch family, spanning the first, second, and third generations, were all dragon blood warriors. During that glorious era, it was not inconceivable to obtain a sacred domain dragon for bloodletting. The events of those years are far too distant, and the true secrets are not meticulously chronicled within this tome. I am aware that, due to these circumstances, the Dragon Clan engaged in negotiations with our Baruch family. However, since then, no one has dared to attempt it again, and as the family declined, opportunities to partake in dragon blood vanished. Hogg lamented, shaking his head. Linley nodded in agreement. The pride of the Dragon Clan is well documented in numerous texts. The act of capturing a sacred domain dragon for bloodletting would be an immense humiliation for them. It is indeed fortunate that the Baruch family was not annihilated by the wrathful dragons. This speaks volumes about the Baruch family's former strength. Wait, Father. If no one has ever succeeded in becoming a dragon blood warrior through the consumption of dragon blood, why did our ancestors pen this secret tome? It even suggests that one can drink the blood of a living dragon for cultivation and claims that dragons of the 9th level magical beast classification hold certain effects. Linley expressed his genuine confusion. Hogg paused, taken aback. Linley refrained from probing too deeply. My understanding of our family's history is derived largely from this text as well. As for the events of 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, we may never truly comprehend them, Hogg replied with a smile. Linley nodded, yet a lingering doubt remained within him. If the text states that no one has succeeded through the consumption of dragon blood, why does the dragon blood secret tome still record such a method? Knight, Grandpa Derlin, you say that no one has succeeded using this method. How could it possibly have been discovered? Linley struggled to comprehend this enigma. Derlin Cuiter, a sage of considerable age, stroked his white beard and replied with a self-satisfied air, Linley, the answer is quite simple. To my knowledge, the dragon race is exceedingly proud and immensely powerful. I surmise that consuming the blood of a living dragon must yield some efficacy. Your family, under the pressure of the dragon race, likely altered certain sections of this tome. Linley immediately grasped the implication. This was highly plausible. Under the duress of the dragon race, the Baruch family's dragon blood warriors could no longer capture dragons alive for their blood rituals. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Derlin Cuiter added with a serene smile. Moreover, Linley, I believe that the practice of drinking the blood of living dragons is not entirely futile, provided it is accompanied by the blue heart herb. This combination can mitigate the detrimental effects of dragon blood. although this secret is likely known to very few nowadays. Linley was taken aback, then overwhelmed with elation. Grandpa Derlin, are you saying that consuming the blood of living dragons in conjunction with blue heart herb is safe? Derlin Cuiter nodded confidently. Indeed, back in the Puang Empire, a princess fell gravely ill, and it was precisely through the combination of living dragon blood and blue heart herb that she was cured. That time I captured a dragon of the sacred domain. I recall that the venerable court physician who imparted this secret formula once remarked that in this world, every substance has its counterpart. No matter the material, there exists another that can neutralize it. This secret formula was known solely to that court physician and myself, and now, after 6 millennia, it is likely that few are privy to its existence, Delin Cuiter stated with an air of nonchalance. Linley nodded in acknowledgement. Living dragon's blood and blue heart grass. Linley's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once I elevate my prowess to that of a 9th-level mage or beyond, I shall utilize living dragon's blood and blue heart grass to transform young Woden into a dragon's blood warrior. Linley even entertained the thought of partaking in it himself when the opportunity arose. If he could ascend to become a domain mage and also a dragon's blood warrior, it would be a splendid dream. Yet, capturing a domain dragon alive remains a distant aspiration. The journey is still long. Time to rest. We shall resume our training come morning. As time slipped by, several months passed swiftly, and February arrived, with many trees upon Mount Wu beginning to sprout anew, heralding the subtle arrival of spring. Beneath an ancient tree, Linley sat cross-legged, engaged in meditative refinement of his magical power. In this meditative state, Linley distinctly sensed a plethora of earthy yellow and azure light points swirling around his body. These two types of luminous particles continuously entered his being from various parts, flowing through his limbs and bones, eventually converging in the central region of his chest, known as the Zhong Dantian. Within the Zhong Dantian, a haze of earthy yellow and azure mist swirled abundantly. The ochre-hued mist signifies the essence of earth magic, while the azure mist embodies the essence of wind magic. With a soft exhalation, Linley gradually emerged from his meditative state. Darren Cowett, clad in a flowing robe of moonlit white, sat cross-legged upon the ground, his gaze sweeping the surrounding scenery. Upon noticing Linley's awakening, he smiled and remarked, "Linley, tomorrow you shall embark on your journey to Ernst Academy. Yet here you are, toiling away today." Linley smirked and replied, "Grandfather Darren, it seems you once stated that true strength is forged through relentless daily practice, without a moment's reprieve. It is through long-term dedication that one can attain remarkable prowess." "Ah, you little rascal, now you're instructing me." Darren Cowett chuckled in mock admonition. Indeed, Linley grinned widely. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted across the distance, only to reappear perched upon Linley's shoulder. His companion, the shadow mouse Bebe. At that moment, Bebe bared its teeth at Linley while pointing at a lifeless wild rabbit on the ground. Understanding the expression on Bebe's face, Linley chuckled, "Would you like me to roast it for you?" Bebe nodded vigorously in response. "Linley," Darren Cowett conveyed telepathically, "this little shadow mouse is quite peculiar. Despite several months passing, it shows no sign of growth in size. One would expect a noticeable change during its juvenile phase. I am equally perplexed by this." Linley shook his head. Though Bebe's size remained unchanged, its speed had certainly increased significantly. "How peculiar," Derinkavate remarked, casting a glance at the little shadow mouse. "Bebe." At that moment, Bebe remained blissfully unaware of the soul that was scrutinizing him. "It is quite late, and we still have the evening training session ahead," Linley declared as he rose to his feet, clutching the lifeless wild rabbit and making his way down the mountain. Derinkavate floated alongside him, expressing his discontent. "Linley, you are destined to become a sorcerer. Why do you still engage in warrior training?" With a smile, Linley replied, "Grandfather Derink, I have discovered that engaging in warrior training can enhance perseverance, and with increased perseverance, one can also elevate mental fortitude." "Of course, I am aware of that," Derinkavate retorted, his dissatisfaction evident, "yet, no primitive training can compare to the speed at which a sorcerer's meditation cultivates mental strength." Linley fell silent. Although warrior training could indeed bolster mental capacity, it was merely a pretext. The true reason Linley persisted with his warrior training was, in the future, Should I have the opportunity to indulge in the blood of a living dragon, enabling me to practice the Dragonblood secret text, I must first strengthen my physique. The body serves as the vessel, while the fighting spirit is the essence. The body holds great significance. By laying a solid foundation early on, my future cultivation of the Dragonblood secret text will progress more swiftly. In truth, with Linley's elemental affinity, he required only a brief period each day to refine his magical power. Most of his time was dedicated to meditation aimed at enhancing his mental strength. However, constant meditation can be quite exhausting. Thus, the training of a warrior served as a refreshing diversion. On the following morning, numerous residents of Yushan Town gathered on the streets, all to bid farewell to Linley. It is indeed a matter of immense pride for Yushan Town to produce a wizard from the esteemed Ernst Academy. Throughout the entire Yulan continent, Ernst Academy admits only 100 students each year. At this moment, Linley remained within the confines of the Baruch family estate, while Hillman and a group of guards stood outside the gates. In the courtyard, only Hogg, Linley, Walton, and the steward Shiri were present. Linley, today as you embark on your journey to Ernst Academy, you shall officially become a member of Ernst. Upon your graduation, you will emerge as a formidable and distinguished magician. Before you depart, I wish to impart some words, Hogg thought, filled with a multitude of sentiments on the eve of their separation. However, after much contemplation, Hogg uttered but a few simple phrases. Linley, remember the aspirations of our Baruch ancestors over the centuries, and never forget the disgrace of our family. Hogg's complexion turned slightly pale. Even in death, I shall not forgive you. This declaration sent a shiver through Linley's heart. This was the charge his father entrusted him with before their parting. Hogg's eyes brightened, and with a firm hand, he patted Linley's shoulder. I believe in you, my son. Goodbye, brother. Walton waved vigorously. As Linley gazed at his father and brother, he too waved with fervor, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Father Walton, Linley felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. From childhood to adulthood, Linley had never truly been away from home for an extended period. This time, however, the separation would be considerably prolonged. At this moment, even his shadow mouse, Bebe, sat quietly on Linley's shoulder, seemingly aware of his melancholic mood. Nearby, Dellen Cowett, who existed in the form of a spirit, gazed at Linley with encouraging eyes. Linley, let us depart, said Hillman, who was tasked with safeguarding Linley on the journey to the academy, aware that occasional bandits might pose a threat along the way. Reluctantly, Linley cast a lingering glance at his family before resolutely turning away and taking steps toward Ernst Academy. Farewell, my beloved family. Farewell, my hometown. In the year 9991 of the Yulan calendar, the 9-year-old Linley, accompanied by his little shadow mouse Bebe and Hillman, the captain of the Baruch family's guard, departed from his hometown of Wushan Town. Ernst Academy, the foremost magic institution across the entire Yulan continent, is situated in a mountainous region approximately 20 miles south of the sacred city of Linley. Funded by the Holy Light Church, the academy boasts substantial resources and occupies an extensive area of nearly 10 miles in circumference. Such a vast institution is nearly comparable to a city. Surrounding Ernst Academy, there is a desolate expanse of mountainous terrain, devoid of human habitation. Facilities such as dining halls, clothing stores, and taverns are all located within the academy grounds, allowing students to reside entirely within its confines. What a magnificent sight! Linley marveled as he stood at the entrance of Ernst Academy. The main entrance of Ernst Academy spans an impressive 50 meters, crowned by a colossal crescent-shaped structure adorned with intricate magical runes. The complexity of these symbols indicates that the magical array above the academy's gates is indeed a grand enchantment. At this moment, the entrance bustles with activity. A line of administrative personnel is present, and a young lad stands among them, clutching his acceptance letter and identification as he commences the enrollment process. Linley, too, swiftly follows suit with his own documents. The official academic term begins on February 9th, and today is February 8th. According to the notice, one must arrive before the 9th. This young man before me has only just come to enroll today, suggesting he resides quite close to Ernst Academy. Linley mused internally. The boy in front of Linley could barely be termed a youth. He was notably shorter, lacking half a head in height compared to Linley. Accompanying him was an elderly gentleman. Upon hearing that the lad, named Reno, hailed from the O'Brien Empire, Linley was taken aback. The O'Brien Empire? He thought, recognizing it as one of the 4 great empires. It is worth noting that these empires lie to the east of the Beast Mountain Range, while Ernst Academy is situated to the west. To reach the academy, one must navigate around the northern or southern extremities of the mountain range, for few dare to traverse its depths, save for those of 9th tier strength or above. The Beast Mountain Range stretches over 10,000 miles, and the journey from the O'Brien Empire alone is estimated to cover nearly 20,000 miles. If one were to travel from the eastern region of the O'Brien Empire, the distance would be even greater. The journey of 20,000 miles is estimated to require a full year of travel. I am Linley, from the Finley Kingdom. Linley politely introduced himself to the boy named Reynold. Reynold blinked his large eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "The Finley Kingdom? You must be quite comfortable. It took me a whole year to reach the Finley Kingdom from my home. Surely your travel time was significantly shorter." Reynolds' expression was quite remarkable. One had spent an entire year on the road, while the other had merely taken half a day. "Student, hurry up," urged the examiner nearby. During the enrollment process, one of the steps involved re-evaluating the student's abilities. After all, Ernst Academy was concerned about individuals who might have forged admission letters to impersonate others. Coming, Reynold promptly went to undergo the test. However, upon seeing the test results, Linley was taken aback. The boy named Reynold exhibited an elemental affinity classified as superior, while his mental strength was reported as Reynold, age 8, possessing mental strength 32 times that of his peers, exceptional. Hearing the numbers announced by the testing personnel, Linley's eyes widened in disbelief, yet the expressions of the examiners remained utterly indifferent, devoid of any surprise. "Linley, what is wrong? Are you astonished?" Reynold remarked nonchalantly, "This is Ernst Academy, which admits only 100 students each year from the entire Yulon continent. Each one is a prodigy. My level can only be considered average among the students. However, Ernst Academy tends to favor the Holy Alliance during admissions. They enroll 50 students from the Holy Alliance, while the combined total from the 4 major empires and the Dark Alliance is merely 50. It seems rather unjust," lamented Renaud from the side. Linley chuckled upon hearing this. Ernst Academy was established by the Church of Light, thus it is only natural for them to lean towards the Holy Alliance. "It is my turn now," Linley remarked as he approached for the assessment. Renaud wrinkled his nose. "This Linley fellow is from the Holy Alliance. He certainly has an advantage over me during enrollment. His talents are likely inferior to mine." Renaud was exceedingly confident. When the examiner revealed Linley's results, Renaud was left speechless. Above average mental strength, exceptional elemental affinity, and he possesses both earth and wind attributes? Renaud was utterly dumbfounded. Having even a single exceptional elemental affinity is exceedingly rare, yet Linley possessed dual exceptional affinities. This indicated true genius, and he was even stronger than Renaud. After all, dual elemental mages are formidable. Renaud, stop daydreaming. "Let us go," Linley said with a smile. "Oh." Renaud replied, though he appeared to be a couple of years younger than Linley despite being only a year his junior. Linley and Renaud received their student IDs from Ernst Academy and collected their dormitory keys. At Ernst Academy, regardless of one's wealth or status, all students are required to reside in dormitories. Tuition and accommodation fees are entirely waived. However, "Oh, you need to pay tuition?" Linley exclaimed in surprise as he noticed an elderly man assisting Renaud with the payment.
Besi de Linley, il manchacold, Linley.
The tuition and accommodation fees at Ernst Academy are waived for those belonging to the Holy Alliance. However, individuals from other regions must pay exorbitant fees. Renaud nodded in agreement. The elderly gentleman next to Renaud smiled warmly at Linley. Indeed, it is not solely Ernst Academy that operates this way. The continent's foremost warrior institution, O'Brien Academy, follows the same principle. Fees are entirely waived for domestic students, yet those from other territories are required to pay substantial amounts. Linley, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the situation. "Linley, my young master possesses a dormitory key identical to yours. It seems you two shall reside in the same quarters. I hope you may assist each other in the future," the elder said amicably. Linley responded with a playful nod. Linley, let us proceed, Reno said, warmly grasping Linley's hand as they hurried into the academy. Goodbye, Uncle Hillman. Hillman and the elderly gentleman watched as the two boys entered the academy, lingering for a moment before departing. After bidding farewell to Uncle Hillman, Linley followed Reno into Ernst Academy. The institution was adorned with verdant trees, serene lakes, stone bridges, and ancient architectural structures, all exuding an aura of antiquity. One could only imagine the age of a tree large enough to embrace 7 or 8 individuals. Truly remarkable, unlike some newly established academies that boast ostentation. This is what one calls heritage, Reno exclaimed, his curious eyes surveying the surroundings with wonder. Within the esteemed Ernst Academy, numerous directional signs remain today, delineating paths to various destinations, evidently designed to assist the newly arrived students. Linley, let us proceed to the dormitory, Linley urged, grasping Reno's hand as they hurried toward their accommodation. Dormitory number 1987. Linley and Reno had just completed their enrollment procedures in succession. Typically, each dormitory houses 4 students, and upon their arrival in the residential area, Linley could not help but marvel at the sight before him. Row upon row of solitary, independent suites stretched as far as the eye could see, numbering in the thousands. In addition to these myriad single-door suites, there were also rare 2-story small apartments. 1987. 1987. Linley called out as he and Reno glanced at the numbers, dashing toward the southern end. The numbering of the accommodation area was exceedingly systematic, commencing from 0001, with each row containing 100 independent suites. Upon reaching the 20th row, Linley finally spotted 1901. They then veered eastward, with Reno panting heavily as they approached the solitary suite numbered 1987. Ah, I am utterly exhausted. Linley, how do you possess such stamina? Reno gasped for breath, while Linley appeared unaffected. Is this all it takes to tire you out? Linley chuckled. It was merely a short distance. He hardly felt fatigued from his previous run from Wushan Town to Ernst Academy. Ah, place it over there. Yes, the box goes there. Careful now, if you break it, you shall bear the cost. A melodious voice echoed through the courtyard of 1987. Linley exchanged a curious glance with Reno and ventured inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of several robust men busily transporting various items. In the center stood a lavishly dressed youth, energetically directing the activities around him. As soon as the young man spotted Linley and Reno, his eyes brightened with excitement, and he dashed over. "Ha! You must be my roommates. I've been waiting for ages, and I am the only one here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yale, and I am, to some extent, a member of the Holy Alliance." "What do you mean by to some extent a member of the Holy Alliance?" Reno remarked with a smirk. "I am Reno from the O'Brien Empire." "I am Linley, from the Finley Kingdom of the Holy Alliance." Linley responded with a warm smile. It seemed they would be living together and sharing their lives in the days to come. "Ah, Reno, Linley, it is a pleasure to meet you. By the way, those workout tools should be placed over there," Yale instructed his servants with authority. "Workout tools?" Reno blinked in surprise, staring at Yale. "Yale, what do you intend to do with those? Are you planning to become a warrior?" Yale wrinkled his nose, chuckling as he remarked, "Though we are noble wizards, we must also cultivate a fine physique. Otherwise, how shall we entice beautiful maidens? Among wizards, there are indeed many enchanting ladies, particularly those from Ernst Academy. Not only are they stunning, but they also possess an air of elegance. Boasting about having a girlfriend from Ernst Academy certainly carries a certain prestige." Raynor was left speechless. Linley, too, found himself at a loss for words. Upon seeing the array of fitness equipment, he had initially hoped to engage in some exercise, only to realize it was merely Yale's means of honing his physique to attract the fairer sex. "I am 8 years old this year. What about you, Yale?" Raynor inquired, his demeanor evidently cheerful. Yale, towering above, was noticeably taller than 9-year-old Linley, who had already surpassed 1.50 meters. Yet, Yale seemed to tower over him by half a head. "Me? I'm 10 this year. Haha, not too small, right? My brother lost his innocence at 12. So I must prepare early as well." Yale's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "What does lost innocence mean?" Raynor asked, puzzled as he gazed at Yale. "Indeed, What does lost innocence mean? Linley echoed, equally perplexed. Yale looked at his two roommates, momentarily at a loss for words, while Darren Cowett, who was beside Linley, clutched his stomach in laughter. This prompted Linley to curiously send a mental inquiry. Grandfather Darren, what is so amusing? Young master, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. A gentlemanly middle-aged man replied with utmost respect. The middle-aged man continued with reverence, yes, young master. Satisfied, Yale nodded and waved his hand, dismissing a group of servants. Magic crystal card? Rayner looked at Yale in astonishment. This magic crystal card can only be processed by the Four Nations Bank, established collectively by the four great empires. It is said that the handling fee alone amounts to 100 gold coins. Indeed, Yale replied, well aware of the details. Initially, a magic crystal card requires a minimum deposit of 1,000 gold coins. However, that amount is likely insufficient to cover even my monthly expenses. Upon hearing this, Linley reflected what affluent individuals. He sighed inwardly, recalling that his father had allocated him a mere 100 gold coins for an entire year. To Linley, this was more than adequate, considering that an ordinary peasant toiled for an entire year to earn only 20 or 30 gold coins. Truly wealthy. My father only gives me 200 gold coins annually, Rayner remarked with a grimace. He insists that I focus on honing my magical abilities. I only have 100 gold coins, Linley chuckled, but a simple life is sufficient for me. Hey, my brothers, my money is yours to use. If you're short on funds, just turn to me. We will likely be together for decades. What's the point of keeping track among brothers? Yale declared with great generosity. However, upon hearing Yale's words, both Linley and Rayner were momentarily taken aback. Decades? Linley asked, astonished as he gazed at Yale. Yale explained matter-of-factly, Linley, one must attain the rank of a 6th-level magician to graduate from Ernst Academy. Progressing through the ranks of magicians becomes increasingly challenging, and reaching the 6th level typically requires several decades. Linley furrowed his brow. Would he really be a burden to his father for so many years? Grandfather Derlin, why didn't you mention this to me? The voice of Derlin Cowder echoed in Linley's heart. Linley, do not worry. While it typically takes decades to attain the rank of a level 6 mage, under my tutelage you shall achieve this status within 10 years. 10 years. By then, I will only be 19, Linley thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Is everyone here? A melodious voice broke through the air as a child, who stood nearly as tall as Reno, entered the room. This child exuded a calm demeanor. Greetings, everyone. My name is George, and I hail from the Yulan Empire. I am 10 years old. Yale, Reno, and Linley exchanged brief introductions. The Yulan Empire? Linley exclaimed in surprise. The Yulan Empire is the most ancient empire on the entire Yulan continent. It unified the continent during the first year of the Yulan calendar. But as time passed, it faced endless strife and fragmentation. Currently, the Yulan Empire stands as one of the 4 great empires. Nonetheless, it remains the foremost economic power and is renowned for producing a multitude of mages. The Magical Academy of the Yulan Empire ranks just below Ernst Academy. George, your academy in the Yulan Empire must be quite formidable. Why choose to come here? Yale inquired, astonished. George smiled gently and replied, though the Empire's Magical Academy is indeed strong, it falls slightly short of Ernst Academy. If one is to pursue excellence, why not aim for the best? The journey may be long, but it serves as a valuable trial. George, are you 10 years old? You seem to be about my height, remarked Rayner from the side. George could only manage a wry smile. The 8-year-old Rayner and the 10-year-old George were of comparable stature, both being the shortest among their group of 4. Linley stood a head taller than them, while Yale was the tallest of all. On a different note, I just checked during the enrollment process. Among the 100 new students, the mental strength and elemental affinity are at least of superior quality. In fact, I discovered that there are some exceptionally gifted individuals this year with both mental strength and elemental affinity at an extraordinary level. George seemed well informed. Yale scoffed. That's quite normal. Who at Ernst Academy is weak? My mental strength and elemental affinity are merely of superior quality, which places me near the bottom among the 100. If it weren't for my father's connections with the Church of Light, I wouldn't even have been able to enroll. Linley was taken aback by Yale's background. Having connections with the Church of Light certainly indicated that Yale's father was no ordinary man. The most gifted among us in the dormitory is definitely Linley. However, our Ernst Academy boasts an undeniable genius. Have you heard of them? Yale glanced at the other three. Linley and Rayner both shook their heads. George smiled and nodded, saying, I am well aware of that. The current prodigy of Ernst Academy, Dixie, is hailed as the greatest talent of the century. He is a dual-element mage, possessing extraordinary elemental affinity and mental prowess. Notably, his mental strength is a staggering 68 times that of an average peer. Typically, one is considered exceptional if they exceed 30 times. In fact, his mental power could be classified as super superior, although the highest recognized tier remains superior. Linley was taken aback. A dual-element mage, with both elemental affinity and mental strength being extraordinary. I am merely several times more capable than my contemporaries. While this genius surpasses them by a full 68 times, Linley marveled inwardly. Indeed, Ernst Academy is a gathering place for prodigies, attracting nearly half of the magical talents from the entire Yulon continent. Here, Linley could only be considered a mid-tier individual. However, he had the backing of a sanctified archmage from over 5,000 years ago. Most students at Ernst Academy spend decades within its walls, so those assigned to the same dormitory often forge strong bonds, destined to become lifelong friends upon graduation. At this moment, whether it was Yale, Reno, George, or Linley, despite their maturity surpassing that of their peers, they still harbored the innocence of youth. After a brief conversation, the camaraderie among the four brothers deepened significantly. Let us take the day to familiarize ourselves with the academy. I'll treat everyone tonight. Ha ha! Yale exclaimed, patting his chest with exuberance. This fellow has a magic crystal card. If not him, then who? Reno teased. George and Linley, sharing the same youthful spirit, could not help but join in the laughter. At that moment, the little shadow mouse Bebe suddenly poked its head out from within Linley's clothing, having just awakened from slumber and unwilling to remain in solitude. Ah, what is this creature? Reno exclaimed in surprise. Bebe, are you awake? Linley chuckled as he affectionately patted Bebe's head. The little creature closed its eyes in contentment, and then its round, glistening eyes surveyed Reno, Yale, and George. It snorted disdainfully a couple of times, as if unimpressed. A magical beast. This is a shadow mouse. I have read about them in books, Yale suddenly declared. Linley, do you possess a magical beast? Both Reno and George expressed their astonishment. They were merely children. How could they possibly command a magical beast? Bebe is still a juvenile magical beast. I merely offered it some food, and it grew fond of me, thus forming a pact, Linley explained with a smile. My goodness, this is indeed a magical beast. Linley, you are truly remarkable. I have dreamed of having a magical beast since childhood, Yale said, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he gazed at Bebe. Though I possess a soul contract scroll, I lack the strength to command a magical beast. Yale spoke in a dejected tone. Unable to command a magical beast? Is it truly so difficult to make a juvenile magical beast submit? Linley replied with a grin. Yale shook his head and said, I have not yet attained the rank of a first-level mage, and given my current abilities, I can only tame the young of first- and second-level magical beasts. However, what use do I have for such feeble creatures? As for the young of 7th and 8th level beasts, acquiring them is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, even in their infancy, their strength far surpasses mine. Linley nodded in agreement within his heart. The little shadow mouse, Bebe, was nearing the strength of a 5th level magical beast, far exceeding Linley's own capabilities. Yet, despite being together for nearly half a year, Bebe had shown no signs of growth, a fact that puzzled both Linley and Delancowit. Linley, is this shadow mouse named Bebe? May I request a hug from Bebe? Reno's gaze was fixated on the little shadow mouse. Bebe. Linley immediately communicated with Bebe through their soul link, attempting to persuade the creature. No way, Bebe was now capable of expressing simple thoughts to Linley, and it bared its teeth at Reno, continually squeaking in evident anger. Reno could only helplessly pout his lips in response. Reno, let me share a tip with you. Bebe has a particular fondness for roasted meat. If you provide it with roasted duck or chicken regularly, I believe Bebe will harbor no ill will towards you, Linley said with a smile, causing Reno's eyes to light up immediately. All right then. Suddenly, Reno furrowed his brow and turned to Yale. Yale, if I find myself short on gold coins in the future, I hope you can lend me some. I shall repay you when Grandpa Rum arrives. Not a problem, Yale replied with a generous demeanor. Have you all not yet taken a proper tour of the esteemed Ernst Academy? Shall we now embark on an exploration to familiarize ourselves with its grandeur? George remarked with a warm smile. Among the four brothers, George was undoubtedly the most affable and composed, while Renaud exhibited the most childlike demeanor. Yale embodied the quintessential dandy, and Linley, at least in the eyes of the other three, was the most enigmatic. Possessing dual-element superlative abilities and accompanied by a magical beast, indeed, quite mysterious. The ancient Ernst Academy, adorned with historic edifices that boast millennia of history, features inscriptions detailing the illustrious figures who once graced its halls. Notable individuals have studied here. Over the centuries, Ernst Academy has nurtured several formidable beings of the Sanctum realm, with an even greater number attaining the 9th tier of strength. The four youthful boys, aged between 8 and 10, gazed in reverence at the biographies of these eminent figures, their hearts ablaze with ambition, particularly upon reading the exploits of those who had ascended to the Sanctum realm. Each harbored dreams of one day achieving such greatness. Yet, amidst their aspirations, a singular voice often echoed in Linley's mind. Merely a collection of rising talents, boasting of slaying a purple-striped black bear? They can only vanquish 9th-tier magical beasts, unable to contend with the sanctum beasts of true Sanctum warriors. They are merely at the threshold of the Sanctum realm. Many renowned figures from Ernst Academy, in the eyes of Darren Cowder, were scarcely worthy of mention. The four brothers of Dormitory 1987, accompanied by the little shadow mouse Bebe, thoroughly explored the academy, gaining a general understanding of its expanse. That evening, they indulged in a lavish feast at a luxurious hotel not far from their accommodation, although their libations consisted solely of fruit juice. The following day, February 9th, marked the official commencement of the academic year. However, there were no classes on this day. Instruction would commence on February 10th. Instead, the students attended a gathering to hear the exhortations of the academy's leaders. Among 100 children, the youngest being 6 and the eldest merely 12, they occupied a classroom designed for hundreds. Unfamiliar with the authority of those speaking above them, many of the youngsters dozed off, only to leave joyfully once the opening ceremony concluded. After dinner, in the courtyard of 1987, for chairs were arranged as the brothers discussed their forthcoming courses. It's remarkably easy. I senti it? Only one class a day. Oh, but Linley is in dual disciplines, so he has 2, Yale mused. Nonetheless, Ernst Academy is quite lenient. Attendance is optional for those who wish to partake in the courses. George replied with a calm smile. Yale, do not be overly complacent. Although the Academy imposes few requirements, it conducts annual assessments of our abilities. Only by advancing our skills can we progress to higher grades. Are you prepared to languish at Ernst Academy for a century? Should you neglect your studies? Moreover, the Academy has a stipulation. Any student who does not attain the rank of a level 6 mage within 60 years will be expelled. Linley glanced at the regulations he held in hand, nodding thoughtfully to himself. The management of the Academy is rather relaxed. One could meander through 6 decades of idleness. Yet if one fails to attain the rank of a level 6 mage after those 60 years, expulsion from the institution is inevitable. Expelled from the Academy? Yale exclaimed, his eyes widening. If that were to happen, my father would likely kill me. The disgrace of being cast out by Ernst Academy is a burden too great for anyone to bear, as admission itself signifies a certain level of aptitude. Classes commence tomorrow. I wonder what the caliber of the teachers here is like. If they cannot surpass my grandfather Loom, then my attendance would be in vain, Reno murmured. Reno, is your grandfather Loom a mage? Linley inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, from the O'Brien Empire to Ernst Academy, Grandfather Loom has been instructing me in the art of magic all along, Reno replied with pride. As Linley engaged in light-hearted banter with the other 3 boys, he felt a flicker of anticipation within. The curriculum for earth magic may not be of utmost importance. How could the teachers at Ernst Academy possibly compare to Grandfather Derlin in that regard? The true essence lies in wind magic. What will that be like? As dusk descended, the courtyard of Dormitory 1987 at Ernst Academy remained alive with the laughter and joy of 4 children. For the past 28 days, the Academy's schedule had been filled with classes, leaving only the final 2 days free of lessons. The Earth Magic classes are conducted from 8 to 10 in the morning, while Fire Magic classes take place from 10:30 to 12:30. Water Magic is taught from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, followed by Wind Magic from 4:30 to 6:30, Lightning Magic from 7 to 9 in the evening, and Light Magic from 9:30 until 11:30 at night. However, the majority of students specialize in a single element, requiring only 2 hours of classes each day. Linley, being a dual-element practitioner, attends classes for 4 hours daily. Furthermore, attendance is voluntary. One may choose to participate or not without any compulsion. The Earth Magic curriculum is divided into 6 grades, each housed in its own building. Beginners and first-level magicians are in the first grade, second-level magicians in the second grade, third-level magicians in the third grade, and so forth, culminating in sixth-level magicians in the 6th grade. Students in the 6th grade may apply for graduation at any time, though continued study is also permitted without an application. On February 10th, within the classroom designated for first-year Earth Magic students, the space is remarkably expansive, with hundreds of seats available. At this moment, there are already over 20 students present, and Linley has chosen a seat towards the front. By 8 o'clock, the classroom is filled with more than 50 students. I suppose only a fraction of these are newcomers. I wonder how many years the others have been studying, Linley muses silently. After all, it typically takes several years for a novice to progress to the rank of second-level magician. Greetings, everyone. Standing before the class was a warm and approachable middle-aged man with chestnut hair. My name is Wendy, and I am your Earth Magic instructor. Today, we welcome nearly 20 new students. As is customary, let us invite both new and returning students to introduce themselves in turn, allowing everyone to become acquainted. Instantly, one by one, the students began to present themselves. I am Garan, hailing from the vast grasslands of the Far East. Upon hearing this introduction from the young man named Garan, Linley below couldn't help but express his astonishment. Indeed, students from all corners of the Yulan continent are present, even someone from the eastern grasslands. In the geographical context of the Yulan continent, the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance lie to the west of the Beast Mountain Range. To the east of this range are the 4 great empires, and further east still is a vast grassland that encompasses 3 kingdoms. The distance from Ernst Academy to this grassland is nothing short of considerable. Merely traveling there would take an estimated 2 to 3 years.
I am Linley,
representing the Holy Alliance. Linley stepped to the forefront of the classroom, offering a brief self-introduction. The group of children attentively listened, and beside Linley, Darren Cuiter made his presence known. This Wendy possesses a solid foundation. Although his prowess may not be particularly formidable, when it comes to teaching first-level magicians, he might well surpass even 8th or 9th level sorcerers in his ability to convey knowledge, Darren Cuiter remarked with a nod of admiration. Linley was well-versed in Earth Magic, and the discourse felt remarkably effortless to him. However, Grandfather Derlin possesses a solid foundation, yet his explanations do not match the clarity and depth of yours. They seem somewhat convoluted, Linley remarked. Derlin Cowett nodded with pride, his white beard curling with delight. Naturally, the comprehension of magic by a Sanctum Archmage transcends that of a level 9 or level 8 mage. The Sanctum represents an entirely new realm. My elucidations are inherently clearer, directly addressing the essence of magic. After attending a single class, Linley resolved, from this day forth, I shall attend this Earth Magic course once a month. He had no desire to squander his time. Within Linley's mind, a plan began to take shape. He would dedicate his days to the rigorous practice of magic. He had already selected a location for his training, the rear mountain of Ernst Academy, nestled within a wooded area, surrounded by numerous mountains. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Linley sat attentively in the first-year Wind Magic classroom. Hello, everyone. A handsome young man with golden hair said with a cheerful smile, I am Trey, a 6th-year student of the Academy. From today onward, I will be responsible for your instruction in Wind Magic. I reside in Dormitory 0298, and should you have any questions after class, feel free to seek me out. A 6th-year student is a level 6 mage, eligible to apply for graduation at any time. They are qualified to teach students in the first and second years. Before we proceed, let's have each of you introduce yourselves, Trey said with a warm smile. This is a fundamental aspect of the first class of the semester, and one by one, the students stepped forward to introduce themselves. Ah, Linley. Have you noticed how many charming young ladies there are among the wind magic students? Look, that golden-haired girl is smiling at you, exclaimed Darren Cuiter animatedly beside Linley. I heard her introduce herself. Her name seems to be Delia. What a delightful name. With my nearly 1,300 years of experience, I can assure you that this girl will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Linley, why not return her smile and foster a good relationship? Could pave the way for greater opportunities in the future. At that moment, Linley paid little heed to Darren Cuiter's remarks. His focus was fixed on the wind magic teacher, Trey, intently listening to his discourse. The wind mages are the swiftest of all sorcerers, the most agile among them. They are the only mages capable of flight without ascending to the sacred realm. Trey spoke with fervor, his words infused with a profound passion for wind magic. Do you wish to soar through the skies on your own merit? To glide above the boundless landscapes, surveying the infinite expanse of mountains and rivers? How enchanting, how utterly irresistible. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of flight. Who wouldn't desire such a feat? While achieving the status of a sacred realm powerhouse grants one the ability to fly, it is a rare occurrence for Ernst Academy to produce even a single sacred realm adept over a century. However, a wind mage can cast levitation upon reaching the 5th level of mastery, Trey asserted with confidence. Moreover, wind mages possess unmatched speed, and the auxiliary spell haste can significantly enhance your velocity. Indeed, those are merely the ordinary, legendary wind-based forbidden magic known as Destructive Storm, the most potent of annihilation spells, along with the fabled forbidden magic Blade of Dimensions, which stands as the most formidable single-target attack spell. Trey's voice resonated with fervor. The youths around him widened their eyes, filled with yearning. Is Destructive Storm truly regarded as the pinnacle of destructive magic? What of our earth-based spells Heavenly Collapse and Meteoric Descent? Expressed Darren Corvett, seated beside Linley, somewhat disgruntled. Grandfather Darren, what about the Blade of Dimensions? Linley inquired. To Linley, Darren's omission of the Blade of Dimensions suggested its undeniable status as the strongest single-target assault. The Blade of Dimensions? It possesses the capability to slice through the spatial barriers of material planes, undoubtedly formidable. However, despite its overwhelming offensive might, it remains a one-time attack. Unlike our Earth-based Guardian of the Earth, which allows for continuous engagement with the adversary, Darren Corvett retorted, attempting to defend his stance. Linley could deduce the implications. The Blade of Dimensions must wield terrifying power, and it likely bore complexities that Darren had understated. A one-time attack. The efficacy of such an assault would ultimately depend on the opponent's ability to evade. If I were to become a Dragonblood Warrior in the future, and then employ wind-based enhancements, a spark of inspiration ignited within Linley. As the lecture progressed, Linley found himself increasingly captivated by the wind element. Earth, fire, water, and wind, all 4 schools of magic are, in essence, as vast and profound as the ocean. The realm of magic is boundless, and Linley could not help but immerse himself deeply within its depths. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, Linley had spent over half a year at Ernst Academy. During his days at Ernst Academy, Linley was akin to a parched traveler in a vast desert, fervently absorbing the fundamental knowledge of magic. His understanding and prowess in wind magic continuously flourished, aided by the timely insights of Darren Cowett. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly. The 4 brothers of Dormitory 1987, after finishing their lunch, donned their sky-blue robes, a standard attire issued by the Academy. Due to their consistent training, Linley, with his tall and slender figure, exuded a unique charm in the sky-blue robe, which perhaps explained why several young ladies from the wind magic class often sought his company after lessons. At this moment, the 4 brothers strolled together, engaging in lively conversation. By the way, Linley, are you joining us for the freshman social this afternoon? George inquired with a cheerful grin. George was notably enthusiastic about public events and possessed a knack for gathering information and forming connections with various students. Though he had only been at the academy for 6 months, George had already established himself as a prominent figure among the first-year students at Ernst Academy. "I will not be attending," Linley replied succinctly. "Haha, I knew Linley would certainly skip it." Reno chuckled from the side. "Yell." Draping an arm around Linley's shoulder, remarked, "Linley, you need not toil so relentlessly. With your innate talent, a modest effort will ensure that you reach the rank of a 6th-level magician within 30 years. Why push yourself so hard? It's essential to savor life. There will be plenty of charming young ladies at the social." "Indeed, it is quite adorable," exclaimed Raynor, his eyes wide with wonder. Linley could only smile helplessly. The innocent youth, Raynor, had already been led astray under the influence of Yale. "Yale, you lecher, stop pulling me along. I must return to my training now. Tomorrow is the end of the month, and I shall join you for leisure then," Linley said with a grin. The last 2 days of each month were his designated days of respite. Yale, Raynor, and George all understood Linley's temperament and nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Linley set off, briskly making his way towards the rear mountains of the academy. Within Ernst Academy, there were thousands of students, alongside numerous mages conducting their research and experiments. The academy was bustling with a considerable number of supporting staff as well. Along the way, he encountered several students clad in azure robes. A low growl resonated through the air. Linley turned towards the sound, his eyes lighting up with excitement. A magical beast. With a flowing mane and sleek azure hide, the creature displayed robust limbs, and its cold, wild eyes held a fierce intensity. The glinting, metallic claws sent a chill down one's spine. The magical beast was a wind wolf, a creature renowned for its terrifying speed. In the depths of the magical beast forest, encountering a pack of wind wolves was the most fearsome prospect. Their speed made escape nearly impossible. At that moment, atop the majestic wind wolf sat a striking young man with black hair, surveying his surroundings with an air of pride, seemingly pleased with his formidable companion. This must be a 5th or 6th grade student, Linley conjectured inwardly. At Ernst Academy, there were indeed many individuals possessing magical beasts. In addition to the specially hired sorcerers, there were several 5th and 6th grade students who had purchased soul contract scrolls to tame magical creatures as their mounts. Is it truly worth such pride over a mere magical beast? Linley thought dismissively of the black-haired youth's arrogance. Upon exiting the academy's rear gate, he ventured into the mountains. The rear mountains of Ernst Academy were vast and expansive. Long ago, magical beasts roamed these hills, but over time, the academy's sorcerers had eradicated them completely. Now only ordinary wildlife remained in the area. As Linley entered the wooded expanse, his speed noticeably increased. He effortlessly invoked the wind-based auxiliary magic Swift, causing him to move as lightly as a falling leaf, skillfully weaving through the forest. After running several miles, he arrived at his destination, a clearing near a stream. "Chirp, chirp," Bebe called out to Linley. With a smile, Linley replied, "Off to play again? Very well, but do not wander too far." He felt a sense of trust in Bebe. It had been a year since their first encounter. Although the little shadow mouse had not grown in size, still measuring around 20 centimeters, its speed had increased significantly. Magician? If it were an 8th or 9th level warrior, they might capture the little shadow mouse. However, if it is a magician, only a sanctified magician would suffice. Linley was acutely aware of the innate nature of magicians. The little shadow mouse, Bebe, darted swiftly into the woods. "Grandfather Derlin, come out and guide me," Linley called out earnestly in his heart. Linley pursed his lips. Though Grandfather Derlin was a sanctified archmage, one soon discovered that beneath his seemingly kind and gentle exterior lay the spirit of a mischievous child. "Grandfather Derlin, I feel that I have reached the realm of a 2nd-level magician. I wish for your assistance in testing my abilities." Linley finally articulated his intent. "A 2nd-level magician?" Grandfather Derlin Cowett calculated with keen interest. It has only been a year and a half since you began learning magic with me." "Very well. Demonstrate your limits by casting the elementary spell Shattering Stone. Do you understand? Shattering Stone is considered a progressive magic. Within the realm of 1st-level earth magic exists Shattering Stone, yet it also appears within the forbidden magics, where it was once referred to as meteoric descent. As an earth magician's prowess increases, The potency of shattering stone naturally escalates as well. Yes, Grandfather Derlin. Linley promptly began to recite the incantation, the once tongue-twisting words now flowing effortlessly from his lips, as if uttered without conscious thought. With each whispered incantation, he felt his entire essence entering a unique state of being. The earth-based magical energy within his chest surged forth, attracting the elements of the universe. Suddenly, the ground beside him split open. Before him, 5 stones, each the size of a human head, lifted into the air and hovered above Linley. Each stone was enveloped in a golden-brown glow. As Linley's eyes brightened and he uttered a low command, the 5 stones hurtled away, accompanied by a gust of wind. Boom! The 5 stones, surrounded by their golden-brown luminescence, struck a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, causing it to tremble violently. Yet it remained unbroken, and ultimately, the stones fell back to the ground. Very impressive, remarked Dragonblood, his eyes sparkling with interest. To simultaneously control 5 fragmented stones with such remarkable speed indicates that you truly possess the power of a second-tier mage. He expressed his satisfaction with Linley's performance. A smile crept onto Linley's face. He felt himself a step closer to his goal. At that moment, Dragonblood continued with a grin. However, Linley, you must understand that being a second-tier mage is not particularly significant. In the hierarchy of mages, first and second tiers are considered novice levels, while third and fourth tiers are intermediate, and fifth and sixth tiers are advanced. The 7th tier mage is referred to as a great mage, the 8th tier as a mage tutor, and the 9th tier as a grand mage tutor. It is within the 7th to 9th tiers that true power lies. You still have a long journey ahead of you. I understand. Linley nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, focus on your training, Dragonblood said as he retreated once more into the Dragon Ring. Linley, having reigned in his excitement at having reached the status of a second-level sorcerer, calmly settled down once again in a meditative posture. A true powerhouse is forged through steadfast effort and gradual accumulation of skill from a young age. Approximately 2 to 3 miles away from Linley, his wind magic instructor, the 6th-level sorcerer Trey, furrowed his brow in contemplation. The earth magic shattering stone? Its potency appears to be at the 2nd-level sorcery tier. A novice mage has ventured to the back mountain for training? Who could it be? While Trey had just invoked the wind magic gust of awareness, he had sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from Linley's location. Through this magical resonance, Trey was able to deduce the nature of the spell. Curiosity piqued, Trey made his way toward that direction. With the prowess of a 6th-level sorcerer,
3S auxiliary spell velocity far surpassed Linley's capabilities.
He glided through the forest like a wisp of fog, swift and graceful. In a mere moment, Trey appeared 100 meters away from Linley, standing beside a grand tree, observing the young sorcerer from afar. Is it truly him? Trey recognized his student without a doubt. This lad named Linley has always been rather reticent in class, merely observing while others experimented with magic. I never realized he had already achieved the rank of a 2nd-level sorcerer. If I recall correctly, he is still a newcomer among the students. What a remarkable talent he is. Indeed, Linley possessed the ability to wield magic, yet during class when the instructor urged students to practice, he would remain at a distance, refraining from showcasing his abilities. It is a widely acknowledged fact among those acquainted with him that Linley possesses an enigmatic aura, further accentuated by his abstention from communal activities. Indeed, Trey remarked, his countenance beaming with delight, to have such a prodigious talent among my students. I dare say I shall be in receipt of certain emoluments at the forthcoming freshman competition. At that very moment, Linley, immersed in a meditative trance, remained wholly oblivious to Trey's presence a mere 100 meters distant. It has been nigh on a month since he attained the rank of a 2nd-level mage. Within the hallowed halls of the freshman wind magic classroom, Linley, as was his wont, occupied his customary seat, having attended each and every lesson in wind magic, in stark contrast to his sporadic attendance at earth magic courses, which he graced but once a month. Linley, you have arrived, a winsome maiden chirped as she ensconced herself beside him. Casting a glance in her direction, Linley responded with a genial smile. Della, you are indeed punctual, given that the commencement of the lesson is yet some time away. Verily, To be seated in the company of a comely maiden is an agreeable experience, one which Linley did not deign to decline. For Della was no ordinary personage. Her brother, Dixie, was the foremost prodigy of the entire Ernst Institute, hailed as a magical genius of unparalleled caliber, a veritable paragon not witnessed in a century. He, too, was a dual-element mage, possessed of an extraordinary affinity for the elements, and with a mental fortitude 68 times that of his peers. Della, being Dixie's sister, was not far removed from such distinction. "I was aware of your early arrival," Della responded, her eyes crinkling into a winsome smile. As they conversed, time elapsed swiftly, and before they were fully aware, the lesson had commenced. Instructor Trey lectured with fervent enthusiasm, while Linley listened attentively. Meanwhile, Delia would occasionally steal glances at Linley. "Very well, today's lecture concludes here. However, before we dismiss, I have an announcement to make," Instructor Trey stated with a smile. The students below immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. As the veteran students are likely aware, our Ernst Institute has a tradition of holding A-grade competition during the final month or two of each year. The annual grade competition is the most vibrant occasion in our entire academy, and attaining victory in the competition will facilitate your evaluation as an outstanding student upon graduation. Upon graduation, the 4 great empires will presumably extend cordial invitations to you. Instructor Trey jested. The students below were instantly roused. At the Ernst Institute, geniuses conglomerate, and geniuses share a common flaw, a reluctance to be subservient. Consequently, the annual grade competition serves as an opportunity for geniuses to establish their renown. Nearly 90% of the students pay close attention to this competition, and those with a modicum of ability will participate. Naturally, our wind element practitioners must also participate. Those who wish to register should inform me, Instructor Trey said with a smile, his gaze directed towards Linley. "Teacher, I am willing." Numerous students below immediately began to register with excitement. "Very well." Trey promptly took out paper and quill to commence his recording. However, after noting down a dozen or so participants, he observed that Linley and Delia were engaged in conversation, showing no inclination to come forward and register. Trey descended towards them. Linley instinctively looked up and respectfully called out, "Teacher Trey." Beside him, Delia also greeted him with a bow of respect. Teacher Trey smiled and nodded, saying, "Linley, this grade competition presents an excellent opportunity for development. I believe nearly all the elite students from the first year will participate. Why do you not wish to register? Such opportunities are truly rare." "I am not interested," Linley replied candidly. Teacher Trey was momentarily taken aback. "Linley, you may not realize that there are rewards for winning this competition," Teacher Trey continued, attempting to entice him. "Rewards?" Linley's interest was piqued, as he was in dire need of funds. His family's financial situation was rather precarious, and acquiring a sum of money could enable him to participate in this so-called grade competition without much difficulty. Indeed, you should be aware that the general students reside in standard dormitories, unlike our individual courtyard accommodations. The top 3 contestants in the grade competition are granted the privilege of residing in a 2-story apartment for a year. That is a symbol of status, and the apartments are considerably more comfortable, Teacher Trey elaborated. Linley's heart stirred with realization. The 2-story apartments within the accommodation area were scarce, primarily inhabited by formidable 7th and 8th level mages. Now he understood that each year, the top 3 from each grade were entitled to this privilege for a year. Accommodation conditions? Linley was indifferent to this matter. "I will not participate," Linley reiterated. Teacher Trey was somewhat anxious. In fact, he himself was a 6th grade student. If he could place one of his students among the top 3, he would not only receive a reward but also gain considerable prestige. Young people are often concerned with their reputation. Teacher Trey leaned closer to Linley and whispered, "Linley, are you worried about revealing your strength? I am aware that you have already attained the rank of a 2nd-level mage." Upon hearing this, Linley looked up in surprise at Teacher Trey. How could Teacher Trey know of his abilities? After all, it is quite challenging to assess a person's strength based solely on appearances. Seeing Linley's expression, Teacher Trey assumed he had struck a chord, and he smiled, saying, "Linley, do not conceal your power. Even if you choose not to compete and deliberately hide your abilities, be cautious. I might inadvertently reveal your secret. Whatever, I still won't participate. Linley stood up nonchalantly and respectfully bowed, saying, "Goodbye, teacher." Then, heedless of Teacher Trey's astonished expression, he gracefully departed. "Ah, this boy." Teacher Trey chuckled as he regained his composure, while nearby, Delia stifled a laugh behind her hand. The wind magic class concluded just past 6 in the evening, and dusk was approaching. Linley hurried to his dormitory, where the 4 brothers of room 1987 shared a strong bond and typically dined together in the evenings. Linley enjoyed amicable relations with the students from the adjacent courtyards. With a smile, Harley affirmed, "Indeed, I have partaken in a meal. Your 3 comrades from your courtyard eagerly await your arrival." Evidently, Yale had discerned Linley's voice from within the courtyard. Yale, Reynolds, and George approached, exchanging greetings with Linley. Subsequently, the quartet of brethren proceeded towards the dining hall. Within the confines of the esteemed Ernst Institute existed opulent hotels. However, Yale, swayed by the entreaties of Linley and George, had ceased frequenting such grand establishments. The modest refectory proffered both economical and gratifying fare. Having placed their orders, the 4 brothers resumed their discourse. Linley predominantly gleaned insights into the Institute's diverse activities from his 3 companions. Otherwise, ensconced in rigorous cultivation within the Institute's rear mountains, Linley would likely have remained oblivious to internal affairs. Hark, in a mere month or so, the inaugural year shall draw to a close. Annually, during the concluding month or 2, the entire Institute hosts a grade-level arena competition. The top 3 victors from each grade shall be granted residence in the 2-story apartment complex for a year, Yale proclaimed. A grade-level arena competition, Linley responded with a smile, having only just received word of it within the classroom. "Haha, I shall certainly partake," Reynolds asserted with confidence. Yale retorted with a pout. "You ascended to the rank of a first-level mage during your journey from the O'Brien Empire to the Ernst Institute. By now, you are likely on the cusp of becoming a second-level mage. This is patently unjust." Reynolds' journey from his abode to the Institute spanned a year. Throughout the journey in the carriage, Reynolds, under the guidance of the steward, diligently learned the art of magic. By the end of this year-long voyage, he had already attained the rank of a first-level magician. George observed Linley with a playful smile, saying, "Hey, let us not forget Linley. When he enrolled, he was already a first-level magician. Given his fervent dedication to training and his dual magic capabilities, I believe he must be the most formidable among us in the dormitory." Linley grinned. "George, please refrain from flattering me. Linley, have you truly reached the rank of a second-level magician? Speak honestly." George scrutinized Linley closely. How could that be possible so swiftly? The transition from a novice to a first-level magician may take us merely a year, but advancing from first to second level typically requires at least 2 years, Reynolds interjected, wrinkling his nose in disbelief. "That may not necessarily be the case." "Linley possesses an air of mystery," said Yale, also eyeing Linley. "Have you indeed attained the rank of a second-level magician?"
Linley casually nodded.
What was so astonishing about reaching the second level? He had already been a first-level magician prior to the magic assessment, and a year had passed since then. If he had not progressed to the second level by now, all his arduous training would seem utterly futile. "Have you truly achieved it?" Yale, Reynolds, and George exclaimed in unison, their astonishment evident. "You must participate in the upcoming intergrade competition. Linley, go and show them your prowess. Let us earn some pride for Dormitory 1987, Yale insisted without hesitation. At that moment, the waiter arrived, presenting the dishes. Engaging in a repast holds far greater allure for me. The interior competition elicits a paucity of interest. Linley evinced a disinclination to contend with individuals of ostensibly inferior prowess. Such collegiate pugilism, in his estimation, served merely as a vainglorious display. Yale and his companions exchanged knowing glances. They were cognizant of Linley's assiduous cultivation of his abilities. Notwithstanding the presence of prodigies endowed with exceptional elemental affinity and mental fortitude within their cohort, Linley's diligence remained unparalleled. Furthermore, his dual aptitude inclined them to believe that he was, in all likelihood, the most formidable among the first-year students. "Your abstention is regrettable," It will afford others an opportunity to bask in the limelight. Yale lamented, his lips pursed. Alas, my own capabilities are insufficient. Were I to possess your strength, I would seize the chance to exhibit it, thereby captivating the attention of several comely maidens. Linley chuckled, retorting, enough. Let us partake in our meal and cease such fanciful musings. Linley remained indifferent to the inter-year competition. However, the vast majority within the academy held it in high regard, including both students and a number of the mages who constituted the faculty of the Ernst Institute. In the tranquil seclusion of the Institute's rear hill, Linley settled into a meditative posture beside a babbling brook. Immersed in the murmur of the water, he effortlessly entered a state of contemplation, the surrounding earth and wind elements manifesting with remarkable clarity. Within a radius of several meters, his perception attained an unprecedented level of acuity. Earth and wind elements permeated his being, coursing through his limbs and nourishing his muscles, bones, and internal organs. His physical constitution underwent a gradual yet inexorable enhancement. Numerous elemental energies, both terrestrial and aerial, have been meticulously purified and ultimately coalesce within the heart's core, known as the Zhong Dantian. The gentle murmur of flowing water resonates in the background. Beside this tranquil scene, the small shadow mouse, Bebe, is busy gnawing on a wild chicken, painting a picture of serene harmony that could easily be captured on canvas. However, while this tranquility prevails, the interior of Ernst Academy buzzes with fervent activity. Thousands of students from the academy, along with an abundance of magical instructors and numerous distinguished figures from the outside world, have gathered to witness the grand tournament. The age-based arena competitions at Ernst Academy showcase the exceptional talents of its students. Each match is a spectacle, with first-year competitors exchanging fireballs, lightning strikes, and wind blades in a thrilling display. The contests for third and fourth-year students escalate in intensity, featuring an array of supportive spells and area of effect magic, such as shattered stone, where dozens or even hundreds of large boulders cascade down, accompanied by relentless lightning. As for the fifth and sixth-year competitions, they are nothing short of awe-inspiring. A dazzling array of spells is unleashed, with terrifying explosions and thunderous booms echoing throughout the arena. The enthusiastic cheers from the onlooking students rise and fall in waves, creating an atmosphere that reaches its zenith, with the vast majority of the Academy's populace gathered in attendance. This competition imposes restrictions, forbidding the intentional endangerment of lives. Can such a constrained contest truly be called a competition? Under the influence of Dragonblood, Linley harbors a strong disdain for such ostentatious displays of prowess. Linley, your current task is to diligently cultivate and amass strength. As for combat experience, you may acquire it when you reach the rank of a level 5 mage and embark on the true life and death trials at the periphery of the Monster Mountain range. Advised Dragonblood. In the luxurious Waldley Hotel, the most opulent establishment within the Ernst Academy, today Yale hosted a meal for the four brothers from dormitory 1987. On the ground floor of the Waldley Hotel, the polished floor gleamed like a mirror, and a line of elegant female attendants stood respectfully, ready to heed any command. Within the Waldley Hotel, numerous individuals clad in student uniforms mingled, most of whom possessed considerable financial means, as even a simple meal here required dozens of gold coins, an expense beyond Linley's capability. Having just concluded the annual competition, the students in the hotel primarily discussed the recent event. Among them were predominantly young individuals, yet at one table sat 4 children. This year's competition was truly unfortunate. I was so close, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the semifinals. Perhaps I could have secured a position among the top 3, lamented Reno, the youngest of the 4 brothers and the most proud and confident among them. Yale chuckled. Indeed, it is quite regrettable. I never expected that Rand would take first place in the end. George smiled but chose not to elaborate further. Known for his amiable nature, George seldom offended anyone. Rand? Indeed, I have heard of him. Is he not the one among our cohort of new students with exceptional affinity for elements and remarkable mental prowess? Linley had indeed remembered the name Rand. George smiled and nodded, saying, precisely, that is him. His innate talent is already quite high, and he has not even begun his training. His natural mental capacity meets the requirements of a second-level mage. This past year has merely been about accumulating sufficient magical energy. With the strength of a second-level mage, securing first place in the first-year arena competition is hardly a challenge. What does relying solely on talent amount to? In terms of talent, can he rival our academy's top genius, Dixie? Yale scoffed. I have little respect for that Rand. So what if he clinched first in the first-year arena? Linley, you should have seen his pompous demeanor after winning. I can only imagine what he would be like if he were to achieve first place in the 5th or 6th-year competitions. The path of a mage becomes increasingly arduous with each advancing level. Thus, among the thousands of students at Ernst Academy, the majority are upperclassmen, and the competition in the arena becomes ever more intense at higher levels. Reno also nodded, saying, I find him quite insufferable. Look at our academy's foremost talent, the third-year Dixie. After he won first in the third-year arena, he displayed such grace. The disparity between the two is stark. Furthermore, our first-year champion is not Rand. Indeed, Old 3, you did not participate. If you had, Yale retorted. A group of young men took their positions in order, with Yale, George, Linley, and Reno standing sequentially. Among themselves, the three shared a camaraderie, affectionately addressing one another as Old 2 and Old 3. Hello, what are you all discussing? Linley, Yale, and the other two turned to see 4 young men descending the staircase from the second floor of the Waldorf Hotel. The leader, a blond youth, gazed coldly at Linley and his companions. Yale, with his characteristic nonchalance, replied, Oh, it's you, Rand. What are we talking about? Didn't you hear? Linley couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Yale was utterly unafraid of anything and had a penchant for being audacious. Don't think I didn't hear you, Rand retorted icily. Beside Rand, a brown-haired youth scoffed dismissively. Rand, there's no point in stooping to the level of these 4 useless ones. Reynold, what are you staring at? Are you still sore about losing in the arena? Reynold fixed his gaze on the brown-haired youth, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he feigned disdain. What are you? Just lucky enough to have beaten me once? What's there to be proud of? The brown-haired youth's expression darkened. At that moment, George interjected with a chuckle, Rand, enough already. It was our mistake to comment on you so freely. Let's just consider this matter settled. George, be quiet. This is not your place to speak. Rand shot back, his eyes fixed on Yale. Yale, I was quite displeased with your arrogant demeanor at the Maple Tree Bar last time. You're still trying to act tough. Why don't you have the guts to face me in the arena? As he spoke, Rand let out a few triumphant laughs. Yale felt a surge of anger, yet he knew he was indeed outmatched. Instantly, the attention of everyone in the hotel shifted towards the two parties, with several senior students from the Ernst Academy rising to observe them with keen interest. It was evident that both groups consisted merely of children around the tender age of 10. I recognize that blond lad. His name is Rand, the champion of the first-grade arena competition. His future achievements are bound to be remarkable, one remarked. The brown-haired boy beside him seems to be named Risen. He secured 3rd place in the same competition. I am familiar with him as well. Rand and his companions undoubtedly possess the upper hand in terms of strength. This is becoming quite intriguing, another chimed in. A cluster of 5th and 6th level magicians exchanged jovial banter, their attention firmly fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Rand, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, especially upon hearing his title as the first-grade champion, could not suppress a swell of pride, which only intensified his contemptuous gaze towards Linley and his trio. Oh, Rand cast a dismissive glance towards Linley and his friends. Juice? Are you still drinking juice? My Yale, I truly feel embarrassed for you. The 4 of us in our dormitory have already moved on to Calver, and you still cling to juice. Seeing Rand's incessant taunts, Linley furrowed his brow in displeasure. Rand, we are merely here to enjoy our meal. Kindly keep your distance, Linley replied, his expression darkening as he regarded the 4 with icy indifference. Had any beast dared to interrupt his training, he would have swiftly dispatched it without hesitation. Oh, and there's another one. Rand's eyes gleamed with mischief as he fixated on Linley. I was unaware that your dormitory housed someone as noteworthy as you. Linley's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from his gaze. Like a cunning hare, Linley darted forward with astonishing speed, causing Rand's eyes to widen in shock. You! Before Rand could fully comprehend the situation, Linley seized him by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with sheer strength. At that moment, Rand's throat betrayed him, rendering him utterly voiceless. His eyes filled with sheer terror. Linley's cold gaze bore into Rand, who was gripped by a profound fear of imminent death. Meanwhile, Linley felt the blood of the dragon warrior surging within him, that insatiable thirst for blood rising once more. Furrowing his brow, he internally admonished himself, "This is Ernst Academy. One cannot kill without cause." The 3 other students beside Rand were similarly paralyzed with fear. "Get out," Linley commanded, and with a swift motion of his arm, he hurled Rand aside like a mere sack of sand, sending him crashing to the ground. Having nearly reached the threshold of a level 2 warrior, Linley's strength was formidable, as even a level 1 warrior is capable of lifting 100 pounds, while a level 2 warrior can wield such weight with ease. Cough, cough. Rand clutched his throat, choking for breath, before glaring furiously at Linley. You actually, bravo!" Yale suddenly exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "What a thrill! I never realized, old 3, that you possessed such strength. That kid is barely of age, yet possesses such might." The level 5 and 6 mages present were astonished, as were some of the Academy's magic instructors in the hotel, all gazing at Linley in disbelief. The boy, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age, effortlessly swung a weight of 80 to 90 pounds with a single hand. This boy is indeed a sorcerer. "Hey, Rand, didn't you claim to be the top of the first-year class?" Yale teased. "Yes, how about we use magic to compare our skills? Are you still a student at Ernst Academy?" Ryson and others beside Rand immediately chimed in. However, deep down, the 4 harbored a hint of trepidation towards Linley, as his astonishing strength had instilled a sense of fear in them. Magic? At this moment, Reno erupted into laughter, proclaiming arrogantly, "Rand, do you truly believe that by securing first place in the first-year tournament, you are the strongest among us? Dream on. The real first place in our year is the 3rd in our dormitory. You should step aside. 3rd place, show him what you're made of," Yale added. George, having just been reprimanded by Rand, showed no mercy. "Rand, let me tell you, do not overestimate your abilities. Many formidable experts in our academy disdain participating in year-level competitions. Do not truly believe you are something extraordinary." Rand's expression grew increasingly grim. "Let us settle this with a contest, Rand. Compete against them," laughed the 5th and 6th-year youths, viewing the first-year student squabbles as mere amusement. Rand, merely 10 years old, had always regarded himself as a prodigy. Even at Ernst Academy he belonged to the elite tier. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? To be the best isn't about empty boasts, it's about proving your mettle. If you dare, let's settle this with a contest of magical prowess, Land retorted, his voice laced with animosity. He possessed unwavering confidence in his magical abilities, forged in the crucible of competition where he consistently emerged victorious. "How peculiar that the hotel staff hasn't intervened," remarked an onlooker, noticing the conspicuous absence of intervention. In reality, the management of the Waldorf Hotel were observing from afar, yet deliberately chose to remain uninvolved. They recognized the students, and beyond the significance the Ernst Academy held, there was Yale, whose status alone was enough to deter any interference. Master Yale is present as well. Alas, let them cause a ruckus. Even if they dismantle the hotel, it's of no concern to me, the hotel manager lamented from a distance, shaking his head in resignation, unwilling to incur the wrath of Master Yale. Since entering the Ernst Academy, Yale's standing within his family had experienced a meteoric rise. "Indeed, primacy isn't declared, it's earned," said Linley, rising to his feet, his gaze fixed upon Land with icy resolve. "Land, a magical duel without stakes is rather uninteresting. Therefore, should you prevail, I shall forevermore yield the path to you. However, should I emerge victorious, you shall do the same." Land scoffed derisively, "Those stakes are far too paltry. The loser shall not only yield the path but also proffer 100 gold coins. What say you?" Linley's brow furrowed momentarily. 100 gold coins? With a mere 100 gold coins to sustain himself for an entire year, I am far from one of the affluent individuals. Haha, Rand, only 100 gold coins, and you dare to speak? How about this? The loser shall offer up 10,000 gold coins. What do you say? Yale proclaimed boastfully from beside him. 10,000 gold coins? At this proclamation, several students within the hotel gasped in astonishment. Such a sum was not to be taken lightly. Among the attendees, there were scarcely a handful capable of producing 10,000 gold coins without a hint of trepidation. 10,000 gold coins? Rand felt a tremor in his heart. Though his family was considered a prominent one, the annual allowance he received was a mere 3,000 gold coins. He did not frequent the prestigious Waldley Hotel every day. He was only here to celebrate his and Racin's triumph in securing the first and third places in the annual competition. Ha, are you intimidated? Yale brandished a magical crystal card, tossing it playfully in his hand. Rand, accept his challenge, Racin urged. The four of us can certainly gather 10,000 gold coins. I refuse to believe that this unknown challenger can rival you. Rand exchanged glances with his three brothers. Very well. 10,000 gold coins it shall be. Rand declared loudly, then turned to Linley with a sneer. Let us move. This place is too cramped for a proper contest. We shall duel at the arena of the annual competition. If you possess the courage, follow me. With that, Rand strode confidently out of the hotel, his three brothers following suit with equal assurance. We shall join as well, Yale exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Renaud and George shared a sense of excitement, and Linley nodded, a serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, 10,000 gold coins, delivered to us. How could we possibly refuse? The four brothers, Linley, Yale, Renaud, and George, exited the hotel, making their way outside. Inside the hotel, a lively commotion ensued. A competition with a prize of 10,000 gold coins was indeed a rarity, even among the sixth-year students. Particularly noteworthy were the two contenders. Rand, who had just secured first place in the year's competition, and a mysterious youth whose name had yet to be known. In no time, a throng of spectators settled their bills and bustlingly followed suit. The arena, constructed of sturdy azure stones, stood ready for the contest. At this moment, Linley and Rand positioned themselves on opposite sides of the stage. Below, a substantial crowd gathered swiftly, for it was the dinner hour. As news traveled from the Waldley Hotel to the arena, the excitement spread exponentially, drawing in many eager onlookers. The allure of a contest boasting a prize of 10,000 gold coins was simply irresistible. Observing the swelling crowd and the ensuing clamor, Rand felt a surge of pride wash over him. Today, I shall engage in a magical duel with this fellow named Linley. The loser will forfeit 10,000 gold coins, and thereafter, the victor shall be regarded with reverence. Rand proclaimed loudly, relishing the attention of the audience, showing no signs of trepidation. Immediately, the crowd erupted in cheers, having witnessed Rand's prowess in the year's competition. He had garnered a loyal following, while support for Linley remained scant. Linley stood calmly at the edge of the arena. Have you finished speaking? Linley said with an air of indifference. Rand smiled confidently. Very well, let us begin. Both Rand and Linley simultaneously whispered incantations, as they were both second-level mages, and the spells at the first and second levels were relatively concise, consisting of merely a phrase or two. Whoosh! 7 azure blades of wind materialized out of thin air, slicing directly towards Rand. Second-level mage? Observant spectators quickly discerned the situation. In tandem, Rand unleashed his own magic, conjuring 5 crimson fireballs that hurtled towards Linley. The wind blades raced forth with significantly greater speed than the fireballs, prompting Rand to roll away in a desperate attempt to evade them. Meanwhile, Linley gracefully sidestepped the fireballs, his lips subtly moving as he cast his second spell. Earth magic. Tremor. Buzz. Rand felt the ground beneath him tremble like rippling waves, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his incantation. In quick succession, Linley unleashed another spell, sending 5 boulders, each the size of a head and glowing with a faint earthy hue, crashing towards Rand. Struggling to maintain his balance on the quaking ground, Rand barely managed to evade 2 of the boulders. Thud! One rock struck him squarely in the abdomen, causing him to cough up blood, and he quickly raised his arm to shield his head. The successive impacts sent Rand tumbling off the arena, his body covered in dust. In this contest of skill, victory belonged to Linley. Linley cast a calm glance at Rand below, confident in his own attack. He believed that Rand would only require a month to recuperate. If he were to ruthlessly command the stones to strike Rand's head, it was likely that Rand would not survive the encounter. A second-level dual-system mage. Is there truly such an expert among our first-year students? Some first-year students in the audience gasped in astonishment. It was already rare to encounter a second-level mage in their year, let alone a second-level dual-system mage, who was undoubtedly a formidable force among them. This young man exhibits remarkable precision in control, and his movements are exceptionally agile, remarked several 5th and 6th-year students, surprised to witness Linley evading the fireball spell while simultaneously reciting incantations, a testament to his swift agility. Haha, Rand, do you genuinely believe you are the top of the first-year class? Our dormitory's third member could easily crush you using only magic. Yale laughed heartily. Cough, cough, Rand said, placing a hand on his chest as he rose to his feet. He understood well that Linley had indeed shown mercy during their encounter. Tomorrow you will take Linley with you. I will accompany you both to the Four Nations Bank to transfer 1,000 gold coins. I keep my promises, Rand stated, casting a deep glance in Linley's direction. This defeat had thoroughly awakened Rand, who had been basking in the glow of his own talent. Possessing talent is insufficient. Without diligent effort, one can still be vanquished by others. Linley, thank you. Rand bowed his head, which took Yale and the others by surprise. Then, Rand looked up at Linley with unwavering determination and declared, "But one day, I will defeat you." Afterward, Rand clutched his chest and, supported by his brothers, made his way back to his residence. Linley, you're incredible. My brother, you have brought me great honor. Reno exclaimed as he embraced Linley, who had just descended from the arena. Linley surveyed his surroundings. He noticed numerous onlookers discussing him. Many elite figures from Ernst Academy were present, and no one had anticipated that a freshman would suddenly emerge to effortlessly vanquish Rand, the reigning champion of the year.
Hello, Linley.
My name is Danny, a first-year student from the water department. It's a pleasure to meet you. A tall blonde girl approached with a smile. Hello, I'm Linley. Linley, unaccustomed to engaging with strangers, quickly added, I apologize, but I need to meditate and train. With that, Linley exchanged a knowing glance with his three brothers. Yale and the others understood immediately, and the four of them hastily departed, disregarding the crowd around them, leaving the girl named Danny frowning in dissatisfaction. The Four Nations Gold Guild, established through the collaboration of the four great empires, spans the entire Yulon continent. Only the affluent can obtain a magic crystal card from the Four Nations Gold Guild, as acquiring one requires 100 gold coins, a sum most ordinary individuals are unwilling to part with. 10,000 gold coins, contained within those palm-sized fabric pouches, amounted to a full 100 bags. Even a sack typically used for storing rice at home could accommodate a good half of that. The weight was considerable. 100 gold coins, just like that, gone. Linley mused as he exited the Four Nations Bank within Ernst Academy, a magical crystal card now resting in his possession. Linley was well aware that residing within Ernst Academy, it would be unwise to keep a heap of gold coins in his dormitory. Thus, converting them into a magical crystal card was the safer option. It is noteworthy that the production cost of such a magical crystal card is not trivial. It is a creation that alchemists have only developed over the past few centuries, utilizing the unique patterns of each individual's palm. Each card is exclusively usable by the individual who has procured it. This explains the hefty service fee of 100 gold coins for obtaining a magical crystal card. With this 10,000 gold coins, my living expenses at Ernst Academy are entirely secured, and I will have a substantial surplus to assist my father as well. Linley thought with delight. Yale, with an arm around Linley's shoulder, whistled in pride while casting a glance at Rand, Ryan, and the others. The four of them had pooled their living expenses, and it was likely that each had less than 1,000 gold coins remaining. Fortunately, the academic year was drawing to a close. Reno and George were engaged in light-hearted banter, playfully teasing Linley. However, in truth, neither Reno nor George had endured much hardship. Dear second, third, and fourth, tomorrow marks the end of the month. My father's entourage will arrive, and I can arrange for a carriage and guards. How about we four venture into the Holy City? Proposed Yale. The Holy City? Reynold, George, and Linley's eyes gleamed with excitement. The holy city, Finley, is no ordinary place of grandeur. Indeed, I traveled from the O'Brien Empire to Ernst Academy, and I have only spent 2 days in Finley, missing out on many sights, Reynold eagerly responded. George and Linley nodded in agreement. The holy city boasts numerous attractions. Tomorrow, I shall take you all to broaden your horizons, Yale said mysteriously. The following morning, Yale led Linley, Reynold, and George to breakfast before proceeding directly to the main gate of Ernst Academy, where they began to await the arrival of Yale's father's convoy. After approximately 2 hours of waiting, the convoy had yet to appear. Chirp, chirp, Bebe called out from Linley's shoulder, expressing impatience. Even Bebe is anxious. Yale, you brought us here so early, and still no sign of the convoy, Reynold voiced his discontent. Yale smiled apologetically. I am unaware of the delay. It should be arriving soon. Linley gently patted Bebe's head. Here it comes, Yale suddenly exclaimed. Beside them, Reno, George, and Linley, who had nearly dozed off, turned their gazes toward the distance. Indeed, for carriages and hundreds of knightly escorts approached with great grandeur. Above the procession soared 7 or 8 griffins, and among the throng of knights, several were mounted on magical beasts, some riding bloodthirsty iron bulls while others rode winged wolves. Such an impressive caravan from the Yale family, Linley exclaimed in admiration, his companions Reno and George's eyes sparkling with intrigue. At that moment, Dellen Cowett, seated beside Linley basking in the sun, also brightened at the sight of the caravan. In but a short while, the 4 carriages and their numerous knights arrived at the academy's entrance, where 3 mages promptly came forth to welcome them. From the foremost carriage, a middle-aged man alighted, bypassing the mages to stride directly towards Yale. Uncle, why have you only just arrived? Yale remarked with a hint of displeasure. The middle-aged man, Yale's uncle, responded with a smile. Ah, were you anxious? Fear not. I have prepared your carriage. The last of the 4 carriages contains some goods. I shall have them unloaded. You may proceed to the holy city. Cass, take 3 men and ensure the protection of young Master Yale, the uncle commanded directly. From the distance, a bald knight dismounted with alacrity and approached Yale, bowing respectfully. Cass, at your service, young Master Yale. Beside Linley, Darren Cowetter's eyes sparkled as he remarked, Linley, your companion Yale is no ordinary individual. This Cass, from his mere dismount and stride, even a glance, I can perceive that his strength far surpasses that of your Uncle Hillman. He is indeed a master. Moreover, the eagle perched upon his shoulder is likely a 7th-level magical beast, the azure-eyed thunderhawk. To be deemed a master by Darren Cowetter, it is evident that Cass is extraordinary. Linley, come, let us board the carriage. We are bound for the holy city, Yale beckoned. The 3 companions of Linley promptly followed suit, entering the spacious carriage in succession, where the 4 of them found ample room without feeling cramped. Meanwhile, the coachman set the carriage in motion towards the holy city of Finley. The 4 knightly guardians, including Cass, flanked the carriage on either side. Inside the carriage, they discovered a cabinet stocked with an array of fruits and even sealed fine wines. The 4 brothers indulged in refreshments while engaging in spirited discussions. The Ernst Academy was merely 20 miles from Finley City, and after approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the holy city of Finley. Upon disembarking from the carriage, the 4 brothers, under the protection of Cass and his fellow knights, began to explore Finley City. Well, where shall we go now? There are numerous attractions in Finley City. The Eastern District boasts many extravagant establishments and charming maidens to attend to you, while the Western District features several halls of art, such as the renowned Plux Hall, Yale noted, displaying his familiarity with Finley City. Beautiful maidservants? Very well, let us proceed to Finley East City. The small but spirited Reno's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. It is still morning. Those places only become lively in the evening. However, it is certainly fine to go now, Yale remarked with a smile. Linley felt somewhat hesitant about such establishments and replied, Yale, perhaps we should reconsider. What business do we, a group of young ones, have there? You just mentioned the Proxus Pavilion? Named after the illustrious Master Proxus, it must be quite remarkable. Let us go and take a look. Proxus, the foremost figure in the realm of stone sculpture throughout the history of the Yulon continent. Master Proxus? I have heard of him as well. It is said that one of his works was sold for several million gold coins. That piece was called Hope. Several million gold coins. My heavens, that is an immense fortune. Reno exclaimed beside him. George confidently interjected. From prehistoric times to the present, countless stone sculptures have been passed down through the ages. Any of the top 10 sculptures commands a value in the millions of gold coins. Among those top 10, Master Praxis alone holds 3 pieces, establishing him as the preeminent figure in the stone sculpture world throughout history.
Linley gasped in astonishment.
Several million gold coins? What an extraordinary sum. Even if his family were to sell their ancestral home, they might only manage to yield a mere 100,000 gold coins. Let us go and see. Linley declared promptly. The Praxis Pavilion. The foremost hall of stone sculpture boasts branches in several premier cities across the Yulon continent. The Plux Hall occupies an expansive area, frequented predominantly by individuals who consider themselves cultured and refined. Within the confines of the Plux Hall, adorning oneself with several magical diamond rings may elicit scorn and derision for lacking true sophistication. Art and refinement are paramount here. The entrance fee to the Plux Hall is 1 gold coin per person. The melodic sound of water and nature resonates from the hall, instilling a profound sense of tranquility in all who hear it. A steady stream of nobles, aristocratic women, and elegantly attired young ladies flows into the Plux Hall, each displaying impeccable taste. In contrast, commoners find themselves feeling diminished in the presence of the Plux Hall. The 4 brothers, Linley, along with their 4 guardians, including Cass, made their way to the plaza in front of the Plux Hall. Anyone with a discerning eye would notice the standard attire of the Ernst Academy worn by the brothers and the striking blue-eyed Thunderhawk perched upon Cass's shoulder, prompting a humble demeanor from those who beheld them. Uncle Cass, please join us inside, while the other 3 may wait outside, Yale casually instructed. Thus, Linley and Cass entered the Plux Hall, where a grand human-shaped stone sculpture stood in the center of the main hall, representing the preeminent master of the stone sculpture realm, Plux. The entire Plux Hall exuded a serene ambience. Regardless of their station, nearly all patrons spoke in hushed tones, mindful not to disturb others. Yale, Renaud, George, and Linley gazed at the array of stone sculptures displayed before them, each feeling that these masterpieces were indeed breathtakingly exquisite. The exhibition hall of the Procus Pavilion is primarily divided into 3 sections: the General Exhibition Hall, the Skilled Exhibition Hall, and the Master Exhibition Hall. The General Exhibition Hall showcases the works submitted by stone carving enthusiasts for public appreciation and valuation. The exhibition lasts for a month, after which the highest bidder claims the pieces. These works are rather ordinary, generally valued at a few gold coins, with the exceptional ones fetching merely dozens. Yale explained with a smile, the Skilled Exhibition Hall is quite different. It comprises individual exhibition rooms, each dedicated to the works of a recognized master. Those referred to as skilled possess acknowledged prowess in stone carving, and their works typically hold a value around 1,000 gold coins. As for the Master Exhibition Hall, it is even more remarkable. Located at the innermost layer of the pavilion, it contains only a few pieces from renowned masters. The prices of these works are staggering. Each piece can easily reach tens of thousands of gold coins, while some of the master's celebrated creations may soar into the hundreds of thousands. Yale elaborated to his 3 companions.
Linley listened in rapt silence.
The mere thought of a master's work commanding prices in the tens of thousands of gold coins underscored the insignificance of monetary value in the realm of stone carving mastery. However, Yale continued with a note of reflection. Stone carving masters are known for producing only a handful of works, as they are keen to avoid tarnishing their reputations. A piece worthy of being passed down through generations requires not only skill and talent, but also a moment of profound inspiration. The pieces in this ordinary exhibition hall merely exhibit an appealing appearance. Let us proceed to the front, Yale said, leading the way. As they walked through the tranquil and spacious Praxis Pavilion, enveloped by the soothing melodies that evoked a sense of serenity, Linley felt himself submerged in a vast ocean of art. At that moment, Dragonblood emerged from the Dragon Ring, admiring the surrounding stone sculptures. How atrocious! How utterly lacking in quality! Who dares to present such works for public view? Dragonblood expressed his dissatisfaction. Grandfather Dragonblood, Linley turned to him. This is merely the ordinary exhibition hall of the Praxis Pavilion. Ahead lies the Hall of Masters and the Hall of Experts. Praxis Pavilion. Derinkavate was momentarily taken aback, falling silent thereafter. Grandfather Derinkavate. Grandfather Derinkavate? Linley called out inwardly, but upon seeing Derinkavate lost in contemplation, he refrained from disturbing him further. He followed Yale, Reno, and George into the Hall of Experts, which indeed differed significantly. Within the Grand Hall, there was information on each expert alongside designated exhibition spaces. Yale and Linley entered the individual exhibition rooms one by one. Although Linley was not well versed in stone sculptures, he could distinctly perceive that the works of these masters possessed an essence that set them apart from the ordinary pieces outside, imbued with an extraordinary quality. As Linley immersed himself in the various artworks, he suddenly heard Derinkavate's voice echoing in his mind once more. Indeed, it can be considered a rudimentary start, Darren Keywater remarked with an approving nod, yet it pales in comparison to the works of Pluxus. Linley found himself at a loss for words. Grandfather Darren, how could they possibly be compared to Master Pluxus? Linley shook his head with a wry smile. Pluxus was, after all, the foremost figure in the realm of stone sculpture throughout history. Darren Keywater furrowed his brow, his white beard twitching in discontent as he retorted, "What's the matter? Was Pluxus born a master?" He too ascended from the ranks of ordinary stone sculptors, evolving step by step into a true master of the craft. Linley paused, reflecting on Grandfather Darren's words, which held a semblance of truth. After exploring the individual exhibition spaces of various artisans, the four brothers made their way towards the innermost master exhibition hall. Everyone, remember not to touch anything indiscriminately in the master exhibition hall. If you damage something, the consequences would be dire, Yale cautioned. As they entered the master exhibition hall, a serene atmosphere enveloped them. The hall was vast, yet the displayed works were few and far between, with only a handful of masters represented, each showcasing 4 or 5 pieces. In the expansive space, merely 20 to 30 works were on display. Though the pieces were scarce, upon seeing the stone sculptures, Linley and his companions felt an enchanting vitality emanating from them, as if each piece possessed a life of its own. Ah, splendid, splendid. I never imagined that stone sculpting techniques could evolve to such a degree after 5 or 6 millennia, Darren Keywater exclaimed in astonishment. If they progress further, they might indeed rival Pluxus. Immersed within the hallowed halls of artistic expression, Linley and his companions experienced a profound elevation of their very spirits. As evening descended, the quartet alighted from their carriage before the gates of the esteemed Ernst Institute. Second and third brothers, Yale began, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I proposed an evening of refined indulgence in Linley City, yet you demurred. Alas, your sensibilities are far too delicate. I, on the other hand, have frequented such establishments since the tender age of 6. Indeed, precisely so, echoed Reynolds in fervent agreement. George and Linley exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions tinged with wry amusement. Hasten, open the gates. A voice, fraught with fury and desperation, shattered the evening calm. The attention of Linley and his companions was immediately drawn to the source of the commotion. A young man with curling locks cradled another youth, whose garments were stained with crimson. A fair maiden stood anxiously by their side. The injured youth's face was ashen, his left arm grotesquely severed, the bone exposed. His chest bore the marks of savage claws. It appears we have yet another casualty from the trials of the demonic beast forest, Yale remarked with casual indifference. How many does this make? In less than a year at the Ernst Institute, I have witnessed a distressing number of upperclassmen returning injured from these ill-fated expeditions. The demonic beast mountains lie to the east of the Holy Alliance. In truth, the demonic beast mountains are but a short distance from the Ernst Institute, a mere 100 leagues or so. A person of reasonable fitness could traverse the distance from the mountains to the Institute in the better part of a day. Here at the Ernst Institute, the most frequent sight is that of demonic beasts, George observed with a touch of awe. Beasts of the air, beasts of the earth. A veritable menagerie. However, the privilege of possessing such creatures is largely confined to the magical instructors of the Institute and a select few senior students. As the 4 brothers approached the entrance of the academy, a sudden voice called out, Linley. Turning at the familiar sound, Linley's face lit up with surprise. Uncle Hillman. Hillman was standing in a corner at the academy's entrance, and he approached with a smile. The management at Ernst Academy is indeed strict. They wouldn't allow me inside and only sent a guard to fetch you. I didn't expect you to come out. Yale, George, and Reno exchanged smiles with Hillman before entering the interior of Ernst Academy. Uncle Hillman, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to wait until the end of this academic year to pick me up? Linley inquired, puzzled. Come, let's talk over here, Hillman said, pulling Linley to the side, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Linley, I have wonderful news to share. Truly splendid news. Linley's eyes brightened with curiosity. What is it? He urged. Hillman smiled and began, you know about little Walden's birthday, right? Yes, January 3rd. What does that have to do with it? Linley asked, confused. Hillman chuckled. It's already December now, which means little Walden is nearly 6 years old. Just last night, your father conducted a test on little Walden's Dragon Warrior bloodline concentration at the Ancestral Hall. And oh, what a revelation it was. At this, Hillman burst into laughter again. Linley felt his heartbeat quicken. A test of the bloodline concentration? Could it be that? Linley pressed on. Did little Walden's Dragon Warrior bloodline concentration reach the threshold? Hillman nodded with a smile. Indeed, your father was quite exhilarated yesterday, celebrating with me well into the night. He expressed that the greatest pride of his life is having 2 sons, one a magnificent magician, and the other a Dragonblood Warrior. Ha, that's wonderful. A wave of excitement surged within Linley. The Dragonblood Warrior lineage, which boasts a legacy spanning over 5 millennia, placed an immense responsibility upon Linley's shoulders when the bloodline concentration in Little Woden failed to meet the required threshold. The greater the past glory of the Dragonblood Warriors, the heavier the burden Linley bore. Now, with his brother's bloodline concentration sufficient, it would merely require decades of rigorous training for him to emerge as a formidable Dragonblood Warrior, capable of traversing the world with unparalleled prowess. I have come today to share this joyous news with you. Your father also mentioned that currently, the strongest warriors in Wushan Town are merely your father and myself, both of us being 6th-level warriors. Our levels of experience cannot provide adequate training for your brother, and the records of your family can only be regarded as theoretical musings. Hillman's expression turned serious. Thus, your father has decided to send your brother to the O'Brien Academy in the O'Brien Empire for his education. In the mightiest military empire, at the highest-ranking warrior academy, your brother will receive the finest instruction.
Linley concurred.
For a person to possess immense strength is insufficient if they lack the requisite skills and experience. They would merely be akin to a brute gorilla, devoid of true finesse. No, that's not right. Linley frowned as he looked at Hillman. Uncle Hillman, the tuition at O'Brien Academy must be exorbitant. They charge a hefty fee for external students while offering free admission to nationals. Linley distinctly remembered how steep the tuition at Ernst Academy had been for Raynor. Hillman nodded in acknowledgement. At O'Brien Academy, the annual tuition is approximately 5,000 gold coins. Your father intends to have butler Siri accompany Walton to the O'Brien Empire to oversee his care. The costs are indeed significant. Over 10 years, it amounts to 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins would nearly require the Baruch family to liquidate nearly all their possessions. By the way, Uncle Hillman, Linley interjected. Hillman looked at Linley, puzzled. As Linley produced a magic crystal card from the pocket of his garment, Hillman gasped in surprise. A magic crystal card? In the past, Hillman had served as a captain in the military and had encountered such cards. Linley, how did you come into possession of a magic crystal card? Your father does not even have one, Hillman remarked, astonished. Linley tugged at Hillman's sleeve and replied, this magic crystal card was given to me by a wealthy young master after I triumphed over him in a magical duel. Come, let us visit the Four Kingdoms Bank. At that moment, the security personnel at Ernst Academy did not impede Hillman, as they recognized Linley, who had exited the academy earlier that morning. For Linley, an excess of gold coins held little value. What mattered was being able to assist his family. In the living room of the Baruch family estate in Wushan Town, Hogg was deep in thought. Since a descendant with the Dragonblood Warrior lineage has emerged within the family, it is imperative to cultivate this individual to the utmost, even at the cost of depleting our resources. This is beyond question. To whom should I sell the stone screen in the bedroom? Philip, that miser, would never offer a fair price, Hogg pondered incessantly. The expenses of sending young Walton to O'Brien Academy are astonishing. Therefore, Hogg must deliberate on how to sell certain family possessions at a premium. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the air. Hilm N tossed the heavy bag from his shoulder onto the ground, the dull thud upon impact revealing its considerable weight. Notably, this yellow bag is specially designed by the Four Kingdoms Bank for holding gold coins, typically containing precisely 100 coins. Hilm N solemnly remarked, "In total, there are 9,900 gold coins. This is what Linley instructed me to deliver to you." A wealthy young man at Ernst Academy wagered against Linley in a magic duel and lost 10,000 gold coins. Linley has stored the winnings in a magic crystal card, and all the coins have now been withdrawn. At this moment, Hilm N still vividly recalled Linley's words to the bank staff at the Four Kingdoms Bank. "Withdraw everything." 9,900 gold coins? From Linley? As Hogg gazed at the pile of coin bags before him, he fell into a profound silence. Chapter 24. The Flat Blade School. Several days later, at Ernst Academy. After enjoying breakfast, Linley set off towards the rear mountains to prepare for his training. As I stroll along the pathways of the academy, the shadow mouse perches on Linley's shoulder, surveying the surroundings. Within Ernst Academy, many possess magical beasts, so Linley's shadow mouse attracts little attention. At that moment, a melodious voice floats through the air. "That's Linley, the true first magician of our first year," comes the sound from a short distance ahead. Linley turns his gaze towards the source, spotting two charming young girls whispering to each other, occasionally glancing in his direction. Upon meeting his gaze, they giggle softly, covering their mouths. "I have become something of a celebrity," Linley muses with a wry smile. In recent days, he has frequently overheard others discussing him. Having triumphed over Rand, the top contender in the year-end competition, Linley is subtly regarded as the foremost prodigy of his grade. "Ah, who is that up ahead?" Linley's eyes suddenly fixate on a slender figure in the distance. With short golden hair and a petite frame comparable to Reno S., the individual strides along the path with an icy demeanor. "Dixie?" Linley's pupils constrict involuntarily. Dixie, now 9 years old, is even younger than Linley by a month. Remarkably, this 9-year-old has already attained the rank of a third-level magician. Although advancing in the magical arts becomes increasingly challenging, achieving third-level status at such a tender age is indeed astonishing. "It's Dixie. I heard that the results from yesterday's year-end assessment indicated that Dixie has already reached the 4th level of magic." Some 17 or 18-year-old girls nearby exchange whispers. In the 3rd grade, most of the students were already over 16, with the exception of the prodigious Dixie. A level 4 mage. Linley felt a sharp pang in his heart. At the tender age of 9, and merely a month older than Dixie, he found himself merely a level 2 mage while Dixie had already ascended to level 4. Dixie's countenance was frigid as he passed by Linley. The unparalleled genius, Dixie, had no peer among his contemporaries. A beam of light emanated from the Dragon Ring, and Dragonblood, standing beside Linley, remarked with a smile, "Linley, the disparity between you is not insurmountable." When Dixie enrolled, his mental acuity was 68 times that of his peers. This indicates that he had not yet begun his training. His mental capacity had already reached the threshold of a level 3 mage. Thus, during his first year at Ernst Academy, he merely accumulated sufficient magical energy to achieve level 3. Now, having been enrolled for nearly 2 years, reaching level 4 is quite normal. Linley comprehended the situation. Dixie's innate talent was astonishing. He was born with formidable mental prowess, complemented by exceptional elemental affinity, which surely facilitated his rapid accumulation of magical energy. While his training is swift now, I estimate it will take him 3 to 4 years to advance from level 4 to level 5, and 4 to 5 years to ascend from level 5 to level 6. You are currently a level 2 mage and he is a level 4 mage, but I am confident that you will catch up to him within a decade, Dragonblood asserted with conviction. Yet, Linley harbored doubts. Grandfather Derlin, the higher the innate talent, the faster one cultivates. His talent surpasses mine by a significant margin, and he currently stands 2 levels above me. How could I possibly catch up to him in just a decade? Linley was no fool. His studies at Ernst Academy had illuminated the arduous nature of advancing as a magician. In the past, Derlin Kiwart had asserted that Linley could reach the 6th level of magician within 10 years. Yet Linley harbored some skepticism regarding this claim, particularly given his current pace of progress. As he spoke, Linley exited the rear gate of Ernst Academy and ventured directly into the mountains. Navigating swiftly through the forest, Derlin Kiwart suddenly instructed, Linley, head to a spot by the cliff. A spot by the cliff? Linley queried, somewhat perplexed. Do not ask so many questions. I shall explain once we arrive, Derlin Kiwart replied with a smile. The rear mountains were largely cloaked in vegetation and wild grasses, adorned with towering trees. After a brief search, Linley located a place that matched Derlin Kiwart's request, a prominent peak rising several hundred meters. He came to a halt at the foot of this mountain. Grandfather Derlin, why have you brought me here? Linley asked in confusion. Derlin Kiwart chuckled. Linley, do you not believe that I can help you catch up to him in just 10 years? Ha! As a grand magus of the sacred domain, I possess a unique method for enhancing mental strength. A method to enhance mental strength? Isn't meditation training sufficient? Linley looked at Derlin Kiwart, puzzled. Derlin Kiwart smiled faintly and said, Linley, I must concede that the effects of meditation exercises are quite remarkable. However, one often feels profoundly fatigued afterward. Of course, one feels fatigued. Meditation exercises involve a continual exertion of mental energy, depleting it to a threshold, after which it requires time to replenish. It would be strange not to feel exhausted, Linley remarked, furrowing his brow. Derlin Kiwart proudly asserted, my method is distinct. It does not deplete mental energy at all, but rather serves as a form of entertainment. Entertainment? Linley appeared puzzled. Indeed, this form of entertainment is none other than sculpture. A hint of pride illuminated Derlin Kiwart's expression. Sculpture? Linley exclaimed in surprise. You mean the stone carvings from the Pluxus Guild? Derlin Kiwart replied with a smile, precisely. While others may labor intensely and break a sweat in their sculpting endeavors, my approach may initially be taxing, yet it yields splendid results in the later stages. Is that really true? Linley expressed skepticism. Derlin Kiwart narrowed his eyes. Linley, do you doubt me? I, a distinguished archmage of the Empire of Puin, have had several stone sculptures for which numerous nobles offered 1,000,000 gold coins to acquire. How could I possibly part with my prideful creations? Such prowess. Why have I never heard the name Derlin Kiwart among the masters of sculpture? Linley questioned, perplexed. Derlin Kiwart said awkwardly, well, my works are all hidden in an underground chamber, unknown to anyone. After more than 5 millennia, I have no idea where my original underground chamber is located. Over 5,000 years, the world has changed drastically. Even the former imperial capital of the Puing Empire has been razed to the ground. Who knows where his underground chamber is? Oh, no one knows, Linley said with a grin. You don't believe me? Derlin Kiwart glared. Back then, that young whippersnapper Pelusi came to me, begging me to let him see my works. After studying my works, that kid Pelusi made a breakthrough and eventually became a grandmaster. In a manner of speaking, he should be considered my disciple. Linley was stunned. Pelusi? Linley was truly taken aback. Throughout history, the foremost figure in the realm of stone sculpture, Pelusi, could even be considered a disciple of Derlin Kiwart. Of course, if Pelusi's works pursue perfection, my works pursue an extreme. My stone carving technique is named the Flat Blade School by myself. The Flat Blade School is completely different from any other stone carving technique school, taking an entirely different path. This carving method may be tiring and troublesome at the beginning, but in the later stages, you will taste the real sweetness, Derlin Kiwart said with absolute confidence on his face. His gaze swept towards Linley, and Derlin Kiwart revealed a smile. Of course, in the past, the Flat Blade School only had me. From today onwards, the Flat Blade School will also have you. Linley had great faith in Grandpa Daring, so he naturally decided to learn carving. Moreover, if one could indeed achieve, as Derlin Kiwart suggests, not only rapid personal growth in skill but also attain mastery in stone carving, it would suffice to cover the tuition fees for one's brother solely through the art of sculpture. There exists a historical record, verifiable in written form, spanning merely thousands of years. Yet, in the vast expanse of time preceding this, when written language had yet to truly emerge, stone carving was already a well-established art. Derlin Kiwart remarked with a sense of wonder. Tracing back hundreds of thousands, Even millions of years, our ancestors articulated their observations and thoughts through carving. This was the most ancient means of transmitting civilization. Linley nodded in agreement. Regardless of the form of artistic expression, none can rival the antiquity of stone carving. Throughout history, among the myriad forms of art, none can claim greater age than stone sculpture, nor can any more profoundly convey the spectrum of human experience. Our sights, sounds, joys, and sorrows. This is what has allowed the art of stone carving to endure through the ages. Stone is inherently hard, rendering the act of carving a formidable challenge. To achieve a unique spirit within the work elevates the difficulty even further. The greater the challenge, the more precious the successful creation becomes. Drinkwater lamented. Linley concurred inwardly. For instance, in painting, one can easily render a stroke that captures the essence of nature, yet to carve a stroke that appears equally natural is an arduous task. Given the hardness of stone, the shapes, textures, patterns, and hues of stone embody not only tangible forms but also the essence of beauty itself. By skillfully wielding a chisel to remove the superfluous from the stubborn stone, the inherent elegance within is allowed to emerge and reveal itself. This is the essence of stone carving. The method of sculpting is, in essence, a technique for manipulating form and space. When engaging in sculpture, one gradually removes excess material from the outside in, step by step, meticulously delineating the figure. With each successive elimination of waste, the figure becomes increasingly distinct, allowing the creator to naturally experience the exquisite sensation of the work emerging from its shell. Dylan Cowett spoke endlessly about stone carving. However, Linley also sensed the profound admiration Dylan Cowett held for the art of stone sculpture. Traditional sculpting methods require an array of tools, such as circular chisels, flat chisels, angled chisels, triangular chisels, jade bowl chisels, axes, saws, and many more. The abundance of tools is necessitated by the inherent hardness of stone. They employ circular chisels for arrangement, flat chisels for cutting, and triangular chisels for. As he listened to the narration, Linley began to grasp the fundamental principles of stone sculpture. Suddenly, Dylan Cowett burst into laughter. However, my sculpting method is unlike any other, for I utilize only a single tool, a flat chisel. Thus, I refer to my technique as flat chisel style. How is that possible? How can one sculpt solely with a flat chisel? Linley immediately countered. For instance, how would you carve the scales of a fish using just a flat chisel? It seems utterly impossible. Not impossible for others, but we, the elemental mages, possess the capability. Dylan Cowett confidently proclaimed, as earth mages we can intimately perceive the very essence of stone. With sufficient strength of arm, one can sculpt solely with a flat chisel. However, the flat chisel technique is not as simple as it appears. Your task today is to procure a sufficiently sharp flat chisel. From tomorrow onwards, I shall dedicate 3 hours each day to instruct you in the art of stone carving. Chapter 25. 6 years. The brook babbled gently as Linley sat cross-legged, holding a flat chisel and a stone roughly the size of his palm. Let us begin with the fundamentals. Start by practicing on this small stone. In the secluded mountains behind Ernst Academy, Linley embarked on his journey of carving under Dylan Cowett's guidance. As his understanding of the art of sculpture deepened, Linley began to grasp why the flat chisel technique, in its later stages, could enhance one's mental acuity. While others required an array of tools for their sculpting endeavors, necessitating considerable thought and effort to switch between them, resulting in laborious toil for every masterpiece produced, the flat chisel technique was distinct. With only a single flat chisel at one's disposal, the need to ponder over various instruments was eliminated. Yet, the challenge of mastering just one tool was significantly heightened. For instance, elements that could be sculpted with a jade bowl knife demanded an almost unforgiving precision when approached with a flat chisel. Moreover, strength played a pivotal role. Large remnants necessitated the use of an axe for cleaving. Relying solely on a flat chisel required an ample amount of force. The mastery of stone can be sensed through the unique abilities of earth mages. However, the strength of one's wrist requires rigorous training. Linley, now a level 2 mage, possesses commendable wrist strength, yet it remains insufficient for crafting large-scale works. He can only manage smaller pieces for the time being. Presently, Linley is merely laying the foundation for his skills. After the new year, Young Walton reunited with his elder brother Linley for only a few days before departing for the O'Brien Empire under the care of butler Shirley. With a heavy heart, Linley watched as the 6-year-old Walton, in tears, bid farewell, marking the end of their time together. As time flowed onward, Linley continued to stand out at Ernst Academy, devoting the majority of his days to intense training on the academy's back mountain. During his growth into adolescence, his appetite surged, and his height soared, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his physical fitness and strength. With the guidance of Derlin Hewitt and his own relentless efforts, he made significant strides in his stone-carving skills. Seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered, and before long 3 years had passed. At a certain waterfall on the back mountain of Ernst Academy, the cascade thundered down like a curtain of water, crashing into the deep pool below. Linley stood beside the waterfall, wielding a nearly 30-centimeter-long flat chisel, meticulously carving away at a stone nearly as tall as himself. The chisel danced with such finesse that it seemed to create a mirage, sending shards of stone flying as the sculpture gradually took shape. From dawn until dusk, the stone carving became increasingly defined. Linley's gaze was entirely fixated on the stone sculpture, enveloped in a profound connection with nature at that moment. He felt an extraordinary sensation, as though he were in harmony with the very essence of the sculpture, rendering him oblivious to the passage of time. This deep affinity with the natural world invigorated his mental acuity, allowing it to flourish and rejuvenate. Unperturbed, Linley wielded the flat knife with the precision of an extension of his own body. The continuous reduction of stone waste gradually revealed the intricate details of the sculpture. As the sun set, Linley finally ceased his work with the knife. He exhaled softly, stone dust scattering around him, unveiling the sculpture in its entirety. Before him stood a remarkably lifelike rat, nearly half a meter long, so realistic that one might mistake it for a living creature. This prompted the little shadow mouse, Bebe, to squeak excitedly nearby. From beginning to end, he had worked seamlessly. What a marvelous sensation, Linley realized at that moment, astonished to find that his mental prowess had significantly improved. Darren Kovat, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, smiled beside him. Linley, from this day forth, you may consider yourself a novice. You have indeed felt that extraordinary sensation, haven't you? However, your creation can only be deemed a likeness, suitable merely for the ordinary exhibition hall of the Pluxus Gallery. Presenting it elsewhere would bring shame upon me. It would be better destroyed. Yes, Grandfather Darren. Linley's flat knife flashed multiple times, slicing the original sculpture into a dozen pieces. Over the past year, he had made considerable progress in his sculpting skills. And during this year, Linley turned 13. Days turned into months and months into years. Upon mastering the art of stone carving, Linley experienced a remarkable acceleration in the development of his mental prowess. To be precise, he attained the rank of a level 2 mage at the tender age of 9.5, and by the age of 11, he had ascended to level 3 mage. Astonishingly, he achieved the status of a level 4 mage by the age of 13. The journey through the ranks of mages becomes increasingly arduous, and convention dictates that the transition from level 4 to level 5 would typically require no less than 3 years of dedicated effort. However, the reality was quite different. In the autumn of the year 9996 of the Yulon calendar, when Linley was merely 14.5, he reached the esteemed rank of level 5 mage, accomplishing this feat in just a year and a half, an even shorter duration than his progression from level 3 to level 4. Such is the profound impact of the Ping Dao school of carving. In the spring of the year 9997 of the Yulon calendar, Linley embarked on his 7th year at Ernst Academy, now at the age of 15. Clad in a flowing sky-blue robe, he traversed the pathways of the academy, with his beloved little shadow mouse, Bebe, perched upon his shoulder. Even after the passage of 6 or 7 years, the diminutive creature had not altered in size. At this juncture, Linley stood tall at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, exuding an air of poise and stability. The continuous refinement of his physique, enhanced by the earth and wind elemental forces, coupled with his relentless training and the inherent advantages of his Dragonblood Warrior lineage, had endowed him with the strength of a level 4 warrior. He could effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of pounds, and a single punch could shatter stone. Moreover, His studies in the Pingdao school initiated a consistent enhancement of his mental faculties, which had been steadily progressing since he turned 13. At the beginning of the year 9997 in the realm of Yulon, Linley entered the 5th grade of Ernst Academy, sharing the same grade as the Academy's foremost prodigy, Dixie. It took Dixie 3 years to ascend from a level 4 mage to a level 5 mage. Yet he has been unable to surmount the daunting threshold from level 5 to level 6. At merely 15 years of age, Linley stands as a level 5 mage. Both Linley and Dixie can undoubtedly be regarded as extraordinary individuals. However, in the eyes of the majority, Linley is perceived as even more remarkable. After all, based on the Academy's assessment timeline, it appears that Linley transitioned from a level 4 mage to a level 5 mage in the astonishing span of just 1 year. Linley's remarkable pace of advancement has left everyone in awe. Together with Dixie, they are universally acknowledged as the two unparalleled geniuses of Ernst Academy. Look, it's Linley. He reached level 4 mage 2 years ago, and last year he achieved level 5 mage. Merely a year. It's astounding. I reckon Linley will surpass Dixie and attain level 6 mage even sooner, one student remarked. Linley diligently trains on the back mountain every day. I've heard that Dixie has recently begun training there as well, likely influenced by Linley, another added. Indeed, given Linley's terrifying rate of progress, he might even replace Dixie as the foremost genius of Ernst Academy, another voice chimed in. As Linley walked along the path, many students whispered among themselves, captivated by the two recognized prodigies of Ernst Academy, who were always the subject of fascination and discussion. Nevertheless, despite his formidable prowess, Linley refrained from participating in any of the grade competitions. A genius? Linley chuckled to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. Linley had never considered himself a prodigy. His strength was the result of relentless toil and perseverance over nearly 6 years, coupled with the meticulous guidance of Grandpa Derlin, which had culminated in his current achievements. Yet, my power still pales in comparison to Bebe's, Linley remarked, glancing at Bebe beside him. What level have you attained now? Bebe? With a grin, Bebe replied through their soul connection. I'm not quite sure. I haven't competed against other magical beasts, but I can assure you, you are no match for me. Bebe was undeniably proud. Unfazed by the admiring gazes and murmurs of the onlookers, Linley calmly exited the rear gate of Ernst Academy and ventured into the mountainside, resuming his arduous training as he had done for the past 6 years. This steadfast dedication was the cornerstone of his success. Swiftly and gracefully, Linley navigated through the forest, while Bebe, the shadow mouse, engaged him in lively soul communication. Boss Lin, when shall we embark on the trial in the beast forest? You've reached the 5th level as a mage, so you can begin the trials, and I, Bebe, can truly showcase my abilities. It is quite disheartening, really. I am a magical beast yet have never set foot in the beast forest. What a lamentable fate. After 6 years, Bebe's articulation had noticeably improved. Silence. If you continue to chatter, I shan't roast meat for you today, Linley warned, prompting Bebe to immediately fall silent. As Linley traversed the wooded expanse, Derlin Corvette floated nearby, observing Linley with a sense of deep satisfaction. Linley, Darren suddenly spoke up. Linley turned to him, smiling as their souls seemed to communicate. Grandfather Darren, is there something on your mind? With a smile, Darren replied, based on your recent works, I can officially tell you that your stone carving skills have entered the realm of the proficient. Linley's eyes brightened. His grandfather Darren had a peculiar temperament. He insisted that any stone carving that did not meet the standard, even if completed, must be destroyed. As Darren put it, such works tarnish the reputation of our Pingxiu school and reflect poorly on me, a dignified archmage. Because of this, Linley had to destroy many pieces that could have been sold. Entered the realm of the proficient? Grandfather Darren, do you mean? Linley gazed at Darren with delight. Darren nodded with pleasure. Yes, from today onward, your stone carvings no longer need to be destroyed after completion. They are worthy to exist in the world. Of course, you may also choose to sell your works at the Plux Hall, thereby enhancing the reputation of our Pingxiu school and earning some gold coins in the process. The spring sunshine was warm and comforting as the youth in dormitory 1987 lingered in the courtyard. Yale, George, and Reno were engaged in casual conversation. Present. Both Yale and George were 16 while Reno was 14. The trio had grown rapidly, with even the shortest, George, standing at over 1.6 meters and the tallest, Yale, an impressive 1.9 meters. George, do not feign ignorance with us. Old 4 has already been exposed, and you still pretend with Old 3? Hear us the deal. At the end of this month, you and Old 3 shall venture to Paradise of Clear Waters in Finley City. I shall cover the expenses, ensuring your utmost comfort, and I guarantee that the young lady is untouched. What say you? Yale jested, all the while exercising his pectorals with 2 small stone weights. These diminutive weights, each weighing perhaps 20 to 30 pounds, were items that Lynn Reagan typically did not even glance at. George smiled and replied, "Oh, Yale, please do not pressure me. You and Old 3 can go to Paradise of Clear Waters while I enjoy some drinks outside. Doesn't that sound splendid?" Reynold, standing nearby, scoffed, "George, you are simply not a man." George could only manage a resigned smile. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Yale set down the 2 small stone weights and glanced towards the courtyard entrance, saying, "It must be Old 3. Come, let us prepare to dine." However, his words trailed off abruptly. There stood Lynn Reagan, bearing a massive stone upon his shoulder. A stone at least 1 meter high and undoubtedly weighing several hundred pounds. Yet Lynn Reagan appeared utterly unfazed as he strode into the courtyard with this colossal burden. Yale, George, and Reynold gaped in astonishment as Lynn Reagan casually placed the stone in a corner of the courtyard, the resounding thud of its impact sending a shiver through the hearts of the 3. "What in the world is this? Old 3, I know you possess great strength, but how is it that you manage such a feat?" Yale stared at the immense stone. Could it possibly be hollow? As he said this, Yale approached and attempted to lift the stone, wrapping his arms around it. "Humph!" Yale exerted himself with fervor, his face turning a deep crimson. Yet the colossal stone seemed as though it had taken root, refusing to budge even slightly. "Yale, my friend, spare your strength. You cannot move it," Linley remarked with a smile. Yale's physical prowess hardly surpassed that of a novice warrior. How could he possibly lift such a weight? Reno widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at the massive boulder, then turned to Linley with a puzzled expression. "Ah, Linley, what purpose does this enormous stone serve in your dormitory?" "Oh, I see." Reno's eyes lit up. "I've witnessed formidable warriors lifting heavy stones as a means of training. Are you planning to engage in weightlifting as well?" "This immense stone could easily flatten me into a mere pancake," George remarked, staring at the boulder in awe before turning to Linley with curiosity. "Third brother, what on earth do you intend to do with this stone in the dormitory?" Linley smiled at his 3 close companions and uttered 2 words. "Stone carving." According to Derinkovat's words, Linley's stone carving endeavors had already reached an admirable level. Yet the creation of such works was a time-consuming process, typically requiring several days to complete. In the past, he could carelessly leave his materials in the back mountains without concern for damage, but that was no longer the case. Stone carving? Yale, Reno, and George all stared at Linley with wide eyes, astonished. "Surprised, are you?" Linley observed his 3 brothers. Renaud exclaimed, "I am not merely surprised. I am utterly astonished. We, the 4 brothers, have been together for 6 or 7 years, yet we have never witnessed you engage in sculpture. Are you planning to commence your studies in stone carving starting today?" Linley smiled. "Who said I am beginning to learn sculpting today? I have been practicing carving on the back mountain for over 5 years. This time, I intend to exhibit my work at the Proxus Pavilion and perhaps sell it to raise some funds. In order to gather sufficient gold coins for his younger brother, Walton, to study under the stewardship of the butler, Siri, in the O'Brien Empire, the Barrack family's wealth has been nearly depleted. Yet, despite this, Hogg remained jubilant. What if the family coffers were emptied? His eldest son, Linley, is a student at Ernst Academy and will undoubtedly emerge as a distinguished and esteemed magician. Meanwhile, his younger son, Walton, possesses the potential to become a Dragonblood Warrior. Hogg could foresee the glory that awaited the Barrack family in the future. The Proxus Pavilion? Yale and his companions gazed at Linley in astonishment. Linley is the pride of their dormitory 1987, having entered the 5th grade of Ernst Academy at the tender age of 15. He, alongside Dixie, is renowned as one of the two extraordinary geniuses of Ernst Academy. Yale and his friends acknowledge Linley's brilliance. However, stone carving is an exceptionally profound art form. Many individuals toil for decades mastering the art of stone carving, yet they may only achieve the status of an ordinary craftsman. As one of the most venerable forms of artistry, is success truly so easily attainable? Linley dares to aspire to showcase his creations in the esteemed Hall of Stone Sculpture, the Pruxus Pavilion. Old 3, don't let your head get too heated, George jested, attempting to offer comfort. Linley, I worry for your work. Will anyone even purchase it? Reno remarked, his brow furrowed, expressing skepticism about Linley's abilities. Yale chuckled heartily, saying, what are you talking about? Old 3, just go ahead and exhibit your work. As long as it is yours, I shall buy it for 10,000 gold coins to show my support. I speak the truth, Linley replied, retrieving a flat chisel from within his garments. A flat chisel? Reno exclaimed in surprise. Seems you are quite well prepared, Linley. However, I initially intended to learn stone carving myself. There are numerous tools, flat chisels, round chisels, triangular chisels, jade bowl chisels, and even axes. Are you truly planning to use just this one tool? Both Reno, Yale, and George possessed a general understanding of various arts. Linley chose not to elaborate further. With the flat chisel in hand, Linley naturally entered a state of tranquility, feeling the elemental currents within the massive stone. He could faintly sense the internal veins of the rock, and with a smile, he swiftly swung his chisel. The blade flashed like a shadow, the reflected sunlight causing Reno and the others to squint involuntarily, yet they remained transfixed on the colossal stone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade danced gracefully, swiftly carving the same spot repeatedly, sending a large chunk of shattered stone flying into the air. How is this possible? Yale exclaimed in astonishment, observing the scene. Such a massive stone should require an axe to cleave it, yet it is being effortlessly sliced through with a flat knife. What incredible wrist strength is needed? Beside him, Reno and George remained utterly speechless. Wrist strength? To achieve the elegance and the seamless precision displayed by Linley, it is not merely a matter of possessing strong wrists. Linley embodied tranquility, akin to a serene lake. The flat knife in his hand appeared as an extension of his right arm, as it deftly and continuously glided across the surface of the massive stone, with shards of rock being launched skyward. The effortless grace with which Linley sculpted was a pure delight to behold. Third brother, Yale, George, and Reno exchanged glances, each harboring a shared realization. Linley might indeed be a master of stone carving. Serenity, naturalness, harmony. Linley reveled in the sensation of sculpting. At this stage in his journey, he intuitively understood the force required for each portion of the stone. There was no need for conscious thought. The flat knife would naturally arrive at perfection. It was a matter of instinct. In contrast to the flat knife style, other stone carving schools could not provide such an experience. Masters from those traditions were burdened with the necessity of employing various tools for different facets of their work, demanding considerable effort and contemplation. In this serene and harmonious integration with nature, Linley's mental energy seemed to flourish like tender grass basking in the spring rain, growing swiftly and embodying a sense of natural progression that brought him unparalleled joy, a profound comfort that resonated deep within his heart. Suddenly, Linley's right hand came to an abrupt halt. Chips of stone were flung into the air, taking a considerable time to settle, and in that moment, a rough embryonic model resembling a reptile had begun to take shape from the massive stone. What are you three standing there for, transfixed? Linley chuckled as he turned to Yale and the others. What we've produced is merely a rudimentary form. It will take much longer to complete the subsequent stages. Let us first enjoy some lunch. Yale, Reno, and George exchanged glances. Just from Linley's recent display of skill, they were certain. A master, Yale remarked with admiration. A genius, Reno exclaimed in astonishment. A prodigy among masters, George added. Even among those who study stone carving, encountering someone who could achieve Linley's level within 5 or 6 years would likely be a rare occurrence. Such talent is seldom seen in a century. At the Waldley Hotel, as Yale put it, today I discovered that our third brother is indeed a stone carving virtuoso. We must celebrate this achievement. Come, let us go to the Waldley Hotel. Thus, the four of them entered the establishment. Upon stepping inside, numerous students on the ground floor turned their heads to look. The majority of their gazes were fixated on Linley. Dixie and Linley, the two most brilliant prodigies of Ernst Academy, were the center of attention wherever they went. A hushed conversation erupted among the students in the distance. The four brothers took their seats, and as the dishes were just being served, awakening from its slumber, Bebe peeked its tiny head from the opening of Linley's robe. Its impish eyes were immediately drawn to the glistening roast chicken on the table. Reynolds swiftly seized the fowl and offered it to the Shadow Mouse. "Here you are, Bebe." "Linley, I'm going to partake," Bebe conveyed telepathically to Linley. "Every time I witness Bebe's veracity, my heartstrings are tugged," Yale jested. Once sated, Bebe turned its attention to Linley, who frowned slightly at the sight of Bebe's greasy paws. "Squeak," Bebe chirped, wearing a smug expression as it emitted a dark aura. In an instant, the black light vanished, leaving Bebe's paws and mouth spotless. Bebe, wearing a pleased expression, squeaked at Linley, conveying telepathically, "Am I clean now, Linley?" Linley chuckled in response. With a swift movement, Bebe darted back into the confines of Linley's attire. Subsequently, the quartet engaged in casual conversation over their meal. "By the way, Linley, there are a few stipulations to bear in mind if you intend to submit your sculptures to the Prue Hall," Yale cautioned Linley. "Oh, what should I be mindful of?" Linley inquired, completely uninformed about the regulations governing the Prue Hall's acquisition of artwork. Yale smiled and remarked, typically, "The lower left corner of a stone sculpture must bear the artist's name or a pseudonym, signifying the ownership of the creation. This is the first point. The second point is that when the stone sculptures are sent to the Pruxtus Gallery's warehouse, they must be sealed to prevent any damage during transportation. Upon arrival at the Pruxtus Gallery, the sealed sculptures will be inspected for integrity, and your identification details will be meticulously recorded. Generally, within 3 days, your work will find its place in the ordinary exhibition hall of the Pruxtus Gallery." Linley nodded in understanding. The engraving of a pseudonym or name on the stone sculpture serves to prevent impersonation by others. He comprehended the necessity of sealing for protection. Some stone sculptures are intricately crafted, and any collision during transport could lead to damage. By sealing them and adding protective padding like paper or cloth inside, safety is significantly enhanced. "How does Pruxtus Gallery handle pricing?" Linley inquired further. His objective in sending the sculptures to the gallery was to earn income and improve his family's financial situation. Yale replied with satisfaction. "Once the stone sculptures are placed in the exhibition hall, potential buyers are free to set their prices. After 1 month, the highest bidder will acquire the sculpture, and you will receive a commission. Of course, upon successful transaction, the Pruxtus Gallery will charge a fee of 1%, capped at 10 gold coins. If your sculpture's price exceeds 1,000 gold coins, the fee remains fixed at 10 gold coins, regardless of how high the price goes." Linley understood this clearly. "Rest assured, my dear third brother, I shall ensure that matters in Finley City are handled splendidly, to your utmost satisfaction," Yale said with a jovial tone, draping his arm around Linley's shoulders. "Our dormitory's third brother's stone sculptures will be delivered to the Pruxtus Gallery, and should they sell well, I shall bask in the glory." George, observing Linley, couldn't help but exclaim, "Third brother, you are now a 5th-year student, destined to become a master sculptor. Your future is boundless, far exceeding ours." "Master sculptor? Please do not flatter me," Linley replied with a self-deprecating smile. The four brothers indulged in food and drink, engaging in lively conversation. "Life at Ernst Academy is truly delightful," Yale remarked, setting down his cup. "I recall the arduous training of our childhood at home. It was far more grueling than this." Reynolds chimed in, "We are all students of Ernst Academy. As my grandfather Lum often tells me, the world outside is rife with chaos, constant bloodshed and strife. With the radiant church backing Ernst Academy, no one dares to provoke us, allowing us to live in peace. However, when we venture out for trials in the future, we shall witness the harshness of reality." Indeed, Linley nodded in agreement, reflecting, "Now that I am in the 5th grade, many of my classmates have already undergone training. According to their accounts, some have lost their lives in brutal skirmishes, and many have returned maimed or severely injured. Without experiencing genuine life and death battles, it is exceedingly difficult for us to grow. We are akin to pets nurtured by the nobility, living in comfort, yet how can we ever compete with the ferocity of the wild beasts beyond? George lamented. I truly envy the senior students who engage in bloody battles for survival outside. Such exhilarating days must be incredibly thrilling. Yale, George, Reno, and Linley were all around 15 or 16, each harboring a yearning for the thrilling life that the outside world promised. However, the likes of Yale and his companions were too feeble. Venturing out to face the precarious dance of life and death would undoubtedly result in a high mortality rate. Linley, you are already in your 5th year, aren't you? Reno suddenly remarked. Yale and George turned their gazes towards Linley, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Beast Mountain Range? Yale, George, and Reno gasped in unison. The Beast Mountain Range, the most formidable mountain range on the entire Yulon continent, lay less than 100 miles east of Ernst Academy, indeed serving as a venue for many senior students' 2nd and 3rd trials. Most students, during their initial trials, tend to opt for relatively safer endeavors, such as escorting goods. Linley, are you truly planning to go to the Beast Mountain Range for your first trial? Reno inquired, concern etched upon his face, mirrored by Yale and George. Fear not, I possess a sense of assurance, Linley replied confidently. Being a 5th-level magician alongside a 4th-level warrior endowed him with considerable prowess. The speed of a 4th-level warrior is notably swift, and when coupled with the wind-based spell Swift, Linley can elevate his speed to that of a 6th-level warrior. Most crucially, Linley was capable of casting the advanced wind magic spell Levitation. As time passed, it was soon the end of May. Over the past 2 months, Linley dedicated the majority of his days to meditation, while also devoting some time to carving and reading various texts. The library of Ernst Academy boasted an extensive collection of books, through which Linley continually broadened his knowledge. On the morning of May 29th, Linley, Yale, Reno, and George stood in the square in front of the Plux Hall. Beside them, a carriage held 3 wooden crates. During these 2 months, Linley had actually completed 9 stone sculptures, but this was his first time delivering them to Plux Hall. He chose to present 3 pieces initially to gauge the response. Lift these 3 crates, Yale instructed. Some servants from Yale's household promptly hoisted the 3 crates. Come with me, 3rd brother, Yale said, clearly familiar with the route, as he made his way towards the side of Plux Hall. The hall was quite expansive, and a few hundred meters from the main entrance, there was an inconspicuous door, where a well-dressed middle-aged man stood. Upon seeing Yale and the others approach, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened, and he walked over with a smile, greeting young Master Yale. Welcome. Yale smiled and nodded. You must be aware of my purpose here. This is my good brother Linley, and these 3 stone sculptures are his. Kindly have the warehouse staff at Plux Hall move these crates inside promptly. Just a moment, the middle-aged man replied with a nod and a smile. Soon, a few porters arrived in the passageway. A middle-aged man smiled at Linley and said, Young Master Linley, according to the regulations of our Pluxus Guild, we must record your identity information. You simply need to provide your student ID from Ernst Academy for me to document it. The student ID from Ernst Academy was sufficient to verify his identity. Linley took out his student ID from his pocket. Upon receiving the ID, the middle-aged man opened it and his eyes lit up in surprise as he looked up at Linley, exclaiming, 5th grade? It was evident from Linley's age that he was young, yet to reach the level of a 5th grade magician at such a tender age was indeed astonishing. Yale could not help but boast. This brother of mine is one of the 2 unparalleled geniuses of Ernst Academy. Last year, at just 14 years old, he achieved the 5th grade magician status by the end-of-year examinations. The mention of the 2 unparalleled geniuses of Ernst Academy immediately enlightened the middle-aged man, who realized that Linley before him had limitless potential. His demeanor became notably more humble as he recorded Linley's identification and marked 3 wooden chests. Everything is in order, young Master Linley. You only need to return in a month to collect your remuneration, the middle-aged man said with a smile. In a month? I won't be available then. Would it be possible to postpone it by 2 or 3 months? Linley inquired. In a week or 2, he planned to embark on a journey to the Magic Mountain Range, where he would spend nearly 2 months in the Beast Mountain Range. There's no rush. As long as your works are sold, you may claim your reward at any time, the middle-aged man affirmed with a nod. He continued, we inspect the contents of the wooden crates out of concern that some individuals might send damaged sculptures. If we were to overlook this, they might falsely accuse our gallery of having caused the damage and attempt to extort us. However, these 3 stone sculptures were sent by young Master Yale and young Master Linley. I trust that individuals of your caliber would never resort to such deceitful tactics. The middle-aged man was well aware of the kind of person Yale was. Would he truly attempt to swindle the Pluck's gallery? The pittance one might extort would scarcely suffice for Yale's casual expenditures. As for the creator of the sculptures, Linley, he was renowned as one of the 2 unparalleled geniuses of Ernst Academy. Would such a person lower himself to engage in extortion? That night, deep within the bustling Champs-Élysées of Finley East City, Linley and his companions were in a private room on the 3rd floor of Azure Paradise. The nightlife in Finley City was vibrant and lively. Yet, the atmosphere at Azure Paradise reached a pinnacle of exuberance and noise, with the sounds of women's flirtatious laughter mingling with the hearty laughter of men. The 4 brothers were engaged in conversation over drinks, accompanied by 4 charming young ladies. Second brother, third brother, old fourth, and I will retire for the night. You too. Yale, clutching a girl with flowing green hair, slurred through his words. All right, old Yale, let us not prolong this, shall we? Linley interjected, cutting Yale off. Yale and Reno exchanged disdainful glances at Linley and George, and then each of them took a beautiful woman by the arm and departed from the private room. Ever since 2 years ago, Linley and his companions had frequented this establishment. Typically, while Yale and Reno indulged in merriment, Linley and the others would merely sip on drinks and engage in conversation with the ladies. Master Linley, we have known each other for 2 years, yet you still. The girl with green hair sitting beside Linley expressed her dissatisfaction. Linley felt a twinge of annoyance. A flash of light emanated from the dragon ring, transforming into Delon Kivote. With a smile, Delon Kivote looked at Linley and teased, "Oh, Linley, with women before you, why do you wear such a sour expression? Alas, it is a pity that I, a grand archmage of the sacred realm, now exist merely as a soul unable to even touch a woman. And you little rascal, still like this?" Grandfather Delon, Linley furrowed his brow, communicating his displeasure telepathically to Delon Kivote. Delon Kivote merely scoffed. You have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. Once you do, I suspect you will present an entirely different demeanor. Linley turned his gaze towards the window, choosing to ignore the lecherous old man. The cool breeze wafting in from outside calmed his restless spirit. What lies within the Beast Mountain range, I wonder? In a week or 2, Linley would embark on his journey. At Ernst Academy, he had heard numerous legends regarding the Beast Mountains, many of which were recounted by Delon Cowder. Yet, Linley had never set foot there. All he could do was conjure images of the mountains in his mind. A week from now, I shall prepare to depart, he resolved, gazing through the window at the boundless night sky. Within the Proxus Pavilion, the melodious music resonated throughout the halls, flowing like a gentle stream through the hearts of the visitors, who quietly admired each stone sculpture on display. The pavilion is primarily divided into 3 grand exhibition halls: the General Hall, the Expert Hall, and the Master Hall. The General Hall, being the largest, showcased the most numerous stone sculptures. In the northeast corner of this hall stood 3 pieces that exuded a remarkably unique aura, perceptible to anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about stone carving. However, with over 10,000 sculptures in the General Hall, these 3 pieces were akin to a needle lost in a vast ocean, easily overlooked. Most of these works possess mere form without substance, mused Count Juno, now over 160 years of age, as he strolled through the main hall of the Proxus Pavilion, his gaze sweeping over the sculptures. Count Juno harbored no other hobbies. His passion lay solely in stone carving, dedicating each morning to the exploration of the pavilion. Yet, within the General Hall, the number of pieces that truly captivated his attention was regrettably scant. "My lord, what stone sculpture has captured your attention?" A beautiful maid approached, as the staff at the Proxus Pavilion had grown quite familiar with the Earl Juno, who visited daily. Earl Juno shook his head with a smile. "I have yet to discover it. My lord, the works in this ordinary gallery pale in comparison to those in the Master and Expert galleries. Why do you spend so much of your time here?" The maid inquired with curiosity. Feigning an air of mystery, Earl Juno replied, "Ah, you see, you do not understand. The sheer abundance of works in this ordinary gallery means that one might stumble upon something extraordinary. It is akin to unearthing gold amidst the gravel. Such a sensation is truly exquisite. Oh, the maid looked at Earl Juno with a hint of confusion. Without elaborating further, he resumed his appreciation of the stone sculptures. However, when he approached the 3 pieces created by Linley, his eyes sparkled with recognition. With a discerning gaze honed over a century of studying stone sculptures, he immediately discerned the unique qualities of these works. Cool, natural, aloof, Earl Juno involuntarily murmured. It was a certain temperament. For a stone sculpture to be deemed a masterpiece, it must possess an exceptional aura. In an instant, he was captivated by the refreshing, haughty essence emanating from these 3 pieces, which profoundly moved him. Come here. Mark the prices for me. For these 3 pieces, I shall offer 100 gold coins each. Earl Juno instructed the maid beside him directly. The maid promptly smiled and retrieved her notebook from her bosom, diligently noting the identification numbers and prices of the 3 stone carvings. Following this, she produced 3 stickers, affixing them beside each of the sculptures, each inscribed with 100 gold coins. As the maid recorded the details, Count Juno scrutinized the 3 stone sculptures with increasing intensity. This is peculiar. The dim light of Juno's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he fixated on one of the velociraptor sculptures. The intricacy of the scales on the back and the contour lines of the legs, how can they be so seamlessly connected? Logically, the scales should have been carved with a round chisel, while the leg contours ought to have employed a flat chisel. Even with utmost precision, achieving such fluidity and naturalness is inconceivable. Juno had devoted a century to the study of stone carving. Though he was not originally a wealthy nobleman, his unique insight allowed him to acquire stone sculptures at modest prices and sell some at a premium, thus establishing Count Juno as a prosperous figure in Finley City. Could it be accomplished with a single tool? That is impossible. The curvature of the scales and the depth of the indentations, what other tool could attain such perfection besides a round chisel? Juno's brow furrowed deeply, as he had never before encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon. My lord? The maid beside him, noticing Count Juno's intense demeanor, called out softly. The Count of Juno's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he mused. I never anticipated encountering such a remarkable piece in this unassuming exhibition hall. I must ensure it captures attention. I shall price it at 100 gold coins, compelling some to examine it closely, potentially elevating its value significantly. With resolve, the Count made his decision. He could always adjust the price in the final days of the exhibition. Please rescind my bid, he instructed the nearby maidservant. Rescind? She replied, taken aback. According to the rules, once a bid was placed, it could not be retracted. However, given that the Count was a valued patron of the Proxus Pavilion, she promptly removed the 3 stickers. May I inquire, my lord, why have you chosen to retract? The maidservant asked. With a mysterious smile, the Count replied, that is a question best left unasked. By the way, could you tell me the closing date for this exhibition of the 3 stone sculptures? The maidservant diligently consulted her notebook before smiling and responding. The last day for the exhibition of these 3 stone sculptures is June 30th. They were only moved here for display yesterday afternoon. The Count nodded slightly. Very well, I shall take a look around. You may attend to your duties, he said with a warm smile. In the heart of Count Juno, a quiet thrill emerged. He believed that each of these 3 stone sculptures could truly command a price of around 3,000 gold coins. Generally, the works of skilled artisans are valued at approximately 1,000 gold coins. However, the unique carving techniques employed in these 3 pieces could easily elevate their worth by a factor of 2. Count Juno frequented the Proxus Gallery daily, and as he had anticipated, the sheer volume of stone sculptures in the ordinary exhibition hall meant that these 3 remarkable works had garnered little attention. Even those who did notice them could only perceive their quality without comprehending their true value. On the 10th of June, Count Juno once again visited the Proxus Gallery, casually observing the ordinary exhibition hall. However, when he approached the location of Linley's 3 stone sculptures, his expression suddenly shifted, for price tags had appeared next to each piece. Each stone sculpture was now priced at 300 gold coins. Seeing this price, Count Juno inwardly cursed. Fools! Even if they recognized the excellence of these sculptures, They shouldn't set the initial price so high. This is merely an invitation for unwarranted attention. Filled with indignation, he realized there was nothing he could do. He had no authority to retract the quoted prices. As Count Juno had predicted on the 12th of June, when he returned, the price tags had changed. 500 gold coins? Count Juno's eyes narrowed involuntarily. It seems there are indeed many discerning individuals. The Earl of Juno remained silent, opting to delay his bid until June 30th. As time passed, the value of the 3 stone sculptures gradually increased. Masterpieces by skilled stone carvers typically hovered around 1,000 gold coins, which meant the price of these 3 sculptures would rise at a languid pace. The bids progressed slowly from 500 gold coins to 510, then to 515, and even by June 29th, the highest bid had merely reached 625 gold coins. On June 30th, the Earl exhibited an unusual tendency to arrive late, choosing to come only in the evening, as the Pluxus Pavilion remained open until midnight. The 3 stone sculptures would also be taken down only after the clock struck 12. Yesterday's bid was 625 gold coins. I shall place my final offer now, the Earl remarked with a smile as he approached the trio of sculptures. 900 gold coins? What a fool to bid that! Upon seeing the price, the Earl's heart surged with indignation. The previous day's bid had merely been 625 gold coins, and now it had escalated to such a figure. Though anger simmered within him, he resolved to wait patiently. After a considerable time, he glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It is already 11 o'clock. There remains but an hour until closing. A faint smile crept across the Earl's face. In Linley City, the Earl of Juno could only be regarded as a moderately affluent noble. In his youth, he had faced considerable hardship, but through his passion for collecting stone sculptures, his wealth had gradually increased. Today, his assets amounted to several 100,000 gold coins, rendering him a respectable man of fortune. Count Juno, you two are here? A middle-aged man in a tailcoat, sporting a distinctive mustache, approached with a smile. Count Juno's expression involuntarily shifted upon seeing the newcomer, yet he maintained a composed smile. Ah, it is Count Demu, I see. What brings you here at such a late hour, past 11? Despite his calm facade, an unsettling sensation stirred within Count Juno. Both Count Juno and Count Demu were renowned collectors within the stone sculpture circles of Linley City. And what about me? Naturally, I am here for these 3 exquisite stone sculptures, Count Demu replied, his mustache curling with self-satisfaction. Count Juno, observe the unique charm of these pieces. They are irresistibly captivating. The master who crafted such sculptures must surely be an extraordinary individual. Count Juno felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, Count Demu had also recognized the value of these 3 sculptures, and it seemed he had arrived at the same hour with intentions akin to his own. Miss, may I trouble you for a moment? Count Demu courteously called to a nearby maid, who approached with a smile. He gestured towards the 3 sculptures carved by Linley. For each of these pieces, I shall bid 1,000 gold coins. The maid nodded politely. Please hold on a moment. She retrieved her notepad, recorded the item numbers along with the bid amounts, and affixed price tags beside the sculptures. 1,000 gold coins? Count Juno's eyelids twitched slightly in response. Count Demuk smiled at Count Juno and said, Count Juno, these 3 stone sculptures are indeed remarkable. By the way, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you also here for these exquisite sculptures? Count Juno pondered for a moment. I had not realized that Count Demuk held such an affinity for these sculptures. Allow me a closer inspection, Count Juno replied with a smile, subsequently directing his full attention to the 3 stone sculptures, disregarding Count Demuk entirely. Observing this, Count Demuk could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, you old fool, do you think your intentions are hidden from me? The gentle sound of music flowed through the Procus gallery like a babbling brook, as both counts quietly admired the other artworks, enveloped in a serene tranquility. Suddenly, the clock on the wall chimed. It was midnight. Miss, could you come here for a moment? Count Juno called to a distant maid, who promptly hurried over. For these 3 pieces, I bid 1,010 gold coins for each, Count Juno declared at the last moment. The maid glanced at the original price tag of 1,000 gold coins for each sculpture, and could not help but silently criticize Count Juno for his bid. though she was relieved that he had added 10 coins rather than just one. "Please hold on," the maid said as she retrieved her notebook. "Count Juno, you dare to bid merely 10 gold coins? I offer 100 gold coins." The voice of Count Demyuk rang out, prompting Count Juno to furrow his brow and glance up. He observed Count Demyuk striding confidently toward him from afar, a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes. Evidently, Count Demyuk had been closely watching Count Juno, and upon his bidding, he rushed over without delay. "I bid 200 gold coins," Count Juno declared in a low tone, his anger palpable to those around him. The nearby maid sensed the competitive tension between the two nobles and temporarily closed her ledger, watching with delight. Within the Proxus Pavilion, the attendants relished witnessing such spirited competition over bids. Frugality? Nay, it was sheer miserly behavior, for Count Juno was notoriously parsimonious. "Count Juno, having bid 200 gold coins, I cannot be stingy myself. I offer 300 gold coins." Count Demyuk replied with a smile. Count Juno's gaze turned icy as he responded, "I bid high for these 3 stone sculptures only because I cherish them. Their true worth is merely a little over 1,000 gold coins. 500 gold coins. Should you, Count Demyuk, raise your bid higher, they shall be yours." Count Juno stated his final figure. To Count Demyuk, these 3 stone sculptures encapsulated a unique charm, constituting fine works with an approximate value of just over 1,000 gold coins. Any further bidding seemed futile. Count Demyuk laughed heartily. "Since Count Juno is exhibiting such rare generosity, I shall not deprive you of your desires. These 3 stone sculptures shall rightfully belong to you." At this moment, the attendant beside them was diligently recording the numbers and bids in her notebook. "My lords, it is now midnight, and our establishment must close. Count Juno, tomorrow our staff will deliver these 3 stone sculptures to your residence," the attendant said with a smile, prompting Count Juno to finally reveal a grin. Count Juno cast a disdainful glance at Count Demyuk, thinking to himself, "A mere youth? How many years have I dedicated to the study of stone sculptures? Lacking the discernment to compete with me?" Remarkably, 3 sculptures from the ordinary exhibition hall have fetched 500 gold coins. Astoni, a manager from the Proxus Gallery, exclaimed in astonishment as he perused the records. Upon reviewing the information about the creator, Linley, he was further taken aback. These 3 pieces are all by someone named Linley, and he is merely 15 years old? The realm of stone sculpture is undoubtedly hierarchical, resembling a pyramid. At its pinnacle, there are only 5 or 6 masters of stone sculpture within the entire Holy Alliance, with merely around 100 skilled artisans beneath them. This scarcity illustrates how rare true stone sculptors are. To be deemed a master, one must possess profound insights into life, with the artistry to infuse that understanding into their work, thus crafting pieces imbued with a unique charm. A 15-year-old stone sculptor? Such a phenomenon is extraordinarily rare. Is this Linley truly a student of Ernst Academy? Astoni's astonishment deepened, for Ernst Academy is the foremost magic institution on the entire Yulan continent, and he is a 5th-year student at only 15 years of age? Astoni gasped in disbelief. Prodigy! These 3 stone sculptures, despite their value being merely over 1,000 gold coins, possess an intrinsic worth that multiplies exponentially due to the age and status of their creator, Astoni affirmed with conviction. A mere 15 years of age. The talent behind such exquisite stone carvings is typically associated with high value. If this prodigious individual also happens to be a 5th-year student at Ernst Academy, he is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, and the worth of his sculptures would soar accordingly. It would be sufficient for the Proxus Gallery to establish a dedicated exhibition space for them in their masterpiece hall. That very afternoon, a carriage arrived at the entrance of Ernst Academy, carrying Astoni along with 2 attendants. Upon reaching the Academy's gate, Astoni simply produced his identification representing the Proxus Gallery, prompting Ernst Academy to assign a guard to escort him. In the 5th-year administrative office of Ernst Academy, the guard smiled as he opened the door, saying, "Mr. Astoni, this is where some of the magical instructors for the 5th year convene." Inside the office, a dozen or so wizards shared light-hearted conversations. To be eligible to teach 5th-year students, one must be at least a level 7 wizard, with many reaching level 8. As the door swung open, The esteemed wizards turned their gazes towards them. Esteemed wizards, this is Mr. Astoni from the Pluxus Gallery, who seeks your assistance, the guard announced respectfully. The wizards nodded with an air of indifference. The Plux Hall, with branches in several supercities of the Yulan continent, boasts an astounding military prowess. Thus, even the proud sorcerers exhibit a commendable attitude towards this esteemed establishment. Esteemed sorcerers, Astoni remarked with a smile, I have come in search of a 5th-grade student named Linley. Linley, the sorcerers chuckled, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe said, Linley is one of the 2 prodigies of our Ernst Academy. He wields both earth and wind magic. You should consult the instructors of those elements, and they will surely provide you with information. Don't even mention the earth magic, grumbled a red-bearded elder. In my earth magic classes over the past 3 months, I have only seen him twice. However, Linley attends his wind classes without fail. A silver-haired elder in a white robe smiled and said, I am Linley's wind magic instructor, and I am quite familiar with him. Please feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Astoni nodded and continued, A month ago, Linley submitted 3 stone sculptures to our Plux Hall. His creations exhibit a remarkable aura, and based on their valuation over the past month, our hall has determined that Linley qualifies for a dedicated exhibition space in our esteemed showcase. Hence, I am here to present him with a silver crystal card. An independent exhibition space? The sorcerers were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. As a noble magician, one possesses a profound understanding of the art of stone sculpture. They are acutely aware of the immense difficulty in crafting a lifelike stone figure, let alone imbuing it with a unique and ethereal charm. Establishing a dedicated exhibition space at the Pluxus Gallery is a dream cherished by many masters of stone sculpture. Are you certain it is Linley? He is known for his rigorous training, and he is merely 15 years old, remarked the silver-haired elder, a teacher of wind magic, with an incredulous tone. Astani smiled and replied, There is no doubt regarding this matter. Our records at the Pluxus Gallery were documented using Linley's student identification. Furthermore, according to the records, he was accompanied by young Master Yale during his visit to our gallery. The assembled magicians nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a fervent discussion erupted among the magicians, who marveled at the fact that one of the 2 super geniuses from Ernst Academy had become a master of stone sculpture, warranting the establishment of an independent exhibition hall at the Pluxus Gallery, an exceedingly rare occurrence. The astonishment among these magicians was palpable. Esteemed magicians, could you kindly inform me of Linley's current whereabouts? Astani inquired eagerly. The silver-haired elder chuckled. Linley resides in dormitory number 1987. Dormitory number 1987? Upon hearing this, Astani immediately prepared to depart. The elder continued, Please hold on a moment. Although Linley resides in dormitory number 1987, he left our academy for a trial about 2 to 3 weeks ago. Regrettably, you have made a fruitless journey. Trial? Astoni was taken aback. He understood well that only advanced mage students in their 5th and 6th years were eligible to embark on such trials, and Ernst Academy wholeheartedly encouraged this pursuit. Astoni sighed inwardly, realizing that his eager arrival at Ernst Academy had led to such an unexpected outcome. Then, esteemed mages, I shall take my leave, Astoni said respectfully, bowing. The mages acknowledged him with casual nods, returning to their animated discussions among themselves. I never imagined that Linley lad was so formidable. These mages were utterly astonished that Linley, without any fanfare, managed to secure an independent exhibition space in the grand hall of stone carvings known as the Pluxus Pavilion. On that morning, after bidding farewell to his 3 close friends, Linley set off towards the Beast Mountain range, his sturdy leather pack slung over his shoulder. Chirp chirp, the little shadow mouse joyfully hopped on Linley's shoulder. Boss, we are finally heading to the Beast Mountain range. Wow, I'm so thrilled. The voice of the little shadow mouse echoed in Linley's mind, to which Linley merely smiled faintly. At that moment, Dellen Cuiter, clad in a flowing robe of moonlight white, walked alongside Linley. Dellen Cuiter advised, Linley, be sure to exercise caution while alone. You may encounter highwaymen. I understand, Grandpa Dellen, Linley replied with a smile. Regarding the myriad considerations of venturing into the world alone, Grandpa Lin has reiterated his counsel on numerous occasions. At this moment, Linley is clad in robust linen trousers and a sleeveless vest. His well-defined muscles, upon casual observation, unmistakably portray him as a warrior. According to the account of Derlin Cowett, wearing a mage's robe within the confines of the Beast Mountains proves to be quite cumbersome. Thus, this attire is indeed more suitable. Linley's pace is remarkable. Even though the journey from Ernst Academy to the Beast Mountains is fraught with challenges, Linley, a 4th-level warrior, effortlessly covers 40 miles in just an hour. Suddenly, he spots 3 figures ahead. Linley's gaze is abruptly drawn to one of them. To his surprise, one individual is adorned in the standard robe of Ernst Academy. Among the other 2, one possesses a notably muscular physique, shouldering a massive battle blade, while the other is lean with a short dagger at his waist. The slender young man turns and eyes Linley warily. Linley, indifferent to the trio, quickens his pace, intending to pass them by. "Linley, is that you?" A voice suddenly calls out. Curious, Linley turns around to see the young man in the academy robe smiling as he exclaims, "Linley, it's me, Deshat. Do you remember me, Deshat?" "It is you." Linley comes to a halt. This Deshat is indeed familiar to Linley. Both are 5th-year students of the wind element, and while they may not be particularly close, they are certainly classmates. Deshat approached with 2 other warriors, greeting with a warm smile, "Linley, I hardly recognized you in this attire. It was only upon noticing the little shadow mouse perched on your shoulder that I confirmed your identity. Allow me to introduce." Deshat continued enthusiastically, "This is Linley, one of the 2 prodigious talents of Ernst Academy. At merely 15 years of age, he has already attained the rank of a level 5 mage. Kawa, a robust figure akin to a bear, and Matt, the lean warrior, listened intently. "I have heard much about the 2 prodigies from Ernst Academy," Matt remarked with great politeness, "but I never expected to be fortunate enough to meet you today." Kawa, with wide eyes, exclaimed in astonishment, "You are a mage? I would have sworn you were a warrior." Linley chose not to elaborate further and instead inquired, "Are you also heading to the Monster Mountain range?" Deshat nodded. "Indeed. Kawa and Matt have accompanied me on trials last year, and we worked quite well together. This year, we plan to explore the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range. Linley, why not join us? It will be safer that way." Linley acquiesced with a nod. Temporarily aligning with them seems prudent. Deshat is from the same academy as I, and thus can be trusted. We can part ways upon reaching the Monster Mountain range. With this decision made, Linley proceeded alongside Deshat and the 2 warriors towards the formidable mountains. The quartet traversed the terrain with remarkable speed. Even the most physically inept Deshat is capable of casting the auxiliary spell speed, allowing the group to advance swiftly across the arid expanse of the desert. Kavana's booming voice resonated. "Linley, if you were to join us, we would then possess 2 5th-level mages. With our combined strength, we might just be able to vanquish a 6th-level magical beast. The magic crystal core from such a creature is worth 1,000 gold coins. Should we slay a few, our living expenses for a century would be secured. For the average individual, an annual living expense amounts to merely several dozen gold coins, which is more than sufficient. 1,000 gold coins represents a considerable fortune. These magic crystal cores can only be found within the skulls of 3rd level and above magical beasts. However, the cores from 6th level and below are not particularly valuable. They might not even rival the worth of my stone sculptures." Linley contemplated silently. Typically, a 6th-level magic crystal core is valued at around 1,000 gold coins. According to Darinkovat's assessment, Linley's stone sculptures are undoubtedly comparable to those displayed in the esteemed gallery of the Pluxus Association, naturally fetching prices in the thousands of gold coins. Engaging in a battle with a 6th-level magical beast presents challenges and dangers that far exceed the creation of a mere sculpture. Journeying to the Beast Mountains is where true self-improvement lies. The magic crystal core? Merely a secondary gain? Linley mused inwardly while observing the other 3. Deshat and the others were fervently discussing, clearly brimming with anticipation for the magic crystal cores. The magic crystal cores of Tier 3, 4, and 5 beasts are rather inexpensive, with even the 6th tier priced at only 1,000 gold coins, Deshat remarked nonchalantly. However, if we were to slay a 7th tier beast, we would truly strike it rich. As he spoke, A gleam of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Much like the transition from a 6th tier to a 7th tier mage represents a significant leap in power, the same holds true for magical beasts. The magic crystal core of a 7th tier beast holds a value in the tens of thousands of gold coins. Capturing one would undoubtedly elevate one to the status of a small fortune in the countryside, ensuring a life free from financial worries. 7th tier beasts? With the strength of the 4 of us, it would likely be tantamount to courting death, Linley casually replied. He had witnessed the formidable velociraptor among the 7th tier beasts, and with its astonishing defenses, even he doubted his ability to breach them. If he couldn't even penetrate their defenses, how could he possibly hope to slay a 7th tier beast? Among the trio, the seemingly most astute, Ma nodded in agreement, stating, "It is uncertain whether the 4 of us could even contend with a 6th tier beast. Engaging a 7th tier beast would undoubtedly be a death sentence." "I was merely speaking hypothetically," Kawa chimed in, scratching his head and rolling his eyes. As the 4 continued their light-hearted banter, a figure clad in green, with his face smeared with a verdant substance, lurked over 100 meters away in the thicket. He held a powerful composite longbow, his gaze coldly fixed on Linley and his companions. The man's lips moved incessantly, as if silently reciting a spell. As the longbow reached its full moon shape, an arrow was suddenly released with astonishing speed. The arrowhead shimmered with a faint azure light, and its velocity became terrifyingly fierce, tearing through the air and slicing across the sky, covering over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Linley, engaged in conversation with Desheart and others, felt every hair on his body stand on end, his heart racing to the brink of panic. Danger! Linley swiftly dodged to the side. The arrow, akin to a bolt of lightning, pierced through Desheart, who was clad in the robes of Ernst Academy, striking him in the neck and creating a gaping wound. The arrow continued its trajectory, flying several dozen meters forward before finally descending. Desheart clutched his throat, his eyes wide with terror, uttering indistinct sounds as blood poured from the wound. Deshart's gaze was filled with a desperate longing for life and an overwhelming fear. However, as blood gushed from the gaping hole in his throat, his eyes soon dimmed entirely, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Linley, Kava, and Matt quickly crouched down among the dense underbrush, warily glancing towards the rear. A wind magic archer, armed with the magical enhancements of speed and precision from that single arrow, indicates that this wind magic archer has at least attained the level of a 5th tier mage. The voice of Darren Cowett echoed in Linley's mind. Given the power of this archer's shot within 50 meters, even if you evade, you would still sustain severe injuries. We must flee. Linley's heart jolted. Surrender all your valuables, and I shall spare your lives, echoed a chilling voice, followed by a dozen figures clad in green emerging swiftly from the distant woods. Each of these individuals wielded bows, with a short blade hanging at their waists. They regarded Linley and his companions with an icy indifference, gradually closing in on them. The speaker, however, remained unseen. Linley exchanged glances with his companions, resolute in their decision not to relinquish their possessions, instead remaining vigilant against the advancing threat. "Fire!" commanded the cold voice. The wind magic archers behind it displayed remarkable decisiveness. As Linley and his companions refused to surrender, the order was given to unleash their arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an abrupt flurry, the archers released their arrows simultaneously, a volley of projectiles hurtling towards Linley, Kava, and Matt. The trio swiftly evaded the onslaught, with Kava brandishing his massive warblade to deflect the incoming arrows. Linley employed the wind-based auxiliary magic speed, allowing him to nimbly evade the attack while maintaining awareness of his companions. Matt, exceedingly cautious, continuously dodged while occasionally using his dagger to block the arrows. Kava, on the other hand, exhibited recklessness. Gripping his colossal warblade, he lacked the agility of his comrades, relying instead on the blade and a thin layer of battle aura for defense. Indeed, the arrows launched by the archers were not particularly potent. As a 5th-level warrior, Kava could withstand their assault. Perish! Kava bellowed, charging towards the archers with his massive weapon raised high. In the distance, concealed among the branches, the wind magic archer witnessed the scene unfold, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a taut grip, he drew his powerful bow back to a perfect crescent, silently chanting the two auxiliary spells, swift and precise. The metallic tip of his arrow began to emanate a vivid azure glow. Kawa bellowed in fury, charging towards the dozen archers. Yet, midway through his advance, he suddenly perceived a brilliant flash of azure light ahead. Before he could comprehend the situation, an arrow was already hurtling towards him. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he desperately raised his gigantic warblade in defense. Thud! The arrow pierced through Kawa's skull, brain matter splattering in its wake. Ah! Kawa stood frozen, disbelief etched across his features. He had clearly attempted to block the arrow with his warblade. How could it still have struck him down? Overwhelmed by profound confusion and incredulity, the color drained from his eyes, and he collapsed like a mountain. A tremor coursed through Linley's heart as he observed from afar. The wind magic auxiliary spell precision. It truly is precision. Linley, well-versed in wind magic, understood that this auxiliary spell enabled wind magic archers to make slight directional adjustments during their shot. For instance, the arrow that should have been intercepted by Kawa's warblade had merely altered its trajectory slightly, allowing it to pierce through Kawa's skull. The combination of wind magic and a powerful bow is indeed formidable, Linley thought, astonished. Yet, in an instant, he began to recite his own incantation. Come out, you two, without any resistance. The cold, indifferent voice resonated from the depths of the forest, accompanied by the triumphant shouts of a dozen archers. Wind mages. They wielded formidable bows that demanded not only exceptional magical prowess but also considerable physical strength. Wind archers, they are indeed terrifying long-range attackers. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Linley's eyes as he regarded the distant archers with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath them. From beneath the feet of the archers, a series of sharp, earth-spike projectiles erupted, their tips gleaming with a sinister, golden-brown light as they pierced through the thighs and abdomens of the archers, blood pooling on the ground amidst their incessant cries of agony. The Earth System's fifth-level magic, Earth Spike Array. Ah! The cries of torment immediately filled the air. Dozens of earth spikes surged forth simultaneously from the ground, each over a meter in height, capable of impaling a person in an instant. The sudden onslaught of these concentrated spikes descended upon the archers like a catastrophic calamity, plunging them into a state of excruciating despair. Leader, please, save me. One archer, impaled through the groin, cried out in agony. Ah, ah! Another archer, struck in the thigh, collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Among the archers, fell lifeless on the spot, while nearly 10 others were gravely injured. Their combat effectiveness had been nearly obliterated. An Earth System mage, typically, when he engages in ambushes, his first target is always the mage. After all, the mage possesses formidable ranged capabilities, posing a significant threat. He had not anticipated that after vanquishing one sorcerer, another would emerge. Let us depart. Seizing the moment of confusion, Linley swiftly cast the auxiliary spell Speed Surge, propelling himself forward with remarkable swiftness, disappearing into the distance in a matter of moments. Linley understood all too well that he could not engage the wind magic archer concealed in the shadows. The distance between them was far too great. Magic is bound by range, and should he draw near, he would likely be unable to withstand the archer's assault. With relentless speed, Linley traversed an impressive 20 to 30 miles. Boss, why are you fleeing? That so-called magical archer poses a threat to you, yet with my intervention, eliminating him would be a trivial task. Why deny me the chance to engage? The indignant voice of the shadow mouse Bebe echoed in Linley's mind. Linley was well aware of the prowess of the shadow mouse. When he was merely 8 years old, Bebe's speed had already surpassed that of a 6th-level warrior. Now, at 15, with 7 years having passed, despite Bebe's unchanged stature, his speed could rival that of a 9th-level warrior. With the agility of a shadow mouse, it was likely that the magical archer would not even have time to aim. The little shadow mouse leapt onto Linley's shoulder, its tiny claws incessantly scratching at him, its furious expression baring its teeth as it squeaked in protest. In his mind, Bebe conveyed his outrage. Boss, you are being unreasonable. I too wish to partake in the trials. I crave combat. Linley observed the little shadow mouse and couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. When we reach the Beast Mountain range, I shall let you take on the formidable beasts. How does that sound? Now that's more like it, replied the little shadow mouse, standing upright, its forelimbs crossed over its chest, and its small nose wrinkling with satisfaction as it squinted its eyes contentedly. It seems a heavy rain is imminent, Linley remarked, frowning slightly. He quickly quickened his pace, propelling himself rapidly toward the Beast Mountain range. As he approached within approximately 10 miles of the mountains, raindrops began to fall, soon transforming into a torrential downpour that engulfed the entire realm. Thunder rumbled incessantly as the rain cascaded down, saturating the world, creating an atmosphere shrouded in mist and obscured visibility. Yet, as Linley sped forward, he found himself relatively dry, for hovering just 10 centimeters above his head was a wind shield, spanning several meters in diameter. This wind shield boasted formidable defensive capabilities, effectively repelling the raindrops with only a modicum of magical energy required for its maintenance. The wind, intangible, rendered the shield a mere faint layer of transparent azure. From a distance, the wind shield was nearly imperceptible, allowing Linley to continue his swift advance unimpeded. Before long, he beheld an endless expanse of colossal mountains stretching from north to south, a formidable range that almost cleaved the entire Yulon continent in two. This was the renowned Beast Mountain Range, the mightiest mountain range of the Yulon continent. Gazing at the vast, uninterrupted mountains from several miles away, Linley found himself breathless. What an immense mountain range, he marveled. The mountain range stretched endlessly before me, with the eastern horizon still revealing an unbroken expanse of undulating peaks, while the southern and northern flanks remained ensconced in the embrace of the mountains. Gazing upon the boundless Beast Mountain Range was akin to confronting an infinite ocean. Endless. This is the Beast Mountain Range, the premier mountain range of the continent, teeming with countless magical beasts, including many from the sacred domain, declared Delincutor, who had just materialized beside Linley, his gaze wistful. Ah, the Beast Mountain Range. It has been an eternity since I last visited. Excitement ignited in Linley's eyes. Let us embark. With a spirited heart, Linley surged forward through the torrential downpour towards the Beast Mountain Range, while the little shadow mouse, Bebe, chirped joyfully atop his shoulder. Amidst the relentless curtain of rain, Linley soon melded into the distant embrace of the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range was indeed boundless. Upon entering, one would find ancient trees, some perhaps several hundred or even thousands of years old, towering overhead, their canopies obscuring the sky. A riot of underbrush flourished below, thick with brambles and thorns. The ground was blanketed with withered leaves, each step producing a natural rustle, surrounded by a dense tangle of vines and foliage. In this ancient forest, whose age is beyond reckoning, the undergrowth and vines are so thick that even if a magical beast were to conceal itself merely 10 meters away, it would remain unseen. Linley mused, a shiver running down his spine. Delincutor, standing beside him, added with a chuckle, "Forget 10 meters. Right here amidst this thicket before you, there could very well be a great python lying in wait." Linley couldn't help but gaze at the expanse of dense weeds before him, nearly reaching waist height. Such a thick undergrowth could indeed conceal a python. Taking a deep breath, Linley stood still, silently reciting a magical incantation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze emanated from Linley, dispersing in all directions until it vanished into the vastness of the world. Wind magic, the breeze of perception. Upon reaching the third-tier mage rank, one can cast the breeze of perception. However, the strength of the caster determines the breadth of its reach. A third-tier mage's perception might extend to merely a few meters, while a fifth-tier mage could sense over 100 meters. Within this nearly 200-meter radius, there are only first-tier magical beasts, bubble rabbits, and a few second-tier magical beasts, earth scorpions, Linley proclaimed with confidence. The breeze of perception can detect the shape and presence of living creatures. Do not become overly confident. Formidable magical beasts can burrow underground, and some sacred domain beasts are capable of disguising themselves, Darren Cowett cautioned, then chuckled. Of course, for someone of your humble stature, those powerful beasts need not resort to disguise or stealth. Upon hearing this, Linley felt an increasing sense of caution within himself. Stealth? Disguise? The texts do indeed record that the intelligence of magical beasts approaches that of humans. It seems not to be mere fiction, Linley mused, glancing at the little shadow mouse on his shoulder, Bebe. This little fellow's intelligence is already quite remarkable. I cannot afford to be careless. A flow of air swirled around Linley's feet, a manifestation of the wind-based auxiliary magic, swift speed. Linley stealthily traversed the Beast Mountain range, exercising great caution as he surveyed his surroundings. Perched upon his shoulder, the little shadow mouse attentively scanned the area, its beady eyes darting in every direction. The duo, one human and one magical creature, gradually ventured deeper into the wilderness. The Beast Mountain range stretches over 10,000 miles, with a width typically around 700 to 800 miles. Within the outermost 100-mile radius, low-level magical beasts are predominantly found. However, if one delves over 100 miles inward, one is likely to encounter 5th and 6th level magical beasts. Further still, one might come across an abundance of 7th, 8th, and even 9th level beasts, and the presence of sacred domain magical creatures is not out of the question, explained Darren Cowett, reiterating some information about the mountain range. Of course, this is not absolute. A bored 9th level beast might very well wander to the outskirts for a stroll, Darren Cowett jested. And one could be unfortunate enough to encounter a massive pack of magical wolves numbering in the thousands. In such a case, one could only say that luck has decidedly abandoned you. Upon hearing Darren Cowett's remarks, Linley could not help but curl his lip in disdain. How absurd. The Beast Mountain range is so vast. Would I truly be that unlucky? Moreover, should such an event occur, the ethereal Darren Cowett would be of no assistance. What power could a sacred domain sorcerer wield without magical energy? Grandfather Darren, I am well aware of all this. Please remain quiet and do not distract me. Linley replied curtly. Darren Cowett chuckled, stroking his white beard, and chose to say no more. Linley exerted a slight force with his legs, effortlessly leaping onto a branch 8 meters high. He cautiously gazed into the distance, ever vigilant. Boss, there is a wild boar in the distance on the right side. Bebe's voice resonated in Linley's mind. Upon hearing this, Linley instinctively turned his head, and indeed, approximately 100 meters away, he spotted a solitary wild boar cautiously surveying its surroundings. Had Linley not been positioned at a higher vantage point, he might have entirely missed the creature. The solitary wild boar, a level 3 magical beast, possesses earth attributes and can only wield the earth spike technique. Information regarding the solitary wild beast flashed in Linley's mind. Although it is merely a level 3 beast, this solitary wild boar could serve as a delightful luncheon. Wild boar meat is quite delectable, Linley thought, moving with the agility of a phantom through the forest, stealthily closing in on the solitary wild boar. The dense underbrush and thorns concealed his approach, allowing him to remain unnoticed. As Linley neared the solitary wild boar, now within 10 meters, he concealed himself among the wild grasses, where he could discern the boar through the tangled foliage. Ha! Like a dragon emerging from its lair, Linley suddenly sprang from the thicket. As the solitary wild boar turned, startled, Linley descended upon it with the force of a tempest, reaching the creature in an instant. The wild boar let out a furious roar, its long, robust horn aimed directly at Linley. Ha! Linley seized the horn with his right hand, exerting tremendous force to lift. The several hundred-pound wild boar was hurled 7 or 8 meters into the air, while Linley propelled himself upward, his right leg slicing through the air like a great cleaver, crashing down upon the boar's head with the ferocity of thunder. With a resounding crack that sent shivers down one's spine, the unicorn wild boar was violently propelled against a great tree, its heavy body crashing down with enough force to shake the ground. The creature's skull lay shattered, brain matter oozing from the fissures, while blood continuously seeped from its mouth. Its legs twitched feebly a few times before falling still. For Linley, vanquishing a third-tier magical beast with sheer strength was a trifling task. Although the magic crystal core of a third-tier beast is only worth 10 gold coins, it would be a shame to waste it. He retrieved a flat knife from the leather pouch on his back and, with just a few deft strokes, effortlessly pried open the shattered skull. As the knife flicked upward, a modest, earthy yellow crystal core sprang forth. Linley deftly scooped it up and wiped it clean on the grass before placing it into his pouch. Next, with practiced ease, he used the knife to slice through the skin of the wild boar's thigh, procuring 4 substantial trotters. After casually gathering some branches, He waved his hand, conjuring a flame that formed a makeshift roasting rack, and began to cook the trotters. Beside him, the small shadow mouse Bebe drooled, eyes gleaming as it fixated on the trotters. These trotters are the most delicious. Boss, hurry up. Why not just use fire magic to roast them more quickly? Fire magic? My proficiency is merely mediocre at best. Besides, roasting meat isn't simply about increasing the flame. Higher heat doesn't necessarily equate to better results. Linley replied with a smirk, sprinkling some coarse salt and other seasonings atop the meat. When Linley initially tested his magical aptitude, he discovered that his affinity for the earth and wind elements was exceptional, while his affinity for fire was merely average. In truth, an average magical talent is commendable for most individuals. However, for Linley, he deemed it unworthy to expend energy on fire magic. After all, to achieve the same level of accomplishment in fire magic as he had in both earth and wind would likely require tenfold the effort. Thus, Linley casually refined some fire magical energy during his leisure time, effortlessly casting fireball spells. After roasting 2 wild boar trotters, Linley and his companion, the shadow mouse Bebe, each took one while continuing to roast another pair. Wow, this is delicious, Bebe exclaimed excitedly, engaging in conversation with Linley. The meat from these wild boar trotters is far tastier than that of domesticated pigs, and the flavor is exquisite. Of course, your grilling skills play a significant role in this. Bebe playfully complimented Linley. Linley couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, I want more, Bebe said, gazing at Linley with a pitiful expression after finishing one trotter. Seeing Bebe's forlorn demeanor, Linley remained unmoved and admonished. This wild boar trotter, attached to the thigh, is far larger than a roasted chicken. One is more than sufficient. The remaining 2 trotters will serve as our dinner. With that, Linley chose to disregard Bebe's pitiable look. Once the other 2 trotters were fully roasted, Linley carefully wrapped them in large leaves from the oil tree and placed them in the compartment of his bag, continuing his journey alongside Bebe. The mountains of the Beast Mountain range stretch endlessly, intertwined with an array of vegetation that has thrived for countless years, rendering traversal through this rugged terrain quite arduous. The most troubling aspect is the frequent necessity to scale peaks or navigate convoluted paths. In the Beast Mountain range, refrain from clearing the thorns obstructing your path. It is preferable to take a longer route. Dragonblood imparted his wisdom to Linley. Linley listened intently while continuing his advance. Remember, in the Beast Mountain range, it is most ill-advised to make excessive noise, for it will alert numerous beasts to your presence. Should you inadvertently produce any sound, make haste to depart the vicinity. Dragonblood continued. Furthermore, even if injured, strive to conceal your wounds, as the scent of blood will attract the beasts. Their sense of smell is far superior to ours. Linley gazed upward, where the canopies of countless trees nearly obscured the entire sky. Witnessing this scene, he recalled some fundamental knowledge gleaned from the library of Ernst Academy regarding survival in dense forests. In such places where sunlight is a rarity, one must master the art of navigating by discerning the cardinal directions. With the agility of a monkey, Linley deftly maneuvered over the tangled branches and vines that lay across his path. But just as he took a few steps forward, Linley involuntarily inhaled sharply upon witnessing a scene not far ahead. A few meters ahead lay the lifeless bodies of 3 men and 2 women. The corpses showed little sign of decay, yet the evidence of their brutal consumption was starkly apparent. Each body was marred by incompleteness. One male's thigh had been nearly devoured, his abdomen gaping with a large cavity, while severed intestines sprawled across the ground. One woman's skull was partially eaten away, with a single eyeball remaining, and the stark white of her cranium was infested with writhing maggots. Linley's complexion turned pale, and he held his breath in shock. They likely perished 2 or 3 days ago, declared Dragonblood, who had appeared beside Linley, scrutinizing the 5 corpses with an unsettling calmness.
Observe closely, Linley.
There are inconspicuous bloodstains on the fabric over their cardiac regions. If my assessment is correct, these 5 were murdered by a human, and likely by the same individual. Linley was taken aback. Grandfather Darren, you mean they were killed by a person? He gazed at Dragonblood in disbelief. Dragonblood smiled serenely.
Linley,
this is your first visit to the Monster Mountain Range. Over time, you will come to understand that within these mountains, one must not only contend with the assaults of beasts but also remain vigilant against the threat posed by fellow humans. Humans attacking, why would they do such a thing? Linley felt a surge of anger rising within him. In the Monster Mountain range, where countless beasts held dominion, it was disheartening to realize that humanity was not united, but rather engaged in self-destruction amidst the chaos. It is quite natural. What do humans seek in the Beast Mountain range? The vast majority aspire to acquire magic crystal cores. Slaying a single beast yields one core, whereas taking a human life might yield several, if not more, cores from their belongings. Delin Cowder stroked his white beard thoughtfully. Linley understood the implication. Greed. It was solely due to avarice that some individuals within the Beast Mountain range sought to procure magic crystal cores with greater ease. And indeed, killing others in the mountains proved to be a swift method. Linley took a couple of steps forward to observe more closely, nodding in agreement. We are still at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. You should proceed quickly, Delin Cowder said with a smile. Linley nodded and continued his journey. As he ventured deeper into the mountain range, remnants of both beasts and humans became increasingly visible, alongside numerous rusted weapons. Linley also encountered several relatively weak magical beasts. As night descended, Linley and the little shadow mouse each feasted upon a wild boar's trotter before preparing to rest. Linley sat upon the ground while the little shadow mouse nestled beside him. Do not kindle a fire within the Beast Mountain range at night, Delin Cowder reiterated. Understood, Grandpa Delin. Linley was well aware of the fundamental survival knowledge in the Beast Mountain range. Magical beasts were not ordinary creatures, and they were unperturbed by mere flames. His affinity for earth and wind elements was exceptionally pronounced, allowing Linley to sense his surroundings with remarkable clarity. The pulse of the earth, the rhythm of the wind. A serene smile graced Linley's face as he began to drift into slumber. In this state, Linley felt an unwavering confidence. Any tremor from the ground or the swift approach of an entity stirring the air would rouse him from his repose. This was the innate ability of an earth and wind mage. As the night deepened, the small shadow mouse, Bebe, curled up beside Linley, emitted the faintest of snores. The nocturnal breeze softened, yet the summer Beast Mountain range only offered relief from the sweltering heat by the late hours of the night. In the inky darkness, a subtle rustling sound broke the silence. Two robust wind wolves, their azure fur glimmering under the faint light, stealthily traversed the forest, one following the other. Their keen green eyes remained vigilant, while their powerful limbs moved soundlessly along the path. The stark whiteness of their fangs glinted ominously in the night. Suddenly, Linley, who had been seated on the ground, opened his eyes wide and gazed southward. However, all he could see was a tangle of thorny brambles, which he had chosen as his resting spot. Within the thicket, ordinary beasts would likely not even sense his presence. Two magical beasts are approaching, approximately 40 meters away. Linley discerned from the fluctuations in the wind element. Linley approached the edge of the thorny thicket silently, his gaze piercing through the tangled brambles to observe two robust wind wolves, their eyes shimmering with a ghostly green light, stealthily advancing from 30 meters away. They were drawing closer to him, causing a subtle weight to settle upon his shoulder as his companion, the shadow mouse Bebe, perched atop him. Boss, aren't those the wind wolves? We've encountered them several times at Ernst Academy, Bebe communicated to Linley, utterly unperturbed. Linley's eyes were fixed intently on the two wind wolves. Indeed, they are wind wolves. The beastly wolf clans can primarily be divided into three groups: the Fong wolves, the wind wolves, and the snow wolves. Among them, the snow wolves possess the greatest overall strength, while the Fong wolves are the weakest. The wind wolves rank in between. Even the most ordinary of their kind is classified as a level 4 magical beast, with the elite reaching levels 5 or 6. It is said that the most formidable among the wind wolves can attain level 8. The fact that even the most commonplace among them are level 4 magical beasts is not something one can compare to the unicorn wild boar. My warrior strength is merely at level 4. Relying solely on that would render me unable to contend with these two wind wolves, Linley thought, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. However, this presents an intriguing challenge. As he watched the two wind wolves approach quietly, Linley's lips began to move slightly as he recited an incantation, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deep rumbling sounds resonated through the night, as several massive stones, each rising to a height of nearly 1 meter and glowing with an earthy yellow luminescence, hurtled towards the two winged wolves at remarkable speed. The wolves, sensing the imminent threat, abruptly lifted their heads and swiftly began to evade. The sound of the low, thunderous impacts echoed in the darkness. In the fleeting moment when the ochre boulder was hurled towards the winged wolf, the creature reacted and fled with astonishing speed. One of the two winged wolves sustained a blow to its hind leg, while the other narrowly evaded the projectile. Truly remarkable, the speed of the winged wolf. Linley mused, silently reciting a magical incantation to cast the wind-based enhancement spell Swift. Clutching the sculpting tool known as the flat blade, he erupted from the thicket, propelling himself at a rapid pace towards the injured winged wolf. Empowered by Swift, Linley, a 4th-level warrior, matched the unscathed winged wolf in velocity, while the wounded one lagged far behind. The injured wolf, gripped by panic, attempted to escape, baring its fangs in a display of fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of wind blades materialized, slicing through the air towards Linley. Wolves, with heads of bronze and tails of iron, yet soft as tofu in the middle, he remarked, exhibiting remarkable agility. With a few deft steps upon the ground, he deftly evaded the wind blades and closed in on the injured winged wolf. His right leg swung like a tempest, delivering a fierce kick to the wolf's midsection. Thud! The winged wolf was sent soaring, emitting a pained howl. Linley swiftly followed up, his flat blade glinting with a melancholic shimmer as it swept across the wolf's abdomen. He felt the blade pierce through resilient flesh with great difficulty, leaving a gaping wound from which blood sprayed into the air. The waist of this winged wolf lacks sufficient sturdiness, yet its fur is undeniably robust. Alternatively, it may be that this flat blade is not sharp enough. While it suffices for ordinary stone, it struggles to penetrate the hide of a 4th-tier magical beast. Linley pondered, remaining vigilant towards another winged wolf. The second winged wolf remained motionless, fixating its gaze upon Linley, its eyes shimmering with a sinister green hue, exuding an aura of malice as it emitted a low growl. If the winged wolf were uninjured with its agility, it would be a mere dream for me to defeat it using solely my warrior abilities. Linley recognized with clarity. The winged wolf excelled in speed, and without the aid of wind magic, he would be outmatched. Immediately, Linley began reciting a magical incantation once more, but midway through, his expression shifted dramatically. This is not good. The low growl of the winged wolf reverberated from all directions, echoing ominously. Linley glanced around, and at that moment, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from every